Hi everyone, welcome to part 2. Before we dive in, let's take a quick look back at part 1. The story follows Fong Ran and his angelic companion Xiao Tian as they rise against the odds in the Beastmaster world. Fong Ran began as an average Beastmaster, but with Xiao Tian's innate talent and his own determination, he steadily climbed to the top. At the outset, Fong Ran and Xiao Tian trained tirelessly in a small cabin behind Fong Ran's home. Although Xiao Tian was a damaged angel, Fong Ran believed it could still grow stronger. Through relentless effort, Xiao Tian's rank soared, and it even mastered a proficient-level evolution technique. Fong Ran also lifted a skill seal, deepening their bond. Soon after, the pair entered the Winsong Beastmaster Academy entrance exam. With Xiao Tian's stellar performance, Fong Ran scored a perfect mark and stunned the crowd. They also received an exclusive evolution method, laying a solid foundation for the future. Life at the academy proved challenging. Fong Ran and Xiao Tian studied hard and pushed their limits every day. Fong Ran took part-time jobs to cover living expenses, and an unexpected incident revealed Xiao Tian's true origins, strengthening Fong Ran's resolve to protect it. During a beast hunting mission, they showcased remarkable power by defeating a latest-stage high-level pangolin, shocking everyone present. The generous bounty improved Fong Ran's living conditions. As their strength continued to grow, Fong Ran and Xiao Tian entered various competitions and missions, earning impressive results. Fong Ran also made like-minded friends, and together they helped one another improve. In a major tournament, they faced a formidable rival, but unwavering faith and superb tactics led them to victory and new honors. The climax of Part 1 came during the national entrance exam. Thanks to his talent and hard work, Fong Ran secured second place. The result shook Yu City and drew the attention of Beastmasters in the imperial capital. Ultimately, Fong Ran and Xiao Tian were admitted to a prestigious academy in the capital, marking the start of a brand new journey. That wraps up our recap of Part 1. I hope you enjoy what's coming in Part 2. Your likes and comments are my biggest motivation. If this is your first time here and you're intrigued by the story, feel free to check out Part 1 in the playlist or comments section. Now let's jump into Part 2. Gene Point 1. Gene Point 1. Gene Points 2. A string of translucent data prompts danced across Fong Ran's field of vision. Behind him, 20 energy-forged phantom spikes cracked like whips, flashing cold light. Each lash punched straight through a beast's vital spot with deadly precision. Beeping alerts chimed as bodies toppled. Within seconds, the high-tier beasts lay in piles. When the whip shadows retracted, droplets of blood slid from their tips. With a flick of his wrist, he flung the gore aside. So they're only high-grade beasts? They actually dared to lurk behind the mountain. Fong Ran swept his gaze around. In moments, more than a dozen beasts were reduced to cold carcasses, and the survivors, recognizing their hunter, howled in panic and fled in every direction. There's a Lord-class skeletal wolf, Slime's voice warned inside his mind, its senses razor-sharp to every living presence. Fong Ran shook his head. Don't chase it. Our job is to protect the factory. He turned toward the plant. In the darkness, his eyes met those of 3 employees crouching behind a heap of scrap. Their hearts thundered. The monsters that could have shredded them had been wiped out in a blink by this even more terrifying figure. What's wrong? Fong Ran asked, then realized his appearance was indeed alarming. Xiaonian, stand down. At his order, the purple mucus coating his body slowly withdrew, revealing his true form. Yet the 3 remained rooted, too scared to move. You don't have to be afraid. Mayor Fong hired me as a beastmaster to guard this plant. In truth, he had been lurking nearby for a while, hearing their conversation and sensing the creatures hidden in the dark. Only after Fong Ran repeatedly assured them he was human did the trio collapse in relief, their shaky breaths betraying how close they felt to death. Senior Beastmaster, is that your pet? One of them asked, pointing at the slime beside Fong Ran. Its adult-sized body and distinct features made it oddly endearing. Yes, its name is Nian Nian, you can call it Xiaonian. Fong Ran rubbed the slime's soft head. The creature squinted contentedly, as if the earlier slaughter had never happened. The workers watched in awe, envious that such power could look so docile before its master. Call it by name? They dared not. An attack this early in the night, beast activity around Wind City, must be getting serious, Fong Ran muttered, frowning. But why are they targeting Wind City's facilities? According to advanced beast behavior analysis, creatures rarely assault human settlements unless they're starving. Human flesh is scrawny. Hunting herbivores is far easier. Territorial disputes are even less plausible. Wind City spans only a few dozen kilometers. The 3 workers shook their heads. We don't know either. More skeletal wolves keep gathering. They've already attacked Wind City several times, and the city's on level 3 alert. In the human defense system, level 3 means a beast tide led by a transcendent class creature could storm the city at any moment. Just then Slime spoke up. Master, there's beast scent lingering beneath the factory as well. Fong Ran nodded, eyeing the building. I'd like to take a look inside. Is that okay? No, we can't, an employee stammered. Entering at night is forbidden. If we're caught, we'll lose pay or worse, be detained. We have to wait until morning. Fong Ran was taken aback by the answer. Overtime was forbidden, and anyone who disobeyed was threatened with prison time. Was this factory run by Cybertronians? Fong Ran muttered the thought as he sensed something was deeply wrong. After reassuring the three workers beside him, he and Slime slipped along the outer wall toward a side entrance. Slime extended a translucent tendril. Mucus oozed into the keyhole, and with a soft click the inner door swung open. They darted inside. The corridor was dark and silent, so Fong Ran sent Slime ahead to scout. The gelatinous creature dripped luminous fluid, then suddenly split into hundreds of thumb-sized slimes that scattered like startled mice into every room. Dozens of minutes later the fragments regrouped at Fong Ran's feet and reformed into their original shape. There's a basement. Follow me, it whispered, its voice thick and echoing. Barefoot, Slime squelched down the hallway, each step leaving wet prints on the concrete, while the steady drip of mucus amplified the gloom. Soon they reached the plant manager's office. A thick tendril whipped out and smashed the heavy oak desk to splinters, revealing a hidden iron hatch beneath the debris. Down we go, Slime urged. Xianyan Fong Ran's call sign wrenched the lock free, and the two of them descended a damp, narrow staircase. At first the passage was barely wide enough for one person to squeeze through, but it soon opened into a cavernous chamber larger than the factory floor above. A three-tiered circular prison clung to the walls, its iron bars rough and rusted. Every cell held either a blood-streaked beast or a factory worker in uniform. Most lay motionless, and only a few still drew ragged breaths. The entire basement was eerily silent, broken only by the echo of dripping water. They're all dead, Slime said after a careful sniff. Poison was injected into their bodies about 15 minutes ago. Fong Ran nodded, his brow knit tight, as anger flared in his chest. Now he understood why the beasts had attacked the factory earlier. It was retaliation against humans and against the Yushin Society's cruelty. If a small plant could imprison this many creatures and people, what about the city's more important facilities? A chill ran through him. He had to alert Mayor Fong and Chong immediately. The Yushin Society had seeped into Feng City's very marrow. The entire metropolis was rotting from within. No wonder they had captured so many society members last time he had stumbled straight into their nest. My kin might be locked up somewhere, too, Slime growled, resentment thick in its tone. Clearly its kind had suffered here. Let's check your hideout first, Fong Ran suggested. Under cover of night, they reached the abandoned warehouse on the outskirts. Slime's temporary lair. Only weeds greeted them. Not a single drop of mucus remained. Slime's fury spread like a palpable heat, and Fong Ran could feel its seething rage. Meanwhile, in another hidden facility beneath Feng City, dozens of slimes were crammed into narrow cages. Their bodies had shriveled to a tenth of their normal size. Good thing the queen went to the imperial capital. I hope she never comes back, the young slime that had once bid Xianyan farewell muttered softly. I hear the capital is even more dangerous. Can she really find a beastmaster there? Several elder slimes rasped. Deep down, they knew it was almost impossible for a mere slime to meet a beastmaster, especially in a city filled with peril. Perhaps their queen was already. Amma, we could merge into one and gamble on a final chance. A slime suddenly proposed, its faint yet resolute voice rippling through the frigid cell. Maybe they've simply been locked away somewhere. Fong Ran muttered as he pulled out his phone, using a darknet channel to ask Chong for the exact coordinates of several key sites in Wind City. A few minutes later new pins lit up on the map. He glanced at the time just past 2 in the morning and typed, "You're still awake?" The reply was a single laughing crying emoji. Let's start with the power plant. He snapped the phone shut and gave the order to the slime. The creature spread across his back, its purple, translucent body coating his limbs and reinforcing every tendon. Boosted by its strength, Fong Ran vaulted from one rooftop to the next. Given the present level of danger, this job should qualify as Class A, yet because it involved his own beast, he couldn't file a report. In this world, vicious beasts were treated harshly. If Xionian's kin were caught, they'd be executed or sold as moose slaves. He had to be cautious. Roughly 20 minutes later, they reached Wind City's brightly lit power plant. 3 layers of barbed wire surrounded the compound. Rifle-armed sentries patrolled non-stop, and belt-fed guns and rapid-fire cannons stood in neat rows more like a frontline bunker than a utility station. Infiltrating the place was virtually impossible. Besides, if someone really was running beast experiments here, how were the subjects moved in and out? He thought of the underground corridor beneath the textile mill. Maybe that had been a coincidence, but the Yushin Society had clearly burrowed deep into the city. Master, I don't sense my people, a whisper sounded in his ear, making Fong Ran shudder. After a moment he and the slime slipped through back alleys, checking one target after another. Each was either locked down too tightly or showed no sign of any underground structure. Just before dawn, they found an old chemical plant with lax security. A rusty corrugated fence surrounded it, and only 2 sleepy guards paced outside. As Fong Ran inched closer, the slime vibrated. Here, I can feel them. They bypassed the guards and entered a deserted office. In the corner stood a steel door identical to the one at the textile mill, its heavy chains drawn tight. Click! A tendril flicked out and popped the lock. As the door opened, a young man in a white lab coat climbed the stairs. Their eyes met. Before he could speak, a tendril looped around his neck. A crackle of electricity snapped through him, and he went rigid. The slime dragged the body into a wardrobe. Before shutting the door, it twitched a tentacle. Someone's making rounds. Change clothes. Tendrils stripped the lab coat, dressed Fong Ran, and spread a gossamer-thin membrane over his face. Muscles, bones, even vocal cords shifted. You can do this now? His new baritone startled him. Since its breakthrough, the slime could mimic not just a person's appearance, but their voice, while leaving his own breathing and vision unaffected. Let's go, master. He nodded and descended the stairs. Two guards at the tunnel entrance looked up. Zhang, back already? That was fast. I keep telling you switch to vapes. Old-school smokers like you are a dying breed. While the two kept talking, Fong Ran merely nodded and stepped into the shadowy corridor. The faint lights brushed his hard profile, deepening the gloom. His companions noticed the change, but asked no questions. He descended the iron staircase at a measured pace, examining every level of the prison. The cages held not only battered war beasts, but also abominations so warped that tentacles sprouted from their bodies. One of the handlers explained casually, Dark-type beasts are terrifyingly strong, just too unstable. The underground arenas love them. Fong Ran filed away the details of the operation, breeding monsters with forbidden catalysts, and forcing them to reproduce an act outlawed in Longhua and everywhere else. He continued downward until his gaze froze on another cell. Several wing-severed angels, both male and female, chained behind the bars, their eyes bound with black silk. The image of Xiao Tian flashed through his mind, and his brows tightened. Just then a guard zipped up his trousers and strolled out of the cell, an obscene grin lingering on his face. Heh, Captain Zhang, here to have fun with the angels? They're definitely different from humans, only the missing eyes are kind of creepy. No sooner had he spoken than Fong Ran felt a blade of cold fury in his mind. Xiao Tian was livid. He answered curtly, not interested. Right? Captain Zhang isn't into that kind of thing. The guard laughed, unbothered. Fong Ran continued downward. Sentient beings here were treated as playthings, their lives subject to a warden's whim. More than 30 guards patrolled on the night shift alone. Taking a steady breath, he reached the lowest level. Behind a glass door, a cluster of slimes writhed, barely alive. When they shrank to their limit, they would dissolve in an instant. An elderly man with white hair shook his head and sighed. The higher-ups keep asking for more beast parts. We just shipped off another batch of angel eyes. Now they want slime. These things have even stopped breeding and started fighting back. Zhang Dangsan finished them off. He handed over an access card. Fong Ran took the card and pressed it to the scanner. With a hiss, the thick glass slid open. What do we do? Several slimes recoiled in panic, already regretting their earlier defiance. Their strongest member was only heightier, and exhaustion left them weaker than an average beastmaster. Fight! The leading pale blue slime compressed itself into a sphere and hurled forward. Snap! Fong Ran simply raised a hand and stopped it cold. Easy, I'm here to save you, he whispered. A violet glob peeled away from his skin, coalescing into Nian Nian's form. Another slime? The captives were stunned, an involuntary urge to submit welling inside them. The aura rolling off the purple slime made them quiver, as though they could be devoured at any moment. Clack, clack, orderly footsteps drew closer. Fong Ran looked back. The corridor was blocked, muzzles and contract sigils all trained on him. What are you waiting for? The white-haired elder chuckled. Roar! Members of the Yushin Guild shouted in unison, slapping their contract scrolls open. Blinding sigils burst over the corridor, and beasts of every color packed the narrow hall. One Lord-class monstrosity towered in front. The rest all high-tier creatures whose auras rolled forward like a tide. Where's old Zhang? Someone asked, glancing around. Fong Ran answered with a faint smile. The slime, Xiao Nian, slid up beside him and unfurled a thin tentacle, stirring the air as it positioned itself between the two sides. A Lord-class beast? Did the government send him? No way, he must have taken the wrong job. Quit talking. Just kill him. Laughter rippled through the crowd while the beast tide surged forward. Wait. A white-haired elder raised a hand. Join us. 3 million a month. Everyone whipped around in shock. Him? 3 million? The Lord-class beastmaster growled. I risk my life for the organization and barely clear 1 million. Not enough? 5 million, the elder said flatly. No one turns down money. But a violet domain had already spread from beneath Fong Ran's feet, its icy killing intent washing over them. The elder's eyes darkened. So you really want to fight us? Kill him. The beasts charged as one. Earth Dragon Backstab Thunderburst, Fong Ran thought. 20 spectral spikes dove into the floor, transformed into serpentine shadows, and speared forward. The airborne beasts never reached him. Lightning-laced spikes punched through their bodies, snuffing out their life force in an instant. Screams echoed down the hall. Eyes rolled back, and beastmasters collapsed where they stood. Gene Point 6. Gene Points 8. Gene Points 5. System chimes rang in Fong Ran's ears. Behind him, the slime stared, stunned. In mere seconds, more than a dozen beasts lay dead, leaving only the battered lord-class creature struggling to breathe. Go, Kongnu demon. Kill him. The opposing beastmaster shouted, his voice shaking. A blur then, the Kongnu demons had spiraled into the air, leaving nothing but an afterimage on everyone's retinas. The elder's pupils contracted. The outline of that pet was almost identical to the god said to have awakened in ancient legend. A blonde figure closed the distance in a flash, blades swinging down. Panic erupted. Yushin guild members scattered, screaming. Xiao Tian, may I kill them? The girl's halo blazed, holy fire dancing above her head, yet her voice remained calm. As you wish, Fong Ran replied. He had given her silent permission. The people before them were far from innocent. Xiao Tian raised a hand. Sacred power surged, and dozens of radiant spears arrayed themselves behind her. With a sharp hiss, they tore through the air, and every beast in the underground complex fell silent. A blind angelic creature probed the air with tendrils. What happened? An angel. Beautiful. Powerful, its kin whispered. Angels revered strength. High angels held absolute authority within their race, which occasionally led to beasts turning on their own masters. Now they were utterly enthralled by the luminous figure before them. The slimes clustered together, gelatinous bodies trembling, their lives hung on the whim of this unfamiliar beastmaster. It's me, Nian Nian declared in the ancient tongue of her species. The slimes froze for a second, then one of them asked in confusion, is that really Her Majesty? Their jelly-like bodies trembled, and uncertainty glittered in their eyes. Xiao Nian nodded, folding his obsidian tentacles across his chest in a regal pose. Of course, he said. Why would I trick you? I always told you I'd make it. Ripples rolled across their slick skins, showing just how stunned they were. Even so, their gooey stares drifted back and forth between Xiao Nian and Fong Ran. Tired of explaining, Xiao Nian looked up at Fong Ran, his voice soft and pleading. Master, these are my kin. Could you spare them? No. Fong Ran's tone allowed no argument. The icy refusal left Xiao Nian rooted where he stood, and the caged slimes stiffened as well. They had no real hearts, yet they all felt a sudden chill. What? Xiao Nian's eyes dimmed, and his tentacles drooped. I can release them, Fong Ran said, sounding like a ruthless traitor, but you'll stay and pay their debt, serving as my beast for life. At those words, the slimes burst into tears. Beads of clear mucus splashed onto the floor. Fine. Whatever the master wants, they'll do it. Good, Fong Ran continued. From now on, stop arguing with Xiao Tian. Drop your bias and live peacefully. Everything except that, Xiao Nian shot back, his tentacles shaking. Fong Ran raised an eyebrow. Didn't you just say you'd obey anything? She's her, you're you. Being close to her just feels wrong. Wrong. Fong Ran pondered. Thunderborn contracts usually paired beasts with similar elements. Yet Xiao Tian's holy power and a slime's dark affinity were polar opposites. Instinct alone would make peace difficult, though other reasons couldn't be ruled out. After a moment, Fong Ran unlocked the cages and released the slimes, the angel, and the other savage beasts. They were as smart as humans and quickly realized he was rescuing them. Hide for now, and hurt no one, he ordered. Then he found a hidden tunnel underground, its entrance pressed against a damp rock wall, leading straight to the distant mountains. The beasts had been using this passage to move in and out of the facility. The next morning the mist still lingered. People had gathered in front of the textile mill, and the scorched smell of last night's fight hung in the air. Unbelievable, someone muttered. We arrived only yesterday, and already faced a beast attack. Qin Chong scanned the crowd. Who saved you last night? A young man. An employee blurted. His beast had whipping tentacles swish, swish. Cannon Brothers' eyes lit up. That was Fong Ran. His slime can do that. Everyone looked at the scattered monster corpses and nodded. A lower-tier beast suppressing a dozen high-level foes matched the evidence before them. Then someone frowned. Wait, Fong Ran just competed in the tournament. Isn't his slime only his second beast? Exactly, another agreed. Maybe he let the slime fight too. Qin Chong pressed on. Did any of you see an angel-type beast? The employee thought, then shook his head hard. No, only the slime and the beastmaster himself. The crowd exchanged looks. Only a slime, and already Lord Tier in such a short time. That evolution speed was outrageous, nearly catching the veteran beastmasters. Fong Ran, he's already a dual Lord Beastmaster, Cannon Bro muttered, defeat heavy in his voice. The blow hit him hard yet again. As a late Lord Tier Beastmaster, Qin Chong felt a jolt of surprise the student had caught up to him this quickly. He focused his gaze and confirmed it. Perched on the boy's shoulder was a white-winged familiar, its angelic lineage unmistakable. Remember, Fong Ran's familiar glows faintly at night. Don't mistake it, Cannon warned. The holy power inside an angel beast gives off a gentle radiance after dark, soothing rather than blinding. Double Lord rank? The onlookers traded stunned glances. Most of them were still mid-Lord tier, and an early Double Lord Beastmaster matched a late Single Lord in both potential and value. In other words, Fong Ran now ranked among the top 3 present, a talent that left many veterans quietly discouraged. Before long Fong Ran arrived with Xin Yun, both wearing grave expressions. Without waiting for questions, he reported, "I was ambushed by feral beasts at the textile mill last night. While pursuing them, I found a tunnel in the manager's office leading underground. A large number of beasts are caged down there, and the walls bear the divine Beast Society's mark." His words were unhurried yet precise, and the room fell silent. "Show me," Chong ordered. They descended into the basement. Row after row of massive cages filled the space, and savage beasts thrashed behind iron bars. The group froze. Someone had built a stronghold in the very heart of this perilous city, hiding in plain sight. Chong took a deep breath and clapped Fong Ran's shoulder. "Excellent work. Discovering a divine Beast Society base will earn you a commendation and promotion from the Beastmasters Guild. But this is beyond our mission scope. You and Shun Yun keep watch over the mill. They'll report to Mayor Fong and let him handle it." The team's top priority remained completing their mission and claiming the reward. Any detour posed unnecessary risk. Fong Ran understood and simply nodded. Understood. He had given the warning specialists would take over now. Still, he wondered how Fong City had been infiltrated so deeply without anyone noticing. After splitting up, he and Shinyun stayed at the textile mill day and night. With two high-tier beastmasters on watch, the factory's defenses relaxed, yet distress calls poured in from other sectors as posts manned by the remaining tamers were battered by swarms of feral beasts. Only the textile mill and the warehouse holding the slimes were spared. "These beasts know where their kin are imprisoned," Fong Ran muttered. "Why else avoid this place and the slime depot?" Late at night, outside the factory. Slime debt repaid. Thunderstorm touch. Proficiency 1 1010. Corrosive form. Proficiency 1 1010. Earth Drake backstab. Proficiency 1 1010. All three skill debts were cleared, and a new rippling prompt appeared before Fong Ran. Advanced proficiency for Thunderstorm touch. Advanced proficiency for corrosive form. Advanced proficiency for Earth Drake backstab. Advance, every last one. Fong Ran exclaimed. Advanced mastery of Thunderstorm touch success. Advanced mastery of corrosion body success. Advanced mastery of Earth Drake backstab success. A torrent of familiar, scorching energy surged into the slime's mind. Its viscous body rippled on the ground, dancing in silence. With three skills rocketing upward at once, it now commanded every detail with unprecedented precision. The debt remained, though each skill still had to be cast 10 more times to settle the score. At the slime's current stamina, it could manage only 2 or 3 A-grade skills a day. Without the calorie surplus from an A-grade recipe, that number would drop even further. Push Forbidden Symbiosis and Manifest Black Tide to proficiency, Fong Ran ordered. Forbidden Symbiosis proficiency advanced success. Manifest Black Tide proficiency advanced success. Two prompts appeared together, and soothing ripples spread across the slime's surface. Whenever its master raised its ceiling, it instantly seized a deeper understanding of the skills. Forbidden Symbiosis proficient. Fuse with any living creature to form a symbiote, inheriting all of the target's abilities while retaining 20% of your own combat power. Retaining 20% meant that once it merged with Xiao Tian, they could unleash 120% of their combined strength. Fong Ran decided on the spot to focus on this ability. The drawback was a mandatory 24-hour fusion and conflicts with other skills, but once perfected, it would serve as a lethal trump card. Nian Nian, stick to me every day and practice symbiosis for 3 hours. The slime accepted with delight, flowing over Fong Ran like liquid. In a heartbeat, a slick, translucent film coated him from neck to toe. The enhanced symbiosis kicked in immediately. His vision sharpened, catching the faintest air currents and the slightest tremor of a leaf. "Master, I can hold the merge for 3 hours at most, only 1 hour in combat mode," the slime murmured. The drain was brutal, yet it savored the intimacy, especially in front of Xiao Tian, where a faint sense of superiority bloomed. 3 hours is enough for daily practice, Fong Ran said, patting the film on his skin. The rest of the time, just eat and recover. All that matters is giving Xiao Tian a boost when it counts. Wind City now lay under a gathering storm. A transcendent class skeletal wolf king threatened the walls, and the strongest beastmaster inside was merely transcendent class as well. Unlike U City, Wind City had no king-class beastmasters returning. Its only transcendent expert was a temporary dispatch from the Beastmaster Association. At the very least, I need to be able to run if I meet a transcendent beast, Fong Ran thought. A heat-and fight was beyond him for now. He opened Xiao Tian's data panel, and a string of light unfolded before his eyes. Skills: Divine Evolution Method refined, Judgment Sun Disc mastered, Sacred Flame Feather mastered, Sacred Flame Greatsword breakthrough, Divine Physique breakthrough, Drake Soul Forging novice, Light Wing Afterimage refined, Storm Bow refined, Basic Evolution Method refined, Holy Spirit Evolution Method refined, Firmament Divine Spear refined, Eyes of Divine Light. Gene points, 198. Upgrading Basic Evolution Method was still a distant dream, 10,000 gene points away. Even so, Fong Ran couldn't stop thinking about it. Advance the Sacred Flame Greatsword. As soon as Fong Ran spoke, A system window flashed open. Spend 100 gene points. Yes. 100 gene points spent. 98 remaining. After a brief hush, a torrent of memories blasted into Xiao Tian's mind and limbs, making her knit her brows. Skill acquired: Holy Chain Forging. Holy Chain Forging, Mastery. Blade of Condemnation. Each hit steals up to 5 of the target's strength. Holy Chain Forging, Progress. Swing the Holy Blade 01000 times. Fong Ran held his breath. Xiao Tian lifted her palm, and a surge of holy power poured out, draining nearly a third of her reserves. Blazing white, sacred fire churned in her hand before solidifying into a 2-meter greatsword. A silver-white chain coiled from the hilt up her right arm, siphoning power. An ancient celestial script ran along the blade: Time of Judgment. So heavy. The sudden weight made her knees buckle. She had to support the sword with both hands. After a moment, she steadied herself and swung. Whoosh! The air ripped like torn cloth. Before the edge even touched the ground, a deep fissure snapped open in the floor. Panel prompt. This slash consumed one of the sword's holy energy. A full power strike would burn 5. Fong Ran's eyes gleamed. This was at least a grade, maybe flirting with grade. Her innate skill broke through past a grade. His pulse raced, and he turned to Xiao Tian's other core ability. Advanced Divine Physique. Spend 50 gene points. Yes. 50 gene points spent. 48 remaining. Skill acquired: Warlust Body, Mastery. Warlust Body, Mastery. Holy power coats the body and can be burned to temper the flesh. Warlust Body, Progress. Temper the body 100 times. A moment later, Xiao Tian activated Warlust Body. Threads of holy light traced her muscles like cybernetic circuits, glimmering pale gold. The energy seeped into bone and sinew. Despite the searing pain, she only frowned and endured. Reinforcing the body itself beats using holy power as a shield, Fong Ran muttered. This is a huge win. Once the power runs dry, a shield disappears, but a tougher body stays. Thinking of ranged firepower, he called, Advanced Storm Bow. He tried several times, but the system stayed silent. Out of gene points? He ruled that out. The system always warned him at 0. Then it hit him. Storm Bow already came from advancing the Divine Guidance Bow. An advanced skill can't be advanced again. It's maxed out. Touching it means rebuilding from scratch. Right now Xiao Tian carried 2 debts. 1. Holy Chain Forging. Swing the blade 1,000 times, paying back 1 holy energy per swing, about 7 days in all. 2. Warlust Body. Temper the body 100 times, likewise about 7 days. During repayment, she still enjoyed both powers, so Fong Ran wasn't worried. His plan was to let her repay while keeping Warlust Body active, continually refining herself. By his math, once the debt cleared, Xiao Tian's physique could tank a superhuman strike. Heaton. I need more gene points. I'm going to advance the fundamental evolution method next. Fong Ran's anticipation burned bright. What will this evolutionary technique look like once it's perfected? After barely 2 days of training, both Slime and Xiao Tian had improved so much it was obvious at a glance. Meanwhile, several key installations around Feng City were under relentless attack from feral beasts, and the power grid suffered the worst. Casualty reports arrived almost daily. Fong Ran and Xin Yun were rushed over to reinforce the site. If they're targeting the power grid, something's definitely off, Fong Ran thought, though he kept the suspicion to himself. The moment the 2 Lord-class beasts appeared, the defensive line held firm. Slime split and devoured in silence, forming a living bulwark at the front, while Xiao Tian raised his greatsword and sliced through the enemy with every swing, spraying blood like a battlefield reaper. In just 2 days, Fong Ran became the power station's cornerstone, easing everyone's burden, and his gene points soared to 290. Real combat was clearly the fastest way to grow. Seeing Fong Ran fight harder with every clash, the guards and Beast Tamers felt their morale spike. After another wave was driven back, one tamer hurried over. Master Fong, that was amazing. Where did you contract an angel-type beast like that? Another chimed in. Yeah, it's just like an angel from legend. You're not really some divine envoy, are you? Cut the superstition, someone warned. The age of openness made it clear. Turned Beast Tamers into myths. The brief banter broke the tension. For the first time, the other tamers truly grasped the weight of the word genius. Fong Ran was younger than any of them, yet already commanded 2 Lord-class beasts. The only downside was Xiao Tian's chilling aura. After years of fearing Lord-level wild beasts, most people naturally felt more awe than warmth toward a peer who could wield that same power. Master Fong, Senior Chen Qiangth, president of the Feng City Beast Tamer Association, requests your presence. A guard called out, bowing as he delivered the invitation. Chen Chong and the 2 other Lord-class tamers traded glances. The city's only extraordinary rank tamer was famously hard to meet, yet he was asking for them? They were merely contracted reinforcements. Most not even local. Special treatment was unexpected. Let's go see what he wants, Chen Chong decided. The power station's guard detail stayed the same. The original 3 Lord-class tamers plus Fong Ran and Xin Yun, 5 in all. They passed through the chain link gate and headed toward the admin building. Along the way, staff poked their heads out, watching with curiosity and admiration. All 5 are Lord-class Tamer. Show cool as that. Who's the young one? Can't be older than 20-something. A few female employees whispered, their eyes never leaving Fong Ran. The president's office was on the 2nd floor. Their footsteps echoed down the empty corridor as they climbed the stairs. Knock, knock. Chin Chong rapped on the door. Come in, a deep voice replied. They walked in to find a rugged figure standing behind the desk, dressed in ordinary clothes, yet with eyes as deep as the night sky. His gaze settled on Fong Ran, and a faint smile appeared. Fong Ran, are you the one from Imperial Capital Academy? He stepped around the desk to greet them. Hello, President. Yes, that's me, Fong Ran said with a nod. I thought so. You have quite the presence. The president laughed warmly. I've heard about your exploits these past few days. How would you like to stay in Fong City and build your future here? It was obvious that the president of Fong City had taken a real liking to Fong Ran. With talent like his, any beastmaster would win instant admiration. Ahem, President Fong, we can skip the small talk, Chin Chong said as he stepped to the front of the group. His voice was steady yet commanding. You must have come for something important. The gesture made it clear who led this team. The smile on President Feng's face slowly faded. After a brief pause, he said, we have fully inspected the hidden facility you reported. It was indeed a stronghold of the Divine Beast Society. They were holding savage beasts captive and selling them at outrageous prices. Their recent expansion finally exposed them. He nodded to Fong Ran. I'm here for 2 reasons. To commend Fong Ran for the tip and to announce your reward. The Fong City government will grant 1 million in cash. Surprised looks swept through the crowd. $1 million wasn't much to Lord-level Tamers, but the extra 30 contribution points made several eyes gleam. The higher one's contribution, the better the materials available for trade and the stronger a pet could become. Fong Ran clasped his hands and asked, President Fong, if it's only about the reward, you could have sent word. Why come yourself? President Fong smiled. There's one more thing, your contract period is over. Mayor Fong has arranged a banquet tonight, and tomorrow you're free to leave the city. At the news, the surrounding beastmasters relaxed. Finishing the mission without a single casualty was thanks to Fong Ran's defense of the textile mill. BZZZ. BZZZ. Shrill alarms erupted on the city's edge. Every nerve tightened. Beast attack. They rushed to the open ground outside the facility. Under the night lights, a pack of skeletal wolves stood silent, their white bones gleaming coldly. In the center paced a wolf king taller than a 3-story building, sporting 2 bleached skulls. 2 tails flicked behind it, each wrapped in dim red flames that crackled in the air. The same crimson fire burned in both sets of hollow eye sockets. A single glance released extraordinary level pressure that made the guards' knees buckle. Even the Lord-class Tamers gripped their rings and contract books. No way, just when the job's done, this thing shows up? Someone muttered. A clash with an extraordinary grade beast would almost guarantee injuries. Wush Fong Ran's pets, Xiao Tian and Slime, materialized at once, taking position in front of him and staring down the Wolf King. The Wolf King scanned the humans, finally fixing on President Fong. After a tense standoff, it growled, then led the pack away like a retreating tide. As it left, Fong Ran caught a burning glance from those fiery eyes, as if it were passing a message. Few a collective breath escaped. Several guards simply collapsed where they stood. Night fell, and the banquet hall glittered with light. Beastmasters filled the room, while Mayor Fong and President Fong stood side by side. All of Fong City's noted tamers were present. Raising his glass, Mayor Fong began, First, my thanks to Mr. Chen Chong for providing intelligence on the Divine Beast Society. Over the past few days, we have wiped out every one of their hideouts in the city. Scattered applause followed. Everyone knew that clearing out the society would boost the mayor's prestige and might even earn him a post in the imperial capital. And an even greater thanks to Fong Ran, who stopped the attack on the textile mill. The mayor's tone warmed as his gaze settled on Fong Ran, and he led the applause. Clap, clap, clap. A light but sparse applause echoed through the hall. After a long wait, the food was finally brought in. The banquet hall blazed with light and fragrance while waiters lined exquisite silver platters along the long table. The moment the dishes touched the surface, a crowd of beast tamers from Wind City lifted their glasses and converged on Fong Ran, even a few locally famous Clist actresses among them. His name rang out again and again, stirring more than a little hidden jealousy. Although he declined each toast, he could hardly fend off their enthusiasm. Across the room, several beast tamers his age watched through the throng and muttered under their breath. Lucky guy, so young, and every beauty is throwing herself at him. Exactly. How old is he, anyway? Even a blind man can see he's destined for greatness. Better make a move before he reaches monarch tier. By then, even an A-list star won't tempt him. They burst into laughter, their eyes drifting back to Fong Ran with undisguised envy. Even Chin Chong could only shake his head and remind them, don't forget, training still comes first. Fong Ran's small talk with the women wasn't born of interest. Mayor Fong had thoughtfully provided top-grade ingredients for every beast, and the tamers and their companions were dining in 2 venues far apart. After sending Xiao Tian and Slime to the other hall, Fong Ran finally sat down. Moments later, Mayor Fong approached with a wineglass and a genial smile. Fong Ran, at your age you'll hit monarch level at the very least. Why not stay in Wind City? I can supply resources far beyond what the imperial capital offers. Fong Ran answered with a restrained smile. The mayor's expression never faltered, yet displeasure flickered beneath it. Lowering his voice, he spoke faster. I once fancied myself the nation's top humanities student, only to be assigned here. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't revive this dead town. But look at it now, under my hand. Wind City has grown from a backwater into a metropolis of 10 million. You've visited my factory, haven't you? You mean the textile mills? Fong Ran asked. Hardly. How much money can cloth bring? The real treasure lies in ferocious beasts. Their value could benefit all humankind, and if a few lives must be sacrificed, so be it. His eyes burned with fanatic zeal. Join me. A monarch-class beast tamer stands above millions, and with your talent you could even contract a man-made deity. Fong Ran gave no reply, but Qin Chong stiffened a short distance away, his fingers trembling around his glass. Mayor Fong took a small sip, then lifted his hand toward the far door. Look, you're running out of time. Following his gesture, several pets from the other banquet hall were closing in, eyes glowing crimson, murderous intent unmistakable, and their targets were their own tamers. Ex Xiao Chong. What one tamer managed half a question before a blade hissed through the air. His head arced away, and a ribbon of blood painted the lights red. Even at the moment of death, disbelief twisted his face. The sudden carnage snapped every tamer in the room to high alert. Instead of fleeing, they instinctively summoned their companions, and chaos erupted in the hall. Mayor Fong threw back his head and laughed, wine spilling between his fingers. Do you see it, Fong Ran? This is only a fragment of a god's power. Without their beasts, tamers are nothing but cattle awaiting slaughter. The one who commands the tamers, that's the true god. His voice boomed, madness lacing every syllable. By now even the slowest mind grasped the disaster unfolding. Some tamers sprinted for the locked doors, while Qin Chong roared and lunged at Mayor Fong. The Beast Tamer Association's president stepped in from the side, his face unreadable. Unperturbed, Mayor Fong narrowed his eyes at Fong Ran, his tone both coaxing and certain. You still have a chance to become a candidate for godhood. Don't throw it away. Stop wasting words on him. The president of Fong City's Beast Tamer Association cut the mayor off, his tone hard as steel. Silenced, Mayor Fong fell quiet. With a snap of the president's fingers, several heavy iron doors dropped one after another, sealing the entire hall. If you need someone to blame, blame your own curiosity. You could have finished the mission, gone back to the imperial capital, and nothing would have happened. His icy stare and mocking words sent a chill down every tamer's spine. Everyone knew the president was a transcendent tamer. He could take them apart without summoning a single beast. Enjoy it while you can. A beast tamer's worst fate is betrayal by the creature he trusts. Hands in his pockets, the president chuckled and walked away, the mayor close behind. Shen Yun and the other tamers closed ranks. What now, Fong Ran? Boom Bro blurted. He had just returned, half a pastry still in his hand, and had no idea why the mayor had flipped on them. We're just letting those two go? Qin Chong lowered his voice. He's a transcendent. He could flatten us barehanded. And he's packing a gun, Fong Ran added. The word gun made everyone sink inside. Even Lord-rank tamers couldn't ignore hot lead. At best their beasts could catch bullets. Without a beast on the field, they were just as fragile as anyone else. Shen Yun reminded them. Some Lord-level beasts can track a bullet's path, but that means keeping the beast out. If you withdraw it, you're exposed again. They followed her gaze. Weaker beasts were already rioting, tearing and roaring in every direction. Only a few above Lord rank clung to a shred of sanity, eyes blood-red as they fixed on anything alive. Her grandfather had once described this scene. The angel locked in a dungeon outside Yuqing, a creature able to sway beasts and command an entire tide of monsters. Fire Moth. Shen Yun's own beast came streaking toward her, fiery wings beating frantically. It landed, spitting overlapping walls of flame that held back the rampaging beasts. Across the courtyard, a nervous tamer swallowed hard and called from a distance, Rex, you okay? He dared not come closer, afraid his partner could snap at any moment. The bond between tamer and beast was being torn apart. The Lord-rank tamers present no longer had their old confidence. Stripped of their beasts, they were, just as the Divine Beast Society had foretold, powerless. The double-edged sword had finally bared its other fang. Over here. It's safe for now. Qin Chong waved, gathering the Fong City tamers. Some, still doubtful, bolted deeper into the Villano. One wanted to gamble on when a Lord-level beast might lose control. You might outrun an advanced monster, but once a Lord class locked on, you were dead. To stay alive, several Lord-level tamers dismissed their partners the instant they sensed even a flicker of instability. Fine Xiao Tian, Fong Ran suddenly said. Her mental strength is off the charts. Maybe the Celestials are immune. Right? Shen Yun agreed at once. Together, with Fire Moth in tow, they headed for another courtyard. Soon they saw a figure wreathed in sacred fire standing in the courtyard. Flames danced across her skin, bathing everything in a flickering glow, while several beasts lay convulsing under the wall, their blood trailing across the ground. Xiaotian! Fong Ran shouted across the rubble, crunching over broken tiles as he moved closer. Xiaotian! The girl lowered her gaze. Blood covered her palms, and crimson spread from the depths of her pupils, the battle lust stirring awake. Xiaotian, are you alright? Fong Ran asked, frowning. I'm fine. Her voice was as thin as a thread in the wind. As Fong Ran quickly repeated what had happened, the city of Wind, the mayor, the Yushan Society's manipulation, his words grew distant and indistinct in her ears. The mayor of Wind City, Xiaotian muttered. He started all of this. Master told me to remember his name, told me to kill him. As long as I kill him, I'll be deemed worthy and Master won't abandon me. Molten red flooded her eyes. A searing aura crashed over the crowd, making every Beastmaster instinctively fall back. Fong. Master Fong, are you sure your beast is only at Lord tier? Someone stammered. The pressure was no weaker than when they had faced the transcendent Bone Wolf King moments ago. Could she already be near the peak of the Lord tier? And the danger did not end there. All communications were down, and armed guards had sealed the villa exits. Before long, every uncontrolled beast would tear them apart. During the retreat, they had been forced to abandon their own companions, and now the courtyard echoed with savage roars and flying gore. If the mayor walks in later, all he has to say is, the beasts went berserk, and we're dead scapegoats with no proof. Despair rippled through the crowd. Xiaotian, can you get us out of here? Fong Ran asked in a low voice. Without warning, a warm hand closed around his wrist. Xiaotian looked up, her eyes unbelievably gentle, fixed on him. The sudden scene made everyone hold their breath. I thought every beast was supposed to be affected. Bro, you sure hers isn't reacting the wrong way? What was I doing? Xiaotian jerked her hand back, her mind clearing a little. The urge to cross the line with her master had almost slipped its leash. Xiaotian, you're all we've got. Everyone else's beasts have gone mad. Fong Ran shook her shoulders. The others swallowed hard. Fong Ran's beast was the only one still sane. Before they could decide anything, Xiaotian snorted and glared at Fong Ran. Why don't you ask that slime for help? Her tone was nothing like the calm she had shown earlier. Huh? You think I need your reminder to help? A bulge rose on Fong Ran's neck, and a translucent eye peered out. The slime's irritation was obvious. Since merging with Fong Ran, the slime could remain almost completely lucid. That was why Fong Ran had stayed composed the whole way. Either way, I won't help you for nothing, Xiaotian said, lifting her chin. I refuse to be just Master's beast any longer. Yeah, let me record your pathetic pose so I can replay it for you later, the slime muttered. Decide for yourself if you want a beating, Fong Ran warned the slime softly. He had no idea why Xiaotian had changed so suddenly, but at least for now he was safe. The scene before them made the surrounding people look at Fong Ran with increasingly puzzled expressions. Wind City, Central Signal Tower. The exhausted mayor stood beside the grim-faced Beast Tamer Guild Master as a cold wind, flecked with sparks, swept across the platform. It's been long enough. By now they should have been torn apart by their own beasts, the mayor said, squinting at the distance where a once lively banquet had become a roaring inferno. Sirens blared in every direction, crowds scattered in panic, and the city dissolved into chaos. Before divine power, even the strongest bond between tamer and beast shattered in an instant. Behind them, the tower's core had been hollowed out. A massive egg of tangled flesh hung in midair, its membrane pulsing with a heartbeat that made the lights brighten and dim. Mechanical arms dripped beast blood and rare reagents into pores across the shell, while an overhead screen scrolled a single designation, number 13. It's almost ready. Once it hatches, you and I will be at the heart of the Yushan Society, the mayor whispered, barely containing his delight. I only care about when I can reach the sovereign tier, the guildmaster replied. Since being reassigned to Wine City, his progress had stalled. On a municipal salary, he couldn't afford premium materials or training. Joining the Yushan Society had changed that his rank had surged, the city had flourished, and promotion finally seemed within reach. When I gain more authority, Wind City will prosper, the mayor said. And don't worry, once the egg hatches, you'll be free of the society. He looked toward the sky, now tinted red by smoke and flame, a satisfied smile on his lips. Had spent 10 years turning Wind City from a barren outpost into a thriving hub, breeding and hunting vicious beasts for the Yushan Society, weaving a vast black market network, funneling resources into the city. The thought filled him with exhilaration. What about Fong Ran? If anything happens to him, the Imperial Academy will come looking, the guildmaster pressed. Relax. The mayor's quiet confidence left no room for doubt. The guildmaster nodded but lowered his voice again. The Yushan Society keeps demanding more beast blood. Too many people are talking. Pay them off. They're making a god, the mayor said, running his fingers over the egg's warm, sticky membrane. This was the divine egg. The creature inside, codenamed Quelpurin, could seize a beast's mind and amplify its deepest, darkest desires. For any tamer, it was a nightmare. And what does a beast desire most? slaughter, freedom, the chance to obey nothing but instinct. Even a fleeting impulse, once magnified by Quelpurin, could swell into a world-devouring frenzy. It would become the ultimate weapon. This thing is too dangerous. What is the Yushin society really after? The guild master's hands trembled. For the first time, doubt crept into his heart. If Quelpurin used the signal tower to broadcast its maddening wave beyond Wind City, the consequences would be catastrophic. The guildmaster Ho had always prided himself on being unstoppable, felt powerless for the first time. If every beast here ends up controlled, what's he supposed to fight with? Footsteps echoed down the corridor as the guild president nodded once and turned back toward the ballroom. Beastmaster Fong, your partner's still okay, right? The lone woman in the team asked under her breath. She should be finny, at least she won't attack us. Fong Ran whispered, the crease between his brows refusing to relax. But her mind's in bad shape. She keeps staring at me, and it's freaking me out. Everyone followed his gaze to his feet. Xiao Tian rested a massive sword on her shoulder, Lavard eyes locked on her master, never more than a step away. There are at least 7 Lord-class beasts loose, someone muttered through clenched teeth. Can Xiao Tian alone really protect us? Seriously, my own beast just gave me the creeps. I had to lock it in the foyer. We're stuck here. Sooner or later those rampaging things will sniff us out. Nerves tightened. No one dared breathe. Only Fong Ran stayed relatively composed. Inside the ballroom, besides Fong Ran's group, everyone present had either reported the mayor or come out of sheer curiosity. Now, stripped of their beasts, anxiety was written all over their faces. Relax, Fong Ran's a prodigy from Imperial Capital University. Canon Bro slapped his chest, trying to rally them. Instantly, countless envious eyes turned to Fong Ran. A Clist actress hurried over. Really? You're from Imperial Capital University? Junior year? Freshman. Just call me Fong Ran, he replied with a smile. No sooner had he said his name than someone recognized him. It's you, the champion of the second Beastmaster tournament. For real? That Fong Ran. I heard he's from a small town too. Eyes shining, the actress tried to edge closer, but a colossal sword swung up to her throat. Back off, Xiao Tian said, face blank, flames swirling in her pupils. She gulped, stepped back twice, and managed a shaky smile. Imyang Xiaoxing is fine. One after another, people introduced themselves while Xiao Tian scanned the room, ever alert. Their own beasts were tearing up the venue. Only Fong Ran's grew more protective, a contrast that baffled every beastmaster present. Should we find somewhere to hide? Someone suggested. It'd be safer. Yeah, Fong Ran's only a freshman. No matter how gifted he is, he can't handle all our beasts at once. 5 or 6 Lord-class beasts are bad enough. Throw in 20+ advanced ones, and it's a nightmare, the Wind City Beastmasters muttered, exchanging pale looks. Let's hide. My fire butterflies setting fires everywhere again, Shinyun said, frowning. It used to obey the no flames rule, now it just ignores me. Compared with that, Fong Ran's beast made her sincerely jealous. Agreed, let's lay low, Qin Chong said. Mine and Songda beasts are late Lord class. If they catch us, Fong Ran won't have time to help. They'll give you their weaknesses now, just go all out when the moment comes. At this point, rank and secrets meant nothing. One by one the Lord-class Beastmasters listed every flaw their partners had. Their lives now rested entirely on Fong Ran. Brother Fong, don't hold back when it starts, Zhang Songda urged. Just, try not to kill them. Never mind killing theme. If Fong Ran's angel can merely hold the line, it will be a victory. She isn't facing 1 or 2 Lord-class beasts, but the combined menagerie of every Beastmaster here. Even a formal military beast battalion wouldn't field numbers like this. Now the tide of this so-called beast army is crashing down on a single person. She has to stop the charge and, at the same time, shield the Beastmasters huddled behind Hera. Task straight out of hell. Roar! A savage cry tore through the night. Before anyone could react, several beasts followed the scent straight into the villa's courtyard. Xiao Qiao, Zhang Baoquan, and that pig demon. The familiar names made Fong Ran pause. Isn't there a Zhang Baoquan in my class, too? The absurd thought flashed by and vanished. The beasts were already baring their fangs at their former masters, eyes locked on their targets. They had come to hunt their own owners. A chill like plunging into ice seized the beastmasters. Hide your targets, Xiao Tian, try not to kill, Fong Ran warned. Before his words faded, Xiao Tian stepped forward. The holy sword swept out, a white flash cleaving the darkness. Limbs flew like shredded cloth, as neat as cutting a few strands of hair. In a heartbeat, the vicious creatures lay crippled, howling on the ground. Steam rose from blood on the blade. Xiao Tian's chest heaved, veins bulging on her hand, excitement and bloodlust flickering in her eyes. Xiao Tian. Fong Ran placed a hand on the hilt. She froze, then relaxed. Moments ago, battle lust had nearly drowned her reason. The master's touch washed it away, replacing fury with warmth. The sword's radiance dimmed and vanished. Her pale right hand turned and clasped Fong Ran's, fingers interlacing. Fong Ran, combat scrambles my emotions. I need you to keep me centered. He nodded and tried to withdraw, but she tightened her grip. To keep me centered, Do it like this. Thank you, Beastmaster Fong. The rescued Beastmasters were ghost white, shaken but relieved their pets still lived. Privately they marveled. Same age, worlds apart in strength. They had thought their beasts could last a round or two. Against that angel they were lambs for slaughter. Don't feel Bod's one of Longwo's top prodigies. Yeah, all of Fong Ran's beasts are lord class. One-shotting high tiers is normal. Just pray our pets never meet his, or we're finished. The lord-class beastmasters of Wind City talk tough, still clinging to hope. Roar. Another bellow closed in. The creatures that once served as weapons and guardians were now grim reapers, tracking the scent of their masters. Move. I can feel it. Chin Chong's face went sheet white. Linked to his pet's mind, he felt the backlash of its frenzy. The back door? There's a service tunnel for trash. Someone shouted. They surged toward it, only to find a dead end. Beyond a chain-link fence stood armed guards. Near the gate prowled several rabid beasts, one of them lord class. Fong Ran, maybe you should go first. With Xiao Tian they can't touch you, Xinyan whispered. Behind them, endless roars echoed. Ahead, a cold wall blocked escape. They were cornered. Roar. A chorus of savage roars rose behind them, and a tide of lord-class beasts surged forward like a crashing wave. The fire butterfly was nowhere in sight. It was still busy setting blazes and had no intention of killing Xinyan. Every other monster, however, ignored its handler, eyes filled with chill hostility. At the front loomed two latest-stage Lord Beast Jinchong's twin-winged Wolf King and Pao Guest Stone Splitter Tail Beast bearing down with a pressure like a mountain, forcing all the Beastmasters to recoil. Their overlapping roars were deafening. Chin Chong and Pao Gu went pale. Xiao Tian was, at best, mid-lord tier. How could she possibly win? Worse, the slime had to stay attached to Fong Ran. If it left, its mind would be seized at once. Hesitation lasted no more than a heartbeat before Xiao Tian burst forward in a flash of silver. Forge the holy blade. She cried. Holy light gathered into a 10-foot sword, chains coiling around her wrist, its edge keen enough to cut the air. Absolve. Her lips shaped the silent word. A halo flared overhead, and the cardinal cross dimmed. Boom. A crushing force slammed down, and the weaker beastmasters collapsed on the spot. Seizing the gap, Xiao Tian's sword light flashed swish. A low-lord beast screamed as its forelimb was severed, blood raining down. Its handler, ashen with pain, still cast Fong Ran a grateful glance. In this chaos, sparing a pet's life was mercy enough. Modern medicine could reattach the limb if done quickly. Look out! The stone splitter tail beast roared, breaking free and sweeping its tail like a meteor hammer. Fire feathers flared behind Xiao Tian as she sprang past, at an impossible angle. Purify. The cross darkened again, and a pillar of holy light speared down from the sky, pinning the tail beast in place. Boom. Roar. Sacred flames scorched flesh and soul. It thrashed in frenzy, desperate to escape the brilliance. Fire spread, and power forged from Dragon Soul took shape beside Xiao Tian. Surrounded by assailants, her fighting spirit only burned hotter. Years of harsh training had become instinct. Every pounce against her fell wide compared with Dragonkin precision. These attacks were clumsy indeed. Swish. Crunch. Sword light rained, and beasts crashed to the ground one after another. The judgment blade drank their strength until Xiao Tian could wield the colossal sword one-handed. Haha. Her laugh rang clear. Battle lust boiled, dark red flooding her pupils. The monsters seemed to crawl like snails before her eyes. The heady mix of blood and pressure pulled her ever deeper. Yet holy power drained fast. In mere breaths more than half was gone. Even with Fong Ran beside her, using Void Spike to pin the late Lord Twin-Winged Wolf King, they could not endure much longer. The watching handlers were on the verge of despair. Chin Chong trembled as Fong Ran's angel subdued his beast while butchering the rest. He could hardly believe it. Fong City handlers, ignorant of the truth, were struck dumb by that monster. Xin Yun's gaze flicked between Fong Ran and Xiao Tian, her cheeks flushing with words that never came. One person is holding back all our beasts single-handedly? Even if only for a moment. The feat sounds like a forged myth. Yet it was happening right before their eyes. Inside the courtyard, scores of savage beasts lay motionless at the angel's feet. Blood still dripped from her greatsword, its edge flashing with a deadly chill. Two lord-rank monsters had been driven into a corner, their chests heaved, fangs bared, growls coming faster and louder, yet they dared not advance. Humph. The angel lifted her chin, showed no hesitation, and brought the sword crashing down. Clang. Metal rang against metal as the twin-winged Wolf King suddenly hardened its wings into steel and blocked the strike. But the supposedly unbreakable feathers were cleaved open to the bone in an instant. Howl. Searing pain turned its pupils blood red and sent it into a frenzy. At the same time, a ripple of light spread from afar. The beast whipped its head around to glare at Chin Chong, its berserk state soaring. Ignoring the angel before it, it spun and lunged toward its master. Fueled by battle lust, Xiao Tian's combat instincts also peaked. In a single rise and fall, the outcome was sealed. Whoosh! A flash of steel tore away one of the Wolf King's wings. Using the rebound, the angel vaulted into the air and stamped onto its spine, driving the hundreds-pound body more than 10 centimeters into the ground. Grabbing the shredded wing with one hand, she swung her sword with the other, mercilessly hacking toward the base. Howl! The twin-winged Wolf King shrieked, yet still refused to turn back, struggling madly to reach Ching-Chong. Ching-Chong's face went pale, but he voiced no complaint. Seizing the opening, he dashed to the Wolf King's side and pressed a palm to its crazed back. With a burst of blinding light, the twin-winged Wolf King was sucked into the beast-taming space in an instant. The next moment, a razor chill rose in Ching-Chong's chest. Xiao Tian's blade had stopped barely half an inch above his head. Fong Ran shot a hand out just in time to parry, the icy aura brushing past his face. Had the angel not checked her strength at the last second, his arm and Ching-Chong's head would have been sent flying. Xiao Tian! Fong Ran barked, brows knitting. The angel's eyes still burned crimson with battle lust, the tip of her sword quivering. Fong Ran reached out and pinched her smooth cheek hard. The soft skin rose under his fingers, but she only frowned slightly, showing no other reaction. Why isn't she responding? A jolt shot through him. He lifted his other hand and tugged both cheeks at once. The absurd scene made the beast masters behind him break into a cold sweat. If he enraged her, they were all finished. Master, you need something stronger right now, the slime whispered from his sleeve. Something stronger? Fong Ran blinked. When he still hesitated, the slime hijacked his hand and slid it along the angel's slender waist. The silky feel made Fong Ran's eyes light up. So soft. Master. Xiao Tian finally snapped back, mortified. She released the sword, clutched her chest, and retreated half a step. Her heart hammered wildly, her face aflame. Well, are you back with us? Fong Ran asked. Yes. She nodded, eyes lowered, breathing hard. Looking at Fong Ran, she still felt an irrepressible urge. You keep touching my waist. Are you trying to provoke me? She flipped his wrist over, guiding it slowly up her smooth flank. Even with the slime's strength, Fong Ran could not break free and had to endure it passively. Damn it, there are so many people watching. If they get the wrong idea, I'm finished. At least go back to the room, he screamed inwardly. Beastmaster Fong, take your time, stabilize her mind first. Yeah, if she goes berserk again, we're all dead. Brother Fong, don't worry, he'll never breathe a word of this. The colleagues behind him chimed in, their voices more fearful than teasing. If sacrificing Fong Ran could secure control of a peak-lord beast, the trade-off would be more than worth it. A handful of beastmasters stood shoulder to shoulder at the ruined crossroads, staring at the blood-soaked yet still nimble figure ahead. A chill crept up their spines. If someone truly seized control of Xiao Tian, they were as good as dead. None of them had expected that. Even with every contracted creature they possessed, they still couldn't shake the angel crowned with a radiant halo, a war god wreathed in flames. So this is the Empire Academy's prodigy. Terrifying. Now I understand just how far I am from real genius. Conflicting emotions tangled inside them. They were grateful that Xiao Tian's strength had saved their lives. Yet they were mortified by their own helplessness. Even Brother Cannon's Lord-class beast had turned tail the moment the tide shifted. Worse, they had watched an unseen force magnify every suppressed emotion in their beasts, dragging all those hidden shadows into the light. Fong Ran must have some incredible methods to raise a beast to this level. Jealousy flickered in their eyes. Xiao Tian, that's enough, don't go any higher, Fong Ran murmured. You promised that if I behaved, you wouldn't treat me like just another beast, she reminded him, licking her lips as her fingers clamped around the back of his hand. His palm rested on her supple waist, that devilish curve tempting his reason. Any higher gets dangerous, he warned softly. Her gaze burned. Does it? His fingertips traced the arc of her waist, giving it 2 reflexive squeezes. Her breathing hitched. Elsewhere, the beast masters walked to their fallen partners and recalled them into their beast spaces. The spatial energy would heal wounds slowly, but it also meant they couldn't summon them again. For now, they were little more than ordinary humans with slightly better physiques. Master, feel anything? Xiao Tian leaned closer. No, Fong Ran answered with difficulty. And now? Does it feel good? She tightened her grip. Still, no feeling. Then feel it longer, she ordered, brooking no refusal. Several minutes later, the side of her outfit was thoroughly rumpled. Seizing a moment's distraction, Fong Ran yanked his hand free. She glared. Is my figure that bad? Don't humans love this shape? Master, is she still an angel? Or did she mutate into a succubus? The slime muttered from the side. Xiao Tian, get us out of here first. Fong Ran forced himself to focus. The memory of her waist almost made him forget the peril they were in. All you do is beg. She smoothed her clothes, snorting, her displeasure trailing off like a silken thread. If you want my help, you owe me every time. Fine, find whatever you want. He nodded fervently. Satisfied at last, she smiled. Fong Ran sighed inwardly. She was nothing like before. The old Xiao Tian never complained. She obeyed every order and always overperformed. Head freeloaded off that model employee for far too long. From now on, he vowed, he'd treat her better. Just as their brief truce settled, a figure crunched over the shattered bricks. Wind City's Beastmaster Guild president had arrived. What's happening here? Outside the compound, more than a dozen armed guards stared at the smoke-choked villa, barrels instinctively lifted. Headquarters emergency alert had only said a Beastmaster's creatures were rampaging in the city. No one expected anything on this scale. From deep inside came jagged, intermittent roars that boomed like muffled thunder, sending a chill down every spine. They were ordinary humans. If that monster broke through the wall, the outcome would be unthinkable. They might barely stall a high-grade fiend with firearms. At Lord-class range, these assault rifles were scrap metal. I heard beasts have snapped before, but never like this. If a Monarch class ever goes wild, we're finished, a young guard muttered. Quiet. Focus, the captain cut him off. No sooner had he spoken than a gray blur shot from the Aaliyah stray, cap bristling, eyes glowing red. A guard stepped forward to shoo it. Hey, the cat sprang, claws screeching across his visor, gouging deep ruts that would have blinded him without beast-grade gear. Damn, the captain snarled, slamming an elbow into the animal. It tumbled, but kept flailing, shrieking in frenzy. Rabies? One guard guessed, raising his rifle. Bang! The shot dropped the cat, blood pooling fast. The relief was short-lived. Sirens wailed. A police motorcycle skidded to a halt before the captain. Captain, the station's phones are blowing up. Nearly every pet and contract beast in Wind City has gone berserk. The officer reported, yanking off his helmet, voice shaking. High above, on the city's central signal tower, an invisible pulse kept amplifying, rolling out like an unseen tide. Any creature it touched, feral fiend, household pet, or city pigeon, saw its eyes turn crimson and attacked everything in sight within a minute. The president of Wind City's Beastmaster Association finally got through to a subordinate. What's happening? The flood of information tightened his brow until disbelief flickered across his face. Hold your position and await my orders. He hung up, expression hardening. A godlike force now blanketed Wind City, affecting even ordinary animals. Unprecedented. Could the egg of the divine be close to hatching, its power already leaking out? Lost in thought, he found himself outside the villa. Sparks crackled through the smoke. The wreckage inside made his heart sink. The team had hired to repel the wolf pack was surely wiped out. Wind City's Beastmasters could never hold back a swarm of extraordinary fiends. Once a beast went mad, its master usually died. He drew a long breath. Open the gate. Iron doors swung wide, revealing beast carcasses and the bodies of several Beastmasters, the air thick with blood and char. It's over. Where's Fong Ran? The young man's absence unnerved him, and he hurried deeper inside. The stronger the beast, the worse its master dies, he thought grimly. Every contract hid a seed of hatred. The more a creature craved freedom, the more savagely that hatred erupted under pressure. The angel kind hold every other race in contempt, he added, confidence returning to his voice. By now, Fong Ran would probably have died at the blade of the very beast he had trained. Sparks flared beneath his feet as he bolted toward the rear courtyard. The instant the gate swung open, the stench of blood hit him. Amid shattered bricks, the bodies of savage beasts were strewn everywhere, their blood pooling into a narrow stream. Farther off, Xiao Tian the angel wrapped in holy light held Fong Ran's severed arm. Her wings were half spread in a protective stance, showing no intent to attack. How is that possible? Feng Cheng, president of the Beastmaster Guild, drew a sharp breath from the shadows. The deity's psychic field blanketed the city. Any beast below the transcendent tier would be seized and driven mad. If he summoned his own partners now, their first target would be him. His only chance was to flee. The thought had barely formed when the angel turned her gaze on him. A flash of radiance, due stride spanning 10 meters, and her white-armored arm tore through the air. Bang! Thud! Feng Cheng was hurled backward, blood spraying as his ribs cracked like shattered porcelain. He crashed through several low walls and skidded across rubble before stopping. When he looked up, the hollow-wreathed figure was already standing over him, spear gleaming. The gulf between a beastmaster and a true beast had never felt wider. Gulping blood, Feng Cheng croaked, Did you kill all these beasts? Xiao Tian. Fong Ran's voice stopped her. The angel lowered her spear and stepped aside. Fong Ran moved in and efficiently bound Feng Cheng hand and foot. Why isn't your beast affected by the deity's field? How can she still obey you? Feng Cheng struggled, baffled. President Feng, tell me, how are you controlling the beasts in the city? Fong Ran asked while tightening the ropes. The man kept silent. Fong Ran paused to coax him, but to no avail. Xiao Tian raised a slender hand, a thread of white psychic flame dancing on her fingertip. Moments later, Feng Cheng's face was swollen and bruised. He finally broke. It's the signal tower. The divine order installed a synthetic god there. A synthetic god? Fong Ran lifted an eyebrow. It invades every beast's mind within range and magnifies their desires 1,000-fold. Feng Cheng blurted, humiliated that a mere lower-tier beastmaster had forced him to confess. Desires? Fong Ran glanced at Xiao Tian, pondered, then shook his head. There was no time to dwell on it. The tower malfunctioned, the influence spread too far, Feng Chung panted. Give me my phone. I need to tell the mayor to shut it down. If the range has expanded, a chill ran through Fong Ran. Could it reach the skeletal wolf king's territory? Before he finished speaking, Feng Cheng's phone rang. Fong Ran answered. A calm yet icy voice came through. I'm about to trigger Wind City's Tier 3 Beast Tide alert. The skeletal horde is already under the signal. Without Beastmasters, the city will fall within 3 days. Feng Cheng's face turned ashen. Cut the tower now, I can still hold them back. A soft laugh drifted through the phone. Who does the skeletal wolf king hate most? Since you love Wine City so much, die with it. The god egg needs blood. With no Beastmasters left, the mayor who controls the city's heavy weapons will be Wine City's strongest defender, or its last sacrifice. The line went dead. The president of Feng City's Beastmaster Guild stiffened, the veins on his forehead swelling. With a sudden swing, he shattered the desk phone and roared, Zhang Chun, you bastard. You planned to betray Feng City from the start. You only wanted out, wanted more power. This day was inevitable. And I actually fell for your talk about Feng City's future. Stripped of his Beastmaster powers, the lofty facade crumbled, leaving nothing but an ordinary man seething with fury. All of Feng City's security forces were now in the mayor's hands, and the once mighty guild president had been reduced to a powerless cripple overnight. A shrill alarm blared sharp. Urgent, a level 3 alert. The president's face turned ashen, his knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. He had poured everything into building Feng City, and now he could only watch as the city inched toward oblivion. He remembered the past. They had carried out jobs for the Divine Beast Society, first targeting ferocious beasts, then silencing any human who noticed something. He had lined his pockets with their resources and climbed to the late transcendent tier, yet he refused to leave Feng City not out of greed, but because the city had become dearer to him than life itself. Flames reflected in his bloodshot eyes while Feng City lay in ruins. Debts amassed over more than a decade were being settled all at once, at the cost of the entire city. A chilling wolf's howl split the night. The skeleton wolf king hated the president with every bone in its body, yet the shattered man couldn't even raise his head. He just sat there, lips moving soundlessly. Has he gone mad? A support beastmaster muttered, frowning. Yin Yin, search him. The slime at his side extended 3 viscous tentacles into the president's coat pockets. The president offered no resistance, murmuring the same vague phrase over and over. Moments later, a large metal key was lifted by the tentacles. There's an engraving Feng City Beast Vault, spare. Xinyan recognized it at a glance. It's the key to the guild's material vault. I saw Yiqing's chairman open the same model. Besides beast materials, it's packed with skill manuals. Fong Ran glanced at the flames licking the sky. First we hit the signal tower. Tear it down and break the beast's mind control. The new comm channel was jammed and their beasts were gone. He was shepherding a group in shambles, and Xunyun's arson-happy flame butterfly had pushed the chaos to the limit. There's no other way, we're counting on you. Everyone turned to Fong Ran. Aside from him, every Beastmaster's mental state was crumbling. Yes, you have to save Feng City, the president kept mumbling. What's he babbling about? The slime slapped him, but he remained blank, repeating the same words. Should we just kill him? Xiao Tian whispered. No, Xinyan shook her head. The vault needs facial recognition. The key only activates the scanner. She obviously knew the procedure well. That doesn't feel right. Fong Ran frowned. Sneaking into the beast vault and taking supplies was a serious crime. It's only payment, Xinyan said, twirling the key and rocking the president's shoulders. Hey, if we shut down the signal tower for you, how about you give us the vault as compensation? A moment later, Xinyan glanced at Fong Ran. He's agreed. Fong Ran hadn't agreed at all, opened his mouth to object, but the thought of his astronomical debt to the slime made him swallow the words. Take him with you. I'm shutting down the signal tower, he said, voice cold and firm. Understood. Well, follow Fong Ran's lead, Cannon Bro answered at once. With Fong Ran now the strongest among them, it was only natural for him to take command, and Cannon Bro, an old friend, was happy to handle the details. The other Beast Tamers, staring down an oncoming horde, raised no objections. In a life-or-death moment, sticking close to real power mattered more than bravado. West of Wind City, beneath the signal tower, the steel framework loomed overhead, red warning lights blinking while a ring of armed guards stood watch. State your business. As Fong Ran advanced, several guards lifted their rifles and opened fire. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Jet-black tentacles tore through the air, catching every bullet before whipping them back like stones from a sling. Thud, thud, thud. The rounds punched through the guards' foreheads. They collapsed without a sound. The survivors turned. Ashnan fell to his knees and wet himself on the spot. The mayor has colluded with the Divine Guild. Drop your weapons, and no one will be harmed. Chen Chong shouted. He wasn't clearing a path for Fong Ran so much as trying to spare innocent lives. The guards, ordered to kill on sight, had never expected a Lord-class beast. Confronted with such power, they were as fragile as paper. After a brief stare down, they accepted reality, tossed aside their rifles, and stepped back. Fong Ran led the team unopposed into the tower. At the same time, in Wind City's command center. Evacuate. Chairman, I Zhang Qin will live and die with Wind City. Zhang Qin's voice shook as he clutched the communicator. Once the call ended, he wiped away a tear and his expression hardened. Support from the capital won't arrive for at least 2 days. Order all city guards to pull back at once. With the orders given, he turned toward the giant egg behind him. Its dusky shell was laced with veins that seemed to burrow into the earth, absorbing every fragment of flesh and bone below as fuel for its evolution. After spending more than a decade raising beasts, am I still nothing but someone else's pawn? Zhang Qin chuckled. A pity, Fong Ran. You could have been this god egg's chosen contractor, one of the divine guild's future rulers. He shook his head, half sigh, half sneer. Talent means nothing without a beast. Strip someone of their partner, and even the greatest gift has nowhere to bloom. A nudge of prejudice, outsiders can't be trusted, and people will turn crimson-eyed in an instant. Regret tangled with envy. If he could bond with one of these so-called gods, supreme authority would be his. Instead, Fong Ran would be drained to dust, nothing but feed. One wrong step, worlds apart. See, Chairman. Someone's broken in. He'll be here any second. A panicked figure burst into the hall. Why the rush? Didn't I say to open fire on anything that comes near, whether human or beast? Zhang Qin remained perfectly calm. Is it an intruder or a wild beast? Zhang Qin asked. If it was a person, all he had to do was raise his gun and pull the trigger. If it was a beast, there were no tamers in the tower, and with a little guidance he could lure it away. It's a beast, Master. One just forced his way in. The guard answered, his voice shaking openly. They didn't even dare to shoot, let alone look the intruder in the eye. A beast, Master? Are you kidding me? Zhang Qin barked. In a mess like this, how could any of them make it here alive? Without their beasts, they're no different from ordinary people. Before the words faded, a thunderous crash sent metal shards spraying from the door. A figure stepped through, tentacles curling in the air. It was Fong Ran. The disbelief in Zhang Qin's eyes almost became tangible. Fong Ran spoke lightly. Come on, time for a quick refresher in elementary math. Yeah, how are you here? Sweat beaded in Zhang Qin's palms, his voice quavering. That line again. Can't you think of something new? Fong Ran sneered. Zhang Qin forced himself to stay calm, backing up step by step. Yuan, that angel, why aren't your beasts affected? He couldn't hide the terror in his tone. Xiao Tian, stop wasting time, Fong Ran said coldly. Fine, Xiao Tian replied, reluctant yet moving forward. White wings fluttered. Golden hair shimmered in the light, an almost holy beauty that made Zhang Qin feel as though head plunged into ice. Divine egg, seize her mind. Zhang Qin screamed. Choir Pelin, I've sacrificed everything for you, kill her. A silver flash. Xiao Tian was already upon him, her sword plunging into Zhang Qin's abdomen. Blood soaked his clothes as he writhed. A faint red glow flickered in her eyes, her lips curving into a frosty smile. Every member of the divine order deserves to die. Why aren't you under its control? Zhang Qin's roar faded. He slid down the blade, life spilling into the widening pool of blood. Behind him, several beast masters felt their hair stand on end. City mayor had just died like that. Forget the body, shut down the tower first. Someone snapped, finally regaining his wits. Right. Get our beasts back, then cut the signal. The monsters will retreat. Chen Chong led a handful of men toward the control center. Inside, the dense maze of switches and wiring made Chen Chong frown. I've got it, Fong Ran said, grabbing a heavy steel panel and smashing it down. Bang, bang. After a few seconds, the machinery spat sparks and died. Beasts did the damage, nothing to do with us, Fong Ran said, brushing metal splinters from his hands and flashing the others a grin. The indicator lights went dark, yet a faint current still flickered at the tower's peak. It isn't completely down, Xiao Tian judged quickly. The range is smaller, but it still blankets the whole city. Without the main tower, it once reached the Bone Wolf pack outside the walls, but now the problem stays the same, Fong Ran muttered, his gaze settling on a giant egg in the corner. Choir Pelin rank, late extraordinary. Skills. Description, a creature spliced from multiple genes. Once fully hatched, even its juvenile form will reach king class. The instant the data appeared, Fong Ran sensed a hidden gaze from deep within the shell, locking onto him and Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian. Fong Ran. Xiao Tian turned to him. What's wrong? Fong Ran asked. It wasn't actually Fong Ran calling her, yet in this entire world only he addressed her that way. Xiao Tian lifted her head toward the sound and saw a colossal gray-white divine egg, as tall as a 20-story building, standing in the center of the hall and filling the hollowed-out skyscraper. On its shell, the dark red inscription NO13 was impossible to miss. She knew that number all too well. Her own tag was 13. Memories burst open like a sluice gate. You city, the clansmen who had once helped her, long dead in the basement. She shook her head. Just an illusion. 13s were everywhere in this world, on soccer jerseys, class rankings, exam scores. The next instant, a light, yet thunderous voice crashed into her mind. You can see again. The words hit like lightning. Xiao Tian jerked, her gaze locking on the egg. Fighting down the shock, she whispered, Who are you? Only silence answered. The intrusive signal vanished, and her tangled memories fell back into place. Realizing what she had just said and done, heat rushed to her cheeks. After a few deep breaths, she forced herself to calm down, pretended nothing had happened, and hurried to Fong Ran's side. Master, let's leave. The mission is complete. Her tone was steady, as if everything were perfectly normal. Your vision's back? Fong Ran noticed the clarity in her eyes, confirming she was no longer compromised. Around them, the other Beastmasters had no time for conversation. Their partner beasts were rampaging inside their beast spaces, every feed a chaotic blur. Unfair though geniuses get bonus perks too? Someone muttered with a wry smile. A burst of static, then an urgent voice on the comms. Reinforcements from the capital are en route. But that transcendent beast has already entered the city. The signal from the divine egg still blankets the aura, can't summon our beasts. This egg is still in its infant stage, Qin Chang said, frowning. Maybe we can forge a preliminary pact and keep it under control. Every head snapped toward him, their eyes saying, are you insane? Just a temporary mental link enough to stall it, Qin Chang insisted. He'll go first, said the Beastmaster nicknamed Cannon Bro. He spread his fingers on the shell. Within seconds, sweat beaded on his forehead. He screamed and was hurled backward. Late transcendent spiritual force. This thing hasn't even hatched, and it's already transcendent. A collective gasp followed unhatched yet transcendent. What in the world had the divine beast society created? We can't bond with it right now, someone murmured. Even a basic link needs a beastmaster in early transcendence, at least. We've only got the chairman at that level. Another man glanced into a corner where the chairman stood blankied, clearly broken. Even if he snapped out of it, it wouldn't help, Shinyan added. Creatures at this tier instinctively reject the weak. Even if you're transcendent, the moment it senses you're inferior, the contract difficulty spikes. The air grew heavy. After a long silence, Qin Chang turned hopeful eyes on Fong Ran. Fong Ran, why don't you give it a try? Everything that had happened had completely changed his view of Fong Ran. Somehow he felt this man could achieve what others could not. Fong Ran. His beasts may be mid-lord grade, and he's even a dual-lord beastmaster, but his mental strength is probably still below Pao guess. The room buzzed with debate. Someone spoke outright. Qin Chang is trusting Fong Ran way too much. Exactly. No matter how strong his will is, bonding with a transcendent creature is just wishful thinking, another added. Pao Gu tried it himself barely entered the egg's mindscape before meeting resistance like never before. If he hadn't pulled out fast, his psyche would have been wrecked. All eyes drifted toward the black egg in the corner, a thing that radiated cold. That thing's nothing but hostile. Letting him try can't hurt. He's not forming a full contract, just an initial link, someone analyzed. If he can seize control for even a second, the egg will release its grip on Xiaotian. Remember, Xiao Ocean's peak lord now, another reminded them. Fong Ran's mental strength might not be lower than ours. As long as he pulls out the moment it gets dangerous. In the end they reached a fragile consensus. Fong Ran examined himself in silence. The forged mind technique had tempered his will until it was like steel. The only reason he hadn't taken on a new beast was his empty wallet. Years of honing made his mind tough enough to endure most psychic attacks. That was why Xiaotian hadn't been fully dominated. He knew. Of course, that was only part of the story. He drew a long breath and pressed his palm to the egg's icy shell. The instant his fingers touched it, a bone-deep chill raced through him. A thread of consciousness slipped from his brow and probed the shell. At first it hit a bronze wall, unable to move an inch. The next moment, the egg's interior burst open like a breached dam, sucking his entire mental thread inside. Darkness endless, absolute darkness. He found himself standing in a black void with no ceiling in sight. High above, a colossal shape emerged. Most of its body remained hidden in mist. What he could see was a cluster of black wings rooted in a slab of flesh studded with eyes. Every eye gleamed with the cold, wicked light unique to celestials. Even that exposed fragment made Fong Ran's spirit tremble. So this is its mindscape, he muttered. The creature before him was what the egg would hatch, a black-winged angel. Whoosh! A jet-black chain shot from the void, pierced his chest, and drilled into his soul, binding him to the monster. Crack! Fractures spread across his astral form like spiderwebs. He almost collapsed then and there. Gritting his teeth, he forced the crack shut with the strength head forged over years of training. Good thing I'm tough, he thought, a chill running down his back. The first contact was already this dangerous. Why had the creature reached out to him? Help me. The ethereal voice boomed directly in his mind. How am I supposed to help you? Fong Ran looked up. Through the soul link, he sensed several distinct minds tearing at each other inside the monster. Each time one was snuffed out, the creature's form shifted, new wings sprouted, eyes vanished, and so on. He understood at once. If unknown wills were fighting for control, he might as well back the one that had shown a shred of goodwill toward Xiaotian. Frowning, he gave the command, advance at some of my mental power. A system prompt exploded in his head. 10 points of mental energy advanced. Outstanding balance, 10 points. In the next instant, A stream of wool surged down the chain toward the creature. Fong Ran's body was on the verge of collapse. Damn, I almost split apart. He growled inwardly, his chest feeling as though it were being torn open. To support the mysterious creature that barely counted as one of his beasts, he had poured every ounce of mental power into it without hesitation, and now he was paying the price. He thought he was just helping out. Somehow he had ended up shouldering the whole battle himself. His throat was parched. He licked his lips and sensed that the creature on the other end of the link had steadied. A titanic fight was raging there, torrents of power surging like waves and washing through his perception as if across an invisible wall. Could you maybe shut off your signal tower? He ventured. The response was immediate. He was kicked out. A wave of dizziness struck his mindscape, and cold letters floated before his eyes. You have been removed by the administrator. Use me and dump me, you had a jerk, Fong Ran cursed. Outside the divine egg, the surrounding Beast Tamers grew increasingly tense. They had all tried touching the egg and had been repelled instantly. Only Fong Ran's mind had lasted this long inside. Sweat rolled from his forehead, darkening the dust, then dripped off his chin to form a tiny puddle. Both arms shook uncontrollably, clear signs that his psyche was fraying. Should we pull him back? If his mind snaps, his other two beasts will turn on him, someone whispered. There's no time, another replied, shaking his head. He psychically merged with the egg. Dragging him out would let the egg devour the part of his mind already inside. That would be worse. We have to wait till either the egg lets him go, or he quits on his own. They watched the thin yet stubborn figure, stunned. The egg had rejected all of them, yet it had cracked open a sliver for Fong Ran. If his mental strength weren't so weak, could he actually contract a being like that? The slime clinging to Fong Ran's shoulder whispered, Master? It felt his muscles twitching. If you're really hurt, he'll detach right now. Its voice was laced with fierce resolve. A few breaths later, like a compressed spring released, Fong Ran stumbled backward several steps and crashed into a soft embrace. How are you? Xiao Tian caught him, voice tight with concern. I touched the egg for a moment and shut its ability down, Fong Ran said, offering only half the truth. In reality, the psychic link remained. Right now the egg was essentially one of his beasts, ready to be stored in his vast beast space with a single thought. All around, the other tamers checked themselves and their partners, surprise sparking in their eyes. The mind control is really gonna me beast is back to normal. Mine too. It's even sleeping in its space. Seriously? You could override a late transcendent beast, even for a heartbeat? They stared at Fong Ran as if he were some impossible creature. None of them could have seized control, even for an instant. The signal source is offline, so the feral beasts in the city should be retreating, right? Someone asked, eyeing the larger danger. That skeleton wolf king had its kin hunted and caged for years. If it breaks out, it'll go on a rampage. Chen Chong spoke in a low voice. A beast is still a beast. Give it a chance and it'll start killing. And it has an old score to settle with Wind City's guildmaster. They'll take a few beasts and intercept the horde, save whoever I can. Imin 2. First priority is getting civilians out. A mere student had just turned the tide, and the sight ignited everyone's fighting spirit. As Beast Tamers, they refused to be left behind. They'll take him to the Beastmasters Association and meet up with you later. Fong Ran grabbed the association president and hurried off. I'm going after the fire butterfly, Shenyun answered, her gaze drifting to the flames rising inside the city. She sighed. The recent blazes in Feng City where almost all the fire butterflies work. The group split up. Inside the signal tower, only Fong Ran, the association president, and the two pets Xiao Tian and Slime remained. Fong Ran set his hand on the divine egg, tendrils of black mist curling from his fingertips. The haze spread, covering the shell inch by inch, and in the next heartbeat the egg vanished. Deep in Fong Ran's vast beast space, a colossal, pitch-black egg appeared, half of it buried in the ground. Good thing the space is big enough, he muttered with relief. Now to bring him along and head for the association. He gripped the president's arm again and, guided by the map on his phone, raced toward the Feng City branch of the Beastmasters Association. Minutes later they arrived. Fong Ran knew this repository by heart. He unlocked the first alloy barrier with a key, then had the president complete an iris and fingerprint scan. The electronic door slid open, revealing a dim corridor. Cold lights cast a harsh glow on rows of skill books lining both walls. Grade, and nothing higher? Fong Ran frowned. For him, these books were a waste of time. Feng City really was poorer than Yu City. No wonder the Yushan society had infiltrated it so easily. Materials, however, were stacked everywhere, even forbidden ones. Fong Ran brightened and began collecting payment. Reclaimed material, Void Sea Gem. Reclaimed material, Sunken Pearl. Reclaimed material, Calming Herb. 2 forbidden items, every scrayed component, and a heap of auxiliaries vanished into his storage, value well into the hundreds of millions. Forbidden materials were usually hoarded only by the Yushan society, yet Fong Ran had just walked off with them. Too bad I'm still missing an abyssal eye, he muttered. The abyssal eye came from the depths of the void sea and could drive beasts berserk, so it was tightly controlled. Slime spoke up. Master, the association might have one tucked away. How else would they research evolution paths? Fong Ran nodded, but held back. They'll leave the rest of the forbidden stock. The books still have to balance. He wandered through the racks again and stopped short. Soul-nurturing materials? On a center shelf, 3 crystals glimmer red high-grade spirit-nurturing stones, each priced at 36 million. Fong Ran knew how prized they were for repairing mental strength, often fetching astronomical sums at auction. Now they sat within arm's reach. He swept all 3 into his space, without hesitation. My mind's about to split anyway. Consider it my fee. Before leaving, he let the 2 pets eat and drink their fill. If you don't recharge, how are you going to work later? In a corner, Xiao Tian yanked on one of Slime's tentacles. That's enough. You can come down now. Slime puffed up. I'm practicing skills with Master. It takes effort heave-a-ho, then rest more. Clinging to Master all day is tiring, Xiao Tian shot back. Slime chuckled. Better than planning to betray your teacher. Don't you want to be Master's beast anymore? What do you want to be instead? Xiao Tian fell silent at the slime's remark. Her gaze turned to ice as she pressed a slender hand to Fong Ran's chest, unleashing a howl of holy fire that flickered white-hot in the air. A moment later the slime hit the ground with a wet thud, wriggling weakly. It wasn't physically harmed, but the searing radiance rattled its nerves. Fine, I want to argue with you. It snorted, dissolving into a streak of light that shot back into the beast-taming space, muttering that its stamina was almost gone anyway, and it might as well digest its meal while it recovered. After calming his 2 companions, Fong Ran grabbed his sword and sprinted to the front line. In the city center, the skeletal wolves were rampaging, gnawing at shattered rebar and concrete. At his command, Xiao Tian and the other pets split left and right, blades and flame weaving through the pack. Fong Ran seized the opening, cutting down more than a dozen wolves and pulling several civilians from the rubble. Gene.1, Gene.2, Gene.1. The notifications flashed through his mind, a reminder that the beasts were far more numerous than expected. If the line broke, the horde would flood the city like a burst dam, leaving no chance to breathe. Meanwhile, Xin Yun and a small team were evacuating residents, using mounts and modified vehicles to ferry people toward the downtown core. The citizens of Feng City were in tears of gratitude, especially toward Fong Ran, barely the age of their own children, yet already fighting monsters. They kept calling him the kid every parent wishes they had. We won't hold out till reinforcements arrive, someone warned anxiously. Leave it to me. I know a few people, Fong Ran said, wiping blood from his forehead. The casual tone only deepened his teammates' confusion. Several hours later, a sudden upheaval erupted. Packs of beasts poured out of the rear forest, but instead of attacking humans, they lunged at the skeletal wolves. Angels, giant apes, even members of the slime clans were all their creatures Fong Ran had once saved, now joined by their kin. No one knew what price he had paid. They only knew the bill would end up in Feng City's resource ledger. At the same time, in the imperial capital, news of the beast tide in Feng City hit the headlines. Every major screen across society and the surrounding cities ran the story on loop. You Baojun, you sent your student to Feng City? Gao Jiuqiang stared at the burly man before him. He wanted to qualify for full status, so he had to take a level mission, Yu Baojun replied calmly. Gao Jiuqiang had meant to laugh at his optimism, but the situation was now dire, and the smile froze on his face. Level? It's already escalated to extraordinary class, and a level mission. How many Lord-class tamers can endure that, let alone tasks even transcendents hesitate to touch? Sending Fong Ran is suicide. Still, this broke out fast. I suppose the blame isn't all yours. I contacted the Feng City Beast Tamer Guild president, but the signal cut off. He's a transcendent tamer. Protecting those 2 kids shouldn't be too hard, Yu Baojun sighed. Every move they make is on record. Let's hope they come back alive. In the academy of the imperial capital, students crowded around the screens, faces heavy. It's been years since a beast tide hit a city wall. Fong Ran and Xin Yun are on assignment there. Tough break. Forget finishing the task. They'll be lucky just to stay alive. Up front, Bai Lingshuang drummed her fingers on the desk, restless. They were rivals, but she didn't want to win this way. At the very least, come back alive. Yuqing. A secluded villa estate lay under the shroud of night. Beyond its walls was an uncanny silence, no guards in sight. Only a few maids busy in the shadows. In the courtyard, an aged Shin Tianxin faced the round-faced president of the Beast Tamers Guild at a jade green stone table. The tea between them had long gone cold. How's my granddaughter? Any word at all? Shin Tianxin asked, his hoarse voice trembling, knuckles white as he gripped the armrest. Sir Shun, I tried reaching Wind City, but the signal's completely jammed. Nothing gets through, the guild president replied with a helpless shake of the head. A sharp light flashed in Shin Tianxin's eyes. Why would an extraordinary class beast attack Wind City of all places? The thought gnawed at him. Is someone targeting me? It does feel suspicious, the president agreed. We've never seen anything like this before. And besides Xin Yun, Fong Ran is trapped there too, also out of contact. Thinking of Fong Ran, the president couldn't help admiring the boy's gifts. top of his freshman class in the Imperial capital and champion of the annual second-tier beast taming tournament. With credentials like that, he was all but set to become Yuqing's next guild president. Losing him to an extraordinary beast would be a waste beyond measure. According to our intel, an extraordinary level beast tide has breached Wind City, and it seems there's only one extraordinary beast tamer left inside, the president reported. One person against a beast of the same rank? Impossible. Shen Tianshan's voice was grave. Spread the word, whoever brings my granddaughter back safely will have Shen Tianshan's eternal favor. Yuqing still needed its monarch-level tamer. If he left without permission, the guild would hold him accountable. The round-faced president nodded. Understood. Stay here and secure Yuqing. He'll handle the rest. Once your favor is on the line, everyone in the region will fight for that job. A thread of comfort reached Shen Tianshan. With Fong Ran at her side, Xin Yun might survive. He recalled how the boy once caught a Divine Society member and had come straight to him instead of the guild president. Proof he knew his limits. That was enough. Wind City, the same moment. After a full day of fierce fighting, civilians had been relocated to the shelter levels beneath the signal tower. People wondered where that mysterious egg had gone, yet none dared search, for extraordinary creatures were beyond them. Battling the skeleton Wolf King alone had drained their strength. Within that single day, Fong Ran's gene count had climbed to 320. Not bad, he muttered. Xiao Tian and Yin Yin were recovering in his premium beast space, a place that hastened evolution and restored stamina at lightning speed. Hang in there, everyone. Reinforcements will arrive in 2 days. Stay inside the tower until then, Chen Chong told the crowd, then exhaled heavily. With Wind City leaderless, he had taken command by default. Fong Ran, what now? Wait for morning? That skeleton Wolf King will be back tonight, he said, looking to the young man as their unspoken anchor. Do we have enough food? Fong Ran asked. We can raid them all. It'll last a day or two, and even if we go hungry it won't kill us, Pao Go interjected. An extraordinary class beast. Fong Ran's brows knitted. If it were early extraordinary, he might let Xiao Tian and the slime test their strength, but this skeleton Wolf King was clearly latest stage. A heat-and fight would be suicide. Clang. A sudden crash echoed through the shelter. Everyone turned as the Beastmaster Guild president slowly pushed himself upright. The ropes around him snapped and scattered across the floor. He paced toward the exit of the tower, loose stones skittering underfoot in the damp wind that precedes a storm. Reaching the heavy metal door, he stopped and looked up at Wind City's serried high-rise once familiar steel jungle, now overrun with danger. Come back. The streets are full of beasts. A Beastmaster lunged to stop him. He didn't like the man who had caused all this, but the president was a key witness. He'd rather not watch him die out there. Wait. Fong Ran lifted a hand, eyes on the wavering silhouette by the door. Let him go. He could sense the president's chaotic psychic power settling into place. I owe you one, the Wind City Guild president murmured. Light returned to his eyes, and he staggered out into the rain-soaked night. A little over 10 minutes later, drip drip, rain began to fall, then thickened into a downpour that washed over the ruins and scorched earth. Huddled inside the signal tower, the civilians loosened their grip on fear. The rain would never keep the monsters away, but the young man's presence still calmed them. Many of them owed their lives to Fong Ran. Fong Ran's consciousness had already sunk into his beast space. What happened to you? Xiao Tian snapped awake to find Fong Ran's psychic form almost shattered. He rushed to support him. I'm fine. Just a scratch. Fong Ran raised a hand, though his voice was thin. His mind felt like shattered blocks forced back together. A chain extended from his chest to the immense eggshell beside him, its links glimmering faintly. So what now? Xiao Tian frowned, helpless. Without another word, Fong Ran sat cross-legged, pulled out a fist-sized spirit stone, and activated the perfect Mindforge technique. The stone flared white, threads of energy pouring into his torn psyche, sealing and tempering every crack. Within an hour his spirit was whole again, though the spirit stone had dimmed. Not bad, he muttered, and kept forging. He could feel it clearly. A mind reforged from fragments was tougher than before. Remaining debt, repaid 0.710 units of psychic power. At this pace, he would be debt-free and fully healed in 3 days and stronger than ever. Seeing his master recover, Xiao Tian finally relaxed. Fong Ran checked his 2 beasts' repayment progress. Holy Chain Sword Mastery Swings, 379 1000. Xiao Tian was still grinding away. The slime, however, had already cleared its debt. You've already settled forbidden symbiosis? Fong Ran blinked. How long did that take? You clung to me a full 24 hours? The cap is 3 hours a day. You pushed it to nearly 4. Obviously. The slime bubbled, smug. Then well, take another advanced mastery of forbidden symbiosis. Fong Ran declared. Advance of forbidden symbiosis mastery. Taboo symbiosis activated. You can merge with a living creature, gaining all of its abilities plus 50% of your own. Total time in symbiosis, 0 out of 48 hours. A familiar wave of power surged through him, and the slime could hardly wait to climb onto Fong Ran. If he fused with Xiao Tian, Their combined strength should rival that of a transcendent-level beastmaster. Fong Ran looked at her. Want to give it a try? Xiao Tian kept swinging her greatsword with flawless precision, as if she hadn't heard him, each strike falling even harder. It's only a test, he coaxed. If we run into danger, at least we'll have a chance to turn the tide. She still gave no answer. Fong Ran chuckled, stepped forward, and caught her sword-wielding wrist. If it feels overwhelming, we can start small, he said gently. I can help you get used to it. Xiao Tian's flawless profile remained cool and distant. Imagine my hand is the slime's, Fong Ran suggested, rubbing her soft forearm. A tremor ran through her arm, the muscles going slightly limp. So sensitive? Fong Ran frowned, realizing she would need practice. A slip in battle could prove disastrous. Well, focus on more than your body, he added. Your mouth needs training too. At his words, Xiao Tian bit her lip, swallowing involuntarily. She wasn't naive. She had already read the books and comics Fong Ran tried to hide, including that CEO romance between a beast master and his contracted pet. Well, master, how do you want to train? She asked, meeting his gaze. Seeing her relent, Fong Ran thought for a moment. He'll guide you. Nian Nian, come over and start with gradual contact. He'll touch first, then you move in. Reluctant but obedient, the slime followed orders. Wherever Fong Ran's hand passed, a tentacle slithered after it, coating her skin with viscous fluid, as if trying to meld with her. Within moments, Xiao Tian's arms and legs were wrapped in tendrils. Fong Ran glanced at the scene and twitched a smile. Thankfully, everyone knew this was combat training, or they might think he was into some strange play. Merge slowly. We can go deeper later, he instructed. After he had touched every part that needed adaptation, Xiao Tian and the slime achieved an initial symbiosis. Both had resisted, but with Fong Ran as a buffer, the results were promising. Not bad soft all over, he noted inwardly. The angelic race really did have extraordinary bodies. Now, purple tentacles coiled around Xiao Tian's limbs like arm guards and greaves. Behind her, writhing tendrils carried violet barbs that radiated danger. Every vulnerable spot received special protection. Even her neck and cheeks were covered with a strange purple film that worked like an eerie armor. At this moment she embodied both holiness and eeriness, like an angel warped by mutation. The power boost is real, she said, gripping the greatsword. Lifting it now felt effortless. It's only our first fusion, yet Xiaonian symbiosis is already at a proficient level, Fong Ran said. If we let part of it merge beneath the skin instead of staying on the surface, our power should grow even more. No way I'm bonding with her. The slime yelled. I'd rather practice with master first. Xiao Tian bit her lip and looked at Fong Ran. If we have to do this, I'd like master to help me adjust first, she said. It's only so I can enter the symbiotic state more smoothly. Fong Ran considered for a moment, then lifted her chin with his thumb. Open your mouth. Xiao Tian bent forward and obeyed. Her soft tongue and white teeth shone under the light. Saliva pooled. Her cheeks ached, yet she held the pose, breathing hard beneath his gaze. The sight was so direct Fong Ran's heartbeat quickened. Master, I can do it too. The slime peeled off Xiao Tian, slid aside, stretched, and opened a maw wide enough to swallow a bathtub. You plan to eat me? Fong Ran rolled his eyes, then looked back at the girl still straining to hold her mouth open. Reminded of dentists prying at him, only this was worlds apart. We'll deal with it later. I'm just a mental projection now. There's little I can do. His astral form turned to smoke and drifted away. Xiao Tian slowly closed her jaw, sighed, and resigned herself to waiting. Fong Ran snapped awake. People were clustered around his bed. Fong Ran, an explosion just rocked the city, and we heard the skeleton wolf king howl. A beastmaster whispered. It's probably fighting the head of the Beastmasters Guild. The battle should be ending soon. If the wolf king's hurt, this might be our chance to leave Wind City. No one had dared disturb him. Contracting a divine egg drained him, and rest was precious. Rain slammed the windows. Fong Ran pushed himself upright. He'll check it out alone. With symbiosis, even if the skeleton wolf king tried to tear him apart, he could escape. The guild head was late extraordinary. He would at least slow the wolf king down. Xiaonian, he called silently. The slime appeared, wrapping his limbs like a translucent suit of armor. Let's go. The door swung open. Boosted by the slime, Fong Ran leapt into the ring. The other beastmasters stared, envy in their eyes. In midair, the slime's surface hardened, becoming bioarmor that matched his form. Master, eat a bit of me and I can craft an even better suit, it whispered, extending a thin tendril to his lips. Chew slowly. Just a bite? Fong Ran asked, blinking. Right. I can control any piece that separates from me. I only kept quiet because I didn't want Xiao Tian to swallow me. He waved the tendril away. Not now. I'm scouting, not fighting. Tracking the lingering howls and distant blasts, he vaulted across rooftops and landed atop a half-collapsed high-rise. The scene spread out below. Rain hammered the ruins, a black tide of wolves howled in a ring, and at the center the skeleton wolf king glared at another extraordinary beast. Behind them, blood pooled into a crimson puddle, and a lone figure knelt, trembling. Roar. One of the Skull Wolf King's heads shattered, yet the monster kept bellowing into the storm. Sparks dripped from the ragged bone as sheets of rain hissed off its face. Across from it, a colossal bear, its fur stained crimson and its cranial armor thick as stone, slashed like a creature gone mad. Every swing tore the rain apart, carving a brief vacuum in the downpour. Fur and bone were streaked with fresh wounds, and the spray of water burst into mist each time they collided. Both beasts were clearly fighting for their lives. At some point, Xiaotian appeared beside Fong Ran, a shimmering barrier of sacred power sheltering them from the deluge. The scarlet bear abandoned all defense, trading wounds for damage until it finally ripped another head from the Wolf King, but its own abdomen was scorched with a hideous burn. The bear teetered on the edge of collapse. Once it fell, the survivors would be next. Fong Ran's heart pounded, had to force the Wolf King to withdraw before the bear succumbed, or everyone he had rescued from Wind City would end up in the monster's belly. To a transcendent-level beast, a single night was enough to raise a city. Big Red, President Fong whispered, feeling his life slipping away along with his bond to the beast. If you want sever the pact, then die fighting with me. The Skull Wolf King's twin heads howled in unison. Fire rumbled in its chest, gathering between the skulls into a blazing sphere. Bone rose into a shield along the bear's arm just as a crimson beam erupted, slamming into the shield and driving the bear backward. The fireball bloated and shook in midair. Boom. Flames detonated, the shockwave scouring rubble and toppling nearby buildings. When the smoke cleared, half of the bear's body was charred black, stray flames gnawing at muscle. Even so, the Wolf King stayed cautious. Both jaws yawned wide, gathering fire once more. President Fong stared at the swirling light and felt utter despair. The creature wouldn't even grant him a chance at mutual destruction. If I die, will you spare the people of Wind City? He shouted. Mockery glittered in the Wolf King's eyes like a cold blade. When you slaughtered my kin, did you ever ask? Fong's heart plunged, but suddenly his pupils dilated. The Wolf King looked up instinctively. A figure tore through the rain, plummeting from the sky. Xiaotian gripped a massive holy sword with both hands, poured every ounce of power into the blade, and cleaved down on the Wolf King's cracked skull. Bang! The impact knocked one head off balance, scattering the gathered flames. The blade wedged neatly into a seam of bone. As her auxiliary tendrils pressed, sacred power boiled. Crack! The skull was sheared in half. Enraged, the Wolf King swept a claw sideways. Wham! The strike broke the sound barrier. Xiaotian couldn't dodge and was flung away. Midair, her bioarmor rippled violently to absorb the force, sacred shields spiderwebbing with cracks. Her chest roiled, and she nearly coughed up blood. With a hard flap of her broad wings, she steadied herself. That hurt like hell. The slime inside her armor wailed. Fortunately, it possessed a natural resistance to physical damage. Stop shouting. Xiaotian frowned. We're in the middle of a fight. Keep it down. She pressed a hand to her chest, feeling her heartbeat race as scalding blood surged through her limbs like a torrent. One slash had drained half of her holy power, and the skeletal Wolf King had hurled her 100 meters with a single blow, yet not a trace of fear showed in her eyes. Seeing Xiaotian still on her feet, surprise flickered in the Wolf King's sunken pupils. It had used its full strength. Any ordinary lord-class foe would have been reduced to pulp. Dahong! The guild master of Fong City roared. An instant later, Red Bear charged. As it ran, plates of bone crawled across its skin. Thick armor wrapped its arms, chest, and face, and jagged spikes sprouted from its fists as it drove straight for the Wolf King. Bang! The desperate punch landed squarely on the creature's skull, and the last fragment of its cranium exploded on impact. The surrounding bone wolves grew restless. They could not intervene in a transcendental duel, but once their king fell, the entire horde would likely collapse. Flames spewed from the Wolf King's maw, only to be scattered by a single swing of Red Bear's fist. Red Bear roared, its blows falling like a torrential storm. Each muffled boom sent ripples of force through the air, making Fong Ran's jaw ache. So this is transcendental combat, nothing but whose fists hit harder and whose body lasts longer. On the surface, Red Bear dominated, yet it was already running on fumes. Its earlier wounds and reckless outbursts were taking a brutal toll. Suddenly, it locked its arms around the Wolf King. Crunch! The Wolf King lunged down, tearing off a huge chunk of flesh, yet Red Bear tightened its grip all the same. The hold was still too weak to crack those bones, and the Wolf King began to force its way free. Redemption! Xiaotian pressed her palms together, wings unfurling behind her. Thunder clouds churned, and a pillar of sacred light pierced the sky, enveloping Red Bear. Rain poured everywhere else, yet inside that beam the world felt utterly pure. It was the power of one of the 12 angels. The level skill Fong Ran had earned redemption, a blessing only the healing angel could wield. Holy energy surged into Red Bear, ravaged cells knitting in an instant, boundless strength roaring back to life. With a furious roar, it tightened its embrace. The skeletal Wolf King coughed blood as searing flames spread across both beasts, blackening flesh and bone in a blazing inferno. Moments later, Red Bear's strength gave out. It collapsed in a mangled heap. The skeletal wolf king lay gasping, its spine nearly pulverized. Thunderstorm Earthdrake. The drake's tendrils burrowed into the ground. Hardened spectral spikes erupted upward, but even they could not pierce the wolf king, leaving only shallow grooves. So tough, master, the slime exclaimed. Stack phantasmal marks with the spikes and detonate them with a transcendental incantation, Fong Ran muttered, staring at the dying wolf king. It's only a matter of allegiance. Chairman Fong, like you, will pay the price. A transcendental beast and a transcendental beast tamer had been turned into mortal enemies by the divine union's scheme. Corpses now littered Fong City, while the true instigators were nowhere to be found. Spectral sigils stacked one atop another. The skeletal wolf king threw back its head and roared, the hoarse bellow shattering the storm-soaked night. The pack cowered beneath the pressure. Yet when they looked up at Fong Ran on the rooftop, they faltered. Many of the Lord-level wolves were the very ones he had just pulled from the encirclement, now torn between loyalty and instinct. After a heartbeat of hesitation, part of the skeletal pack growled and lunged. Exhausted, Xiao Tian raised his blade to meet them. Blood fanned from the edge, and the metallic stench only spurred him on. Hidden reserves were wrung from muscle and marrow. His frame swelled. His aura soared. Gene points 3. Gene points 2. The numbers blinked across his vision and fused into raw power. Moments later, more than 1,000 sigils had gathered. With a muffled boom, the Wolf King exploded in a pale halo, bone shards flying. Gene points 918. Fong Ran leapt from the tower, carving a white streak through the rain, and landed before two extraordinary ranked beasts. A flash of light whisked the shattered Wolf King into his beast space, but the red bear beside it lay still. Still alive? He muttered, frowning. Its link to its beast master was severed, cleanly cut, Slime explained in his mind. Acting on impulse, Fong Ran drew the Wolf King's still beating heart, pried apart the bear's fangs, and shoved the dripping organ between them. The wet crunch echoed through the downpour. Moments later, the bear's crimson eyes refocused, and it staggered upright. The surrounding beasts fell silent and ebbed away into the curtain of rain. The red bear lurched to President Feng's corpse and gently lifted the body. It remembered being a cub no bigger than a hand, raised day by this man. Complex emotions flickered in its scarlet eyes. Cradling the body, it walked through the deluge toward the outskirts of Wind City. It would bury its master itself. Before leaving, the bear looked back and growled a low farewell to Fong Ran. Soon a heart-rending howl drifted through the rain, its keening swallowed by wind and water. Fong Ran returned to the signal tower. The beast masters inside swarmed him, faces tight with worry. How'd it go, Fong? If you hadn't shown up, we were about to charge out. What's the situation? Where's the skeletal Wolf King? If things are hopeless, we should evacuate Wind City while we still can. No need. The Wolf King is dead. Fong Ran raised his hand and tossed a chalk-white shard onto the floor, a piece of the monster's brow ridge, still radiating an extraordinary beast's chill. Dead? Really dead? Chen Chong gaped. Who could possibly kill that thing? This is its bone, Shen Yun whispered, touching the fragment. Her pupils contracted, shock mingling with the relief of survival. President Feng did it. He and the Wolf King died together, Fong Ran said softly. Silence swallowed the room. After a long pause, someone rasped. For him, that's probably the best ending. When the news spread, the citizens who had stayed behind erupted in post-disaster joy, shouting the miracle from street to street. Fong Ran's name shot through Wind City. Every alley buzzed with talk of him. At dawn, several teams of beastmasters arrived on emergency orders. Yet the city held no trace of beasts. Lights glowed in every house, and only bloodstains and broken walls marked the streets. The newcomers stared at one another. Was the intel fake? Nonsense. The guild's reports are never wrong. Could the rescue squad have arrived already? That would be way too fast. Everyone exchanged bewildered looks. Even they found the idea ridiculous. No matter how quick the response, it would still take a full day to reach Feng City, and king-class powerhouses didn't deploy on a whim. Could the Bone Wolf King have been single-handedly slain by Feng City's guild president? That sounded just as unlikely, yet it was now the most reasonable explanation. Before long, a large contingent of beastmasters from Feng City's guild surrounded Shen Yun. Miss Shun, old Master Shen sent me to protect you. I'm here on the same mission. He ordered me to escort you back to Yu City. Several beastmasters spoke up at once, eager to seize the chance to make a good impression. Earning favor with a king-class beastmaster was like striking gold. Shen Yun saw through their enthusiasm at a glance. Her grandfather must have paid them handsomely. She raised a hand. That won't be necessary. Someone's already looking after me. With that, she pointed to Fong Ran. The crowd's faces fell. All eyes turned to Fong Ran. Green with envy had just pocketed a favor from a king-class beastmaster. The task rewards in, along with the resources. Chen Chong shook his phone, drawing everyone's attention. From the moment the mission was posted, all honor points and payments had been held by the guild. Now that the deadline had passed, the money and contribution points had hit each member's personal account. Fong Ran glanced at his balance. 30 million credits, and 100 contribution points. With those points, he could finally sign up for the full-fledged guild exam and become an official member. Let's head back. The imperial capital will take over Feng City soon enough, Chen Chong suggested. True. That run was rough. We got paid for a level job, but did a level work, Cannon Brother muttered with a wry smile. Exactly. If I'd known, I'd have stayed home, another Beastmaster grumbled. If Fong Ran hadn't been there, then the student they'd been escorting would probably have been wiped out. Before leaving, the Feng City Beastmasters tried to treat them to the city's best hotel. After their brush with that feast at Hongmen, none of them dared linger. While their hosts were distracted, they slipped away as a group. It's over already? Gao Jiuqiang frowned. My silver rank team reached Feng City after the beast tide had retreated, Yu Baojun reported. The damage didn't even trigger a level 3 alert. What on earth happened? Did that kid in Feng City break through to king level? Gao Jiuqiang relaxed a little, yet the puzzle remained. A mere high extraordinary beastmaster should have been slaughtered by the Bone Wolf King. At best he could have died, taking the wolf with him. Yu Baojun lowered his voice. Our intel suggests the situation may involve the Yushan Society. The name wiped all ease from Gao Jiuqiang's face, and he straightened at once. Tell me everything. We found signs of a superclass beast battle. Feng City's mayor and guild president have both vanished. When we checked the guild's resource logs, we discovered massive shortages. A mysterious batch of supplies appeared, then disappeared just as quickly. Yu Baojun rattled off the points in one breath. Gao Jiuqiang pondered for a moment, then nodded. What else? We reviewed the city's surveillance feed. Yu Baojun continued, and spotted a familiar face. Is that him? Gao Jiuqiang stared at the footage. At a crossroads ravaged by rampaging beasts, rubble writhed in the flames while Fong Ran charged in front, with two companions, one wreathed in fire, the other in frost, each radiating the oppressive aura of a lord-class creature. A dual lord-tier beastmaster already? Delight flickered in Gao's eyes. If both of Fong Ran's beasts could reliably fight at lord level, he would be safe as long as he didn't provoke a transcendent monster. More importantly, his second beast had broken through as well. Talent like that deserved special nurturing. You're lucky you've recruited a real prodigy, Gao said, looking across at Yu Baojun. So, aren't you going to fight me for him? You raised an eyebrow. There's nothing to fight over. We're both training talent for the guild, and for Longhua, Gao chuckled. He knew he would lose a tug-of war with you. The man had been racing around for weeks, meeting everyone who mattered. If Gao tried to steal the prize now, you would never let it slide. Haha, knowing when to quit saves face, you grinned. Their team is already on the way back. Once they arrive, we can find out exactly what happened in Wind City. The two men exchanged glances, each thinking his own thoughts. Outsiders could only speculate about the city's many mysteries. 1. Did the beast go berserk under secret manipulation by the Divine Beast Society? 2. Where did the transcendent skeletal wolf king disappear to? 3. Why did the mayor and the local guild chief vanish at the same time? The phone on the table buzzed. You hit speaker. Senior you. We're compiling statements. Around 8:30 last night, a massive fire broke out in downtown Wind City, and security forces poured in. 30 minutes later, every non-human creature went wild and attacked everything in sight. Many beastmasters say their contracted beasts went mad too. Gao's frown deepened. Where did the fire start? At a banquet hall that hosts visiting beastmasters. They were entertaining several beastmasters from the capital and Wind City. So Fong Ran was there as well? You interjected. Who's Fong Ran? The caller asked. A student from Imperial University who was with the team. Is he alive? You pressed. Keyboard clacking echoed through the speaker. The Imperial team has already left. According to the guild's records, there is a Fong Ran in the party, and everyone is safe. Only then did the two men truly breathe easier. Send people to wait outside the capital. They probably have first-hand information, Gao instructed. 1 day later, on the capital's outer ring road. The moment the coach door swung open, Chen Chong and the others were surrounded by dozens of beastmasters, their uniform badges gleaming. In with the guild's oversight division. We have questions, the leader announced, flashing a golden badge. A gold rank member will record the statement personally, so please cooperate. The weight of that golden emblem made every heart sink. All resistance evaporated. After counting heads, the inspector frowned. Why are 2 people missing? Oh, 2 students from Imperial University were escorted separately by a squad of transcendent beastmasters, Qin Chong explained. Before departure, Shun Yun and Fong Ran had indeed been taken away by a professional escort team. The inspector waved a hand. Very well. You may go for now. When the time comes, just answer the questions and don't add anything extra. A short while later, they were escorted into a private room owned by the Beastmaster Guild. For hours the investigator probed every detail, the order of battle, each movement, every shouted command until all accounts aligned, then finally let them go. Moments after that, a clerk clutching a thick stack of files hurried into another brightly lit reception room. Inside, 2 king-rank Beastmasters Yu Baojun and Gao Jiuqiang had been waiting with a gold-rank member. We're finished questioning them, the clerk said, dropping the files on the table. Their stories match almost word for word. Only the squad captain, Qin Chong, knows a bit more. The two kings exchanged a glance. Yu Baoju nodded. It's normal for the captain to know more. Continue. The clerk opened the file. They accepted a level mission from the mayor of Wind City. Protect several key facilities from the Skeleton Wolf clan. On the first night a guard post was hit. Fortunately, the member on duty went out to scout at midnight, ran into the attackers, and discovered an underground Divine Order base. Gao Jiuqiang frowned. Out scouting instead of sleeping, and just happens to catch the Divine Order? Who's that lucky? Fong Ran, the clerk replied. At that name both kings stiffened, then relaxed, as if everything now made sense. Go on, Yu Baojun prompted. The skeleton wolves went berserk, the clerk continued. With Fong Ran's beasts leading the charge, the squad fought their way into the tower and executed Wind City's mayor, the very man who issued the mission. Evidence on site shows the mayor had been infiltrated, maybe even assimilated, by the Divine Order. As he spoke, the king's expressions moved from gravity to disbelief, then to admiration. Gao Jiuqiang slapped the table. The kid went berserk? Tore out the entire Divine Order tumor single-handedly? Yu Baojun answered coolly, we knew Wind City was rotten. If we'd gone, we might have toppled the guild hall too. Didn't expect a student to beat us to it. No wonder people are calling him the Divine Order Slayer, Gao Jiuqiang muttered. Yu Baojun shot him a half-teasing glance. That kind of credit could push Fong Ran straight to silver rank. Everyone will fight to sponsor him. Think it's too late for me to jump in? Gao Jiuqiang grinned. Yu Baojun stood and shut the file. He'll ask the president to raise the mission to a level. Hold on, Gao Jiuqiang cut him off. You're the chief examiner for this round. If you change the rating yourself, it looks shady. Let me do it. Yu Baojun paused, cursing inwardly. Had forgotten the conflict of interest. Lowering his voice, he said, more important than the mission rating is that divine egg. It vanished without a tracino. One knows if it's already hatched. Gao Jiuqiang's face tightened. If a creature that can command transcendent beasts ends up in the Divine Order's hands, the fallout will be disastrous. But how does something that big just disappear? Was whatever's inside really that small? They turned the problem over, found no answer, and had to leave it for now. Yu Baojun sighed. Fine. Once the results are announced in 2 days, I'll ask Fong Ran myself. He saw the Skeleton Wolf King that rainy night, and he was the last one alone with the Divine Egg. Fengsheng was hit by a rampaging beast attack that leveled nearly half the city, yet the death toll was astonishingly low. In the living room, the television was turned up to full volume. A banner kept scrolling across the screen. Citizens donate generously, supply trucks rush into the city overnight. The anchor's rapid delivery detailed the rescue efforts. In this era, a beast incursion was still an earth-shattering event, and for always peaceful Fengsheng, so unlike the fortress Sidious, it felt even more surreal. Still no investigation report? Who held back the horde? Don't tell me the beast just got tired and left, Fang Qihua muttered from the sofa. Your nephew isn't home yet, and you're sitting here watching the news. Sang Shualon snapped, eyes red from worry. Ever since learning that Fong Ran was in Fengsheng, she hadn't dared close her eyes. Any change on the screen made her heart jump. Relax. He just messaged me. He's a Lord rank Beastmaster, knows how to stay alive, Fang Qihua assured her, though he hadn't slept either and had only eased up once he was certain his nephew was safe. Bang bang. I'm back, a familiar voice called through the door. Sang Shualon rushed over. The moment the door opened, the scolding she had prepared stuck in her throat. As long as you're home, you are never going somewhere that dangerous again. Fong Ran nodded, answering gently. Fang Qihua, however, knew better than anyone that once you set foot on the Beastmaster's path, there was no such thing as absolute safety, only constant growth for yourself and your contracted beasts. How's Xiaodian? Sang Shualon asked at once. The little girl was family to her now. She's fine, Fong Ran replied, and only then did his aunt truly relax. Inside the beast space, the slime blinked in confusion. Hey, did everybody forget I'm still here? A while later, Fong Ran headed alone to the underground training room. When he opened his beast space, the enormous corpse of the Bone Wolf King crashed to the floor, its skeleton scraping against the concrete. Xiaonian, can you devour a transcendent class beast? The slime nodded furiously. Sure, but it'll need half a year. It couldn't digest that much energy at once and would have to nibble away slowly. Salivating, it spread its gelatinous body over the carcass, sealing it inside. With the time acceleration in my space, that should be shorter, Fong Ran mused, storing the wrapped slime back into beast space. Once the flesh is gone, they'll have someone craft armor from the bones. With that done, he summoned Xiaodian. The girl was still swinging her long sword. After images slicing across the training room while sweat streamed down her arms. You can take a break, you don't have to push so hard, Fong Ran urged. His memories of the fight in Fengsheng convinced him she deserved a breather. Otherwise he felt like a foreman cracking a whip. I'm not tired. Xiaodian looked up, eyes blazing with battle spirit, the sword never stopping. Every bump in her stats sent her pulse racing. Fong Ran rubbed his forehead. Had he contracted a budding thrill-seeker? Still, her drive fired up his own. He sat cross-legged, sank his mind into the beast's space, and continued forging his split strands of spiritual power. Training was always the dullest part of the journey. 2 days slipped by in a blink. Imperial Academy's semi-annual advancement day had arrived. At dawn, first-year students streamed into the vast training grounds. Metallic practice puppets stood motionless to one side, and the cool morning air carried a faint scent of steel. Clusters of freshmen swapped stories about the past 6 months, while buzzing over the hottest headline, the Wind City incident. Did you see the news? Wind City got overrun by beasts. Of course I saw it. I'm not blind. They say an extraordinary class monster broke into the city. The information's been locked down, so no one's sure what really happened. I heard a rumor, a hat-wearing freshman added conspiratorially, that someone's been helping Wind City from the shadows, and that's the only reason they're still standing. Speculation flew in every direction, and each exclusive tip drew the boys together as if they held the Academy's deepest secrets. Soon their chatter centered on a familiar name. Apparently Fong Ran took the Wind City assignment. Haven't seen him for days. What? Hope nothing happened to him. Bai Ling Shuang, who had been listening quietly, pricked up her ears. He'll be fine, someone reassured her. Fong Ran's got a bit of a reputation among the freshmen. If Head died in Wind City, would have heard. A friend of mine from another school was in a group chat with him last night. Everyone relaxed. No one truly wished harm on a classmate. Glad I didn't team up with him, though I'd have gotten dragged into that mess. Still, I really want to know who stopped the beast tide. They traded whispers. Anyone who could halt a city-level rampage and keep casualties low was bound to earn top honors. Whatever the case, at least he's safe, Tai Jushin said. He looked more composed than he had on enrollment day, though the fire of youth still burned in his eyes. Several Beast Tamers who had just come off missions wore the same expression, seasoned by blood and fire, yet still brimming with passion. Yu Baojun had always wanted his students to grow through real combat, and it was clearly happening. Fong Ran's ordeal must have been worse than ours, Bai Ling Shuang thought, picturing the nightmare of a full-blown beast tide. By late morning, Fong Ran finally stepped into the training grounds. The crowd parted and closed again as if pulled by unseen strings, and he instantly became the center of attention. Fong Ran, you're finally here. How's your beast partner? Lei Tianren rushed up, concern and curiosity mingling in his voice, while he discreetly studied Fong Ran's expression. One knew how a trip to Wind City might have changed him. She's fine, Fong Ran said calmly. Xiao Tian's always been a hard worker. Lei Tianren practically sprouted question marks. I mean, she didn't get hurt in Wind City, right? She got smacked once by an extraordinary class beast, but she bounced back quickly, Fong Ran replied. Her useless handler will give her a good massage later. His half-joking remark triggered a barrage of questions from the beast tamers around him about Wind City, the beast tide, and the mysterious savior who had held the line. Students pressed in from every side, their burning curiosity sealing Fong Ran in a wall of bodies. Good thing you're all right. Quite a few students ended up with both of their beasts badly hurt. Instead of breaking through, they nearly got themselves killed. Lei Tianren brushed the dust from his hands, his tone low yet unmistakably proud. My water spirit got lucky and made it to late high tier. The moment he finished, he swept his gaze around, and the expressions of the onlookers lit up: shock, envy, frustration, you name it. Your water spirit's already late high tier? That fast? Did you stumble on some rare treasure? Man, talk about ridiculous luck. Comments flew in from every direction. Someone even slapped his thigh and guessed, at this rate you could hit Dual Lord this year. A freshman with 2 Lord-level beasts getting into the Beastmaster Guild would be a lock. Another student added, across the 5 academies, you can count on one hand the freshmen who reach Dual Lord each year. If Lei Tianren really pulls it off, he might crash the top 3 as a sophomore, maybe even grab first. The biggest thing, someone murmured, is that Dual Lord Beastmasters almost always get into the Beastmaster Guild and fight for a World Academy slot. A second beast doesn't just double your strength, it's at least a 1+ Methantuo leap. Lei Tianren waved dismissively and laughed. Not this year. You'll need until next year. Everyone immediately caught one plan to enter next year's second beast tournament. You're waiting till next year? Fong Ran asked. Given Lei Tianren's progress, he could start pushing now, but higher evolutions only meant rarer, pricier materials. Compared with people like Tai Jushin and Bai Ling Shuang, who were basically playing on cheat mode, Lei Tianren was downright normal. Lei Tianren suddenly chuckled and changed the subject. By the way, Fong Ran, what really happened in Wind City? The net's buzzing with rumors. Yeah, give us the inside scoop. Isn't that classified? Fong Ran's head throbbed as he searched for an answer when the slime beside him bounced up and squeaked. I know. All eyes snapped to it. The slime was still a quivering blob of goo, but at least it wasn't revolting. Even Tai Jushin and Bai Ling Shuang drifted over. Bai Ling Shuang asked coolly, let's hear it. Basking in the attention, the slime quivered with excitement. Once treated like a street rat, it was now the focus of elite beastmasters. It cleared an imaginary throat and intoned. It all started on a dark, moonless night. Then came an over-the-top tale casting itself as the unquestioned hero. Little Tian could only pick off scraps behind it. and its master obeyed every word, practically begging, "Lord Slime, what do we do? I'm terrified." Aside from the shameless self-praise, the core of the story was mostly true. Fong Ran listened, face darkening. No one really bought the exaggerated parts, especially the claim that little Tian was just cleaning up. They'd all seen that angel in action and doubted any slime could overshadow Fong Ran's main beast. After a moment's thought, Bai Lingshuang asked, "So it was the Yushin Society?" Fong Ran nodded. "Yeah. The mayor of Wind City and the Beastmaster Guild's president were both members, but I've already dealt with them." The slime planted two tentacles on its hips, striking a pose like a cheap porcelain vase. "What about the Bone Wolf King?" A deep, commanding voice called from the back of the crowd. The gelatinous creature gave a tiny shudder, then flashed a smug grin. "Naturally, I took him down." It slapped its own squishy chest with both tentacles, only for its shape to wobble into something that looked even more like a misshapen vase. It sounded like bragging, but it was the truth. The slime really had been the lucky one to claim the kill. "Senior Yu." Someone finally recognized the newcomer. The Beast Tamers hurried to clear a path. Bai Lingshuang looked over and saw the imposing figure of Yu Baojun striding forward, his expression calm, his gaze razor-sharp. Yu Baojun stopped at the center and gave the slime a brief glance. "You're still carrying the Bone Wolf King's scent," he said coolly. "Did you eat him?" The blunt question left the surrounding students exchanging uneasy glances. A slime that wasn't even Lord rank killing the Bone Wolf King? Ridiculous. Under the Monarch rank tamer's stare, the slime's swagger vanished. It turned pleadingly to Fong Ran, tentacles trembling. "Does Lord Slime really need a lackey to speak for him?" Fong Ran remained expressionless. The slime tried to retreat into its beast space, but Fong Ran's will blocked the way, forcing it to curl into a tight ball. All right, it was the guild master of Feng City. He, Xiao Tian, and I acted together to finish the Bone Wolf King," it confessed in a rush. Yu Baojun's eyes narrowed. The slime wasn't lying. Clues about Feng City arranged themselves in his mind, and he allowed himself a slight smile. Fong Ran was shrouded in mystery, but you needed only one answer. The boy was a homegrown talent of Longhua. The other tamers were still reeling from the story's implications. By Lingshuang most of all. If this was true, Fong Ran's assignment was far above grade, and the danger he faced eclipsed anything tackled by their peers. Yu Baojun raised his voice. "You've exceeded my expectations on this mission." 30+ students completed grade tasks, 120 finished grade tasks. This was no hollow praise expected the pampered cadets to flounder, yet 30 had willingly taken on perilous grade missions. Those grade finishers breathed a quiet sigh of relief. As long as they landed in the top 50, they'd receive better resources as sophomores. "The real fight is for the top 3, Bai Lingshuang murmured, her eyes drifting to Fong Ran. Admitted at 18, already skipping to his second year in just 12 months, undeniably a prodigy. Right now, he was casually kneading the slime with one hand, shaping it into balls, discs, and spirals like a toy. Yet few truly believed the slime's account. If every word was accurate, Fong Ran had single-handedly held back a beast tide and saved Feng City despite being only a Lord-ranked tamer, while Feng City had faced both the Yushin Hui and a surge of extraordinary beasts. Seconds stretched into minutes as everyone held their breath, waiting for the final ranking. At last, amid the taut silence, Yu Baojun announced the name in first place. Zhang Quan, 50th place. As soon as the announcement was made, Zhang Quan sprang from his seat, unable to contain the joy that instantly rippled through those around him. To every candidate, sophomore year resources far outstripped those of freshman year. Competition would be fiercer, yet no one believed they were inferior to the rest. Names kept rolling off the register, stirring a mix of emotions in the crowd. Some were elated, others calm, while a few let out long breaths of relief. Days of testing had drained their bodies and minds, and no one wanted to stumble at the final hurdle. Lei Tianren, rank mission, 7th place. Lei Tianren exhaled and allowed himself a wry smile. Moving up to the second year was good news, but he knew he had narrowly missed the Beastmasters Guild invitation. Resources for sophomores were not handed out for free. If he failed to stay inside the top 50, he might as well have remained a freshman. 4th place, Tai Jushin. When Yu Baojun finished the announcement, Tai Jushin jerked his head up, chest heaving. Words of protest reached his lips, but he swallowed them, drew a deep breath, and chose to trust the verdict of this gold-tier examiner. 3rd place, Shen Yun. In the crowd, Shen Yun froze and pointed at herself in disbelief. One rank mission was enough for a jump, she thought, but apart from night watch duty, I did almost nothing. When the beasts attacked, it was Fong Ran who charged to the front. At best, she had rescued a few civilians inside the city, an act of her own accord, unrelated to the mission. Yu Baojun explained, the test was designed as field training. Facing a beast tied at the walls teaches you more than anything else. I watched the footage. You led your beasts against a pack of skeletal wolves and saved a lot of people. What mattered even more was that, despite having the protection of a monarch-tier grandfather, Shen Yun had refused to back down, which earned her a spot in the top 3. 2nd place. Bai Lingshuang lifted her eyes, waiting. Bai Lingshuang. When her name was called, she lowered her gaze and let out a quiet breath. First place, Fong Ran. Your mission has been specially upgraded to a rank by the Beastmasters Guild, and you will be honored separately later. Yu Baojin's words sent a wave of astonishment through the hall, every gaze snapping toward Fong Ran. And a rank mission? No one in the Academy's history has ever achieved that. Voices buzzed. A solo commendation? What on earth did Fong Ran accomplish? Could that slime's story really be true? Rumor had it that the very same slime had saved an entire squad of Lord-tier Beastmasters during the Beast Tide. To earn such recognition, one either achieved extraordinary military merit or provided decisive clues against the divine beast cult. Yu Baojun concluded, the three of you will be reported directly to the guild. Tomorrow, report to the sophomore campus. According to the rules, the top 50 Beastmasters could move to the Academy's sophomore side. It shared the same combat arena as the freshman wing, but it offered private dormitories and training rooms, so there was almost no need to use the public facilities anymore. The next day, the Wind City incident was temporarily laid to rest. In the lower-tier mission area of the Beastmasters Guild, someone laughed and cursed, Chen Chong, you lucky dog. The guild praised you on the news, handed you a few million in prize money, and even threw in evolution materials. He slapped Chen Chong on the shoulder, half jealous, half admiring. You deserve it, though dragging those Academy rookies around and still making it back alive. Every beast tamer on the scene could hardly hide their jealousy. Now that the life-or-death trial was over, they sensed that the group who had just escaped Wind City would soon secure official contracts with the Beast Tamer Association. In a plain, ordinary category? Really? In the middle of the crowd, Chen Chong glared at the news ticker, his brows knotted. Yeah, Xianga, why did Fong Ran get a lower commendation than we did? Exactly. Without Fong Ran, would be buried with those beasts in Wind City already. The more they spoke, the more indignant they became. To them, Fong Ran was the heart of the whole operation and their savior. They no longer treated him as a mere student, but as a true peer and friend. Nearby onlookers muttered, a student from the Imperial Academy, getting even a standard commendation isn't enough for you? Don't be greedy. Peoj cut them off with a bark. What do you know? His rough voice rattled the air, and everyone fell silent. They sensed something fishy. Perhaps the higher-ups were deliberately downplaying Fong Ran's contribution. Maybe they're trying to protect him. Right. The Divine Beast Association has a long reach. Keep it quiet in public, make it up to him in private. Remembering old cases of the association's retaliation, they stopped fussing over the word standard commendation and simply hoped Fong Ran would be compensated off the record. Meanwhile, banners reading Hero Fong Ran already hung across every street of Yuqing, and the name was on everyone's lips. Principal Zhang Rue of Fungo Academy went all in on the publicity. That's my protege. Want to become a legend? Apply to Fungo. In just a few days, he managed to push the Academy's reputation beyond the surrounding region, attracting a flood of top-tier coaches. Fong Ran had been famous ever since he entered the Imperial Academy with a top 3 entrance score, and now every kid in town had replaced bedtime tales of Old Wong next door with stories of study god Fong Ran. Inside the training hall at Fungo Academy, Suyu watched the live broadcast, a smile tugging at her lips. Silver Moon, remember him? The Silver Moon wolf looked up, amber eyes gleaming, nodding eagerly. Suyu was now a full-time employee of the Yuqing Beast Tamer Association, thriving on its resources and on the fact that she had once mentored Fong Ran. Work hard. Once I'm fully certified, we'll visit the capital and surprise him. She patted the wolf's shoulder plate. The Silver Moon wolf burst into its evolutionary technique, kicking up clouds of dust. In a refined villa on Yuqing's outskirts, Old Shen folded his data slate, stroking his stubble with a grin. Zioyan's nomination by the association is all thanks to Fong Ran. Contact him in a few days and let him name any reward he wants. Best case, let Xiaoyan marry him and stick to him like gloomy job would be done. He sounded completely serious about turning his granddaughter into a medicated plaster for Fong Ran. The attendant hesitated. Sir, I've heard Fong Ran actually prefers beasts. Of course he does. Am a beast tamer too who doesn't like beasts? Old Shin frowned in confusion. The attendant lowered his voice. I mean in a different way. Old Shin froze, then nodded in awkward understanding. I see. No wonder there were no sparks with Xiaoyan. That's actually a relief. He changed the subject. How's the material I asked you to prepare? Her certification exam is coming up. We need to send it over. It's already on its way, sir. With these resources, Miss Shin's chances of passing go up tremendously. Beast Tamer space. Fong Ran let out a slow breath. The trembling in his muscles faded, and the pale golden light on his skin dimmed. Mental energy repaid, 1010. As the final thread of power flowed back into his mind, his eyes snapped open. The force in his consciousness felt denser, at least 30% stronger than before. The greater his mental strength, the stronger the beasts he could contract in the future, and that could only be a good thing. He looked into the distance. In the very center of the space stood a colossal egg larger than a house, the bright red 13 on its shell impossible to miss. Number 13, if there's a 13th, The first 12 must be hidden somewhere. Is the divine order trying to imitate the 13 courtyard squads? Fong Ran wondered. Whatever their plan, he had already stolen this god egg, and the divine order must be in a frenzy. He couldn't let anyone trace it back to him. Otherwise, those tenacious pests would never let go. The safest move was to join the Beast Tamer Association as soon as possible. Once he had their backing, even if the truth came out, the divine order would have to think twice. His eyes fell on Xiao Tian. The girl sat primly in a chair, paging through several thick tomes. Whenever her holy power ran dry, she passed the time by reading. Status, Fong Ran commanded silently. A pale gold screen unfolded. Seraph of Judgment. Rank, 6th tier, 89 Lord, Midstitch. Skills, Chain Forged Blade Mastered, Body of War Mastered. Description, a blazing seraph who wields multiple powers of judgment, said to be able to condemn even the gods. Chain Forged Blade, swing the holy sword 979-1000 times. Body of War, temper the body by consuming all holy power 910 times. Estimated time remaining, 6 days. Rank and skill repayment were already nearing their limits much faster than Fong Ran had expected. Pleased, he exited the Beast Tamer space. Knock, knock. Fong Ran opened the door. 2 couriers wearing sky blue armbands bowed respectfully. Master Fong, we're from Beast Tamer Express. Senior Shun has sent beast taming materials for you. Please confirm the delivery. Thank you. Fong Ran accepted the heavy metal case, signed, and let the facial recognition lock scan him. With a click, the lid popped open. Suspended inside was a fist-sized violet eyeball, its pupil swirling like a tiny vortex. It was the forbidden material Head asked Shun to find the slime's final evolution key. Faster than Head hoped. He snapped the lid shut. Even so, the couriers felt an icy chill crawl up their spines. Once everything was signed, they hurried away. Door locked, Fong Ran flipped his hand, and the violet eyeball appeared once more. Repay. The eye dissolved into countless motes of light. Materials repaid successfully. Gem of the Void Sea, Pearl of the Sunken Deep, Abyssal Eye. Fong Ran let out a sigh of relief. Only a few days remained, but thanks to Shun's connections as a Monarch-class tamer, even taboo materials had arrived on time. Before the promotion exam, both of his contracted beasts had to break through, and sufficient resources were the key. As for the end of semester ranking, he intended to claim a spot near the top. Afternoon, Academy Arena. The moment he stepped inside, roars and the cheers of tamers crashed over him. Fong Ran followed the sound. Lei Tianren's 2 beasts were battered and bleeding. The Thunder Beast staggered, and Lei Tianren himself looked ashen. Opposite them stood a hulking creature repel-like in form, with muscles as thick as a bull's. Kid, your class just isn't strong enough. You'd better train harder and learn faster. Standing in the center of the practice field, the sophomore Beastmaster smiled lazily, as if he were casually critiquing a harmless performance. Lei Tianren, the freshman he had called out, forced a grin uglier than a sob, lowered his head, and bowed. Thank you for the guidance, senior. You're absolutely right. At his words, the sophomores gathered around straightened their backs in unison, faces glowing with satisfaction. Back when they were freshmen, the upperclassmen had beaten them until they howled. Now that it was their turn to play the bully, how could they not relish it? He slaps you, and you still have to thank him. What goes around comes around this year, it's our turn. Their whispers crackled in the air like sparks. All right, who's next? The victorious sophomore raised his voice again, thumping his chest. I'm ranked 39th in 2nd year. Beat me, and the spot is yours. Free senior level care normally, you'd have to pay for it. A few freshmen paled. 39th place could trash Lei Tianren, who'd once reached the top 10. Just how deep was the water at Imperial Academy? Not surprising they're a full year ahead of us. More than a year. Some have been stuck in 2nd year for 3 years. 3 years. Voices rose and fell. They're doing it on purpose. Move up and you lose resources, so they stall. Since these old hands didn't block anyone else's promotion, the academy looked the other way. The rules said that after 5 years on campus you had to pack up and leave, promoted or not. For now the freshmen could only grit their teeth. Later, when they became sophomores, they'd pass the pain on to the next batch like inmates taking turns picking up the soap. Hey Fong Ran. Isn't that Fong Ran? A girl whispered, her gaze locking onto him. It really is. He's even better looking than on TV. Several Lord rank senior girls smiled and stepped forward. Junior, how about dinner tonight? Our treat. The slime clinging to Fong Ran's shoulder had already melted into a puddle, muttering, cheap makeup and perfume. I'm way prettier. It always stuck to him to work on fusion skills, and the flirtatious invite left it thoroughly annoyed. The senior's move dropped into the crowd like a spark in a hot oil. Male beastmasters stared at Fong Ran with a mix of jealousy, challenge, and suspicion. The sophomore who had beaten Lei Tianren strode up and blocked his path. I've heard a lot about you. Care for a match? Same rules if I lose, you take my ranking. He was secretly thrilled. If he could beat Fong Ran, maybe he'd even get first pick of dates. He figured Fong Ran would refuse Rising Stars' hate to lose, especially across ranks. Fong Ran looked up and answered with 2 words. Why not? The instant reply made the watching sophomores click their tongues. If they'd known he would say yes, they would have jumped in first. This might be their only chance to beat him. Great. The challenger brightened and laid down the rules. All skills, all beasts allowed. We fight until one side can't go on or steps across this white line. A deep voice suddenly boomed across the field. You're pushing it. Bullying juniors won't raise your ranking. Everyone turned. A tall, sharp-featured man stood with his hands behind his back. Someone whispered, Brother Zhang, it's just a friendly spar. Yeah, and Fong Ran's already mid-lord rank. Zhang merely gave a cold laugh, his gaze slicing through the crowd like a blade. If you want a friendly spar, let me be your opponent. You guys hit too hard. If it's just sparring, let me do it. Zhang stepped forward. His lean frame was wrapped in a simple black outfit, and the jet-black sunglasses on his sharp, handsome face drew every eye. He wasn't posing. He claimed his eyes were as sharp as blades and worried the glare might cut someone. My name is Zhang Air, but you can call me Zhang number 2. I'm currently ranked second in the sophomore class. He pushed his glasses up, his tone carrying unmistakable pride. That single introduction triggered a wave of astonishment. That's him, the eternal number 2 of sophomore year. Second in the national exam, walked into Imperial Capital Academy and got stuck at second place. Talk about unlucky. It made sense when Lin Qinghuan and Bai Ning were around. Both monsters have graduated, and he's still number 2. The chatter pricked Zhang Air's ears like needles. His jaw tightened, and his face chilled. I just went to the Beast Tamer Association for a mission. Now that I'm back, I'm taking the top spot. With his foundation, today's academy posed no obstacle. Had been number 2 before Lin Qinghuan's rise. Most of the real threats had left, so what was left to fear? Senior, first come, first served. We challenged Fong Ran first. Yeah, we got dibs. You can wait your turn and be number 2. All right? The sophomores argued until their faces flushed. Zhang Air frowned. Fine, then go train the freshman first. The word slipped out before he realized Head accepted second place again. He hurried to amend. No, make me third. You two go first. The scrambling looked like a bustling market, as though challenging Fong Ran were a headline event. A few Beast Tamers who had advanced a grade stood puzzled nearby. Is Fong Ran really that famous? You haven't heard? He's a sensation on the Academy forum. Everyone calls him a prodigy, and right now is the easiest time to beat him. Whoever wins today gets bragging rights for life. With such a golden chance, everyone was itching to try. Come on, Junior Fong. The first challenger burst with excitement. He lifted his hand and summoned his bonded beast, a giant ape broader than an ox, muscles knotted, skin like rock. Rift Fist Bull Ape. Level, Midlord Stage. Skills. Description, a nimble bull ape capable of manipulating stone. Lines of data flickered across Fong Ran's vision, and he was secretly shocked. Midlord Stage? Are the entire top 50 at that level? Xiaoyan. At his soft call, the slime clinging to him slipped off with a wet plop and settled on the ground. His opponent offered kindly, Where's your angel? Summon both beasts. Someone else added, I only need my bonded beast. In a Lord-level duel, even a higher-tier support pet is useless. That was Zhang Air's casual comment. No need. A mid-lord beast is enough for my second contract beast. Fong Ran's tone was calm, yet edged with steel. The crowd erupted. They'd thought Zhang Air was arrogant, but Fong Ran was even bolder, using only his second beast against someone's bonded beast. Among the spectators, Lei Tianren's mind roared. Unless his second beast is Lord Stage 2, who pours that many resources into a secondary pet. Junior, you must be joking. Call out your little angel right now. Don't compare me to those freshmen. The sophomore tamer's smile was stiff, his chest heaving with anger. He was well and truly provoked. Everyone here thinks they're a prodigy. Nobody can stomach being slapped in the face like that. There's no need, Fong Ran said calmly. I'm just worried Xiao Tian might hurt you. The placid tone became razor-sharp mockery in everyone's ears. Fine. If your slime gets hurt, don't blame me. Go. The rival Beastmaster roared as the rending fist bull ape hammered the ground. Boom. The earth fractured, a gray serpent of stone racing toward Fong Ran. Earthdrake, Fong Ran murmured. The slime's tendrils plunged underground, and a forest of dark spikes erupted, slamming into the spreading fissures. Gravel flew. The bull ape staggered back several steps. Lord class. The Beastmaster gasped. Dual Lord-class beasts were almost unheard of in sophomore year, yet Fong Ran's second partner was already there. Lei Tianren stood gaping. He had been bragging about his own beast's recent promotion to high advanced stage. Now his forehead burned. Holy crap, Fong God really has 2 lords. How many sophomores at Imperial Capital University can say that? Yuan Qichuan in Shanghai is 1. Turns out Fong Ran's on the same level. The murmurs swelled, and the crowd stared as though watching a future master beastkeeper. Back on the field, Fong Ran ordered, Thunderburst Void Spike. 20 tentacles coiled into a crackling orb and shot out. The bull ape couldn't dodge. A bloody hole opened in its chest, electricity crawling over its limbs, locking them rigid. The slime split its core and unfurled the domain. Dark violet mucus spread across the ground, trapping the ape's ankles. One by one, cursed slimes rose from the ooze, sparking with lightning and laced with corrosive toxin. Even Lord-class resistance couldn't stop the stacked corrosion from tearing charred gashes across its hide. The bull ape roared, fists flailing, but only flung away a few globs before the tar-like sludge snapped back onto it. You've lost, Fong Ran said with a faint smile. The opponent turned ashen and swallowed. What skill is that? Can't you fight fair, Hedon? His words sounded tough, but his heart pounded. If this was just Fong Ran's second beast, what would happen if he summoned his main one? Damn it. I thought the Wheel of Fortune would finally favor me this year, and again it doesn't. Memories of last year's thrashing by seniors resurfaced. Now a freshman was here to finish the job. The injustice stung. Can't people show a little more kindness? Why do classmates have to fight? The slime clearly knew nothing of kindness. A whip-like tentacle lashed straight at him. The Rift Fist Bull ape tried to block in panic. Even as its heavy punch flew out, its massive body staggered backward, kicking up a cloud of dust. Before it could steady itself, the ground split open beneath it. A barely visible thrust of energy lanced upward and pierced its body with a soft pop. Lacking real battle experience, the creature howled in pain and slowed dramatically. Exhaustion set in, its guard crumbled, and moments later a swift sidekick sent it skidding out of bounds. I lost. The Beast Tamer froze, disbelief written all over his face. In that instant, his hopes collapsed. It had planned to use Fong Ran as a stepping stone, only to become the backdrop that made Fong look even stronger. Yet clarity dawned quickly. With talent like Fong Ran's, he might one day reach king rank. Seizing the thought, the tamer hurried over, phone in hand, and a fawning smile on his face. Brother Fong, they'll surrender my 39th spot to you. Let's spar again sometime. Hey, race my number at me, and we can talk. Lei Tianren, who had been beaten senseless a short while ago, twitched at the sudden 180. Funny, you weren't so friendly just now, he snorted. You sure didn't hold back then. Years of pent-up frustration spilled out as Lei launched into a tirade. Fong Ran merely smiled. Sorry, my friends list is full. Full. The Beast Tamer blinked. Even if you added the entire academy, it couldn't be full. Then he remembered Fong seemed close to Lei Tianren, and his heart sank. He sidled up to Lei and whispered, Brother Lei, it wasn't personal. Every year the freshmen get cocky, and the faculty asks us to take them down a peg so they can improve. Lei Tianren paused while I explained to him. One glance at Fong Ran, and he understood. I don't mind, he said honestly. I like real combat anyway. The tamer finally let out a sigh of relief. Across the field, Zhang Er's fingers trembled. He had waited forever for a chance to shine, and now this Grim Reaper appeared? He also commanded 2 Lord-tier beasts, but neither was in late Lord stage. Winning was far from certain. Have I awakened an eternal runner-up trait? He thought bitterly. Just then, Yu Baojun strode into the arena and fixed his gaze on Fong Ran. There you are. Come something to discuss. Fong followed him out while the remaining upperclassmen suddenly adopted a much mellower tone, as if terrified Fong might settle scores later. Wind howled across the roof of the teaching building. Hands clasped behind his back, Yu Baojun smiled at Fong Ran. Any idea why I called you up here? The affair in Wind City? Fong guessed. Sharp as ever. We discovered that most of the Beast Tamer Society's resource vault is missing and there was surveillance inside. Yu's voice was calm. Fong Ran stiffened. He really hadn't noticed any cameras that night, probably hidden ones. Seeing his reaction, Yu chuckled and added, the footage was destroyed. Looks like the Divine Beast Society stole the goods. Relief washed over Fong. Clearly you had covered for him. He bowed slightly. Am indebted to you, senior. You patted his shoulder. Besides, the Beast Tamer Society recognizes your extraordinary contribution and has decided to give you a private commendation. A hero's medal, a private villa in the imperial capital, and 50 million in cash. If you like, I can even staff the place with a few maids exactly your type, Yu Baojun finished. Fong Ran's heart jolted. 50 million? A hero's medal? And maids of my preferred type? Yes, Yu Baojun added with a grin, looking away. They're beast girls trained by the Beastmaster Security Company, tailored to human tastes. Isn't that what you're into? Sir, that's just gossip. Don't believe everything you hear. Fong Ran waved frantically, though the vein on his forehead betrayed his panic. Sure, he was a bit of a philanderer, but planting maids in his villa would only make things awkward with his beasts. Pleasure could wait. His career came first. Yu Baojun let it slide and tapped his watch. I understand. Still, that villa is expensive to maintain. You'll need a housekeeper. He produced a shimmering medal, the Beastmaster Association emblem etched along its rim. This is the association's hero medal. It proves you've met the honor requirement. Pass the official assessment, and you move straight to silver grade. He paused. Silver has an unspoken condition: you must reach extraordinary tier. Even so, this medal alone guarantees your promotion to iron grade. Plenty of extraordinary beastmasters are stuck at iron for lack of honors. You'll skip that roadblock entirely. Fong Ran's eyes blazed. When can I take the assessment? Not so fast, Yu Baojun replied. Without late lordier beasts, you'll be eliminated right away. Geniuses from the 5 grand academies and top universities all fight for those slots, and some departments ignore honors because they can be bought. He raised a hand. I thought you'd have to wait until next year. but you might make it. As a dual lord beastmaster, you're already ahead. Against someone on a class evolution path, your class path wins. But if your opponent shares your talent and outlevels you by several tiers, that gap is insurmountable. He pulled out his phone. The funds will hit your account shortly. For now, level up your core beast. Understood. Fong Ran nodded hard. Given time, he could reach late lord tier, but the clock was ticking. After Yu Baojun left, Fong Ran stood by the window, fist tightening. I've got 80 million now. To raise Xiaotian fast, evolution fruit is the quickest shortcut. He drew a deep breath, turned, and strode out. Time to buy the evolution fruit, even if I have to pay up front. Without realizing it, Fong Ran wandered into the practice arena. The place was buzzing, and the moment his classmates saw him, they swarmed over. Fong Ran, what did senior you want with you? He told me to take the Yusho Guild's confirmation test. Fong Ran wiped the sweat from his brow, speaking as if it were nothing. The words landed like a boulder in a pond. Every gaze locked onto him. No way confirmation? You're joining the guild already? I heard all the major academies are sending people. Plenty of late lord tier tamers this time. Not just late lord tier. Some who studied abroad are coming back for it. Abroad? Foreigners can join the guild? The guild has branches worldwide. Longguo's branch is just run by the government. They clearly knew a lot about the guild. 1. A beastmaster's best career path is to join the Yusho Guild. 2. Only there can you secure resources for transcendent grade evolution. 3. If you stay out, you're stuck taking external commissions or starting your own beast industry business. You might gather resources, but premium skills are nearly unreachable. Landing the guild's favor is every beastmaster's dream. The crowd envied and respected Fong Ran. Even if he failed this year, he could try again next year. In a handful of words, they now saw him differently. You're taking the test too? Zhang Er squeezed forward, face grave. Competition's brutal. Think hard about it. Fail your first confirmation, and the guild slashes your rating. Rating? Fong Ran raised an eyebrow. Textbooks hadn't covered this. Zhang Er explained. The guild scores you on rank, contribution points, mission progress, and beast performance. Fail the first time, and they cut your score in half. It drops every attempt. You get maybe 2 real shots after that. Even if you squeeze in, your rating's so low you're stuck with leftovers. I'd wait a year, then steamroll them. With a rueful smile he added, I ignored that advice last year, hit a wall, and lost half my hidden points. I'll decide for myself, Fong Ran said, then asked, so how do you grab the top sophomore spot? Zhang Er's mouth twitched. I'm not the top sophomore, and he's off campus right now. Getting no more answers, Fong Ran let it go. His thoughts shifted to the villa. Head scout it today and move his uncle and aunt tomorrow. At dawn, Fong Ran set out with them, following a moving truck to the address Yu Baojun had given. The place was an upscale lakeside community. Several nearly 900 square meter villas stood side by side, tree-lined streets reflecting on the water where morning light danced across drifting clouds. When the truck stopped, his aunt's jaw dropped. This is way better than the company dorm. It's practically a palace. She ran her hand over the polished marble fence, eyes wide with awe. Easy neighbors everywhere. Let's stay calm, Fang Qihua urged, though he was just as excited. The fresh air and scenery felt like a health resort. Careful and scratch anything. The foreman shouted as movers hefted furniture off the truck. Fong Ran raised a hand. No need. I've got it. Before anyone could ask, he summoned his slime. The pale blue gel ballooned, crystalline tentacles thick as barrels unfurling to hoist the heavy sofa and bed frame. Like a living crane, it set each piece precisely in place. He yanked up one item after another. In less than 10 minutes the truck was completely emptied. Several movers stared, both shocked and jealous. If only the company would assign us a beast companion too. Dream on. One of those creatures costs more than the entire company. Exactly. If he can afford a beast, why is he still out here delivering packages? Talk about low horizons. Their banter kept flying. To them this was the cheapest job a Verno Beastmaster had ever let a pet handle pure grunt work. I heard Yi Ling lives here too. I delivered to her once. Seriously? Met her in person? Of course. She even invited me in for tea. Sure, like she'd do that for you. While chatting they stole glances at the young Beastmaster, unfamiliar, yet oddly familiar. Anyone who could live in this top-tier villa district had to be at least an extraordinary rank Beastmaster, right? Their muttering faded as they strolled away. Night fell, and the villa district's private training hall blazed with light. Cutting-edge strength machines, diagnostic scanners, and auto-recovery pods filled the room, several times larger than the underground gym Fong Ran used to rent. It even has a combat zone, he murmured, scanning the space. The floor markings read, rated for Lord-class clashes. Pointless for most neighbors, perfect for him. Swish. Xiao Tian whipped her great sword through the air, the whoosh echoing in the empty hall. Holy chain forging mastery. Swing the sacred blade 1000 times. Body of war mastery. Consume all holy power to temper the body 1010 times. When the prompts appeared she halted, a thin sheen of sweat on her brow. 1,000 swings done, and the other exercise finished too. Fong Ran walked over. catching a mix of sweat and faint fragrance. Xiao Tian's muscles were sharply defined, her abdomen devoid of fat, like a finely polished sculpture. Let me check. He placed a hand on her stomach, fingertips touching firm, elastic muscle. Can this torso really stop a bullet? He pulled out the butcher's knife his aunt had just bought, touted as able to slice iron like mud. Before he could decide how to test it, Xiao Tian seized his wrist and drove the blade toward herself. The heavy edge bent and twisted like paper, finally snapping and clattering to the floor. This level of force can't hurt me. Firearms aren't a problem either, she said with a half smile. Fong Ran stared at the ruined knife, then at her flat stomach. Don't tell me that part's bulletproof too. Master the skills. Xiao Tian looked up expectantly, having missed his mutter. Fong Ran refocused and gave the mental command. Advance the proficiency of Holy Chain Forging and Body of War. Holy Chain Forging intricate. Each hit can steal up to 15 of an enemy's strength. The Holy Chain can morph into sword form, storing holy power for a single strike. Progress. Swing the sacred blade 01000 times. Body of War intricate. Consume holy flame to temper the body, granting up to 30 resistance to like-level attacks in combat. Progress. Temper the body 10 times. Damage reduction plus strength, steel practically invincible. Fong Ran stared at the panel, awestruck by the new abilities. Power-type monsters aren't that frightening. What truly makes your blood run cold are elusive phantoms and mutants packed with venom or special damage skills. As the saying goes, counter the element and your damage doubles, but only proper resistances can shore up a defensive gap. Right now, the urgent task is to push Xiao Tian into late Lord tier as quickly as possible. Fong Ran's gaze dropped to another of Xiao Tian's stats. Rank 6, progress 93%. So close. He still had more than 100 evolution fruits in storage and 80 million in idle cash. If he picked up another batch, he could simply brute force the breakthrough. Decision made. He went back to his room, powered up the computer, and logged in to the Beastmaster exchange. Typing evolution fruit brought a torrent of listings across the screen. Basic evolution fruit, 1 to 1.5 million. Advanced evolution fruit, 15 to 20 million. The older the vintage, the higher the price. Buy 10 fruits, advance them, flip them, and I clear a few million in profit, he calculated. 7 or 8 would cover the advance. With the math done, Fong Ran wired 10 million for a trial order of 10 fruits. Master, are those for me? The slime on his shoulder whispered, voice wet and syrupy. After gorging on extraordinary flesh, it was only a step away from mid-lord tier. That depends on how you behave. Fong Ran chuckled, long used to the creature's voice in his ear. Squelch soft but firm pressure spread across his shoulders and thighs as the slime split into 4 lilac tentacles and began to massage him. Fong Ran let out a satisfied breath. A slime massage parlor would rake in a fortune, but a single employee would cost $1 billion. Overhead's insane. Master, new messages. 2 private chats popped up on the screen. Message 1. Boss, how many do you need? I can supply anytime. Message 2. I have 3 fruits for 3.39 million total, guaranteed to cut your beast's evolution by at least 3 to 4 months. They clearly saw Fong Ran as a heavyweight buyer and chose their words with care. Every basic evolution fruit was pried from a Lord-class beast's territory, and for most Lord-level beastmasters, a few million was ruinous. The upkeep of a single beast often dwarfed both mortgage and car payments combined, and buyers with Fong Ran's liquidity were scarce. Few ordinary Lord Beastmasters completed even 1 brank mission a year. Minutes later, Fong Ran bought every fruit available inside the imperial capital. A single, massive order would attract notice, and forging new IDs was a hassle, so he asked Cannon Brothers' friends to purchase through separate accounts. After an all-night scramble, he had spent 81 million and secured 73 basic evolution fruits. At dawn, the couriers arrived at the villa gate on schedule. Fong Ran opened the cartons, poured the fruits into his safe, and added them to the 100-plus head already stockpiled until the floor gleamed with their bright sheen. Advance the fruits and pay back the loan, he murmured. FSHHH, nearly 200 fruits dissolved into pinpricks of light, then reformed as 12 crystal clear, pale gold advanced evolution fruits. 12 fruits. Even at the low end, that's 15 million apiece, 180 million total. Fong Ran's eyes shone. 1 flip and I clear over 100 million. Shame supplies are limited. I've already cleaned out everything online. He closed the safe, picked the 2 most evenly colored advanced fruits, and passed them to Xiao Tian. The delicate fragrance was so enticing that even the usually indifferent Xiao Tian could not keep her appetite in check. Fong Ran sat nearby, watching as she chewed slowly and swallowed 2 advanced evolution fruits. In an instant, a surge of power detonated inside her, urging every cell to produce divine energy. Those 2 fruits alone would spare her a full 2 years of cultivation. By Fong Ran's reckoning, the boost was enough to push Xiao Tian straight into the late Lord tier. Mine. A squishy slime slid off his shoulder, returning to its true form and looking at him expectantly. Gone, Fong Ran said, spreading his hands. The slime's face puffed up like a balloon. What about the meat from that transcendent beast? Have you finished carving it? No. Then what's the rush? Beast meat tastes awful. Hearing such an exasperating excuse, Fong Ran could only sigh. Still, he kept his promise and tucked the last evolution fruit into the slime's arms. Once the slime was settled, Fong Ran listed the remaining fruits on the marketplace. To avoid drawing too much attention, he asked several brothers who owed him favors to sell them under their own names. In the group chat, his friends scrambled to help, even offering to cover the service fees themselves. But even resources worth tens of millions could not be liquidated overnight. During the days that followed, Xiaotian continued to absorb every drop of energy from the two fruits. Tier 6, 100%. Holy power burst from within her like a breached dam. The moment she stepped into Tier 7 and became a seraph, her aura multiplied several times over. Boom. Sacred light gathered at her back, and 6 huge white feathers sprouted inch by inch, like frost cracking open a shell. Wings are where a seraph stores her power, yet when the energy tried to flood into them, it was abruptly blocked. Sweat trickled down Xiaoshan's cheeks as she forced the power to stay inside her body and digest. Any ordinary angel would have been torn apart by such pressure, but a war angel's physique was different. Only after several hours did she finally let out a long breath. She stood, the 3 pairs of white wings trembling slightly. With a single thought, vast holy power blasted from her back and transformed into 3 pairs of burning wings of sacred fire, completely replacing the originals. Focus all power in one place. Wield it at will, and it'll be stronger, she murmured. Her internal reserves had multiplied several times over. What had once been 300 sword swings a day could now be completed in less than 3 days of training. At this pace, she would push both of her signature skills to the breakthrough level before the official assessment. The slime was also nearing the mid-lord tier. She hoped it would not slow her down. As for the assessment itself, she had no intention of merely passing. She meant to outshine every opponent and make a stunning entrance. With a flicker of thought, she exited the beast space. Seeing the sleeping Fong Ran and the slime pressed to his chest, Xiaoshan's breath caught for a moment. At dawn, Fong Ran opened his eyes. The quilt that had covered him was gone, replaced by a layer of soft white feathers. 3 enormous wings nearly blanketed the entire bed. A 6-winged angel. Xiaotian has reached late lord tier, he realized at once, the seraph he had dreamed of now lying right before him. Unable to resist, Fong Ran grasped one of her wings and gave it a gentle tug. Still asleep, Xiaotian frowned slightly and muttered, "No, don't pull." Looking at her flawless sleeping face, Fong Ran's lips curved. "Don't pull? Then I guess he'll be rebellious." He quietly moved behind her, took hold of 2 of her wings, and gave them a light shake. The wings quivered in his hands, showing a hint of resistance. This will make things far more convenient, and when it takes off it even comes with its own steering wheel. Fong Ran stood in the center of the living room, waving his arms as he wondered how to grip the newly formed wing membranes so they would be steady without blocking his view. Knock, knock. The sharp rap at the door broke his concentration. From the other side, his slime companion called in its soft voice, "Master, you have visitors. The beast masters from next door have come to see you." "Coming," Fong Ran replied, putting his thoughts aside and heading to the door. A moment later, he ushered 3 guests inside. Anyone who could afford a villa in this neighborhood was an extraordinary beastmaster with an impressive background. The newcomers took in the surroundings, then fixed their eyes on Fong Ran. "I didn't expect the owner to be so young. I thought he'd be an old man. You must be Fong Ran. I've heard of you. We brought a small gift, just a token of respect." They could see that Fong Ran was only lord class, yet none of them showed the slightest disdain. When they learned he was about to sit for the Beastmaster Guild certification exam, their eyes lit up. There wasn't a single guild member in the entire district. If Fong Ran got in, he would become a valuable connection. The conversation quickly warmed, and they even asked after his uncle and aunt's jobs. "Crane Fleece is just a small company. We sell only premium down. Next time we'll send you an angel juve. With your uncle's ability, being a manager there is a waste." From the way they talked, Fong Ran could tell they were big shots in the imperial capital, long past caring about the once dominant firms of Yuqing. "Thank you for your kindness, but my uncle is used to it," he said politely, then walked them to the door. Before leaving, they set down wine and gift boxes worth tens of thousands. As their luxury car disappeared, Fong Ran felt the night breeze grow cool. He glanced at the expensive gifts and allowed himself a wry smile. The capital is full of hidden dragons. Even an ordinary villa district is packed with extraordinary beastmasters. In the end, I'm only lord class, nothing special. They're courting me simply because I might enter the guild. Without that chance, they probably wouldn't spare me a glance. Measured by wealth, I'm practically poor beside them. Measured by talent, Yuan Chichuan is no different from me. And every year, plenty of top-ranked recruits end up fading into the crowd. The night deepened, and another knock sounded. This time, only one visitor stood outside. She wore oversized black sunglasses and a lavish dress that hugged her curves to perfection. Under the light, her softly curled silver hair shimmered. each gesture carrying a theatrical rhythm. She was a Syria of the elf race, co-organizer and host of the second Beastmaster tournament. Online, she went by Solo Sprite, while among humans, she used the name Fong Ling. Fong Ran, aren't you going to invite me in? She asked. Figures she acts in films. Even her words feel cinematic, and her voice has that magnetic timbre. Fong Ran muttered to himself, though his gaze drifted to her chest. So this is what they mean by a truly extraordinary beast, broad-minded in every sense. She was even more enchanting than little Tian, reminding him of an elven queen from a comic, and he instantly understood the phrase stands like a capital letter. No wonder she stands out among so many alluring beastmasters. Had a good look? I wouldn't mind if you wanted to touch, she teased. Startled, Fong Ran jerked his eyes away, the tips of his ears turning red. Fong Ling chuckled, her voice rippling like water and growing even more irresistible. Please come in, senior, Fong Ran said, stepping aside. The doorway was wide, yet she deliberately brushed past Fong Ran, teasing him in a way that was nothing like her on-camera persona. The moment she stepped into the living room, the seduction vanished. Under her uncle's anxious gaze, she switched to a businesslike smile. After a few pleasantries, she learned that Fong Ran was about to be officially admitted to the Beastmasters Association, and genuine interest flickered in her eyes. Our company's planning a joint project with the association to launch a few new Beastmaster stars, she began. Save your breath. Xiao Tian isn't going, Fong Ran said flatly. Don't turn me down yet. She laid out her offer. There's only one slot for a combat star. Win a few matches now and then, shoot some footage hunting vicious beasts, and the pay is excellent. Her gaze settled on Xiao Tian, excitement undisguised. In her eyes, the girl was born for battle and bloodshed. It's just a partnershipy out, keep complete freedom day to day. At most we shoot 1 or 2 posters a year. The base salary is 100 million, with every assignment paid separately. She kept sweetening the deal. That's only the start. If the response is good, even more projects will follow. With the association supervising everything, Xiao Tian will never be put in danger. We're simply helping them promote Beastmasters. She admitted she hadn't found the right candidate until now, but once Fong Ran joined, the association would never refuse to cooperate. The offer was tempting, and Fong Ran knew that as his roster of contracted beasts grew, his money would eventually run out. He fell silent. I'll do it, but only if I stay with my master, Xiao Tian said, stepping behind him. Her eyes lit up, but Fong Ran still shook his head. Not so fast. I need time to think. Take all the time you need, she conceded. But the combat star must be an association Beastmaster, that's non-negotiable. If you get in, they'll give you an extra reward. What kind of reward? Fong Ran pressed. A surprise you'll love. She offered a sweet, meaningful smile that reminded him of an elven girl from his childhood. After she showed them out, Fong Ran muttered to himself, what an actress. Why turn it down? Worried he'll be in danger? Xiao Tian asked. If we agree right away, we lose our leverage, Fong Ran replied. Besides, with the association in charge, the focus will be the combat. I trust them. To him, it felt more like an official campaign than a publicity stunt. Over the next few days, Xiao Tian paid off a slice of her skill debt each day, while the evolution fruits Fong Ran had listed at the auction house sold one after another. 7 days later, she cleared the arrears on 2 innate skills, her skin becoming almost translucent, as if she were a goddess carved from light. Advance payment for Sacred Chain Forge's word at insight level has been repaid. Skill upgraded to perfect. Advance payment for Body of War at insight level has been repaid. Skill upgraded to perfect. Half a month later, the repayments were complete once more. Advance payment for Sacred Chain Forge's word at perfect level has been repaid. Skill has broken through. Advance payment for Body of War at perfect level has been repaid. Skill has broken through. Both skills reached the breakthrough tier at the same time, unlocking brand new abilities. What new power is this? Fong Ran stared at the 2 breakthrough skills materializing in front of him. The first line took shape at once. Holy Chain Forged Blade, devour blood and strength. Convert them into holy energy, store it, then unleash a devastating strike. A second description lit up. Body of War, briefly manifest the mark of a deity. Turn a portion of incoming damage into holy energy, and instantly heal yourself. 1 offensive, 1 defensive, together they form the War Angel's signature combo, perfect for a protracted fight. Fong Ran looked up at Xiao Tian. Her skin gleamed like warm jade. Even with her holy power forced inward, a faint radiance still leaked from every pore. 3 pairs of wings folded behind her. If she spread them fully, their span would dwarf her height. Bzzz. The air quivered under the pressure of holy energy. Xiao Tian raised a hand, and a platinum vortex spiraled into a massive sword. The blade was thick, a blood groove running hilt to tip. Sacred runes crawled from the groove to the edge. Its weight was obvious, yet the petite girl hoisted it one-handed as easily as a child lifting cardboard. A moment later, a holy seal surfaced. Her pupils turned pale gold, and intricate sacred patterns spread from her nape to her limbs, forming a skin-tight alloyed armor that made her look like a golden war goddess. Fong Ran had seen this once before the first time he met Xiao Tian, but the patterns were now even more elaborate. He glanced at her abdomen, hoping to spot a familiar motif, but it was gone. Noticing his gaze, Xiao Tian snapped her wings wide. The full presence of a six-winged angel filled his vision, an edge as sharp as steel filling the air. Unlike Lin Qinghuan's serene holiness, Xiao Tian felt like a drawn blade, aggressive and ready. Don't stare. A purple, tentacle-like arm whipped in front of Fong Ran. It belonged to the slime, which had split off a limb. Fong Ran laughed, caught it, and lifted it aside. Cheeky thing, you've gained weight. The slime really had grown after devouring so much energy. Fong Ran refocused and opened his personal panel. Total forbidden symbiosis time, 4,648 hours. Just 2 hours short of the mastery requirement. The slime could share symbiosis for 3 hours a day, so he could finish today and push the skill to the microscopic tier. Beep beep. A new message floated across his light screen. Lei Tianren, Fong Ran, the top sophomore, just returned to the imperial capital. If you beat him, you'll be #1 here. Fong Ran, on my way. He headed straight for Imperial University. At the villa gate, he stopped short. A pile of slimy flesh had been dumped outside. Not too close, not too far, but the stench of blood was overpowering. I don't recall offending anyone, he muttered. The neighborhood was full of extraordinary beast tamers. Random provocation made no sense. Probably some aberrant tossing leftovers, at least it wasn't in his yard. Pinching his nose, he shoveled the mess into the trash bin. Just then a beast tamer who had visited him before rounded the corner. Off to campus? The man asked politely, though his eyes flicked to the bag of flesh at Fong Ran's feet, hesitation flashing across his face. He lowered his voice. Plenty of aberrants live around here. Best keep your distance. As a fellow tamer, he offered a bit of kindness. Fong Ran blinked. Mind filling me in? In reply to Fong Ran's question, he merely smiled and said, I've heard they're on very friendly terms with Feng Ling and have visited her several times. Just passing along the rumor. The message was clear, conversation over. With Fong Ran's current standing, there was no reason to offend a cadre of transcendent exotics. Although exotics and human beastmasters are supposed to coexist, friction between them is routine, and clashes in the city are commonplace. Fong Ran had heard plenty of stories. Some exotics even kept humans as pets, a practice most rampant among the angels, who look down on frail humans most of all. Could it be because Feng Ling wants to invite Xiaotian to shoot a promo? The thought made Fong Ran's heart skip. To make ends meet, he had met his share of exotics, and Feng Ling was exactly the sort adored within their circles. Many of her kin tried to use her to climb the social ladder. Exotics aren't allowed inside the Beastmaster Guild. I've stepped on their turf and cut into their profits. Fong Ran quickly sorted out the situation. The real target wasn't him, but Xiaotian. That feather planted in her flesh was a warning. But Xiaotian is no ordinary exotic. She is bound to Fong Ran by contract and, on paper, belongs to the guild, which means she enjoys its protection. Whatever other secrets may exist, this incident only made Fong Ran more eager to advance to transcend it. Once he reached the academy and secured the sophomore resources, he would have real leverage. Fear never crossed his mind. He might not be transcendent yet, but a nearly sovereign creature lurked within his beast space. If backed into a corner, he wouldn't hesitate to go down in a blaze of mutual destruction. Meanwhile, in a secluded yet lavish estate in the imperial capital, Ding Han gazed into an enormous bathing pool, his expression unreadable. A ghost samurai lay submerged in a potion brewed from rare materials. Waves of energy rolled off it, and a chill frost crept half an inch thick across the floor. With the resources the Divine Society is supplying, I won't lose again. True to form, he blamed everything but himself and quickly pinned down 3 reasons he had lost to Fong Ran last time. 1. Had contracted his second beast too late. 2. The ghost samurai the society assigned was poor quality. 3. The tournament rules limited his first beast's appearances, giving Fong Ran an opening. Having dissected the defeat, he exhaled, feeling lighter. Abyssal Fiend. At his call, a bandage-wrapped shadow dripping toxic miasma dropped from the void. My Abyssal Fiend is already late Lord tier, and with the society's help, the ghost samurai will hit late Lord tier before its probation ends. Confidence curled across Ding Han's lips as he approached the pool. Fong Ran was no longer the goal. With 2 late Lord tier beasts, he would crush Yuan Qichuan, make a splash, and win promotion to Iron Rank in the Divine Society. Only at Iron Rank would he truly step into the inner circle. Watching the ghost samurai's level soar, his pulse raced. The rush of rising power was intoxicating. Still, Fong Ran is impressive. He's turned the society upside down. Remembering the High Priestess' recent outburst, he shuddered, eyes glinting dangerously. The society and I are just using each other. Once him playing both sides all the way to sovereignty, he half closed his eyes, recalling the humiliating moment when the High Priestess had pressed his head beneath her silken foot. Humiliation mixed with a strange thrill. Ding Han trembled, breath rough. When I become a sovereign beastmaster, shall be the one bowing at my feet every single day. Sunlight poured through the training hall's tall glass windows, turning the fire element zone into a wavering haze of heat. A gigantic butterfly forged from flames hovered in midair. Every stroke of its crimson wings whipped up a furnace-hot gust and stripped another layer of fire from the fist-sized divine flame stone below. A few steps away, an emerald sapling burst from the floor, its branches encircling a petite sprite. Her long hair matched the leaves, and root-like tendrils stretched from her ankles into the trunk, drinking in its nutrients without pause. The divine flame stone hailed from the scorched lands, and the evolution fruit tree beside it had already reached Lord-tier resources that any ordinary tamer would refine only in careful stages. Yet Shen Yun's fire butterfly and sprite were spending this heavenly windfall with reckless abandon, torrents of heat and green light battering the hall's defensive array as their strength climbed before the naked eye. Miss Shun, you're a dual lord beast tamer now. The female coach marveled from behind the barrier. Shen Yun kept her face blank. Compared with him, I'm still far behind. The coach froze. Dual lord tamers this young could be counted on one hand in the entire Longwo. How much pressure was the girl putting on herself? After training ended, Shen Yun asked the coach to leave, then took out a small wooden box. The sprite caught the movement at once. Her emerald eyes quivered, then hid their emotion. Years ago, her tribe had been slaughtered by feral beasts. To survive, she had burned away her natural power and allowed herself to fall into the hands of Shun Yun's grandfather. More than a decade at Shun Yun's side, helped by a divine tree branch, and the girl's spiritual feedback had barely healed her hidden wounds. To a sprite, that span was a mere heartbeat, yet she had grown fond of Shen Yun. Shen Yun opened the box. Inside lay a gray-brown branch half an arm long, dotted with faint green specks of light. Grandpa risked his life for this divine tree twig, she whispered. That tree once bore a 10,000-year evolution fruit, and king-tier tamers fought a war over it. In the chaos, Grandpa tore off this branch. Its life force is strong enough to lengthen a person's lifespan. He gave it to me when I was born, and I've hidden it ever since. She had no idea the twig had long since lost most of its original power. Shen Yun offered the branch to the sprite. With this, you'll reach at least mid-lord level. Go on, take it. Meeting the girl's steady gaze, the sprite was silent for a moment. A slender vine curled around the twig. It's only a promotion test, she whispered inwardly. They'll see you through it. Their opponents were just a few lord-tier tamers. She had yet to cross the threshold into the extraordinary, but her battle experience far surpassed most who had. If she weren't worried about standing out, she could break through at any time. At the same time, on the academy's dueling grounds, I concede. The tamer on the platform raised an arm, sweat streaming down his jaw. Good choice. Fong Ran's contracted angel, Xiao Tian, sheathed her holy sword. The golden radiance faded, and she vanished from sight alongside her master. The sophomores in the stands exchanged stunned looks. They had come for a close match, only to be floored by Fong Ran's crushing victory. Since when did he hit late lord tier? That evolution speed is absurd. Someone slapped a friend's shoulder, voice unsteady. Did he pour all his yang energy into that angel, or what? A louder voice rang out. So that's why you've skipped classes these past few days. You're secretly a pure yang prodigy, aren't you? Cut the crap. He must have hit late lord stage ages ago, and has been playing dumb this whole time. The stands erupted. Everyone stared at the angel race. Beast the creature kept its wings folded, yet sliced through opponents like a hot knife through butter. Shock, envy, and jealousy churned in the air before merging into a single sigh. The gap between people can really be this huge. Lei Tianren stood frozen. Only now did he realize that back in Yuqing, the distance between him and Fong Ran had already been at its narrowest. Outside the academy gates at the same time. Move, move, don't block the way. Zhang Er clawed through the crowd, forcing his way toward the arena. Shattering the eternal runner-up curse and seizing the top spot was the only thing that had driven him to the Imperial Capital Academy. If I can grab first place before Fong Ran makes a move, it still counts as being number one, he thought, years of pent-up frustration about to burst. Yet the moment he stepped into the arena, he ran into the senior who had held the top rank, head hanging in defeat. What's going on? Zhang Er froze. Brother Zhang, I lost to a junior. The senior forced a bitter smile and patted his shoulder. How did you lose? Zhang Er's lips quivered. Fong Ran's bonded beast is late lord stage. The words hit Zhang Er like lightning. He turned to stone. Late lord stage? Then how can I possibly win? The senior hurried to console him. Brother Zhang, have some faith. I reached late lord stage before he did. I shouldn't have lost. But Zhang Er heard nothing. Now that the rankings had been swapped, he had to wait out a cooldown before challenging again, effectively slamming shut the door to his revenge. Fong Ran, Lin King Huando's Yuqing have a personal grudge against me? Zhang Er wanted to roar at the sky and swore he would never set foot in Yuqing again. Lei Tianren spotted the devastated senior and suddenly felt a little less miserable. Fong Ran was a one-man wrecking crew pushing everyone toward despair. He mused that if he tossed the truth into the class chat, what faces would those classmates who had mocked the great skippers make? Tianren, what does first place get you? Fong Ran's voice snapped him out of his thoughts. Lei Tianren thought for a second and answered carefully. One basic evolution fruit every month. The same grade meal plan as always, plus each year a set of extraordinary grade evolution materials and one a grade skill. The extraordinary materials are supplied per beast under contract. Extraordinary materials once a year, evolution fruit every month? Fong Ran raised an eyebrow. No wonder so many people try to skip grades or even stay back in sophomore year on purpose. The fruit alone would boost their evolution speed by an entire tier each month. But the real prize was still the extraordinary materials and the A-grade skill. Lei Tianren added, the price of basic evolution fruits just went up. Someone bought out a huge batch at once, which even drove down the price of the higher grade ones. Fong Ran's heart tightened. The mysterious buyer was none other than himself. Let's collect the A-grade skill first, Fong Ran calculated silently. Xiao Tian still couldn't use holy power to repair its body, so the healing from the holy seal was far from optimal. This was the perfect chance to plug that gap. At that moment, a notification flashed across his mind's interface. Total forbidden symbiosis time, 4,848 hours. Maximum duration reached. In less than 2 hours, he had steamrolled the sophomore champion. Before the crowd could recover from the shock, Fong Ran was already on his way out. Wenmu, cut down that senior. Fong Ran suddenly ordered. A towering holographic leaderboard hung outside the classroom building, rows of names scrolling above the crowd. At the very top, 2 characters stood out. Fong Ran, followed by the flashing tag Imperial Academy Sophomore Rank 1. Second-year Beast Tamers who had failed to skip a grade stared up at the ranking, their exclamations coming in waves. What a monster! Fong Ran is a total freak. He's been on campus only a few days, and he's already first? The gap between people is wider than the gap between people and their beasts. Maybe he's the principal's kid, or something. How else could he be this badass? The chatter grew louder. Just as one boy was about to continue the traditional student pastime of teasing the principal, his friend yanked his sleeve. Keep it down, the principal's coming. The boy turned, skeptical, but sure enough, an elderly figure, stooped yet imposing, was walking toward them. The old man's gray-white hair was tied at the back, his gaze steady, and beside him strode a tall, draconic woman, Long Yu. Her silver-blue tail flicked idly. A single glance from her was enough to make several tamers' knees buckle. He took first again? Long Yu glanced up at the board. Fong Ran. Yes, impressive, the old man. Principal Bao Jun nodded. I keep hearing his name. So, Bao Jun asked with a smile, have you taken a liking to the boy? Planning to train him yourself and form a contract? Long Yu arched an eyebrow and shot him a look. He's still a student. Who knows how long before he can withstand my mental pressure? Despite her words, there was admiration in her tone. But his growth is insane. Give him time. If he reaches king tier, he might manage. Her tail swayed unconsciously while she weighed the idea. It might be a bit late, Bao Jun said softly, but once his mental strength hits 100, he'll be able to handle your aura. Lord tier requires a mental stat of 10, extraordinary tier 30, and king tier 50. To contract with Long Yu. However, a tamer must break through to 100 at the king tier only, then is there any chance of success? That meant the tamer had to endure an enormous mental load, and their bonded beast could not falter either. Meanwhile, Fong Ran arrived at the Academy Skill Archive. Beneath the ivory dome, holographic shelves of scrolls stretched like a virtual library. Scanning the labels, he couldn't help exclaiming, there are this many A-class healing skills? Lots of angels switched to the healer path, so the archive stocks plenty. Xiao Tian, hovering beside him, explained. Which one catches your eye? Fong Ran asked. After studying the display for a moment, Xiao Tian pointed her slender finger at a scroll. That one. Fong Ran followed her gaze. Skill book. A-class sacred tier of restoration. Entry effect. Condense holy power into a single drop of life essence, able to mend minor physical wounds and dispel light fatigue. Simple, straightforward, and potent. Perfect for you, Fong Ran said with satisfaction. I mainly want to learn how to convert holy power into healing, and this fits the bill. MHM, Xiao Tian nodded slightly. What mattered more to her was that the technique could stabilize Fong Ran's life as long as his injuries weren't fatal. He took the scroll and unfurled it. The cover revealed the image of a seraph of healing. Sacred light rippled, and lines of text appeared. Holy power is the energy of life. Extract its restorative essence, and you can reverse. A golden light flickered in Xiao Tian's eyes as she watched in silence. After a long moment, she finally exhaled. A single drop of holy water welled up on Xiao Tian's fingertip. Let's see how it works. She brought her hand to Fong Ran's lips. He opened his mouth. The moment the droplet touched his tongue, it melted into a warm current that surged through every limb, as if he had just woken from the best sleep of his life. Incredible, he breathed, savoring the afterglow. And that was only the entry-level version. I can't imagine what the perfected tier feels like. It was, after all, an A-rank skill of a healing angel, so its power made sense. Seeing Fong Ran so content, Xiao Tian's fingers trembled before she offered, since we have to train every day anyway, why not use all the practice on you? Fong Ran laughed. I'm not injured. A human body can't handle that much holy energy. A little is fine, more would be dangerous. Preloan of Holy Tier of Restoration Novice Proficiency activated. Acquired Holy Tier of Restoration Adept. Outstanding debt. Use Adept level Holy Tier 0 100 times. As the prompts faded, the structure of holy power became clearer in Xiao Tian's mind. She hadn't just advanced the skill, her overall control of the energy had taken a leap. Master, let's test the upgraded version. She held her fingertip before Fong Ran's eyes, a crystal bead suspended like an angel's tear. Before he could respond, a soft, wide mouth suddenly clamped down on her hand. Haha, tastes great. My cells are already tingling, the slime cackled. Xiao Tian froze like a statue. All right, quit fooling around, Fong Ran scolded, seeing her expression. Thumbs up, we need to head out. He ushered both contract beasts toward the door, finally restoring order. Once things settled, he checked the slime's new abilities. Preloan of Forbidden Symbiosis Mastery activated. Acquired Forbidden Symbiosis Subtle. Can merge with living beings, travel through their meridians, and form an umbral carapace on the surface. Travel through my meridians? That sounds painful, Fong Ran muttered, teeth on edge. Not at all, just a tiny bit uncomfortable, the slime replied with disarming sincerity. Fong Ran knew better than to take that at face value. A few days later, a message from the Beastmaster Association arrived without warning. Fong Ran, report to the designated location in 3 days for the official induction ceremony. He stared at the notice for 2 seconds before it sank in. That fast. Across the country, elite Beastmasters from every academy began their journey to the imperial capital. 3 days would be enough for them to arrive and acclimate. The announcement flooded the net, pushing Beastmaster induction to the top of every feed. Fong Ran's uncle and aunt heard the news and renewed their full support. Meanwhile, the slime's energy peaked, and she slipped into hibernation. When she awoke 3 days later, her body had darkened like midnight silk, her realm rising to mid-lord, while Xiao Tian's late lord foundation had grown even steadier. Fong Ran could feel his own mental power brimming. At dawn he reached the arena specified by the association. Familiar faces were already gathering at the wide entrance. Shenyun? His gaze sharpened. Compared to last time, Shenyun's aura was completely different-edged and simmering, but she still wasn't the most dangerous presence in the hall. Somewhere in the crowd, an even greater threat awaited. Fong Ran strolled into the academy quarter of the imperial capital. Zhang Er kept his head down, absorbed in his own tasks, never looking up. Standing beside him, however, Shenyun spotted a familiar face and waved with cheerful enthusiasm. Isn't that Fong Ran? He's here too. No way, that's really him. Brother Fong, do you still remember me? Several old classmates from Yuqing hurried over, greeting him all at once. Lu Yong, look at you, getting nominated by the Beastmaster Association? Fong Ran laughed and patted his shoulder. Noticing that Fong Ran still remembered them, the group brightened visibly. Lu Yong waved his hands in embarrassment. Me? Hardly. I'm just tagging along with a senior for experience. Fong Ran glanced around and realized they were all here under the wing of campus prodigies, hoping to broaden their horizons. By contrast, he had arrived in the capital on the same day, yet had already become the talk of the city. Curious stares landed on him from time to time, and his former classmates stood a little straighter, knowing Fong Ran in the capital was valuable social currency. That's Yuan Qichuan, a prodigy from the Magic City Academy, powerful in his own right. Next to him is Ding Han from the Sacred Beast Academy, also late lord level. And over there is Bai Ling Shuang of the Bai Clanches, even prettier than the rumors, someone whispered, eyes drifting toward a cluster of female students. Honestly, the trip is worth it for her looks alone. Lu Yong leaned in, lowering his voice. Fong Ran, there are over a dozen late lord beastmasters here. Are you sure you can handle this? Actually, I'm late lord now too, Fong Ran said calmly, as if tossing a pebble into still water. Their eyes widened. Lu Yong nearly dropped his jaw to his chest. Already? That fast? Enough talk. It's almost time to go in, Fong Ran replied with a smile, stepping toward the arena entrance. The entourage consisted of top talents from the 5 major academies, and 2 unfamiliar faces stood out. One was a blonde, broad-shouldered foreigner, built like a double-door refrigerator and radiating menace. The other carried a sword as tall as himself. Long hair flowing, was the #1 student of the Weapon Beast Academy. Shenyun whispered, be careful. His weapon beasts are tailored to counter other Beastmasters' formations. I know, Fong Ran answered softly. The 5 academies were Imperial, Magic City, Sacred Beast, Weapon Beast, and Divine Cure. Graduates of the Weapon Beast Academy usually entered Special Forces units, their blades often aimed at fellow Beastmasters. Divine Cure Academy focused on healing beasts. Its network rivaled the Beastmaster Associations. Though not the strongest in direct combat, few dared provoke them. No one wants to live without healers. Inside the arena, a vast light panel ceiling cast a cold white glow. 2 Beastmasters approached, a man and a woman, each wearing a pale silver badge, the mark of silver tier members of the Beastmaster Association. This is only a certification test, and they sent silver tier proctors? Someone murmured in surprise. Of course. It's not just us competing beastmasters from all 5 academies are here, another replied. At that, many eyes drifted toward the academy prodigies. Good thing Fong Ran's just a freshman, so he didn't take all the slots. With over 100 participants, the competition's going to be tougher than ever. The tension in the air thickened like gunpowder smoke, and beastmasters from top academies felt the pressure mount. At their own schools, they were hailed as prodigies. Yet the moment Beast Tamers from the 5 Grand Academies showed up, they realized genius meant very little. Fong Ran, in particular, seemed downright ordinary beside the youth already dubbed a young hero. Silence. The middle-aged man's voice fell like a hammer, crushing the noise at once. Next to him stood a ponytailed woman who said nothing. Her features were plain, but she felt like a bare blade. When Fong Ran met her gaze, a chill crept down his spine, as if a knife hovered at his eyes. This test could have been handled by Iron Rank members, the man said, sweeping his stare over the crowd. He paused. But competition is fierce. We're doubling the spots from 5 to 10. A chorus of ragged breaths rose twice the slots, twice the pressure. You'll be entering a broken domain to cull the beasts inside. The words triggered an uproar. A broken domain? I've heard of them, but never seen one. Can someone explain? A top humanities student pushed up his glasses and continued himself. Academically, broken domains fall into looping, fusion, standard, extinction, and natural categories. Ours is a looping domain that recreates the imperial capital under siege by feral beasts. Shen Yun murmured to Fong Ran. This domain's been challenged countless times. The current record belongs to a Lord-ranked tamer who slew 3,700 advanced beasts and 139 Lord-class beasts. He's a king rank now. Fong Ran whistled softly. Didn't his eyes fall out? That's like hacking from Nantian Gate all the way to Panglai East Road. And you actually know him, Shen Yun added. Me? I know someone like that. Fong Ran racked his brain, but came up empty. Press the button on your wristband and it'll pull you out, the silent silver rank woman finally said, handing out black wristbands. Your score is simple, 1 point per advanced beast, 100 per Lord class beast. Fong Ran snapped the band onto his arm, while Shen Yun pulled a set of top-grade armor from her pack. Though heavy, its sleek lines made her look even livelier. The suit could tank a transcendent class beast far more defense than needed against the domain's Lord class cap. Remember, the moment you're spent, hit the wristband, the silver rank woman warned. People have tried to tough it out and died in there. We can only judge by your data, and rescue takes time. This is only the first test. Just do your best. The room fell silent as the Beast Tamers finally settled down. They'll call names. Groups of 5, step forward, she ordered. The first 5 entered the passage. Long and dim, it felt like a maw that swallowed light. Minutes later they staggered back, faces chalk white. The beast tide was insane. I thought we'd go in together, it was unknown. I only dropped 3 Lord-class beasts before I bailed. Is that even a decent score? They muttered in confusion, having no clue where the bar was. After witnessing the domain firsthand, they were awestruck what kind of monster could rack up 139 Lord-class kills. What's going on in there? They were about to ask when the female proctor's cold stare silenced them. My job is to tell you everything you need to know in advance, she said, lifting her clipboard without changing expression. The fractured domain holds at most 5 people at a time. Any injury you take inside will be mirrored in the real world, so stay sharp. Next group. In the second round 5 names were called, among them Shen Yun. The 5 beastmasters stepped into the dark passage one after another. Barely 5 minutes later the crowd saw them teleported back into the arena. Shen Yun looked baffled and whispered to Fong Ran. Is that branch really so powerful? My sprite's power soared, but I spent a full hour in there. How come only 5 minutes passed outside? They stared at each other and quickly realized that time moved differently inside the domain. Fong Ran muttered. At this rate, they'll finish testing everyone in less than 2 hours. Why the discrepancy? Do we only enter with our minds? On the other side of the hall, a male examiner tapped figures into his tablet. Zhou, the scores in this year's promotion test are way higher than usual. Every academy sent their best recruits this year, replied the silver rank examiner Zhou. She leaned closer and asked, who's on top so far? Shen Yun from the Imperial Capital Academy. He tilted the screen toward her. She lasted 1 hour, killed 9 Lord-class beasts, and 73 high-class ones. Total score, 1,973. Zhou nodded, pleased. Almost 2,000 points right out of the gate. She must be the most talented in the Imperial Academy, right? The man shook his head. The real prodigy from the Imperial Academy is Fong Ran, the one who went in with her. At his words, Zhou followed his gaze. She had already read Fong Ran's name in the Beastmasters Guild's Wind City incident file and carried a very good impression of him. Move Fong Ran up in line and test him with Ding Han's group, Zhou suggested. Sure, we'll put the highest potential ones together, the male examiner agreed, sliding the roster ahead like someone arranging fighting crickets. Next group Fong Ran, Yuan Qichuan, Ding Han, Richard, Jiang Xin. Zhou called crisply. The 5 approached the entrance. Yuan Qichuan grinned at Fong Ran. Long time no see. Ding Han spared him a brief glance, then looked at the blonde Richard, and at Jiang Xin with the sword on his back. He thought to himself, the Martial Beast Academy still keeps long hair and uses cold steel pretty old school, but they're usually the ones who hit the hardest. The indicator bracelets flashed green. Jolin waved her hand. Begin. Footsteps echoed chaotically in the dim corridor, thinning out halfway through until only Fong Ran's remained. He looked around. His teammates had all been diverted to Waknoshire. The wall ahead lit up and his field of vision opened wide. A sharp scent of disinfectant hit him. The next instant Fong Ran was standing in a sun-filled hospital corridor, warm wind flowing in through the windows and gleaming off the white vinyl frames. So this is the fractured domain? Fong Ran raised a hand to the wall lamp and could even feel the heat of the shade. It's unbelievably real. Sunlight warmed his uniform. The air was laced with medicine and cleaning agents, and ahead of him stood a cluster of pristine white high-rises. This was the largest Beastmaster hospital in the imperial capital, a facility devoted to healing Beastmasters and their partners. Yet Fong Ran knew with chilling certainty that the entire scene was an illusion. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. A mellow light shimmered, and the six-winged angel, Xiao Tian, materialized beside him. A translucent slime already clung to his shoulder, needing no additional summons. How strange. This place doesn't feel like the real world. The slime glanced around, its round eyes full of doubt. Fong Ran strode through the hospital's main entrance with his two beasts in tow. The corridor on either side was in chaos. Get out of here. The beast tide has broken through the line. Leave before it's too late. If we go, what happens to the wounded beasts? We can't retreat. The front hasn't fallen. How can we abandon our post? Amid the frantic shouts, the scene whirled as if stirred by a giant hand. Stretchers and medical kits darted back and forth, while blood poured from the wounds of beastmasters and beasts alike. At last, several beastmasters guarding the ward were torn apart by invading monsters. In the widening pool of blood, the creature finally revealed its self-humanoid torso with a serpent's tail, arms shaped like mantis scythes, dark green scales catching the light, and a vertical pupil fixed on Fong Ran with predatory curiosity. Blade Scale Naga Rank. Early Lord Skills. Description: a member of the sea serpent lineage, its venomous scythes can shear through steel. Several smaller kin lurked behind it, equally vicious, but stuck at the high tier and clearly weaker. Fong Ran crooked a finger. Come on. The Naga hissed in rage and lunged. Xiao Tian lifted her great sword, unfurled her wings, and streaked forward, the blade aimed at the serpent's neck. The Naga ducked low and countered, poison claws slashing for her abdomen. Crack! Two crossing sword flashes flickered and vanished. Before the Naga could even scream, both arms dropped from its shoulders, blood spraying as the world spun. With only 2 strokes, an early Lord Beast crashed to the floor, proof not just of a level gap, but of Xiao Tian's battle-hardened skill. Gene points 8. The prompt startled Fong Ran. So the points are real? This isn't merely a hallucination. He eyed the corpse, then glanced back at the bustling hospital, a heavy sense of duty settling on his shoulders. Then today, we hold the line right here. He smiled faintly. With Xiao Tian's final swing, the remaining high-tier Nagas were wiped out, blood spreading across the floor. The vision shifted again. Outside the hospital, a row of beastmasters had formed a desperate defense. The leader's voice was hoarse from shouting. Hold this line. This is our home. We will not yield it to the invaders. In front of him, a dozen beastmasters who looked barely 20 snapped to attention. Hiss! 3 early Lord Bladescale Nagas charged from the black mist, leading dozens of high-tier beasts. Blades and magic flared. High-tier Nagas fell instantly. Splat! Splat! Blood spattered, staining the ground a deep red. The blood groove of Xiao Tian's greatsword slowly filled, some of the fluid transmuting into holy energy that raced along the edge channels. Gene points 1. Gene points 2. Gene points 1. She harvested high-tier beasts with blinding speed. The remaining 3 early Lord monsters formed a triangle, trapping Xiao Tian in the middle. Roars and hisses erupted as they attacked the silver-armored angel in unison. For an ordinary beastmaster, such an assault would mean death or at the very least, crippling wounds. Dragon Soul merge. Xiao Tian whispered, and a radiant halo flared behind her as 6 blazing wings unfurled around her. With 2 streams of divine power pouring in at once, her aura vaulted to the pinnacle of a Lord-class beastmaster. Boom! The air split with a thunderclap. 3 charging monsters were still frozen in mid-lunge when, an instant later, all 3 heads were severed cleanly and tumbled onto the blood-soaked earth. Too easy. Fong Ran gazed at the roiling dust in the distance. Even after culling these vanguards ahead of schedule, half the squad was already gone. The tragedy he had once lived through was playing out again. If the real beast tide hit, no one in these ruins would survive. I have to be stronger, he vowed, clenching his fist. Next time, I will hold the line. The coming onslaught was the perfect trial for his 2 contracted beasts. In barely 10 minutes the ground was drenched scarlet. Far off, dust and sand billowed as nearly 100 high-grade beasts surged forward, escorting 7 Lord-grade alphas. They showed a flicker of low-level cunning, splitting their forces. Half swarmed Xiaotian. The rest sprinted straight for Fong Ran. Hiss! A serpentine humanoid twirled its bone scythe in glee, already picturing a human head flying free. A blade of sacred flame slashed down from the sky, and the creature disintegrated to ash. Don't worry about me. I've got the Mu armor. Fong Ran shouted. Xiaotian had no time to answer. Sacred runes lit up across her skin, converting each crushing blow into pure holy energy while refilling her stamina before the eye could follow. Swish! Her greatsword carved a half-moon of gore, and several grotesque heads hit the ground at once. Any high-grade beast that met the blade died on contact. Surrounded on all sides, Xiaotian grew calmer, her eyes cold as forged steel, her strikes even colder. Unable to watch their brood slaughtered, several Lord-grade beasts roared and closed ranks, trapping her in the middle. Two others streaked toward Fong Ran. Warlord form, Xiaotian murmured, invoking the celestial sigil within. Her holy sword sang free, 6 pairs of fire wings blazed brighter, and the glare alone made lesser beasts shriek in agony. The halo above her flickered while 2 star-like sparks dimmed signs of an imminent overload. On Fong Ran's side, a black tide erupted. The dark violet slime spread like surf, flooding dozens of meters while geysers of spores burst from the ground and drifted aloft. Beasts that inhaled them turned blood-eyed and tore into one another. Seeing their ranks go mad, the 2 Lord-grade alphas bellowed and charged the Beastmaster directly. What? You think him some harmless salad? The slime scoffed. 20 crackling tendrils lanced out, skewering one snakeman through the heart and charring it to a husk, then hurled the corpse back at its partner. In seconds, a ring of mindless undead ringed the slime, shielding Fong Ran and holding the beast tied at bay. It's harmless, not heartless, Fong Ran corrected. Details, the slime waved a casual tentacle. At the other end of the battlefield, feathers of fire drifted through the air. Xiao Ocean's chest heaved as she stood amid several Lord-grade carcasses, blood sliding down her sword. Xiaoyan, mop up the remaining high-grades, Fong Ran ordered. The slime split off a fragment and led its zombie host to finish the crazed stragglers. After a long while, the screams faded, and the wasteland fell silent once more. Looks like it's finally over, Fong Ran muttered. Xiao Tian had burned through most of his stamina and was gasping for air. Fong Ran figured he only needed to hang on a little longer before catching his breath, but a shrill alarm suddenly blared as red strobes lit the dim hospital corridor. The next instant the floor lurched as if struck by a giant hammer. The whole building shook, and plaster rained from the walls. Boom. Outside, a tide of savage beasts surged from the edge of the night, their roars merging into a deafening wave. With one glance Fong Ran counted more than a dozen Lord-level monsters, fangs flashing like knives and sending a chill down his spine. Meanwhile, in the hall outside the residual domain, 3 figures exited the hatch first, the light shields around them folding away. Zhou Lin pulled out a tablet, brought up the real-time data and footage from their wristbands, and tapped the screen. Fast forward. A few seconds later the video froze. She arched a brow and whistled softly. Not bad. All 3 lasted into the 3rd wave, and Yuan Qichuan even cleared it. Reaching a 3rd beast wave at Lord level was already a 1 in 10th feat. Holding out for several more seconds afterward put Yuan Qichuan near the top of the all-time rankings. What about the other 2? Why aren't they out yet? The man beside her asked, frowning. In past years some had fought until they collapsed and never walked out alive. Unlikely anything's wrong. Their wristband signals are stable, Zhou Lin said after a quick glance at the data. Different mental loads distort time flow. Coming out late doesn't always mean they stayed longer inside. Across the hall, Yuan Qichuan wiped the sweat from his brow. The memory still made him tremble. I never imagined a beast tide could be that terrifying. He had thought himself well prepared, but when an endless horde poured in and Lord-class creatures kept appearing, hopelessness set in despite knowing it was virtual. His beast companion's stamina plummeted. No matter how strong his will, instinct screamed at him to retreat. He couldn't picture anyone lasting much longer in that flood. Zhou Lin patted his shoulder. Chin up. You did great. Senior, is the 4th wave the end? He asked. Rumor says there are 5 waves in total. Only a handful have ever reached the 5th, and none of them lasted to the finish. Yuan Qichuan's pupils contracted. He could already guess who those few were. One is Longguo's Beastmaster Emperor, founder of the Beastmaster Guild, Zhou Lin said evenly. Another is a near-emperor-class dragonkin who now teaches at the Imperial Academy. The rest of the records are sealed. The gap is that huge. How did they do it? Yuan Qichuan blurted. A dragonkin's endurance speaks for itself, but that Beastmaster challenged the endless domain again and again. While still at Lord level, he had already contracted 3 beasts and mapped out every step. The explanation eased Yuan Qichuan a little. Today had been only their first attempt. Elsewhere, the contenders knocked out in the 2nd and 3rd waves watched Yuan Qichuan lamenting his 4th wave exit and silently cursed, feeling trampled underfoot. The 3rd wave, I didn't even clear the 3rd, Shen Yun muttered, clenching and unclenching her fists, eyes clouded with mixed emotions. It seemed Yuan Shichuan had hit his limit. Most competitors had fallen during the third wave. Old Yang. They've been through the beast tide and barely reacted, have they? Zhou Lin studied the Beast Tamers who had already passed the trial. Yes, their composure is remarkable. Old Yang gave a slight nod, his gaze skimming across these top talents from every academy. Anyone who reaches this stage must have something exceptional. In previous years, plenty of trainees had broken down after the Beast Tide simulation, forcing the Beast Tamer Association to arrange emergency counseling. But this cohort was clearly different. Several emerged from the trial even tougher. The clearest example was Yuan Shichuan. The laziness he once showed had been replaced by steady resolve. He now looked like steel tempered on the battlefield. Only after experiencing war do you realize how precious peace is, Old Yang boomed, sweeping his eyes over the group. Today's Beast Tide was only a warm-up. One day you'll face the real thing, whether you join the association or not. When that day comes, you won't be standing alone. A spark lit in the Beast Tamer's eyes. Exactly. The beast will come sooner or later. With comrades at our side. As long as we're strong, we can turn the tide. I heard that once you join the association, you get to challenge this remnant realm every month. We have to get stronger. Seeing their passion reignite, Old Yang smiled in satisfaction. The vigor of youth was just what he wanted. At that moment, another figure stepped from the crowd. Hearing the final tallies, Ding Han finally relaxed. They only lasted to the third wave? He mused. With my two late lordier beasts, I wiped out the fourth wave outright. Undead familiars never tire. His only real challenge had been the late lord level monsters. Apart from a few elite academies still to be tested, he was sure no one could top him in this first trial. As for Fong Ran, his beasts were still immature at best, the level of a first-rate prodigy. The scoreboard suddenly jumped to 4,920 points. Old Yang raised an eyebrow. 37 Lord-class beasts? Up to 4,920 points. Zhou Lin was impressed. That's nearly the fourth wave threshold, almost cleared the entire run. Yuan Shichuan only managed 4,500. That's a sizable gap. Don't forget, all his beasts are undead, Old Yang added. They excel in drawn-out fights. An undead maintains peak performance until its health hits zero. That's not an excuse for Yuan Shichuan. It's simply a fact. Zhou Lin nodded thoughtfully. I heard he really bloomed after entering the academy, and now both his beasts are late lord tier. With enough resources, he could step into double transcendent at any moment, making him top tier even among transcendents. Ding Han strode up to the two examiners with a faint smile. Seniors, can we announce the results now? Arrogant enough. But he had every reason to be arrogant. Everything still had to follow protocol. Fong Ran from the Imperial Academy had yet to finish his trial, and the scores would only be released after everyone was done. Hearing the chatter around him, Ding Han curled his lips in a faint sneer. Both of his beasts were already in the late lord stage and perfectly suited to prolonged group battles. Who could possibly beat him in a test like this? Fine, I'll wait. He turned away, ambition surging in his chest. Once the exam ended, he would become the God Egg's contractor, and the Divine Beast Council would be his sooner or later, assuming those people could find the egg first. Deep inside the broken realm, his two beasts were fighting to the point of exhaustion, yet they still tore through the raging horde like berserk harvesters, carving out wide swaths of empty space. Ordinary feral beasts dared not approach. Only lord-class creatures could barely inflict any damage. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Nearly 20 blade-scale naga hidden in the swarm loosed a volley of poisoned arrows. Their dark violet scales bristled with spines and venom, and the toxic projectiles shrieked toward Xiaotian. One blade struck her, and deep purple lines immediately spread across her skin. With a low shout, she snapped the arrow in two, and her final halo flared. Holy light washed over her and the slime, purging the poison in an instant and restoring their stamina at breakneck speed. From a distance, Fong Ran watched that golden streak plow into the beast tide, hearing only an unending chorus of screams. He wanted to tell Xiaotian to stop, but she was already lost in bloodlust. The remaining creatures shrank back in terror, roaring yet refusing to approach the radiant halo. After an entire hour, the ground was carpeted with corpses. The tide spilling in from the void sea crashed forward, and the broken realm slid completely out of control. A phantom warning flashed across the sky. A new wave of monsters, utterly different from the blade-scale naga, surged through the shattered doors of the hospital. Go! Fong Ran suppressed the metallic taste in his throat, clamped his hand around the wristband, and poured in his last thread of mental power. A moment later, the band burst into a blinding white light. When he opened his eyes again, he was back in the dark corridor. Every smear of blood and split in his skin was gone, and both of his beasts were fully restored. None of it had been an illusion. He was certain of that, especially when the dial now read gene points, 13,903. Beside him, Xiaotian drew a deep breath, the remaining crimson in her eyes slowly fading. Still holding up? Fong Ran asked softly. He knew she could keep fighting, but charging headlong at an unknown enemy was too risky. I'm fine. Her voice was clear. The next instant, a warm body threw itself into his arms. Fong Ran stroked the slight tremor in her back and said gently, "Don't be afraid. If that day ever comes, you'll be more than enough to decide the outcome." Why do I feel like she's actually having the time of her life? The slime muttered nearby. Oh, Fong Ran is out. In the monitoring room, Zhou Lin's eyes lit up, and she immediately checked the tablet in her hand. As soon as someone left the broken realm, the wristband data uploaded automatically. At that moment, Ding Han and several other Beastmasters looked over as well. Fong Ran is a legend in the capital. Let's see how many points he puts up. Old Yang perked up at the remark. The two silver-level members leaned in over the same tablet, tension tightening their faces. Their breaths caught. A heartbeat later, the tablet nearly slipped from their fingers. Crack. Zhou Lin snatched it on reflex, knuckles turning white as tempered glass splintered beneath her grip. Neither of them cared. Their eyes were locked on the flashing numbers. Lord-class beasts, 73. High-grade beasts, 532. Total score, 7,832. A clean 3,000 points higher than the previous record holders. Holy Old Yang raked a hand through his tangled hair, speechless. Zhou Lin's breathing went ragged. No wonder even Senior Yu takes him seriously. With numbers like that, jumping straight to iron level should be a given, right? More than iron level, Old Yang muttered. With that potential, he'll get the top resource quota, guaranteed. He had seen plenty of so-called prodigies, but none who smashed the records flat on their first run. Fong Ran bulldozed straight through the fourth beast, tied something even the Imperial Beastmaster King never pulled off. Their whispers were soft, yet every trainee Beastmaster heard them. Full member? Iron level already? We'll be basic members at best, and Fong Ran shoot straight to iron? Murmurs rippled through the hall. Yuan Chichuan stepped forward. Seniors, what score did Fong Ran actually get? Not your concern, Old Yang said, tucking the tablet behind him. The numbers stay sealed. No reason to crush morale, and the rules forbid it. Still, everyone now had a pretty good idea. What did he pick up in Wind City to grow this fast? Ding Han ground his teeth. Had been grinding like crazy himself, yet Fong Ran had left him in the dust. The sting of frustration burned hot. Footsteps echoed from the corridor. Fong Ran appeared, fatigue clouding the teenager's eyes. The easy confidence from earlier was gone. The rankings went up. First place, Fong Ran. Second, Ding Han. Third, Yuan Chichuan. Fifth, Xin Yun. Crap, I'm only sixth. Richard's eyes bulged. Had missed fifth by a hair. Perfect timing. A few extra kills saved my spot. The sprite on Shun Yun's shoulder swung its legs, teasing. She had planned to hold her usual third place, but with so many prodigies around, easing up had nearly cost her everything. Don't celebrate yet. 2 tests remain. The proctor's calm voice made everyone's scalp prickle. First, mental power strength. Second, the final written exam. The written exam needed no explanation. They were all top students from elite schools. Even the weakest, Fong Ran, had tricks to cram the data into his head. The real variable was the new mental power test. Anyone versed in forging skills could polish their mind endlessly, and the earlier they started, the bigger the edge. Fong Ran was the textbook example of that edge. My mental power left average people in the dust long ago, he murmured. The device clamped around his wrist, beeped, and flashed. The digits froze. Silence swallowed the hall. Mental power, 21 points. At 21 points, even though a typical lower tier reading is only about 10, Fong Ran's mental power score held steady at 21, propelling him straight into the candidate pool. Lao Yang's eyes widened as turmoil churned inside him. This kid's mind power is that high. Could he actually be able to form a pact with Senior Longyu? Inside the Beastmaster Guild, a few provisional slots had indeed been set aside. Anyone who could be nurtured to king tier would be allowed to attempt a contract with the late king Beast Longyu. Securing her was tantamount to reaching the peak of life, while still at king level. Yet her power was on par with a nuclear war-headed double-edged sword, so every candidate had to have a spotless background, sound mind, and perfect morals. Miss one requirement, and you were out. It used to be people choosing beasts. Now the beast chose its human. Is the kid aiming for first in all 3 areas? Someone muttered. I heard they docked his culture score during the exam. Barely halfway into the written test, Fong Ran raised his hand, turned in his paper, and once again scored a perfect mark. When the proctor announced the result, the 2 clerks recording scores just stared at each other, speechless. Too bad Fong Ran already belongs to Elder Yu, one person sighed. Yeah, and our faction isn't tied to Elder Yu, another agreed. If they could have pulled this monster-level talent into their camp, the future flow of resources would be obvious, but reality wouldn't allow them to touch him. The final rankings went up. Everyone in the top 10 was in. Richard, who had been howling moments before, burst into happy tears upon hearing the new rule. Those who hadn't passed bowed their heads and left. If they wanted another chance, they'd have to wait until next year. Congratulations, Fong Ran. Congratulations to me, too, Xin Yun said, her smile blooming like a flower. Fong Ran joked, Old Shun doesn't like the guild. Won't they give you grief once you're inside? Xin Yun shook her head. He may dislike the guild, but he knows plenty of people there. With that, she fell silent. Fong Ran could only sigh. He was worrying about a rich kid's problems when he should look after himself first. Whatever. I passed, who cares if I'm not first, Ding Han muttered, shaking his head as he prepared to leave. Just then a voice called out behind him. Fong Ran, we've decided to place you directly at Iron Tier. Come register with me. You'll start receiving guild resources immediately. Ding Han froze mid-step. Jump straight to Iron Tier? Unheard of. Iron Tier meant a hefty resource package and a surge in status. Even many extraordinary tamers would line up to curry favor. Someone this young at Iron Tier spelled limitless potential. Was it all because of that 21-point mental power? Fong City, the divine egg with Fong Ran's mental strength. Maybe Ding Han's heart pounded. He stared at Fong Ran's back, desire blazing in his eyes. All of this was merely passing scenery. If he could get the divine egg, what was Iron Tier worth? Even if he failed, at least he might pick up a clue. Come on in. Zhou Lin raised her hand in invitation and led Lao Yang, Fong Ran, and 8 others into a heavily guarded records room. Cold white lights swept across the alloy walls, casting a faint silvery glow. Each person's ID, photo, and combat record went into the scanner one after another. A red beam flashed, and all the data was instantly uploaded to the Beast Tamer Association's top-secret database. With only insiders present, nothing was held back. Fong Ran, an iron rank slot just opened, so we'll upgrade you right now. Zhou Lin's tone was light as she worked at the terminal. Though she didn't belong to Elder Yu's faction, the promotion procedure was identical. In less than 2 minutes the screen displayed iron, and an iron-gray metal popped from the dispenser. Its lines were sharp, its heft reassuring. Zhou Lin pinned it to Fong Ran's chest. The metal's gleam ignited envy in the eyes of the other tamers. They would have swapped places with him in a heartbeat. Lao Yang rubbed the stubble on his chin. What's there to be jealous about? Once your credentials and honors measure up, you can apply for iron rank anytime. Just remember, a higher the rank, the deadlier the missions. Everyone nodded on the surface, but their thoughts ran elsewhere. The thresholds for honor and service looked modest, yet meeting them was brutally hard. Fong Ran's swift promotion owed not only to his battle record, but also to his ties with gold rank members. What most failed to realize was that the honors on his shoulders were heavier than the public record suggested. Now that you're iron rank, you've got obligations to match, but the perks aren't stingy, Lao Yang added, handing out association cards with Zhou Lin. The deep black alloy card bore the association's emblem. Iron members could spend up to 30 million credits a year within the association network. Regular members were limited to 3 million, usable at any association-owned business or even for real estate. 3 million was nothing to sneeze at, yet compared with Fong Ran's 30 million, it suddenly felt paltry. The association has facilities nationwide, so meals, lodging, heck, even a foot massage can go on the card, someone muttered. Fong Ran merely smiled and slipped the card into his pocket. Zhou Lin spoke again. Where do you want your posting? ID recommends staying in the capital, safer and richer in resources. Put me down for Yuqing, Fong Ran answered succinctly. Zhou Lin paused, then nodded. The Yuqing branch is understaffed. They'll file it now. You can transfer back anytime. Few gave up a capital assignment once they had it. The opportunities were better and beast-tide threats lower. With the paperwork done, Fong Ran headed deeper into the association alone. A quick scan of his credentials opened the metal doors, and 2 smiling receptionists escorted him down the corridor to an elevator. Resource vault, he said casually. Soon they entered a spacious, well-lit lounge. A plush sofa faced a low table piled with sliced fruit and chilled drinks. A staffer handed him a tablet showing every resource iron members could redeem, complete with item codes and current stock. Evolution fruits barely help little Tion anymore. I've fed him too many. The returns have tapered off, Fong Ran said, scrolling through the list. Do you have materials for the next stage of advancement for angel-type beasts? The 2 attendants exchanged a glance, pulled up a new catalog, and launched into crisp recommendations. Angel-compatible resources were stocked in the Tier 2 vault, and as an Iron rank member Fong Ran was allowed to shop there. He glanced at the tablet in his hand. The resource menu was divided into 5 tiers. Only the first and second were unlocked, while everything above Tier 3 was grayed out. The top item in Tier 1 basic evolution fruit had long been wiped clean, the list now showing nothing but a bold sold out. Let's check Tier 2, he muttered, tapping the screen. 3 eye-catching listings popped up. Bull Drake Essence Bath, 50 million credits, 100 contribution points. Advanced Evolution Fruit, 13 million credits, 50 contribution points. Refined Dragon Blood, 90 million credits, 100 contribution points. The prices weren't outrageous, yet each item demanded contribution points as well. Fong Ran clicked his tongue. He had never seen these materials before, and an Advanced Evolution Fruit being only Tier 2 hinted at even better treasures further up. No wonder people fought tooth and nail to join the Beastmasters Guild. A single dose of dragon blood unobtainable on the outside was enough to make anyone jealous. He pulled up his personal panel. Contribution points 1, 330. A recent promotion in mission rank had fattened his balance nicely, and a rank quest easily paid out over 1,000 points, making him quite flush for an iron ranker. A few minutes later, 2 receptionists watched in stunned silence as Fong Ran confirmed his purchase. 260 million credits and 900 contribution points vanished in an instant. He walked away with 2 Bulldrake essence baths, 1 vial of refined dragon blood, and a full dozen advanced evolution fruits. For an ordinary transcendental beastmaster, scraping together enough points to buy even one of these items could take a year, assuming they had purchase clearance at all. Without his iron rank status and its discount, even 200 million would have been painfully tight. Escorted by several beastmasters, he hauled the sealed resources back to the villa's training room. As the door shut, a holographic prompt appeared. Advanced evolution fruitage, 109 years. Redeem for future credit? Redeem, he said without hesitation. He knew natural fruits could be advanced repeatedly through pre-redeeming. The numbers on the display flickered. Ultra Advanced Evolution Fruitage, 1,134 years. Ultra Advanced. Where's my top tier, Divine, or Supreme fruit? He started to joke, but the rich aroma stopped him mid-sentence. The fruit in his palm looked like luminous jade, its condensed energy almost leaking out as mist. Xiao Tian, he called. A beam of holy light descended, and an angelic girl materialized in the room. She picked up the fruit, its flesh liquefied, merging into her body, and a surge of power swept through her snowy wings. 7th rank, 3.2. In barely a minute her progress bar jumped by roughly 0.5%. Fong Ran was speechless. This purity of holy power could be absorbed directly even by a 7th rank angel. No wonder the gain was so pronounced. He handed over the rest of the advanced evolution fruits, saving only the last one for the nearby slime. Then he checked Xiao Tian's stats again, estimating aloud. A few more Dragon Soul Forges on credit, and the refined dragon blood should last several rounds. Opening a case, he pulled out a vial of crimson blood. A half-filled vial of thick crimson blood lay on the table. Even a passive glance made Fong Ran's heart clench, as though some unseen beast were slowly closing in. Advance, Dragon Soul Forging. Acquired, Dragon Soul Forging Proficient. Effect, burst power and strength rise together, partially immune to rank suppression. Outstanding debt. Maintain Dragon Soul Forging for 5 minutes, 10 times. The cold prompt sounded, and a third of the dragon blood in Fong Ran's palm disappeared on the spot. He squeezed the tube. Only 2/3 remained and calculated silently. At this rate, I've got 2 uses left. He corked the vial and stowed it in his beast space. Night settled. A wooden tub in the center of the bedroom was already brimming with clear water. Fong Ran uncapped another vial and poured in its milky contents. Instantly the water turned snow white. Thick steam rolling up with a tang of iron, the essence of bull dragon blood. The instructions promised that a 2-day soak would toughen the body, refine the meridians, and mend the hidden damage caused by rapid evolution. Thinking of Xiao Tian's blistering growth, Fong Ran had bought the treatment without hesitation. Once the essence was gone, he could start pushing for the extraordinary rank. He was mapping out the next phase of training when water splashed behind him. A slender yet powerful figure slid silently into the tub, back toward Fong Ran. Soft wings disappeared beneath the milky liquid and rose again, streaming essence down her spine. Where energy met skin, her pale back flushed crimson. Fong Ran stared, transfixed. Such a clean expanse of skin. If he could slap a few cupping jars on it, it'd be perfect. He chuckled at himself. Either his contract beast felt completely at home with him, or his presence was so small she forgot he was there. Quit staring, your eyes are about to fall out. Purple, gelatinous hand slapped over his face as the slime whined in its syrupy voice. Get lost. Can I check on my own beast? Fong Ran pried the fingers apart. You could check on me too. The slime grumbled. Enough. Out, Xiao Tian said coolly. I meant the slime. Fine. Enjoy your bath. This blob still owes me skill fees. It's staying with me. Fong Ran grabbed the slime and stepped out. As man and slime left, Xiao Tian sank to the bottom of the tub. The milky water roiled. She frowned. Holy power surged inside her like a flood, threatening to overflow. The price of shattering her holy feathers had finally come due. I have to forge this power into holy fire before the medicine peaks, she muttered, light sparking across her skin. News of Fong Ran's promotion spread like wildfire. That very night, several extraordinary tamers showed up at his door. Congratulations, Fong Ran. With your talent, you'll hit iron rank within a year. Just wait a few more years, and you'll be silver. Earlier they'd been distant, now they wore sunny smiles. Fong Ran had gone from might make the cut to full-fledged member of the Tamer Guild. If they knew he was already iron rank, their warmth would probably triple. Just lucky, he said with a casual grin, seeing them out. A moment later, Fong Ling eased through the door. Extraordinary though she was, she looked spent, clearly worn out. Even so, she walked straight up to Fong Ran. So you passed the test? She asked softly. Sure did. See for yourself. Fong Ran handed over his ID card. The moment Fong Ling saw the iron rank emblem, her eyes flew wide in shock. A whirlwind of thoughts raced through his mind. He refocused and repeated quickly, iron rank. So you're about to move up to silver? Silver? Is that so difficult? Fong Ling asked casually yet with certainty. Fong Ran, You've been eligible for it for ages. The problem is that Xiao Tian's rank is still too low. Fong Ran raised an eyebrow. Feng Ling went on. Reaching silver is hard. But once you get there, you can sponsor apprentices and authorize beastmasters for iron rank. Realization dawned on him. No wonder so many people are trying to curry favor with me. Feng Ling shook her head. That's only part of it. A silver member's privileges go far beyond what you imagine. She hadn't expected Fong Ran to leap straight to iron rank. In her eyes, his value soared instantly. I only meant to rope him in casually, she thought. His achievements are already beyond anything I imagined. Fong Ran suddenly smiled. So why did you come to me? It can't just be about Xiao Tian, right? Feng Ling had hoped to use Xiao Tian as a pretext, but her goal was bigger. She paused, then admitted, you're sharp. I need an expensive material available only through the Beast Tamer Guild. Fong Ran understood at once. She wanted someone to obtain that material for her. Then why me? Plenty of guild members have the clout. She shook her head, eyes clear. It's probably restricted to gold rank. With her golden hair cascading over her shoulders, the mix of innocence and ambition on her face was striking under the light. Fong Ran hesitated. If the material required gold access, her path of evolution was anything but simple. Gold. You're that sure you'll reach gold and still be willing to help you? Feng Ling laughed softly. Whatever you need for your own advancement, I can supply. Bargaining had always been her favorite leverage. Fine. Since you've done your homework, you must know what I'm lacking most, Fong Ran said, his eyes burning. Remembering certain rumors about him, Feng Ling caught her breath and murmured, money, of course. She knew his contribution points were ample, but his cash was tight. Swallowing, she crouched slightly in front of him. A slime wriggled silently in the corner, but Fong Ran ignored it, frowning as he fixed his gaze on Feng Ling. The elven girl's skin was porcelain smooth, her golden hair sleek and shimmering, as if nature itself favored her. Her youthful face carried a mature glint in her eyes that made people stop and stare. Senior Feng, he said lightly, what I need is plain old money. Feng Ling sighed, feigning grievance. So you're squeezing money out of me instead? I didn't know you could be this wicked. She deliberately acted as though she were under his thumb, all to bind him tightly to her cause. After all, she was a well-known figure in Longwen now. If word got out, he would be in trouble too. Staring at the graceful figure before him, Fong Ran finally gave in. He reached out and gently pinched the pointed ear, already pink from being squeezed. In the next instant his heart lurched, the soul link chain inside him rang like a bell. He snapped to. Did you just use a skill on me? Feng Ling blinked, half smiling, surprise flickering in her eyes. Knew I wasn't wrong about you. Very few humans stay conscious under my subtle great allure. She was stunning to begin with. Add the charm of a transcendence level elf, and even peers rarely noticed the influence. Yet Fong Ran had sliced right through it. Don't put it that way, she said, lips curling. If you didn't already have a little desire, nothing I did would stick. She lowered her head, eyes shining with soft light, and Fong Ran's pulse went haywire. Drop the games, he warned. Last chance. I swear no more skills. With her hands clasped behind her back, Feng Ling looked the picture of helpless obedience. Heat flared in Fong Ran's chest. An extraordinary elf taking orders from him felt unreal. To test her, he tugged the ear again. Feng Ling obligingly opened her mouth, showing a pink tongue. From the corner, a slime watched everything. Glorp Master's getting bitten again. Sure enough, the fangs came down. Fong Ran frowned and yanked the ear side to side. Feng Ling let out a muffled groan, pain forcing her to release him as she staggered free. All right, I believe you, Fong Ran said, patting his hands. A real pet doesn't bite, even when the throat's right there. Cough rubbing her neck, Feng Ling sighed. So, how much funding do you need? I can handle it. How about half the shares of your company to start? Fong Ran asked, utterly shameless. Fine. She arched an eyebrow, playful. When you hit gold rank, forget the company, you'll sign myself over to you if you like. Cut it out. Fong Ran scowled. What can you give me right now? A promo slot with the Tamer Association, she answered immediately. You've got the record. Teenage hero who fought a beast tide. Done right. Every bit of profit is yours, and it boosts your association rating. When you reach silver, I've prepped resources ahead of time. That's all. She winked. There's always me. But your relatives are almost home. Another day, maybe. Ding-dong, doorbell rang. His uncle and aunt had returned. In a heartbeat, Feng Ling shed every trace of allure, now the picture of the girl next door. I think Fong Ran would be perfect on screen, so I came to discuss it, she said sweetly. No danger at all, and the pay is beyond imagination. Beyond imagination, Fong Ran muttered. Night deepened. In another room across town, several non-humans gathered. Brother Jiao, business at your aquarium's booming, right? A male elf said, raising his glass. Brother Jia, half man, half floodworm, had sleek scales along his arms and ear fins that twitched lightly. He tipped his head back and drained the drink. Non-humans living in a human city stuck together. A few casual jokes warmed the room. Then a graceful silhouette pushed the door open. Senior Yaisalia. The moment Feng Ling stepped inside, everyone rose to greet her. Although everyone in the hall possessed extraordinary power, Fengling's standing far surpassed theirs, and she was on the verge of ascending to monarch. The difference between an extraordinary and a monarch is vast. Countless beings remain stuck at latest stage extraordinary for life. Aware of this, the others fell silent the moment Fengling nodded and settled gracefully into the seat of honor. Owen, an elven male, swallowed hard, forcing down his nerves. He stood at once, his tone respectful yet urgent. Senior Fengling, I just recruited a beastmaster. Do I still have a chance to enter the Rising Star tournament? The prize money tempted him, but more importantly, the competition offered a path into the Beastmaster Guild. As he spoke, he motioned a tense human teenager into the hall. Human pet, a scaled Jiao scoffed from the corner, a wave of oppressive aura washing over the boy and draining the color from his face. Enough, Jiao. This isn't the place for your prejudice, another alien said, raising a hand. He then leaned toward Fengling. Fengling, you seem to carry an odd scent today. Do I? Fengling chuckled softly, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Only then did she recall rushing over, without freshening up. These people had noses like hunting dogs. Senior Eucelia? Owen dared not look up, but tried again. Fengling's gaze chilled. Owen, didn't you threaten a human recently? Owen's heart dropped. Yes. That person is now an Iron Rank member of the Beastmaster Guild, Fengling said, her voice cold. Your slot is revoked, and all cooperation between us ends here. Her words fell like ice. Owen's face went deathly pale. Rejected by his own kind and stranded in a human city without elven protection, he would struggle to survive. Yet for a noble extraordinary elf to bow to humans? Unthinkable. Senior Eucelia, he's only Iron Rank. He can't help you much. Owen gritted his teeth, clinging to the last shreds of pride, along with his long-standing affection for Fengling. I came only to deliver this message. She rose, fingertips gliding across the tabletop. I have urgent matters elsewhere. With that, she left, and Owen's eyes reddened. Fengling Eucelia was latest stage extraordinary. Owen could never match her. Still, the human who cost him his slot was merely a lesser lord-class beastmaster. The Jiao murmured a warning. Owen, let it go. Attacking a guild member will end badly. No one answered. Each alien did their own math. Living near Fong Ran, they saw an opportunity to befriend him. Soon after, several of them awkwardly converged at Fong Ran's door. To avoid disturbing his aunt and uncle, Fong Ran led them to a spare room. Their offers were brazen lavish, all-inclusive services. Fong Ran politely declined. He had just endured the elves' personal service, and the last thing he needed was another round from the dragonfolk. After escorting them out, Fong Ran returned to the training room. Xiao Tian had finished her medicinal soak. Wrapped in a diaphanous angel race robe, silver hair clinging to her neck and water droplets glittering on her wings, she patted over softly. Sniffing, her clear eyes widened. What's that smell on you? Senior Winchim dropped by a moment ago and taught me a lot, Fong Ran said, feeling inexplicably guilty. Master grabbed her by the ear and gave her a good beating. The slime chimed in, wobbling its squishy body. You fought her? Xiao Tian arched a skeptical brow. She could hardly imagine a mere human daring to rough up an extraordinary creature. Fong Ran waved dismissively. Forget that for now. I need to see how the medicinal bath worked. He walked over to the wooden tub. The potion that had been creamy white was now a murky gray, clumps of scum drifting on the surface, its energy almost completely drained. The barrel's rim reflected Xiao Tian's image skin as smooth as white jade, and every feather on her wings gleaming like metal. It even polished her feathers? Fong Ran's eyes widened. My meridians are clearer, and my evolution technique runs better, Xiao Tian said, clenching her fist in barely contained delight. Fong Ran nodded to himself. Money well spent. No wonder the entry price was sky high. Any beastmaster would pay to loosen meridians and boost an evolution method. Then he remembered the sacred power inside Xiao Tian that was nearing its limit. If it kept building before she broke through, it would damage her foundation. A deep, familiar voice suddenly echoed in his mind. The divine egg? He looked at Xiao Tian and asked bluntly, is your sacred power acting up? Xiao Tian gave a slight nod. Yes, but I can suppress it. Once I reach extraordinary, it'll be fine. Not acceptable. We fix it now, or it gets worse, Fong Ran said firmly. He thrust his mind into the beast space and stopped before the floating divine egg. You can talk, so you must have a solution. He shouted. The egg remained as silent as stone. With no choice, he pushed his mental power deeper, returning to that lightless void. The instant he entered, his mental strength was sucked away like a receding tide. Cracks spread across his body, the pain making him grit his teeth. Chains coiled around his limbs, draining him without mercy. Are you insane? You'll kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. Fong Ran roared. The feeding stopped only when he was at his limit. Damn it, this is robbery. Keep this up and I won't come back. The divine egg sounded flustered. Help me, and it'll help you, it rasped, urgency clear in its voice. Fong Ran sensed the extraordinary life form was in real danger. It would never beg otherwise. How do I help? Spell it out. If I'm not satisfied, I'm gone, he warned. He had never trusted a creature made by the divine order, yet he dared not expose it, suspected the association was already infiltrated. There's a sacred power tempering technique here. Take it as payment for these 2 visits. A diagram of meridians lit up in the darkness. Would you like to advance the proficiency of sacred power tempering beginner? Advance it. Fong Ran answered without hesitation. Skill acquired. Sacred power tempering beginner. Description: allows rudimentary tempering of sacred power. Outstanding debt: 0-100 sacred power. Once the skill was his, no matter how loudly he shouted, the divine egg no longer responded. It had slipped back into a deep sleep. The divine egg was forged from countless savage beasts, so it's bound to contain a trove of angel clan skills. Fong Ran can't set foot in celestial territory, and the Celestials would never share their techniques with someone they deem a traitor. Fortunately, the egg holds the souls of innumerable angels, essentially a walking encyclopedia of everything their race knows. After leaving the beast-taming realm, Xiaotian stood silently in front of Fong Ran. She had been trying to suppress her holy power, only to realize she had been heading in the wrong direction. So refining the puissance is the real path forward. It can even multiply my strength, she thought with sudden clarity. When her gaze returned to Fong Ran, she understood at once that every bit of this newfound potential was something her master had fought to win for her. Gratitude welled up inside her, though she didn't know how to voice it. Let's see how well it works, she murmured, then gave a resolute nod. 3 pairs of snow-white wings snapped open, golden filigree on the tips glimmering in the moonlight. Pressing her palms together like a devout worshipper, she sent holy power surging through her meridians, purifying it layer by layer. Moments later her wings quivered, and threads of inferior holy energy drifted away with the shed feathers, a pale gilt mist that made her seem every bit a deity descending to earth. The purified power that remained inside her grew denser by the second. Her rank is falling? Fong Ran stared at the pet panel as the numbers slipped downward. An entry-level refinement always burns off some reserves. The total drops, but efficiency soars, so her overall combat power is actually climbing. He mused, if the angels ever learned that Xiaotian used to swing her holy power around unrefined, their jaws would hit the floor, especially now that her boat is barely able to withstand this surge. Too many evolution methods being overly strong can be a hassle. Fong Ran sighed with an almost smug shake of the head. Only after quite some time did Xiaotian steady her breathing. The radiance faded, and her wings folded loosely behind her. Much better, she said. The difference is obvious. She also knew her power was still chaotic. Complete refinement would be anything but easy. High-tier angels start purifying their power from birth, and low-tier ones aren't even allowed to learn the technicite. Has to be one of the angel clan's most closely guarded secrets. So how high a tier of angel did the Yushin society manage to capture? Or did someone just stumble on the method by luck? Fong Ran muttered. Suddenly Xiaotian looked up, her 3 pairs of wings giving a gentle flap. Master, you don't need an outsider for sparring anymore. Just fight me. You? Fong Ran nodded with guilty hesitation. Maybe another time. Why not now? It's perfect for testing your strength, she insisted, stepping closer. Humph. Your weakness is too obvious. Zio Oceanial never lay a tooth on the master, the slime chimed in, wobbling smugly at her side. I'm in a whole different league. Never bite him? Xiaotian froze. Going for a direct chomp did seem a bit barbaric for a humanoid beast. Fong Ran rubbed his temples. Focus on refining your holy power and stay out of this. He scooped up the slime and snapped, quiet. Only then did he remember had forgotten to send the creature back into the beast's space, and he silently cursed himself. Night deepened, and suddenly his phone rang. Fong Ran, it's me. Senior Yu. Haha, congratulations. You're now part of the Beastmaster Association as well. Yu Baojin's deep, resonant laughter echoed through the earpiece. Standing by the window with sunlight draped over his shoulders, Fong Ran curbed his excitement and replied respectfully. I owe it all to your guidance, Senior Yu. Yu Baoju nodded on the other end of the line, satisfaction coloring his voice. I called for 2 reasons. First, about the association's reward for your promotion to the extraordinary tier. What kind of reward? Fong Ran's eyes lit up. Yu Baojun paused, then spoke solemnly. There's a hidden rule within the association: any beastmaster who achieves silver-grade prestige before turning 23 receives priority resources. Like Senior Lin? Fong Ran blurted out. Exactly. Lin Qinghuan is already on the key training list. You probably haven't seen much of her lately, have you? Thinking back, Fong Ran realized it had indeed been a while since he last saw her. With her personality, she would normally call even if she was busy. Yu Baojun continued. Hey, race a tidbit for you. She now commands 2 extraordinary beasts. Fong Ran was stunned. Just months ago, Lin Qinghuan had only stepped into the extraordinary tier, and now she was already a dual extraordinary beastmaster. Talent like that would draw countless beastmasters eager to ingratiate themselves. Thankfully, he had allied with her early. They were now in the same boat. There's one more hidden rule, Yu Baojun went on. Anyone who reaches the extraordinary tier before 20 receives an enormous resource package. The bar was incredibly high. Those who managed it invariably hailed from powerful families. Yu Baojun reinforced the point. If you break through within a year, you'll qualify. A year? Too long. 3 months would be better, Fong Ran muttered inwardly. But he kept the thought to himself to avoid seeming arrogant. Perceiving his thoughts, Yu Baojun added, even a year is tough, but you're an Iron Tier member now, so I can secure additional support for you. I can't directly exchange extraordinary tier materials yet, but I can approve scholarships. When you need breakthrough materials, contact me, and I'll obtain them at an auction or from another Beastmaster. Thank you, Senior Yu. Fong Ran nodded earnestly, then asked, what's the second matter? It concerns the Divine Beast Society. Yu Baojun's tone suddenly darkened. Fong Ran's expression grew serious. Someone has been leaking stories about Wind City online, steering public opinion against Beastmasters, Yu Baojun said. Fong Ran's heart sank. He opened his news app, and with each refresh his brows knitted tighter. The beasts of Wind City went berserk together, plunging the entire city into danger. What if the same thing happens in the Imperial capital? Lord-class beasts already lost control. What if an Emperor-class erupts? Get real. No one can contain an Emperor-class fiend. If that happens, we'd be better off ending ourselves. Beastmasters are a ticking time bomb. We have to limit their numbers. Exactly. Otherwise we live in fear every day. If the fiends don't kill us, our own people will. Online opinion still hadn't spiraled completely out of control. There were fools, of course, but plenty of clear-headed people as well, and they weren't ready to dismiss Beastmasters outright. Is this the work of the Shenhui Society? Did they attack Wind City just to turn the public against Beastmasters? Fong Ran muttered in front of the light screen, his thoughts drifting back to that day in Wind City. If he hadn't stopped the beast tide in time, the city would be ashes by now. A few inflammatory words from the city lord could have ignited a tidal wave of anger. It might not have changed things overnight, but the wound it left on Longwo would have been slow to heal. Yes, it was thanks to you that the situation didn't deteriorate further, Yu Baojun affirmed on the other end of the call. That was precisely why he held Fong Ran in such high regard. Why would they do this? Fong Ran still couldn't see the point. Not sure. Maybe it's a smokescreen. Remember, this isn't their first time pulling something like this, Yu Baojun answered grimly. Destroy an entire city just for cover? Fong Ran felt a chill. What was their real goal? We'll only know once we find the divine egg. Do you know where it is? No. I've seen it only once, Fong Ran replied without hesitation. Fair enough. Its tier is far beyond your reach. You couldn't have kept it, Yu Baojun said, his tone easing. But I've located the person who secretly aided Wind City's lord. The city's underground network is vast. No one could build it without backing. What worries me most is that the Beastmaster Association might be compromised. Maybe the Shenhui Society hasn't located the divine egg either and is spreading rumors to buy time, Fong Ran suggested. A long silence followed. Possible, but unlikely, Yu Baojun finally said. The divine egg is a key. No one misplaces a key like that. A key. The association's investigation must have gone deep. Unless the key wasn't lost but stolen, Fong Ran thought. One more thing. We need you to calm public opinion in Wind City. Your reputation there is solid, Yu Baojun added. Get in touch with Wind Chime's company. They'll channel resources to you through them. Don't rush, and don't choose weak evolution paths for your contracted beasts or you'll be stuck with the consequences later. Beep. The call ended. Staring at the darkened screen, Yu Baojun sighed. He could only hope the kid would keep his head. Head shared this information to spur him own aim for the summit, and you might at least reach higher ground. Break into the transcendent tier before 20? Even with useful support, it was a daunting goal. Reaching late lord tier by that age was already rare, and most prodigies stalled for lack of materials. Lin Qinghuan was the latest example. She lost nearly a year gathering the resources she needed. It had paid off, though. Now that she had broken through, her combat power was astonishing. Even among top talents and beastmasters with imperial bloodlines, she could claim a place at the forefront. Most of the materials Xiao Tian needed were only available to silver tier members, and the higher the grade, the scarcer they became, a rule that had never wavered in the beastmaster world. With the guild's credit line in hand, Fong Ran could draw the supplies in advance and pay them back once he reached silver tier himself, a privilege that put an easy smile on his face and a spring in his step. A quick mental inventory told him that, even as an iron tier, he could scrape together enough resources for a single-class advancement formula. The back door the guild left open for ordinary beastmasters. But to push further, into SS class and beyond, the remaining components could be found only at auction houses. Fortunately, Xiao Tian had already broken into the extraordinary tier. Once she climbed one more rung, his honor points would soar and the material shortage would solve itself. At dawn the next morning, the internet crackled like dry straw set ablaze. For the first time, the public got a visceral taste of what beastmasters could do, and awe mingled with speculation in every corner of the web. Right then, Fong Ran showed up at Feng Ling's doorstep. Feng Ling had turned her living room into an impromptu studio, complete with softboxes, backdrop, and reflectors. She personally adjusted the lighting and poses for Xiao Tian and Fong Ran. In front of the lens, Xiao Tian wore dark armor, whose metal scales shimmered with a cool bluish sheen. A divine sword rested in her right hand, its edge spitting fine arcs of lightning. 6 wings unfurled behind her, sweeping black gold afterimages through the air like a war angel stepping out of an epic mural. The overall shadowy palette sharpened her already aloof presence. Fong Ran stood at her flank, steady and composed. Hours later, the hard-edged, kinetic photo set was chosen by the Guild as the cover of its Capital's Top 10 Geniuses series. The official press release detailed Fong Ran's feats in Wind City, especially the battle where every other Beastmaster lost control, but he alone remained unaffected, planting a myth-class anomaly label firmly on him. Fantastic poster. Angels can look this badass? I've never seen this evolution path. Word is that in Wind City, even the wild beasts volunteered to shield him from the tide. The Beastmaster himself is gorgeous. Any chance of a meet and greet? Meet and greet? Fong God isn't some celebrity. He's a guild member. Overnight, Fong Ran's follower count multiplied like leaves caught in a gale. A homegrown prodigy wrapped in mystery was exactly the storyline the average citizen loved. Xiao Tian's striking looks only fanned the flames. Gossip threads sprouted one after another, most of them picturing Fong Ran as the passive partner. Angelic companions were notorious for calling the shots. Meanwhile, the smokescreen the Divine Beast Society had released earlier was shattered and ended up serving as free publicity for Fong Ran instead. Within days, his name dominated every trending list. Back at Fong Ling's house, the numbers on her screen kept rolling upward. She couldn't hide her excitement. The results are even better than I'd hoped. At this rate, we'll clear 10 million in a month without breaking a sweat. Fong Ran raised an eyebrow, secretly stunned. It makes that much money. Of course. And that's me lowballing it. If Xiao Tian would just shoot a few more. Dream on. Fong Ran cut her off. If senior you hadn't asked, I wouldn't have come even this once. He didn't say it aloud, but he knew the truth. The more people learned about Xiao Tian, the greater the danger. Her rare bloodline and extraordinary power were magnets for laboratories and black market hunters alike. Better to keep her under wraps and enjoy the peace. Night fell. Fong Ling invited a few Beastmaster and awakened friends over for dinner. The living room was brightly lit and filled with the smell of barbecue. Everyone was curious about Fong Ran and spoke to him with utmost courtesy. Unfortunately, Xiao Tian never appeared. Brother Fong, why didn't you bring the angel lady with you? Someone finally asked. Fong Ran raised his glass and smiled. Truth is, I sneaked out on my own. The moment the words left his mouth, the table fell silent, then erupted into knowing laughter. Everyone was now certain that Fong Ran was nothing more than a Livian son-in-law. When the banquet ended, he had only downed a few cups before the world began to spin. Laughing, Fong Ling slung an arm around him and explained, "This liquor is brewed especially for awakened. It's ridiculously strong and doubles as an aphrodisiacal. Never hold your own. Crash at my place tonight and sleep it off." She helped him into a room. His head was burning when he suddenly caught her slender arm, yanked her to the window, and pinned her against the sill. Under the lamplight, her golden hair spilled down her back, its elegant curve exposed. "You made the first move. I didn't force you," she murmured, half shy, face to the glass. Fong Ran's breathing grew ragged. He tore off his hair tie, but at the sight of that familiar gold cascading down her back, he froze. She looked far too much like his Xiao Tian. "Wait, this isn't right. It's you, but fine. I can't walk home like this anyway. They'll work the alcohol off here." Lucidity flickered out almost at once. In his mind, the horseman inside him burst free onto the racetrack. Gripping the reins, he urged a golden stallion into a full gallop. The jolts grew wilder, his body sank lower, yet he lashed the whip with unwavering resolve. At the finish line, he yanked the reins. The horse reared, spine straight as an arrow. Only after a long while did he come back to himself. Fong Ling, looking thoroughly satisfied, rested by the window. He frowned, said nothing, and left. The moment he stepped into the hall, he collided with an almost impossibly handsome elf. The man froze, then a faint disgust flashed in his eyes. "Fong Ran, what business do you have with Yusilia? What do you think?" Fong Ran replied blandly, adding, "Yisli Agwasil call her that next time." The elf missed the implication but drew his own conclusion. If the visitor didn't even know Lady Yusilia's true name, she clearly didn't value him. He glanced up at the window where the woman of his dreams lounged, and the smeared handprints and shallow dents in the glass stung his eyes. "Lousy housekeepers these days can't even clean a window," he muttered, striding into the villa. Fong Ran sighed. "Pure-hearted elf. You're already better than Yusilia." A race that could stay this innocent after hundreds of years was rare indeed. Back in his own room, he took a long, hot shower, then headed for the training chamber. 3 pairs of snow-white wings gleamed under the lights. A holographic prompt appeared, remaining debt detected. Commence refinement of 41 out of 100 holy power. The message put him in a great mood. 41% progress has been flying these last few days. He calculated, by combining routine drills with work inside the beast space, he could raise that by roughly 3% a day. He checked his tier, 7th rank, 13.2. Ever since eating the evolution fruit, his level had been climbing steadily. Xiao Tian was currently circulating holy power, her own tier creeping upward as proof of the fruit's potency. In less than 3 months, she would hit the peak of Lord class. Once all the holy power was fully refined and her evolution maxed out, they could attempt the next breakthrough. The daily boost from the beast space would only speed things along. The 20th birthday reward and the Beastmaster Association's special training might just ease my financial pressure and cover the materials I advanced on credit. Water roared as Fong Ran hit the switch and opened the valve. The scalding spray, laced with a faint herbal scent, poured from the silver showerhead and quickly filled the Beastmaster's tub. The villa's opulence was on full display. The barrel at the room's center was carved from rare spirit wood, its dense grain designed to lock in every trace of medicinal power. Fong Ran tapped the rim. The solid echo and subtle wooden fragrance earned a satisfied nod. He spread his palm, sent a wisp of spiritual power into his beast space, and summoned the final vial of milky potion. The cork popped free, and the thick liquid flowed down, turning the clear water cloudy white. Energy surged beneath the surface, foaming lightly. After Xiao Tian finished her training, Fong Ran lifted her into the tub. The Nyolong blood essence in the bath seeped through her delicate skin, clearing her meridians and forcing out the impurities left by her rapid evolution. Just as Fong Ran was about to leave, a soft voice called, "Give me a hand." She raised her snow-white wings. There were places under the feathers she simply couldn't reach. "All right, turn around." Fong Ran pulled on gloves and moved behind her. Once soaked, the feathers became sticky, and his fingers traced down to the roots. Xiao Tian tried to spread her wings, but the barrel kept them pressed to the wall. She braced her hands on the rim, her slender frame stretching reflexively at the ticklish touch. "Hold your wings still. If this splashes on my face, we're in trouble," Fong Ran warned. Nyolong essence was lethal to humans in excess. Xiao Tian hummed in acknowledgement and finally kept still. Even through the gloves, Fong Ran could feel her skin's soft resilience. At that moment, a key turned in the lock, followed by familiar voices. "Uncle and Aunt are back," Fong Ran muttered. "Ran's famous now," Uncle said, pride leaking into his voice. "Made the papers. The office swarmed me this morning, sometimes fame's a headache." Aunt added, "Xiao Tian's famous too. I've heard plenty of stories where beasts get strong and flip the script on their handlers." "No chance. Xiao Tian's been with Ran from day one," Uncle replied. Aunt lowered her voice. "I'm just saying, keep the benefits in the family." "Maybe." At that, Xiao Tian's wings shivered, and she sank deeper into the milky water. "You know Ran's got that particular kink. If he made a move on Xiao Tian, he'd be thrilled. Only reason nothing's happened is she won't agree," Aunt went on. Uncle sighed. "Celestials are proud. Xiao Tian's always cold to outsiders. Maybe she already treats Ran like a pet behind closed doors." They'd clearly been reading the online rumors about Beastmasters ending up under their own companions' feet, especially in cases involving Celestials. In their heads, they were already picturing Xiao Tian ordering Fong Ran to perform tricks while standing on him. Inside the tub, Fong Ran whispered, "Xiao Tian, behave when you see them. No reckless comments." "Yes, Master Xiao Tian," he answered himself with a wry grin. Outside, Aunt said, "I'm exhausted. I'll shower first, then give Ran a nudge. No harm in being proactive." Click footsteps approached. Before Fong Ran could react, the bedroom door swung open. Seeing what was happening inside, Sang Shualon froze in the doorway. Inside, her nephew Fong Ran was holding the dripping wet Xiao Tian in a waist-high wooden tub, white medicinal liquid sliding down the girl's shoulders and back. "Her medicine bath," Fong Ran said, raising his gloved hands. "Xiao Tian has to do this often, so I'm helping her reach the spots she can't." But Xiao Tian had already slipped beneath the surface. Only her silver hair floated on the water. I know, so she can get stronger, right?" Sang Shualon forced a smile. "But if she's already under, do you really need to rub the potion on her?" She shut the door with a click and turned away, wearing a look of sudden understanding. Her nephew had ended up a servant after all. Both children were dear to her, but since Xiao Tian had sacrificed so much for the family, Fong Ran could stand a little hardship. She sighed. The atmosphere ruined Fong Ran's mood. He walked into the living room, noticed the awkward smiles between his aunt and Xiao Tian, and said flatly, "I'm going out for some air." Outside, he somehow found himself in front of Fong Ling's villa again. At the gate, the elf man brushed past him, face dark, not even noticing him. "This is the last time, Fong Ran. Don't sink any deeper," he warned himself, even though Fong Ling was breathtakingly beautiful and her skills were first-rate. A few days later, Fong Ran paced through the study and living room, then stopped on the balcony. "Why the balcony?" Fong Ling gasped as he lifted one of her legs, her pointed elf ears flushing bright red. "Remember, you're the fallen elven queen now. You have no right to question me," he said coldly from behind her. "It's time to atone to your people." The next day at Imperial Capital Academy, the moment Fong Ran stepped into the training arena, the place erupted. That's really Fong Ran. He still has time for school? He needs to if he wants first place. First place means a load of resources. But he's already an Iron Rank member of the Beastmasters Guild. Those resources are just icing on the cake for him. Fong Ran rolled his eyes inwardly. Since when was he rich? That icing was his lifeline. Fong Ran, did you get the guild's notice? Xin Yun hurried over. The reward for reaching extraordinary tier? Exactly. Her eyes sparkled. My grandpa has everything ready. My second beast is about to break through. Even she hadn't expected her second beast to evolve first. Impressive. Fong Ran looked her up and down. You're about my age, right? Xin Yun blushed and nodded. Why do you ask? The special reward for turning 20 had heard about it from a gold rank member. It was normal she didn't know. Her grandfather, though a monarch-class beastmaster, had little to do with the guild. No need to remind her. At this rate, she had hit extraordinary within a month, far faster than had expected. Bro Fong, how's your advancement material coming? A familiar voice called. Fong Ran turned to see Zhang Er, a sophomore. Both had scraped through to become full guild members, but while Zhang Er remained an ordinary member, Fong Ran was iron rank and drew entirely different benefits. Get your evolution materials ready ahead of time. There's nothing worse than reaching the required level and having no way to evolve, Zhang Er said, giving Fong Ran a casual pat on the shoulder. He had technically been a sophomore for several years and knew every trick of the academy's advancement system. The Zhang family owned a modest fortune, so he had stocked an entire cabinet with the rare resources needed for beast evolution long ago. Level alone isn't what holds a beast master back, Zhang Er added with a grin. Without evolution materials, your rank means nothing. Lei Tianren had walked up without anyone noticing and gave a silent nod. Then Xinyan spoke up. My family still has some materials in reserve. We can lend them to Xiao Tian so she can evolve. The surrounding beastmasters stared in shock. The resources needed to reach the transcendent stage were so exorbitant that even well-off families had to think twice. No one could just pull that amount out of thin air. Even Zhang Er had had to fight for almost half of his own materials, not because the Zhangs were unwilling, but because they simply didn't have that much liquid capital. Imperial households really do throw money around, the onlookers whispered. Looks like they're trying to win Fong Ran over. I heard the Bai family uses marriages to rope in beastmasters with high potential. Zhang Er's comment made Xin Yun's heart skip a beat. She blurted out, we only know each other. The materials are only a loan. Zhang Er chuckled to himself. A loan that large? Who would believe they're just acquaintances? Even if Shun Yun herself had no such intentions, her family certainly did. He had been in the capital's second-generation circle long enough to know that many arranged marriages never even asked the children for permission. No need, Fong Ran said, shaking his head. When the time comes, they'll have my own evolution materials ready. That answer caught Zhang Er off guard. As far as he knew, Fong Ran came from an average family. Did he have a secret patron? Even at top speed, reaching Transcendent would take at least a year or two. Before that happened, Zhang Er would already secure the special training slot from the Beastmaster Association. With a year's head start, even the greatest prodigy couldn't overtake him. Come spar with me, Xinyan said, extending an invitation. After the session, Fong Ran took Xiao Tian back to the training grounds to keep refining her sacred power. At the same time, he advanced his slime by pre-allocating mastery for 3 maxed out grade skills all at once. Thunderstorm Touch mastered. Corrosive Body mastered. Earth Drake Backstab mastered. Skills advanced to Insight level. Thunderstorm Touch. Every strike crackles with intense lightning, adding burn and paralysis. Corrosive Body. Grants immunity to all corrosive attacks, and allows his own strikes to erode armor. Earth Drake Backstab. Summons an Earthen Drake spike that attacks in tandem with Earth Drake Bite. Skills aside, Xiao Tian never missed a meal from her Shrank custom diet plan. After half a month of intense feeding and training, her sacred power finally reached its limit. Sacred Tempering. Initiate stage remaining debt 100%, repaid instantly. Tempering complete. Her body felt lighter, every channel inside her opened, and sacred energy flowed twice as fast. The next second Hushed Holy Blade materialized in her palm. The greatsword was denser than ever, its surface wrapped in a thin mist, and its overall power had risen by roughly 50%. With a casual swing, a gale roared forth, and the wooden table ahead shattered into dust. The sacred energy dissolved into a light fog that flowed back into her body. What used to cost 5% of her reserves per strike now required only 1. Advance payment unlocked Sacred Tempering. Initiate. Gain proficiency in Sacred Tempering. Mastering Holy Power Tempering lets you compress Holy Mist into a single drop of holy water. Use Holy Mist to temper the remaining debt and forge 1 drop of holy water. When the platinum prompt flashed across the light screen, a rush of insight flooded Xiao Tian's mind. She saw clearly that once the mist became water, its strength would multiply several times over. Refining the holy mist into holy water will boost its power even further, Fong Ran exclaimed, clenching his fist, his eyes blazing. Master, if we're going to advance, I'd like to wait until holy energy fills my body completely, Xiao Tian said, lifting her gaze. Determination shone in her sapphire eyes. She wanted to enter the next realm in perfect form. All right, we'll do it your way, Fong Ran replied with a nod. At his answer, Xiao Tian's lips curved into a faint smile. Meanwhile, in a hidden valley outside Yuqing, gentle green light poured from the sky like a waterfall. A young elf with emerald hair sat quietly in meditation, light spiraling around her. Flowers burst into bloom at her feet, the vegetation surged, and a delicate fragrance drifted through the air. At the valley mouth, a dozen beast tamers with formidable auras kept watch. At their head stood a silver-haired elder, Shin Tianqian, who cast steady glances at the elf girl. Xiao Yun. She needs 3 days to finish evolving. In 3 days you'll officially step into extraordinary beast tamer, Shin Tianqian said, gesturing. We'll find you another pet then. The more beasts we can support, the better. Yes, grandfather, Shin Yun replied absent-mindedly, her eyes wandering deeper into the valley. The materials for your fire butterfly's evolution are ready, too, Shin Tianqian continued, nodding with satisfaction. He glanced sideways at the elf girl and narrowed his eyes. As long as this elven queen behaved, he would look the other way. Grandfather. The playful tone in his granddaughter's voice made Shin Tianqian uneasy. What is it? Fong Ran is already late Lord rank. If we help him just once, he'll remember the Shun family forever, Shin Yun said, eyes sparkling as the words tumbled out. He'll reach monarch someday. You've seen his talent. Shin Tianqian fell silent. Shin Yun wondered if he truly meant to refuse. If Fong Ran were here, he would probably protest. I'm really not that amazing. He's the kind who hates owing favors. Shin Tianqian finally sighed, though admiration colored his tone. If he wanted help, he would have asked back at early Lord rank. I think highly of him, but he's too stubborn. He waved a hand. Focus on yourself first. If you make the Beast Tamer Association's special training list, your odds of entering a World Academy soar. Speaking of Fong Ran's evolution path, Shin Tianqian frowned. His angel is on the forbidden route. Throughout history, only a handful have managed to reach extraordinary that way, and not one has broken past glass afterward. The weight of those words hadn't yet sunk in for Shin Yun. Shin Tianqian wanted to help Fong Ran, but forcing the matter would only hurt the boy. He could tell his granddaughter liked Fong Ran. Yet that path was blocked the moment Fong Ran entered the Imperial Capital Academy. He chose to burn his future and must bear the cost. The boy is still young. When he first stepped into the capital, confident in his gifts, he couldn't accept the sea of prodigies and veered off course. Shin Tianqian sighed inwardly. If Xiao Yun truly cared for him, letting the young man marry into the Shun family one day wouldn't be out of the question. Shin Tianqian always doted on his granddaughter. As long as she was willing, he didn't care if Fong Ran were an ordinary man. System, show gene points. Fong Ran spoke, and a line of pale gold data floated before his eyes. Gene points. 13,903, every one of them spoils taken from the wasteland. Let's pre-purchase the basic evolution method first. He turned to Xiao Tian and tapped the air. A new data panel unfolded. Judgment Seraph. Tier, 7th rank 19 late Lord stage. Skills, Tears of Benediction proficient, Holy Chain Blade breakthrough, Body of War breakthrough, Solar Verdict mastered, Flame Feather mastered, Dragon Soul Crucible novice, Storm Bow adept. Evolution methods. Basic evolution method adept, Sacred Spirit evolution method adept, Deific evolution method adept. Exclusive armament, Celestial Spear adept. Talent, Eyes of Divinity. Profile, a Seraph of Judgment endowed with the power of war. The entry 3 basic evolution methods. Adept at the bottom was glaringly bright. Once he bought it in advance, her holy power would skyrocket. Fong Ran drew a deep breath and fixed his gaze on the button beside basic evolution method. Pre-purchase basic evolution method. Spend 10,000 gene points to pre-purchase basic evolution method adept. 10,000. He clicked his tongue, then clenched his teeth. Do it. A streak of light flashed across the panel. Pre-purchase in progress. Gene points spent, 10,000. Remaining gene points, 3,903. Obtained Omniform evolution method, novice. Omniform evolution method. Embrace all things and allow every form of evolution. A torrent of intricate yet orderly memories flooded Xiao Tian's mind, as though she herself had just deduced the hybrid art. The previously conflicting sacred spirit and deific paths intertwined and fused into a brand new blueprint, the Omniform evolution method. Xiao Tian closed her eyes. Her silver hair floated weightlessly while holy power rushed through her limbs. 1 minute progress at 21. 5 minutes 24. 20 minutes 27. A milky fog escaped her lips. She clutched her stomach. I'm starving. Fong Ran instantly pulled 2 deluxe grade rations from the beast taming space. She gulped them down but still looked hollow. Not enough. She shook her head. A 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade meal appeared in succession, golden sigils bursting in the air as she devoured them. The 5 rations alone cost nearly 100,000 credits, food that would feed an ordinary beast for a week, gone in half a day. Yet Fong Ran only grinned. The more energy you burn, the faster your holy power grows. At this pace, you'll be transcendent in less than a month. Thrilled, he opened Omniform evolution method to continue the pre-purchase. Cannot pre-purchase Omniform evolution method novice. Insufficient evolution methods. Knew it. He'll need more techniques before I can push it further. The thought sent a chill through him. The word omniform felt even more daunting now. Just then the slime on his shoulder puffed up and let out a raspy protest. Hey, master, playing favorites again. He'll bite you. Fong Ran scooped it into his palm, helpless yet patient. Easy. When your forbidden symbiosis maxes out, he'll get you new skills. Think about it without your support. Xiao Tian can't go all out, and I wouldn't be safe. Team effort, right? The slime wobbled, half convinced, and grunted. Fong Ran patted its slick surface and chuckled. Come on, let me teach you what true teamwork means. This is top-tier KFC education. After Fong Ran's impromptu KFC lesson, the slime clinging to his body finally settled down. Inwardly, it giggled. You're right, so I won't bite you today. Hearing that, Fong Ran let out a long breath thankfully. Xiao Tian wouldn't need any more coaxing. A week flew by. During those 7 days, Xiao Tian devoured 50,000 credits worth of high-energy rations. Fortunately, Fong Ran's sophomore grant arrived just in time, and the academy supplied an grade meal plan, barely easing the bottomless pit of her appetite. That same week, Fong Ran's phone buzzed. Account ending in 2341 received 30 million credits for mark. Compensation from the Elven Queen in exile. 30 million was enough to keep him and Xiao Tian going for a good while. The figure reminded him of senior use warning. He enjoyed such resources only because of his rare talent. In the corner of the training room, Xiao Tian closed her eyes. Her consciousness sank into a mist-shrouded temple. Drawn by an unseen force, the fog gathered and condensed into a single drop of pale gold liquid. She opened her eyes. Divine light surging her holy power had reached its limit and compressed into that pristine droplet. Her once parched body felt instantly nourished, the surrounding radiance growing purer and brighter. Master, I'm ready to advance, she said softly, fixing her gaze on Fong Ran. He stared in awe, feeling almost sacrilegious as a true divine messenger called him master. His eyes swept over her form beneath the gauze while a character panel unfolded. Evolution paths, Goddess of Wisdom, Dark Sun Seraph, Oracle Archangel. The Goddess of Wisdom, also known as the God of War. The Dark Sun Seraph required slaying a chief archangel with one's own hands. The Oracle Archangel was merely the standard route. Scanning the costs, he saw the Goddess of Wisdom demanded the highest price, yet it was the only path that truly stepped into a god's domain. Fong Ran decided on the spot. Advance toward the Goddess of Wisdom, purchase the materials in advance. The system responded. First flame, pure holy water, serpent heart, bone of the unblemished, bone of the blood-soaked warrior. 13 forbidden items appeared one after another, landing in Fong Ran's palm. Blazing fire, crystalline water, and ashen bones were immediately drawn by an invisible force, suspending themselves before Xiao Tian. Flames merged into the halo behind her. Holy water slipped into her eyes. Ashes dissolved across her flawless skin. Moments later, a blinding beam poured from the ceiling, a torrent of energy blasting outward and slamming Fong Ran against the wall. When the light finally faded, Xiao Tian hovered in midair, encased in a golden mist like amber. That amber drank greedily at the energy around it. Fong Ran nearly emptied his account, buying mountains of feral beast meat to satisfy its relentless demand. Several days later, Fong Ran received a message. Miss Shen Fong Ran, he'll be attending the Beastmaster Association's special training in a few days. He'll be waiting for you there. The training's content was apparently classified, known only to gold rank members. Fong Ran's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. A few days later, Master, I did it. Ha. The slime dropped from midair and landed on the floor, twirling around like a little girl who had just been given candy. Forbidden symbiosis has broken through. Once I fuse with my host, I can unleash my full potential, turn my body into armor, and burn my own cells to absorb massive damage. It reported excitedly. A breakthrough tier forbidden symbiosis that also boosts every bodily function of its host. Not bad. Fong Ran raised a hand and patted its squishy head. The slime immediately wrapped itself around his neck, and in an instant the damp mucus soaked through the clothes Fong Ran had only just put on. I just changed, Fong Ran said with a half laugh, half sigh. I forgot to switch my surface to dry mode. The slime scratched its head, the cursed eye staring straight at him and sending a chill down his spine. How about a bath? I saw online that lots of slimes specialize in bathing people, so I learned a bunch of techniques. Where do you even find this weird stuff? I just want to help you, Master. The slime pinched its own cheek shyly. You've helped plenty already. Even so, once praised it insisted on bathing with him. Half an hour later the bathroom door swung open. Fong Ran stepped out wrapped in a towel, looking utterly relaxed. No wonder foot spas are so pricey. That kind of service is downright addictive. Thanks to 20 nimble tendrils, the slime had scrubbed him from head to toe until there wasn't a speck of dust left. Fong Ran opened his interface and focused on the display above the slime's head. Princess of the Void Sea. Level, Lord Midstage. Skills, Forbidden Symbiosis Breakthrough, Black Tide Manifestation Skilled, Thunderstorm Touch Perfect, Corrosive Body Perfect, Earth Drake Backstab Perfect, Mimic Breakthrough, Devour Breakthrough, Voidling Incantation Breakthrough, Void Stinger Breakthrough. Description: able to command lower-rank Void Sea creatures and sense living beings within a certain range. Midstage Lord? So your debt for those 3 grade skills is finally paid off? Fong Ran raised an eyebrow. The slime nodded. While Xiao Tian had been gathering holy power for it, it had trained day and night. Now all 3 skills were perfected, and every gene point had been repaid. Good. Let's push them even further. Spend gene points. Thunderstorm Touch 100, Corrosive Body 70, Earth Drake Backstab 100. Confirm. System messages flashed in rapid succession. Skill Proficiency Advanced for Thunderstorm Touch Perfect, Corrosive Body Perfect, Earth Drake Backstab Perfect. Consumed 270 gene points. Remaining gene points, 3,633. New skill acquired Dragon Thunder Mastery Skilled. Channel the power of a Thunder Dragon and unleash its claw. New skill acquired Toxic Miasma Skilled. Emit poisonous gas that paralyzes and corrodes enemies within 10 meters. 3 streams of fresh knowledge rushed into the slime's mind. It raised its right hand, arcs of lightning crackling and dancing, making the room lights flicker wildly. The Thunder Dragon's claw hadn't even formed yet, but the fallout was already alarming. Don't fry the bulbs, Fong Ran warned. The slime hastily withdrew the power and nodded obediently. Moments later they reached the wooded hill behind the villa. The slime lifted its right arm. The soft flesh morphed into a razor-sharp dragon claw wreathed in lightning. Boom. A colossal claw of thunder seemed to tear at the entire mountainside. Lightning rampaged across the peak, leaving a charred fissure in its wake. The deafening crash made countless nearby residents look up in stunned alarm. Fong Ran was promptly hit with a fine of more than 1,000 yuan for one reason, and one reason only using a skill in a public area. As he left the summit and picked his way down the scree, a cool mountain breeze caught his coat, making it snap in the wind. Suddenly a dark figure stepped onto the narrow path. Tall, dressed in black, face hard as flint, it was Ding Han. Fong Ran, I've been looking everywhere for you. Ding Han, what do you want? Fong Ran's mouth curved in a smile, but a glint of frost flashed in his eyes. Last time his probe into the skeletal wolf had been blocked, it was this so-called senior brother who showed up. Fong Ran was almost certain Ding Han belonged to the Order of Deities. Ding Han didn't bother with small talk. He strode to the middle of the path and spoke in a low voice. So I don't even get a senior brother now? I only have one question. His stare cut like a blade, every word I see. The divine Egdo, you have it? Meanwhile, dozens of kilometers away at a hidden base, several off-road vehicles reinforced with protective sigils pulled up to an iron gate. One after another the doors clicked open, and young men and women filed out, top students from every academy. All extraordinary rank beastmasters whose badges gleamed in the sun. He's not here. Lin Qinghuan stood on the edge of the crowd, her knuckles whitening. When the last trainee stepped down and the figure she expected still hadn't appeared, her heart sank. Fong Ran's 2 beasts devoured resources like a bottomless pit. With his limited savings, matching these third-year prodigies, let alone surpassing them, was almost impossible. And now even Xin Yun had advanced to extraordinary. Waiting for someone, Fong Ran? A cool female voice snapped Lin Qinghuan back to reality. She turned to see a woman in a platinum combat suit, expression proud and aloof. Bai Ning, her longtime rival from Imperial Capital Academy. Arms folded, Bai Ning smiled. Have him join the Bai clan, and we'll give him all the resources and backing he needs. Even if he gets here, do you really think he can help you? Her gaze swept the half-healed cuts on Lin Qinghuan's neck and shoulder. People without power or influence always pay extra to grow stronger. Senior Bai, Fong Ran is already an Iron-tier member of the Beastmaster Association. It's just a matter of time before he shows up. Xinyun cut in. Iron-tier? Bai Ning's brows lifted in surprise. Elated, Lin Qinghuan kept her face blank. Off to the side, Zhang Er watched, clicking his tongue. 3 women and 1 drama now, this was a show. That kid Fong Ran has nerve, he muttered. He's landed plenty of rich backers on the sly. No wonder he's already Iron-tier. Bai Ning pondered, equally astonished. With Fong Ran's talent, had actually advanced this far the orthodox way. Skip the forbidden routes, and he might one day reach king rank. But right now he couldn't even break his own extraordinary bottleneck. Unless he forced his second beast to extraordinary first, his progress would be painfully slow. Some beastmasters had done it before, but the time cost was brutal. All right, Chatteran's here. The instructor at the front clapped his gloved hands together, his voice ringing like steel. Special trainers will lay out your schedules next. Remember, your goal is the world's top academy. The divine Eguri, the one holding it, aren't you? Ding Han cut straight to the point. His eyes locked onto Fong Ran, yet his expression remained almost unervingly calm. So what if I am? So what if I'm not? Fong Ran replied coolly. As far as I know, the Yusho Society should be worrying about that, not you. Ding Han's brow twitched, irritation flickering across his face. Tell me where the divine egg is, and he'll let you walk away today. He had failed the Yushin Society more than once, but since he had just joined the Yusho Society, the higher-ups had yet to call him to account. Now a new order had come down. Anyone who found the divine egg, or even a lead, would earn a transcendence upgrade for their beast. The reward was tempting, but what Ding Han wanted even more was the status the egg's keeper enjoyed within the Yushin society and authority beyond compare. Fong Ran's gaze stayed steady. You're with the Yushin society, aren't you? At the words, a chill flashed in Ding Han's eyes. With a low hum, a pitch-black figure solidified behind him, the blade-wielding ghost warrior. On the other side rose the abyssal fiend, swathed in bandages and wreathed in poisonous mist. Fong Ran, I hadn't planned on fighting you here. You're the golden boy of the moment, after all. Ding Han chuckled softly. But now that you've unmasked me without that angel of yours, do you really think you can walk out alive? Fong Ran's eyes narrowed in mild surprise. Ding Han went on, I've been watching you for a long time. When Yuqing tested your beast taming space, the machine recorded it as top tier, but it was malfunctioning. The true rating is even higher. I'm certain the divine egg is on you. His gaze burned with fanaticism, a testament to how much the Yushin society coveted it. Join us now, and I'll spare you. Otherwise, no one within 50 kilometers will be able to save you. There was no way out. Fong Ran kept his face blank, but the slime within him began to stir restlessly. You think victory is in the bag? Beat it, loser. The slime screeched mockingly. It shot into Fong Ran's throat, a swelling pain racing up his spine as inky veins snaked through every vessel. A bizarre black armor rapidly formed over his skin. The sight stunned Ding Han for a heartbeat, but he snapped back immediately. Go. The ghost warrior charged, blade flashing and slicing off a few slick tendrils. Fong Ran wrenched his body backward, leaping more than 10 meters. Though the dark armor looked heavy, it felt as light as silk, and he could feel raw power flooding his limbs. The ghost warrior closed in and swung horizontally. Ghost slash. At the same time, the abyssal fiend opened its maw, belching a rolling cloud of poison that swallowed Fong Ran whole. The blade bit into the armor, but the fissure sealed instantly. The toxic miasma clung to the black shell, only to be absorbed in moments. Huh. Still hungry? Care to serve up another course? The slime jeered from within the armor. Ding Han's gaze grew darker still. We finish him now. Ding Han glared, astonished at how troublesome Fong Ran had turned out to be. He had planned to use one contracted beast to hold Fong Ran down while the other struck at his real body. But to Ding Han's surprise, Fong Ran merged with his own beast instead. Silver markings spread across his skin, and his aura swelled in an instant. Subduing him in this state suddenly became almost impossible. Before Ding Han could think, a black domain spread beneath his feet like spilled ink. Cursed slimes tore through the earth, shrieking as they emerged. Ghost Samurai, release. He ordered in a low growl. Armor shattered with a sharp crack. The ghost samurai's broken plates scattered, revealing the body of a gaunt elder as brittle as dead wood. Clutching his katana, his gray-white eyes fixed on Fong Ran, colder than ever. Whoosh. The ghost samurai blurred, flashing straight to Fong Ran. On the way, dozens of cursed slimes were sliced apart by sword aura, spraying black mucus everywhere. In the blink of an eye, Fong Ran took dozens of heavy blows. Blood burst from his chest and back as he was hurled away, crashing into a distant slope and sending rocks tumbling. The sky churned as the cursed fiend flung dozens of black bandages that fell like a web. Boom. Lightning refracted, and the claw of a thunder dragon materialized in midair. Both dark beasts paled and hurriedly retreated a few steps. But the black domain suddenly thickened and glued them in place, and a split second later the lightning crashed down. Rumble. The raging current ripped the air apart. Both dark beasts were scorched black, their scales peeling off as their roars turned to wails. Not far away, Ding Han turned ashen and hissed, "Stop dawdling and finish him." Two late-lordier beasts can't even take a mid-lordier opponent? At the command, the two dark beasts went all out. Waves of shadow, corrosion, and impact skills poured onto Fong Ran, and the crack of breaking bones was clearly audible. Master, run first. The slime urged. You're hurt too badly. Even if you merge with me, the backlash when we separate will kill you. Its parasitic ability was meant for beast hosts. Inside a human, it was like stitching a rag doll together. Once the doll tore, no matter how well it had been patched, the moment the parasite left, the whole body would fall apart. Divine egg, can't you do something? Fong Ran cursed inwardly. Someone is watching you, a cold, unfamiliar voice replied. His heart sank. So Ding Han wasn't alone after all. By himself, Ding Han would never have dared hunt a beast master of the same rank. At that moment, a surge of energy welled up inside him. Fong Ran was startled. Xiao Tian. Meanwhile, inside a distant training room, a massive piece of amber lay still as a mountain. The breathtaking woman sealed within fluttered her long lashes. Crack. Fissures spread across the amber's surface, splintering like an eggshell. A holy figure stepped free of the shattered amber. Gauze draped her shoulders, and her bare feet touched down lightly. A burning halo floated above her head, while pale golden rings encircled her wrists and throat. Her amber eyes looked down on the world like those of a goddess. A terrifying wave swept through the village district like a tempest, jolting several awakened from their sleep sweat streaming down their faces. Who was that? Someone just broke through to mid-transcendent. It feels like Fong Ran's place. Shock spread across their faces. Feng Ling, who was practicing her evolution art, also turned her head slightly. Fong Ran's beast advanced to the transcendent class? She ignored the chatter. Xiao Tian raised her eyes toward the distant battlefield, holy power coalescing in her palm into a strange sacred spear wrapped in luminous patterns. Swish! The sacred spear shot forth and vanished into the horizon. Whoosh! The ghostly swordsman lunged forward, katana slashing toward Fong Ran. Before the shriek of steel faded, a dazzling streak tore across the sky. Thud. The ghost warrior glanced down just in time to see an ancient iron spear burst through his chest. Holy power detonated, and his body went up in flames, scattering to ash. Ding Han screamed. The excitement on his face collapsed into horror as he stared at Fong Ran, veins bulging at his temples. You reached the transcendent tier? How is that possible? The surge of life force pouring from Fong Ran nearly choked him. Before he could finish, the spear snapped back into the hand of a tall, slender figure Xiao Tian. She twirled the weapon, then thrust at the abyssal fiend nearby. Bang! The demon exploded in a cloud of blood. The backlash hit Ding Han. He coughed up crimson, eyes rolled back, and collapsed. Xiao Tian drifted down beside him and casually drove the spear through his heart, blood spraying. Her eyes stayed calm, as if she had merely crushed an ant. Xiao Tian, Fong Ran asked softly. What is it? She tilted her head, cool and ethereal, like a fairy in a dream. An inexplicable reverence washed over Fong Ran, as though he were an old servant before his goddess. They tried to hurt you. Shouldn't they die for that? She replied, retracting the spear. A pale golden interface floated before Fong Ran. Goddess of Wisdom. Rank, Tier 7, 69. Level, Early Transcendent. Skills, Spear of Judgment Novice, Primordial Flame Novice, Scales of the Serpent Novice, Tears of Holy Restoration Proficient. Description, a legendary god of war. The deeper the conflict, the greater her potential. Fong Ran's gaze swept over the innate skills. 1. Spear of Judgment Novice. Condense a spear of holy power that siphons 30 of the opponent's strength. When enough power is stored, release an unavoidable strike. 2. Primordial Flame Novice. Wield the authority of fire. New flames unlock as the skill levels up. 3. Scales of the Serpent Novice. Consume up to 1 drop of holy water to briefly form scale armor over the body. Spear of Judgment. Scales of the Serpent looks like upgraded versions of Sacred Chain Forging and War Body, Fong Ran thought. The halo's unique ability had merged into Primordial Flame. Above Xiao Tian's head, the halo now blazed with ghostly blue fire, its pressure suffocating. Where are the wings? I don't see them anymore, Fong Ran asked. He still remembered sleeping beneath those feathers like a fluffy blanket. That was just a manifestation of holy power. If you want them, I can grow them back anytime. As she spoke, 3 pairs of white wings unfurled behind her. Good. First, let's deliver Ding Han to the Beastmasters Guild and explain what happened. Fong Ran bent, hoisted Ding Han, and frisked him. Sure enough, he found a piece of black cloth and a phone far more advanced than the Yuching model. The man clearly held rank. Fong Ran pocketed the phone, slung Ding Han over his shoulder, and set off for the guild. Moments after he left, a girl with rabbit ears appeared on the ridge where Ding Han had fallen. She watched the path Fong Ran had taken and murmured, Transcendent, I can't believe that forbidden route works this well. If only I could recruit him, she swallowed involuntarily. A genius like that, anyone would want him on their side. Send the genius I personally selected from the Beastmaster Society to win him over. His talent surpasses Ding Han's. Although it can't match Fong Ran's forbidden path, it is still exceptionally rare. Inside an office on the west side of the teaching block at the Imperial Capital Academy, professors from every grade level sat around a round table, and the topic was once again Fong Ran. Fong Ran is still very young, a white-haired professor recalled with a smile. When he first arrived, he came to me every few days with questions. He said I would be his teacher for life. That once a teacher. Oh, give me a break. The female professor beside him waved dismissively. That kid hardly attended any of your classes. What questions could he possibly have asked you? Laughter rippled through the room. Some disapproved of his truancy, yet most acknowledged his talent. The air was thick with both envy and regret. Still talking about Fong Ran? A tall figure pushed the door open. Everyone looked up and rose to greet him. Senior Yu, what brings you here? Am I not allowed to drop by? Yu Baojun glanced around, smiled, and took an empty seat. I'm a teacher here too. You know. He produced a list of leave requests. I'm handling the paperwork for Xunyun and a few others. They've been chosen for the Beastmaster Society's special training program and won't be back for a while. Xunyun, Lin Qinghuan, someone repeated under his breath, then frowned. What about Fong Ran? With his talent, he should have been accepted easily. Did he turn it down himself? Another professor asked, puzzled. The Beastmaster Society's special training was the most coveted opportunity at the academy. Students who entered were almost guaranteed a distinguished future, and some even became king-rank Beastmasters. Fong Ran's absence from the list was therefore hard for the professors to fathom. Fong Ran has chosen the wrong path. The middle-aged professor in charge of evolution route sighed. What do you mean, wrong path? The others turned to him, Yu Baojun included, his brow creasing. Explain. The professor hesitated, then said in a complicated tone, during the assessment his angel took the forbidden path outright, employing several banned materials. I've kept quiet because I'm afraid the Oversight Bureau will come knocking later. The moment he finished, the office fell silent. Even the ticking of the digital clock became audible. No wonder he can outclass other Beastmasters his age, one professor muttered, then shook his head. But that path is unfair to his peers, and worse, it's a dead end for him. Yu Baojun's pupils contracted. He had thought Fong Ran only tweaked a few materials, never imagining he had abandoned the traditional evolution route altogether and stepped into uncharted territory. Doesn't that mean he'll be stuck at the extraordinary level? Someone asked in a low voice. Resentment churned in Yu Baojun's chest. Had invested too much effort in Fong Ran to watch a prodigy be trapped by an evolutionary bottleneck. Ring phone on the table suddenly rang. Yu Baojun answered. Old Yu, Fong Ran has captured a member of the Divine Beast Society, and the voice on the other end was trembling with excitement. You've struck gold this time. What do you mean? Isn't he the one who's always catching Divine Society members? Yu Baojun frowned, his voice full of confusion. This time is different, the caller insisted. The person arrested is a full-fledged member of the Beast Tamer Guild who already passed the trials. It's that Beastmaster Ding Han. At the mention of Ding Han, Yu Baojun's pupils contracted. He had been watching the young man for a while and had even thought of recruiting him. He hadn't realized the Divine Society's reach ran this deep. He shot to his feet. Wait for me. I'm on my way. With that, he strode out, leaving the professors staring at one another, puzzled by the rare urgency of the usually composed Yu Baojun. Moments later, at the guild's main gate, Yu Baojun appeared. Several senior attendants in uniform hurried forward. Elder Yu, why are you? Never mind me. Carry on. He waved them aside, and they stepped back quickly. The lower-tier sector was ablaze with light. From a distance, Yu Baojun spotted Fong Ran surrounded by a ring of lower-tier beastmasters. He closed the gap in a few strides. Where is he? The chatter died instantly, as if the air had frozen. Fong Ran reacted first, stepping forward. They took him away. Yu Baojun nodded, forcing down his emotions. Do you have anything that proves who he was? Fong Ran drew out a bundle wrapped in red cloth and unfolded a guild emblem of a full member. Found this on him. He ambushed me outside the city, and I killed him. After hearing the story, Yu Baojun finally exhaled. Ding Han is a prodigy from the 5 academies. The guild hasn't announced anything yet, so keep it quiet. Although he trusted Fong Ran's discretion, he gave the warning anyway. He then went alone to consult the autopsy team. The gold rank badge on the corpse's chest gleamed coldly. In low voices the coroners reported, single wound, clean kill, what a waste. If had been taken alive, we could have interrogated him. They shook their heads. We have plenty of ways to make a Divine Society member talk, one added. And he was a star at the 5 academies. I wanted to see if a genius was any tougher than the rest. Yu Baojun's face stayed impassive. Blades have no eyes, especially when both sides are evenly matched. Evenly matched? The technicians exchanged skeptical looks. Elder Yu, both his beasts were wiped out in an instant, and the backlash killed him. Rewards are fine, but that Beastmaster deserves a lecture. When a transcendent faces a lower tier, there's no need to kill. Capture would have been better. Hold on, Transcendent. Yu Baojun's eyebrow twitched. The Beastmaster who fought him was only lower tier. Could your assessment be wrong? He knew how hard it was for Fong Ran to break through. Under normal circumstances, it would take at least a year. The coroner was certain. Impossible. Ding Han was late lower tier with 2 beasts. Almost no one at the same rank could one-shot him. Yu Baojun mulled it over, then hurried back to the lower tier sector. Fixing his gaze on Fong Ran, he asked bluntly, Fong Ran, have you already reached the transcendent tier? Those words left the entire group of tamers stunned. The younger beast tamers who had met Fong Ran only a few times were downright slack-jawed. Transcendent rank? Isn't Fong Ran only 20? Damn, that growth is insane. Don't tell me he's forcing it. Seriously, even rushing things shouldn't be this fast. Murmurs and gasps rippled through the crowd, every gaze locking onto Fong Ran. Under the scorching attention, he could only nod slightly. Yes, Shao Tian has reached the transcendent rank. He snapped his fingers. A ribbon of sacred light gathered beside him, and when it faded, an angelic girl appeared. Her eyes were clear as spring water, her skin smooth as carved jade, every movement graceful yet proud. Above her head burned a blazing halo, cold and imposing. The aura made the assembled tamers swallow hard. This was transcendent rank, and clearly not the entry level. Her foundation felt dense and her presence steady, as if she had tempered herself in this realm for years. So strong. Yu Baojun's eyes gleamed. You really advanced? The question of a forbidden route was best avoided in public, so he could only hint at it. Yes. The process went pretty smoothly, Fong Ran answered honestly. Yu Baojun was even more excited than Fong Ran. A successful forbidden evolution that actually boosted combat power was almost unheard of. The moment she advanced, she already felt rock solid, which meant the long, resource-hungry climb from early to mid-transcendent might be drastically shortened. Among those at the same rank, power could differ by multiples, and the pressure Xiao Tian exuded was enough to make people think she had been settled at this level for over a decade. Sensing the stares, Xiao Tian tilted her head. What is it? Fong Ran introduced her. This is Senior Yu. He's helped me many times. The girl nodded lightly, her face expressionless. Yu Baoju nodded back. The celestial race was always proud. That attitude was no surprise. The one who suffered was usually their contractor, Fong Ran. Since you've broken into the transcendent rank, he'll file the paperwork for your bonus today, Yu Baojun said, turning serious. With your evolution path, you stand a very good chance of winning a spot at the World Academy. The World Academy? Silence fell. Every tamer on site looked at Fong Ran with undisguised envy. The World Academy was founded by the strongest emperor-level tamers from every nation, built to train future monarchs capable of fighting king-class beasts. Only the very top prodigies of each country qualified to enroll. I never even dared dream about it. I heard the last valedictorian from Longwood didn't get in. That place is way above our league. Yet Fong Ran might have a shot? I heard Longwood sends the fewest students because we never partner with fierce beasts. As the whispers continued, the crowd stared at Fong Ran, feeling a little dizzy. A hall they had never dared imagine was suddenly connected to someone they actually knew. Someone muttered under his breath, "Man, just think of the bragging rights the next time we drink. They'll submit your silver tier application right away, and besides the special resources you'll also get a slot in the intensive training program." Once the paperwork was done, Yu Baojun stormed back in and unloaded the entire benefits package on Fong Ran. 90 million credits a year, admission to the advanced training camp, 2 personal attendants, the same class meal plan as before, 1 a-class evolution technique, 3 high-grade evolution fruits annually, a 30% discount on all resources, and access to the Tier 3 vault. He stressed the words evolution technique. As expected, Fong Ran's eyes lit up. Xiao Tian's omniform evolution technique needed another method to pair with it. Does the Tier 3 vault carry materials for advancing to Transcendent grade? He asked. Transcendent grade? Yu Baojun blinked. For your second beast, right? Sure, Tier 3 members still get the 30% discount. But would really prefer you saved your merits for sovereign grade items. Sovereign materials are scarce and costly, and convention says they should go to the bond beast first. I understand, Fong Ran replied with a nod. Don't forget the special training. I'll pick you up in 7 days. Leaving that reminder, Yu Baojun hurried off to brag to Gao Juqiang. The old man had been flaunting his prodigy disciple all week. After he left, Fong Ran sank onto the sofa, and a maid stepped forward at once. Bring me a tablet. I want to browse the vault. At once, she said with a smile, handing him a brand new device moments later. Around the lobby, several curious eyes studied the young silver member, but when they noticed the icy, untouchable figure beside him, they quickly looked away. Tier 3 vault. Fong Ran swiped the screen, and a dazzling array of premium resources filled his view. He quickly searched for the materials Xiao Tian needed. Common class items like Holy Force crystals were plentiful, yet not a single forbidden material appeared. Apparently the association didn't sell those openly. He would have to find another source. 5 class items, 270 million credits after the discount. That's still 570 merit points. Seeing the total, he drew a sharp breath. Highway robbery, and they're robbing their own members. An idea flashed through his mind. Mission rewards. Now that Xiao Tian was transcendent missions should pay handsomely. As he pondered, he glanced up, and several prying gazes vanished on the spot. Looking down again, he saw Xiao Tian leaning quietly against him, eyes gentle yet vigilant. Xiao Tian, head back to the beast space for now. She shook her head lightly. Since the Dinghan incident, she had grown far more cautious. Don't worry, this is the Beastmasters Association. You stand out far too much. Ordinary transcendent beasts are rare enough in the capital, let alone you. With a soft sigh, she dissolved into a shaft of holy light. Everything settled. Fong Ran rose and walked to the transcendent mission board. The area was nearly deserted and hushed as he faced the screen. Only a handful of Beastmasters lingered nearby, and Fong Ran fixed his eyes on the display. Senior, what kind of assignment would you like to accept? The maid stepped closer cautiously. Now that the pressure of the transcendent class beast had vanished, she finally dared to lift her head and speak. Senior? Since when did I become a senior? Fong Ran muttered under his breath. In this world, age was only a reference. Rank divided the generations, and the stronger were automatically called senior. Got any jobs that are easy and pay well? He asked bluntly. Well, the maid looked troubled. Then how about something that pays 2 or 300 million? He compromised. After thinking for a moment, the maid replied, there is one. It involves taking down a transcendent class beast. A newly opened beast hunting plant in the imperial capital is hiring extra hands to clear it out. The pay is 200 million, but there's an early stage transcendent inside. Fong Ran nodded when he heard that. He'll take it. Are you sure? The payout isn't great for the risk. If you're not short of money. I'm short of money and of gene points. Fong Ran cut her off. 200 million, and people still thought the job wasn't worth it? Transcendent Beast Tamers had it too easy, he mused. A Transcendent was stronger than a carrier group, yet 200 million barely fed 3 Transcendent familiars. It cost less than servicing a carrier. Shall I make the appointment for you? The maid produced her personal number. When we have 2 Transcendent Tamers, I'll let you know. This is my mobile. She offered the card with both hands, eyes shining with hope and shyness. No need. He'll handle it alone, Fong Ran said, shaking his head. A flicker of disappointment crossed her face, but she kept her professional smile. Very well. By internal rules, she managed the paperwork, never the choices of guild members. Meanwhile, on the top floor of a skyscraper in the imperial capital, 2 men sat facing each other in a discreetly luxurious private lounge, sharing tea and hearty laughter. Old Gao, I found a real gem this time. 20 years old, and already broken into the transcendent realm. Yu Baojun declared proudly. Gao Zhuqiang smiled lightly. Is that so? Congratulations. What? You're not jealous. Yu Baojun raised an eyebrow. I just took in a disciple as well. Gao sighed, shaking his head, though his voice could not hide his pride. 20 years old, early stage transcendent, and contracted an imperial blood spirit. He's been showing off in the Beast Tamer Guild's boot camp. Young people, a little too sharp-edged. Yu Baojun was unfazed. He knew Fong Ran was following a forbidden path. At the same level, he might not fear even a pure-blood imperial spirit. As for the risks of advancement, he would cross that bridge when he came to it. Perhaps the World Academy had a solution to the problems of taboo evolution. Care for a wager? Yu Baojun narrowed his eyes. What stakes? Gao's eyes lit up. I bet Fong Ran will make the top 10 in boot camp before the World Academy's admissions. Deal. I bet my disciple will also reach the top 10 within a year. If I lose, that hidden bottle of wine is yours. If you lose, prepare a few monarch-grade materials for Fong Ran, Gao said, slapping the table. The wine was produced on Monkey Mountain and brimming with life force, enough to greatly speed up a pet's evolution. Agreed. It's a promise, Yu Baojun answered, expressionless, almost bursting into laughter. Monarch-grade materials were hardly cheaper than that bottle of wine. He had just mastered another A-grade evolution method, Iron Wall evolution, but its level was still too low to fuse with the myriad forms evolution method. No match at Xiao Tian's pace, and a grade technique would reach max level in a month. With that in mind, Fong Ran checked his own progression. Tier 7, 71%. Xiao Tian was sitting cross-legged by the window, holy power surging inside her. Pale golden light seeped from her skin, as though it had been gilded. Sensing Fong Ran's gaze, she opened her eyes. Golden ripples danced in her pupils. Finished? Fong Ran asked. She gave a small nod. Even the myriad forms evolution method couldn't keep up with the speed her holy power was condensing, which suited Fong Ran. Just Fini was more than satisfied. His phone rang. Beastmaster Fong, I've accepted the mission on your behalf, the receptionist from the Tamer Guild said brightly. If you'd like, I can drive you there right now. Thank you, but that won't be necessary, Fong Ran replied politely. She persisted. I've called in a warhawk. It's incredibly fast. A warhawk? Fong Ran arched a brow. The same kind from the Dudu Company commercials? Looks like a griffin? Just picturing the griffin-like creature majestic posture, knightly bearing made his blood race. Seeing the longing in his eyes, Xiao Tian lunged forward and snatched the phone. No need. I'll take him myself. Fong Ran blinked. How? You're not a horse. Am I supposed to ride you? He'll carry you. She tipped up her chin and turned away. Holy power gathered, and 2 massive golden wings unfurled from her back, stirring the air inside the room. You sure it won't slow you down? He asked, still worried. She shook her head slightly, voice cool. Just get on and stop talking. She wrapped an arm around him, pressing his chest against the soft curve of her back. His neck felt pinched, and he had nowhere to put his hands. While he was still awkwardly searching for balance, her wings snapped downward. The floor dropped away beneath his feet. Instinct took over. One arm slipped under her arm. The other closed over her shoulder. At 10 meters he managed to stay calm, but as the city shrank below, he clutched at something soft without thinking. Xiao Tian's wings beat furiously while her gaze swept the skyline. Suddenly a warhawk streaked past and hovered beside them. The rider nearly popped his eyes out in shock. Hey, man, why not spend a little money and rent him out? The Beastmaster shouted. Getting lugged around by an angel is slow and uncomfortable. Fong Ran shot back. Seems fast enough to move faster than your warhawk, at least. A transcendent can't outpace a rented beast. And uncomfortable is pure nonsense. The Beastmaster rolled his eyes. If you can catch my warhawk, he'll take your surname. With that, the hawk shrieked and shot toward the horizon. Heat surged in Fong Ran's chest. Trying to pass us? Xiao Tian. Show him he regretted it the moment the words left his lips. A sonic boom split the sky. Gold light and roaring wind carved a blinding streak above the city. The Beastmaster beside the warhawk nearly got blown off the saddle. Holy, is she breaking the sound barrier? He clung to the hawk for dear life, heart hammering. What level is that beast, anyway? Slow down. Fong Ran still clung to Xiaotian, and the explosive speed almost tore him away. Luckily, Slime reacted instantly. Several translucent tendrils whipped out, lashed the two of them together, and even pressed a soft membrane over Fong Ran's face. Without it, the oncoming wind would have puffed his cheeks up like balloons. A few minutes later, Xiaotian touched down smoothly on the outskirts of a vacant staging ground beyond the city walls. The moment her toes met the earth, Fong Ran unclenched his fists and exhaled. This is the place, right? Xiaotian nodded silently, smoothed the wind-ruffled folds on her blouse, and tugged it back over her flat stomach. Fong Ran had clutched her so tightly in midair that she remembered the exact spot without looking. Yeah, this is it, Fong Ran said, confirming the coordinates and pointing. There's an extraordinary tier beast nearby. Deal with it. Xiaotian spread her wings. Golden light filled her eyes as she shot skyward, hanging hundreds of meters above the plain. At the same time, Fong Ran walked toward the camp's low buildings. Inside, several middle-aged men were huddled around a table, speaking in low voices. We could have wrapped this up for a few dozen million, and now an extraordinary beast shows up. Bad luck. That monster isn't even inside our chosen site. Doesn't matter. The Beastmaster Guild says every threat has to be cleared. They side together. A Lord-level hunting ground that should have cost only a few million was now budgeted at 600 million, most of it earmarked for an extraordinary class Beastmaster's fee. Fong Ran pushed the door open. A guard started to block the young stranger, but the man called Zhang spotted the Beastmaster badge gleaming on Fong Ran's chest and hurried over. Beastmaster Fong, you got here fast. Caught an express ride. Fong Ran replied with a smile, taking a seat. After a brief hesitation, Zhang got to the point. We still haven't found a suitable extraordinary Beastmaster. May I ask about your beast's rank? How many are extraordinary tier? Every eye fixed on Fong Ran. I'm early extraordinary myself, and I have one beast at that level. The room fell silent for half a second. One beast? Could he really match a creature of equal rank? Beastmaster Fong, don't you have any partners? Someone ventured. Fong Ran's lip curled. You were ready to pay 600 million for 3 extraordinary Beastmasters. He'll handle it alone for 500 million, flat price. Doubt crossed every face. Relax. If I fail, you owe me nothing. Zhang hesitated, but with funds tight, he finally nodded. Safety first. If anything happens to you, we can't be held responsible. Their biggest problem wasn't the money. It was that even a billion couldn't guarantee 3 experts would show up. When will you make your move? Soon, Fong Ran answered with a faint smile. A thunderous boom echoed outside the low building. What was that noise? Everyone's expression changed in an instant. The ground shook as if struck by a giant hammer. Glasses on the table bounced and clattered. Boss Zhang was the first to reach the doorway. The rest followed close behind. The moment they crossed the threshold, the scene outside left them speechless. A short distance away, on an open patch of ground, lay a massive body, head and torso severed. The creature's fish-like form was covered in sleek skin, faint blue bioluminescence flowing between its scales. A fist-sized, pitch-black hole gaped at the center of the fish's forehead, clear evidence of a fatal blow. It was the very deep-sea leviathan they had investigated countless times, the one classified as an extraordinary grade fiend. Boss Zhang's pupils contracted. That's the extraordinary grade deep-sea leviathan. Unbelievable speed. Fong Ran had agreed to take the job only moments ago, and now the monster was a corpse. Had it been staged? Bought from somewhere? Impossible. The deep old scar along the creature's flank was the unmistakable mark Zhang himself had verified. Normally, even 3 extraordinary rank beastmasters would spend days planning before daring to hunt it. The group stared at one another, words stuck in their throats. Then gold light burst overhead. A slender figure with snow-white wings and a burning halo dove to the ground. Streamlined metallic markings glowed across her pale skin, cold light running down to the spear in her hand, its tip still beaded with fresh blood. The celestial ray, someone whispered, forgetting to blink. Xiaotian, how are you so fast? Fong Ran landed beside her, equal parts surprised and impressed. He noticed the patterns on her body. Her old natal skill had already merged seamlessly with the new one. It was only a beast that had just reached early extraordinary rank, Xiaotian replied, as if stating the weather. The single sentence stunned everyone. Only early extraordinary? A beastmaster who can solo a foe of the same rank is already exceptional. Golden ponytail, halo, wings. You're Fong Ran of the Imperial Academy. The real Fong Ran? The beastmaster who saved Wind City. He's already at the extraordinary tier. A moment of awe later, they understood. Never measure a prodigy by common standards. Joy lit Boss Zhang's face. He rubbed his hands eagerly. Excellent. We can open for business tomorrow. They'll be taking the beast's corpse, Fong Ran said under his breath. Of course. Boss Zhang nodded repeatedly, pulling out his phone to arrange the follow-up. Moments later, Fong Ran's own phone buzzed. Account ending 2341 received 800 million yuan. That much. It's nothing, just a gift to welcome Wind City's hero. Boss Zhang grinned from ear to ear. The nearby colleagues could only stare in envy. Making friends with Fong Ran and splashing out 800 million at once. Opportunities like this were rare, especially with a young man whose rise suggested he might one day reach the king tier. Then thank you, Boss Zhang. When I contract a Lord-class beast, your hunting grounds will honor the promise of free training. Guaranteed. Anytime. Fong Ran smiled, added Zhang as a contact, and raised a hand. Xiao Tian beat her wings, 2 gusts lifting them skyward, and the pair soon vanished beyond the horizon. 7 days later, Fong Ran had finished several more missions and amassed the contribution points he needed. He bought every resource in the Beastmasters Guild that Xiao Tian could possibly use. In an instant, an astronomical sum tens of quadrillions evaporated, leaving only row after row of crates in the warehouse stamped sold. With just 1 month left, Fong Ran's heart tightened, yet he kept urging himself on. The clock is ticking. All the standard materials were secured, but 13 forbidden components were still missing, and for now he could do nothing about them. Beep beep. His neural visor lit up, a short message sliding across his retina. Senior you? Fong Ran glanced at the sender. Fong Ran, come to the guild tomorrow. They'll take you to the training site. He read the text again. So it's time? Maybe the materials Xiao Tian needs to evolve are really there. Drawing a long breath, he tossed the visor onto the nightstand and flopped onto the mattress. The door swung open without a sound. A white wing slipped through the gap, and Xiao Tian darted to his side, draping her feathers over him like a down quilt. Almost at the same moment, the slime crept in, morphing into a second, identical Xiao Tian. It reproduced every feather with breakthrough-level precision, then tucked another wing over Fong Ran. Trying to flatten me. Are you too? He muttered. His eyes shifted between the twin angels. Only the data panel told him which one was real. Lie on top then, the slime said, retracting one wing and stuffing it under him as a cushion. The real Xiao Tian's brows shot up. She glared at the mimic. Master, look at her. Don't pick on her. Fong Ran laughed, pulling both angels into his arms, one on each side. You're both my partners. A blush bloomed on Xiao Tian's cheeks, and she bowed her head, ears aflame. The slime, unsure where to place its tentacles, settled down obediently. At dawn, Fong Ran threw off the quilt, washed up, greeted his aunt and uncle, and headed straight for the guild with his 2 beasts. Yu Baojun was already waiting outside beside a matte-black transport. Come on. The destination's classified. Have to use this. Inside, it was pitch black. Only the dashboard's cool glow slid across the driver's gloved hands. The vehicle zigzagged through cities and provinces for an entire day. At last, with a hiss and a click of the airlock, it rolled to a stop. We're here. The door slid open. Fong Ran stepped out to find ash-gray steel walls soaring skyward, windowless and doorless, like the belly of some colossal beast. Only the blazing sunlight overhead proved he was still on Blue Star. The guild's special training base, Yu Baojun said, pointing to the central iron spire. Your angel will receive the most comprehensive coaching here, and every resource is on us. Fong Ran looked up. Names scrolled across the tower's skin like a projection screen. 32nd, Lin Qinghuan, 730 points. Senior Lin is only 32nd? He blurted. Yu Baojun explained. Everyone on this list reached the transcendent tier before 24 valedictorians and seniors already deep into the tier. There are also exchange students from the top academies of neighboring countries. Don't underestimate them. Fong Ran took in the view and clicked his tongue silently. The strongest newcomers from Longhua and the surrounding nations were all gathered here with a single goal: break into the World Academy and advance to King class. I saw 6 foreign names in the top 10, he murmured. Yu Baojun patted his shoulder, solemn yet pleased. I've already informed Xinyun. She'll help you learn the rules. There are several mental power trials you excel. I'd start with those. Fong Ran. A striking silhouette hurried toward him. Xinyun rushed up, a palm-sized, emerald green sprite named Xiao Tian standing on her shoulder. Xiao Tian's already reached the transcendent tier? Her voice trembled with disbelief. Just got lucky, Fong Ran said with a faint smile. I managed to pick up a few critical scrade materials. A few scrade materials? Xinyun exhaled in relief. At least Xiao Tian's evolution path won't fall too far behind here. Really? Even in scrade path isn't enough? Fong Ran raised an eyebrow. In the Imperial Capital Academy, students who could push a beast to scrade were already rare. Besides, his route wasn't a standard scrade at all. It relied on 13 forbidden materials. Here, scrade is only the entry level, Xinyun explained softly. Among the top 10 tamers, many carry imperial blood. Some have even contracted a sovereign hatchling and hired sovereign-class tamers to design unique evolution plans for them. The comparison hit her hard. Those prodigies hardly seemed human. One boy had reached dual lord stage in high school and stepped into transcendent the moment he entered university. By contrast, she had grown up with her beast since childhood, but her grandfather had spoiled her, turning training into play, and no instructor dared be strict. They'll take you to the residential quarter, Xinyun said, pulling herself from her thoughts. With a snap of his fingers, Fong Ran summoned his slime, which morphed into a 2-meter tall elk. He swung onto its back and offered Xinyun a hand. Let's go. The residences are to the east. The elk ran smoothly. Xinyun placed her hands nervously in front of her, while Fong Ran kept a polite distance, making no untoward move. The residential zone looked like every other facility, but came with personal attendants. Moments later, Fong Ran was settled in. The room lacked nothing, clearly ensuring no transcendent tamer would want for comfort. Even so, he decided to send the two maids away for the night. They're in the middle of training, so we have to hurry, Xinyun urged. The instructors here are all strict. They reached a massive teaching hall. Nearly 100 tamers were listening to a lecture. On the podium, a tamer with a gold badge spoke in a sonorous voice. Mental strength is everything to a beast tamer. This forging method focuses on drawing energy from your beast space to temper your own mind. Anyone who could command the respect of so many transcendent tamers had to be sovereign class. How many gold rank members does the association have? Fong Ran whispered. Fewer than 10. They include nearly every sovereign class tamer in Longhua, Xinyun answered. They stayed by the doorway, unwilling to interrupt. Fong Ran remembered how often had been late back in school and couldn't help smiling. Before long, many eyes turned their way. Another newcomer? He's gorgeous. Stop drooling. He's already got a girlfriend. Hey, doesn't he look familiar? Isn't that the guy who saved Wind City Fong Ran? It's him. I heard he's ranked among the Imperial Capital's top 10 young tamers and once took first place at the academy. Damn. Another one from the Imperial Capital Academy? How many of their beast tamers have shown up in the past few days? Several trainees whispered in a corner, equal parts curious and awed. In the crowd, almost every pair of eyes shifted to the newcomer at the door. Fong Ran. Word had it he was the extraordinary ranked tamer who single-handedly saved Wind City. A number of female trainees instantly brightened, reluctant even to blink. As extraordinary ranked tamers themselves, most had ties to powerful factions and knew the real story of Wind City, so more than a few secretly admired the boy. A few male trainees, faces blank, still stole several glances at Fong Ran, their feelings hard to read. No one was more shaken than Lin Xinghuan. Shrinking into her seat, she tapped the desktop. So fast. Fong Ran had chosen the forbidden evolution path. Even on a normal path, this speed would be absurd. Had he really outstripped everyone on the forbidden route and succeeded in advancing? The idea sent a chill through her limbs, and she instinctively rejected it. Impossible. He must found another way. Throughout history, hardly anyone has reached the extraordinary rank via a forbidden path, and almost none have pushed their combat power any further. Across the room, her archrival, Bai Ning, also noticed Fong Ran. She blinked, then, like Lin Xinghuan, raced through a dozen guesses. Oh, a newcomer? The teacher on the podium paused when he sensed the stir. The classroom fell silent at once. The teacher, Su Jin, was a gold-tier member known for his explosive temper. He routinely cowed rooms full of extraordinary ranked trainees. Fong Ran. I remember you. Su Jin's smile held both approval and a hint of testing. Your first time here? Fine. Find a seat. Yes, sir. Fong Ran answered crisply and took an empty spot by the window. In barely 20 minutes, he had gained a clearer picture of the spirit forging method and spotted one key detail: the power of the beast space could be drawn in to aid the forging. My beast space is top tier. I've never tried that angle, he mused, mentally revisiting the lesson. As the class neared its end, Su Jin's smile vanished. His voice dropped. This is a new special training course. The goal is simple: while you're still at the extraordinary rank, forge your spiritual power to 50 points. Sharp intakes of breath rippled through the room. I won't hide the reason, Su Jin went on, sweeping the class with his gaze. We need that raw spiritual force to mend the mind of a late king-rank draconian. Push your spiritual power to 100 points, and you'll earn a chance to sign a contract with Hera, being that once tried to ascend to the emperor rank. To contract a late king creature and brush the threshold of emperor rank, the lure was sky high. Even if some dismissed it as riding coattails, it guaranteed lifelong ease. But the obstacle was plain. An extraordinary's norm was only 30 points, and even a king averaged 50. Reaching 100 at the extraordinary tier bordered on impossible. A method existed, but the climb was still like scaling the heavens. Fong Ran. Su Jin called just before the bell. You heard everything about spirit forging, right? Come up and demonstrate. Everyone had the same thought. Here we Gould's usual test. When they'd slipped up, their own spirit forging had bristled with gaps and nearly earned them hundreds of extra repetitions. This was Fong Ran's first class. How could he possibly satisfy Su Jin? Good. I wanted to try anyway. Fong Ran strode to the podium's center, calmed his mind, and poured his spiritual power into the beast space. A heartbeat later, he drew on that space's power, focused his will, and the entire beast space began to tremble. A beastmaster's creature space is essentially a projection of their own mind. At Fong Ran's silent command, his cultivation technique flared to life. Torrents of psychic energy flooded in from every direction, and the hair-thin cracks webbing his body knit together at a speed visible to the naked eye. As the perfect grade mental forging art unfolded, concentric ripples of thought rolled off him, making the very air shudder. Watching from the side, Su Jin's pupils contracted. A moment later his mouth fell open in open shock. Just how strong is this kid's mind? He wondered. He produced a handheld tester and set it beside Fong Ran. Beep beep. The screen lit up. Mental power, 39 points. Most people in early transcendent rank only manage around 30, and he's sitting at 39 right after advancing? Su Jin calculated silently. The number wouldn't even crack the top 30 in a group of 100, yet Fong Ran's grasp of the mental forging art was leagues beyond anyone his age. His future growth would only snowball. With that thought, Su Jin strode toward him. Everyone expected him to erupt, but instead, well done, Su Jin said, tapping Fong Ran's shoulder and flashing a rare smile. Fong Ran finally opened his eyes, breathing steadily. That was my first try. Hardly perfect. With help from his creature space, his mental powers surged tenfold, but it was still his first run. The flow felt a bit rough. Su Jin's lip twitched, yet he still gave serious advice. Keep practicing. If you can repair the Dragonkin Elder's mental injuries, the Beastmasters Guild will grant you ascension materials even without a contract. Class ended, and the trainees dispersed. Lin Qinghuan jogged over, her long hair lifting in the breeze. Didn't expect you to get here so fast. Yeah, Senior Lin. Long time no see. You're looking more stunning than ever, Fong Ran said with a grin. She smiled lightly, and several students had planned to court Fong Ran's favor backed off the instant her gaze swept over them. Lowering his voice, Fong Ran asked, what ascension materials was Su Jin talking about? He's Su Jin. Bad temperso, don't poke the bear, Lin Qinghuan cautioned. Fong Ran shrugged. Seemed fine to me. His explanation of the mental forging art really helped. Lin Qinghuan nodded and went on. When a familiar breaks into the monarch tier, it undergoes a metamorphosis called ascension. Without ascension materials, that state is impossible. Most Beastmasters know little about the process. There are only about 20 monarchs in the entire Dragon Kingdom. After ascension, a familiar's very life level takes a qualitative leap. That's why monarchs so thoroughly outclass transcendence. There are a few ascension items you can trade for here at boot camp, Lin Qinghuan said, but the top-grade stuff is squirreled away in the heartlands of the major races. She paused. Take your angel. The most common ascension item Spirit Feather is sold to the Dragon Kingdom at sky-high prices by the angelic race. With it, an angel's speed and holy power soar. Fong Ran mulled it over. The angelic race was offloading a low-grade resource at a premium, yet Spirit Feather happened to be the perfect fit for angels. There was no avoiding the purchase. So what about the other materials? He pressed. Monarch tier resources are rare, but if you save long enough you can scrape them together, Lin Qinghuan said, voice dropping. Ascension materials are the real choke point. Lin Qinghuan looked at Fong Ran and continued, as long as you have enough points, you can trade them for Ling Tian feathers here. Try buying them on Longwo's open market, and you'll realize how many extraordinary rank angels are waiting to advance. You know the rest. A tremor ran through Fong Ran. When demand outstrips supply, the price skyrockets likely far beyond what he can afford. Can points be exchanged for forbidden materials? He ventured. They can, but Ling Tian feathers come first. I understand. Fong Ran calculated silently. The current crisis mattered most. As for the feathers, the Tianxin clan must still be hoarding even rarer metamorphosis materials. Angels who defected to humanity were treated as pariahs. Truly precious resources would never leak out. The best goods always stay within the tribe. They'll borrow the metamorphosis materials now. Once I reach king rank, they'll collect the debt from the Tianxin clan. Fong Ran let a smile slip across his lips, voice light. Take a loan to buy a cannon, then use the cannon to blow up the bank. Simple. Tomorrow is the weekly combat drill, Lin Qinghuan reminded him. If you like, bring that girl along. It's your key to scoring points. Don't miss it. Night fell. Fong Ran returned to the detached villa assigned to him and powered up the study's dedicated computer. An internal program popped onto the screen. Current rank, 122. Current points, 100. Last place. He glanced at the stats. Only 122 people? And those 100 points are just the fixed score from the last class. Ding-dong, doorbell rang. At the entrance, a stunning attendant pushed in a food cart. With brisk efficiency, she placed 2 servings of meat and 2 glasses of water on the dining table. Beastmaster Fong, this is dinner for your 2 contracted beasts. Because you currently have only 100 points, you're limited to the tire set, she announced, folding her hands over her abdomen as she waited. Every attendant here had undergone brutal screening and enjoyed benefits beyond imagination. If any genius Beastmaster favored them, they were practically guaranteed entry into a top-tier family. The deliberately unbuttoned collar hinted at her intentions. Fong Ran, however, stayed unmoved. His 50% true damage reputation spoke for itself, and he preferred the company of his beasts. Xiao Tian, Nian Yan. At his call, 2 figures flashed onto the table. Tentacled Nian Yan wrapped itself around the platter, devouring food in enormous bites and praising between chews. Delicious, actually a bit better than the steer menu. Xiao Tian was far more refined, eating slowly and silently. Fong Ran raised an eyebrow. A tire meal bought with just 100 points can match in steer menu? Yes, the attendant replied. If you maintain higher points, you can enjoy even better resources each day. Fong Ran nodded, all the more eager for tomorrow's drill. Once he earned more points, he could first meet his beast's daily needs, then trade for the forbidden materials. He had just over 20 days left. The 7 forbidden materials he owed had to be secured. The clock was ticking. Swish. Inside the training chamber, Xiaotian gripped a plain iron spear. A subtle flick of her wrist lit intricate lines across the dark metal, light racing upward until it gathered at the tip in a blazing white edge. Power surged. Veins stood out on her skin as she thrust forward. Swish. Air tore apart with a shrill scream, a visible shockwave rippling outward. Activate Spear of Judgment 31100. At the very least, that could wound a transcendent class creature. Retracting the spear, Xiaotian studied it. Compared with the greatsword that only barely startled enemies, this Spear of Judgment channeled holy power with far greater precision and noticeably more force. Xiaotian. Fong Ran pushed the door open and froze. A vivid layer of serpentine scales had surfaced on Xiaoshan's bare skin. Flowing like water, they coiled around her right leg and waist, spread up her arms, and covered half her body. The scales hugged her frame like a supple suit of armor, sharpening every graceful line. Use Serpent Scales 210 current form, soft armor. Fong Ran's heart slammed. For a moment she thought Xiaotian was possessed by a snake demon. Enough training for now, the instructor wants us at the gate. Xiaotian withdrew her holy power. The scales dimmed, and she nodded silently. They stepped into the lounge. Lin Qinghuan had been waiting and couldn't keep her eyes off the living scale male. A slender waist and an upraised spear made Xiaotian look like a war goddess come to life, leaving Lin Qinghuan momentarily dazed. Only after a jacket settled over her shoulders did the scales ebb away like a receding tide. Armor woven from holy power. So this is the taboo path, Lin Qinghuan mused. It was nothing like her own angelic system. Do you know which path she chose? She asked softly. Behind her, the 8-winged archangel folded its eyes and shook its head. Perhaps she is stronger than I am. The spirit's verdict made Lin Qinghuan's pupils tighten. Fong Ran had only just stepped into early transcendence, while her oracle angel was already steady at that stage and nearing mid-tier, yet it still couldn't guarantee victory. Xiaoshan's forbidden route had clearly succeeded. Remembering the weight of weekly combat points, Lin Qinghuan breathed easier. With Fong Ran on the team, her odds of breaking into the top 10 improved. Even so, being surpassed by a junior stirred complicated feelings. What are you staring at, Fong Ran? I thought Xiaotian was wearing. Turns out the scales are hollow underneath. Fong Ran coughed and looked away. Before long the trio reached the main gate. Su Jin was already waiting. Sweeping his gaze over them, he spoke in a calm, carrying voice. The rules for this combat drill are unchanged. 1. 1 Transcendent Class Beast plus 10 Lord Class Beasts scores 0. 2. Each additional Transcendent Beast is worth 20 points. Each extra Lord Class Beast is worth 1 point. Fall short, and you lose the same amount. 3. Teams of 3. If you're in danger, press your wristband. They'll pull you out, but your score is void. 4. The time limit is 48 hours. Fail to return on time, and your score is 0. A hush fell. Tension thickened in the air. Many Beast Tamers immediately split off to form their own teams. Why isn't anyone recruiting me? Are all the best partners already taken? Fong Ran scanned the area. Lin Qinghuan cleared her throat and replied, that's only part of it. You're a rookie, people aren't eager to team up with newcomers. Besides, Senior Bai has more people than she needs. Fong Ran followed her gaze. In the distance, Bai Ning stood beside 3 shrank companion beasts. The most striking was a 5-meter silhouette Ji Tianlius contracted beast from the giant clan. Ji Tianlei had reached the extraordinary tier at 20 and now ranked around 27th. Lin Qinghuan added lightly, my second beast just entered extraordinary. It hasn't seen real combat yet, but I should break into the top 20 after this round. She then shifted the topic to Shenyun. Bring Shenyun along. I can help her once, but after that she's on her own. As old Shin's daughter, this is already more than enough help. Her goal was simple, break 100 points, which meant killing at least 3 extraordinary beasts. Fong Ran glanced at the other teams. The foreign squad's leader was latest stage extraordinary, and the other 2 were mid-stage. A lone man nearby had once been the Imperial Academy's top student and a world championship competitor. He was also latest stage extraordinary. Facing these powerhouses, Fong Ran groaned inwardly. Mid-stage is fine, but latest stage is way out of my league. Lin Qinghuan soothed him, relax. We're not on the same route as they are. Just keep an eye on handlers at our level. She lowered her voice. This isn't the real world, it's a broken domain. Every 7 days it resets. Miss the return window, and you're trapped for good. Fong Ran had explored cyclic domains before, but those never had villas. This place felt unusually safe. Let's move. Lin Qinghuan raised her hand. A deep rumble shook the massive gate before it swung open. Beyond lay a cavern with 7 wide tunnels. The foreign team rushed into Tunnel 2 first, while the latest stage extraordinary fighters split between the first 3. We'll take number 7. Lin Qinghuan led Fong Ran and Shenyun into the pitch-black 7th tunnel. As they advanced, Faint glimmers appeared on the walls. Minutes later, the passage opened into a curved underground corridor. Rails stretched straight ahead, fluorescent lights flooded the space, and distant, guttural roars reminded them this was no ordinary subway. This route is the safest, Lin Qinghuan explained. You can earn at most 70 points here, perfect for you too. Secure some points and resources first, then we'll plan the rest. Fong Ran glanced back and saw everyone else had chosen the first 6 tunnels. No wonder this one was empty. So cold, Xinyun muttered, hugging her arms. Luckily, their enhanced physiques kept the chill at bay. Screech. A sharp cry split the air as they ventured deeper. Deep in the tunnel, a grotesque monster burst from the darkness. Before Fong Ran could react, Lin Qinghuan's 8-winged angel opened its massive codex. A column of blinding white light poured forth, freezing the creature where it stood before it dropped silently to the ground. Fong Ran approached and inspected the deformed corpse. Its lower half was a thick serpent tail, its upper body a mantis-like torso with segmented blade arms, and rows of barbed spines covered its back, a textbook blade-scaled naga. As they pushed on, more of its kind appeared, but each time Lin Qinghuan's sacred light swept past, the creatures were instantly reduced to charcoal. At last the team encountered their first Lord-grade beast. Shen Yun prepared to send in his elven summons, but Lin Qinghuan raised a hand. We share points. Let me handle this. The 8-winged angel lifted the book once more. Fong Ran stepped in front of her. Hold on. Extraordinary grade beasts are still ahead. Save your strength. If you take the kill, you'll lose the gene points. Lin Qinghuan smiled at his concern. Very well. For the next half hour, every Lord-grade monster was skewered in an instant by Xiao Tian's spear. Gene points 8. Gene points 9. Gene points 12. Fong Ran's Lord kill count climbed to 13. We're close. An extraordinary grade beast is ahead, Lin Qinghuan warned while hurrying forward. Stay ready and conserve your energy for the next fight. Sure enough, the passage opened into a hanging cavern. Suspended in midair was a 2-meter-tall green egg, and beside it stood a massive insectoid creature clad in heavy backward curving spikes, a long scorpion tail dragging behind it. Its cold gaze followed their every move. Iron Bull Broodguard. Rank, Early Extraordinary. Skills. Profile, a beast bred by the Zerg Queen, protected by near impenetrable armor. Careful, Lin Qinghuan whispered. Its shell is almost indestructible, but holy fire can scorch it. Before she could finish, Xiao Tian spread his wings, holy power gathering along his spear as he dived. Boom. Thunder echoed through the cavern as the strike punched a fist-sized hole in the carapace, yet failed to pierce through. The recoil rattled the spear and forced Xiao Tian back, wings quivering. Even making a dent is impressive. Most early extraordinary summons can't scratch that shell, Fong Ran muttered, eyes narrowing. Seraph, amplify. Lin Qinghuan commanded. The 8-winged angel turned a page and chanted. Pale golden runes drifted outward, divine benediction. Invisible holy power surged into Xiao Tian, and his aura flared. Xiao Nian, corrode the opening. Fong Ran ordered. The slime fired 20 viscous tentacles, threading into the breach and flooding it with caustic fluid. Sensing danger, the Broodguard roared and slashed its scorpion tail, severing several tentacles at once. Simultaneously, it emitted a shrill screech, summoning swarms of blade-scaled nagas from every direction, all charging straight at the Beastmaster's. Creature clearly knew their weakness. Whoosh! Before the nagas closed the distance, a thicket of thorny spikes erupted from the ground, blocking their advance. The insect general snapped its body and fired a hail of spikes, raining down on Xiao Tian like a violent storm. Steel-hard thorns howled through the air, but Xiao Tian tapped the ground, whirling his spear in a seamless blur. Clang after clang rang out as sparks flew and every spike was batted aside. Why aren't you using serpent-scale defense? Lin Qinghuan called, signaling the Oracle Angel with a raised hand. Snow-white wings swept forward, and a translucent shield wrapped around Xiao Tian. The barrier drained divine power so quickly that Lin Qinghuan could use it only sparingly. Fong Ran kept his expression steady, though he was inwardly amazed. The Oracle Angel's support is unreal. No wonder it's considered a top-tier evolution path. Its employment potential is maxed out. Without the buff, Xiao Tian could only suppress an early transcendent. With it, he's trading blows with a mid-stage transcendent proof enough. In barely 10 minutes, the holy fire wound in the insect general's chest split wider. Xiao Tian seized the opening and lunged. Boom. The thick carapace cracked. Her hands tightened, runes flared along the shaft, and the iron spear shot forward with a hiss. The spearhead bored into flesh. Pitch-black sacred flames raced down the haft, searing soul and bone. The insect general writhed, but the sure-hit rune kept the thrust true. The spear tunneled through its body and pierced the brain core. After a brief convulsion, everything fell still. Gene points 198. Seeing the number jump, Fong Ran finally exhaled. A class beasts really are tough. Without a tailored counter, even 3 early transcendents might have failed. Looks like my beast analysis was right. Xiao Yan may actually outgun me. Lin Qinghuan admitted, thoroughly shaken. Without a second beast, she doubted she could have soloed this general. It used to take 3 or 4 hours to kill one of these things, and this time, Shed barely lifted a finger. Watching the whole fight, Shenyun grew increasingly alarmed. Her own spirit could never have taken the monster down alone. Incredible. You turned an angel species into this, the green-haired elf muttered. Shed seen plenty of angels, but never one so aggressively built. Every innate skill pointed at combat. Even for me, taking that general would have been a slog. Let's move. We've got 40+ hours left, enough to clear this tunnel, Lin Qinghuan said, composure restored. 10 hours later, Xiao Ocean's savage firepower plus the Oracle Angel's buffs drove the line steadily forward. Staring at the insect corpses littering the ground, Lin Qinghuan actually regretted choosing Tunnel 7. If they'd entered 6 or even 5, the haul might have been richer. She sighed. 3 transcendent generals and more than 20 Lord-class beasts had pushed their score just past 60. Ahead lay an abyss with no way out. Regret was useless now. Who would have thought a fresh, early-stage transcendent beast could be this strong? Stranger still, despite being an angel, it radiated raw aggression. Rest up, regain your strength, then we withdraw, Lin Qinghuan decided. So soon? We still have time, don't we? Xinyan asked, puzzled. The path ahead's too dangerous, Lin Qinghuan said, shaking her head. In the old days they needed 5 or 6 hours of rest after every insect general. Fong Ran's pace had upended all her projections. Shame we can't hit 100 points. Just 30 short. Yet that difference means 2 entire tiers of resources. Is the tunnel blocked off at the far end? Fong Ran wondered aloud. There's an abandoned subway train down there, and the whole area is crawling with transcendent-level beasts, Lin Qinghuan replied as she stood. I'll take you for a look. She knew beastmasters were born curious, especially a young prodigy like Fong Ran. Until he saw it himself, he wouldn't let it go. After a long trek, they reached the tunnel's depths. The lights were dead, and a subway train lay across the tracks. Its cars snapped in half as if crushed by a giant hand. Roar, screech, ferocious cries echoed in the dark. Information flashed before Fong Ran's eyes. Mid-tier transcendent beasts in Lord class were posted all around, and this was only the entrance. The danger would spike farther in. Still want to push on? Lin Qinghuan cautioned. A mid-tier beastmaster tried it once. His second beast died saving him. I don't want to watch that happen again. We're going, but he'll try a different tactic, Fong Ran said. Lin Qinghuan stared as he returned to the pit, stopped beside an insect general's corpse, and summoned his slime. Devour, he ordered. On it. The slime sliced off a chunk of flesh and swallowed it. In seconds its body swelled. Bony armor, scythe-like arms, and compound eyes took shape until it was the insect general's double. Except for being half the size, even its aura was identical. Fong Ran tapped the cold, hard carapace. Unless it's hit, no one will spot the fake. A mimic skill? How far have you taken it? Lin Qinghuan gasped. She'd seen copy-type beasts, but never one this flawless. Even her angel couldn't detect anything off. He'll hide inside the slime. The others won't sense us, Fong Ran told Xinyan. Stay here. He'll scout ahead, not too deep. Then he slid into the hollow body like diving into sludge. Lin Qinghuan swallowed, recalled her own beast, and climbed in, shoulder to shoulder with him. Don't worry, I'm fine, she murmured, studying the interior. The purple gel was glass clear, giving them full visibility. The slime, now a little girl in form, perched on Fong Ran's lap, tendrils anchoring it to the walls. Master, I can copy every insect general move, no one will notice. Right. You're amazing. Heh. The slime lifted its chin, pleased. Moments later the disguised insect general stepped into the pitch-black tunnel. In every direction insectoid roars thundered scythe elder bugs, corrosive earthworms, iron bull generals. Though he couldn't see his own hand, Fong Ran tracked each hostile aura precisely. He even heard Lin Qinghuan's heartbeat quicken beside him. Roar. A massive corrosive earthworm blocked their path, green fluid dripping from its mandibles, eating pits into the steel rails. Fong Ran and Lin Qinghuan felt their hearts leap. Scree. The faux insect general shrieked back. The transcendentier insect general lumbered over at the commotion and bellowed at the corrosive burrower, forcing the lesser insect to slink away. After a brief standoff, the insect general muttered a few words to the slime disguised as its kin, then lifted its head proudly and departed. Once the massive figure had vanished, Fong Ran lowered his voice and asked, "You can pull off that trick our junior came up with?" The insect general had clearly mistaken the slime for its offspring. Sure. I can copy anything, even their habits, the slime answered airily, ignoring the question marks all over Lin Qinghuan's face. Still wearing the insect general's form, the slime led them through the shadowed tunnel to the end of the subway line. Blinded for a moment by the glare ahead, they stepped into a vast, abandoned station. Towering buildings rose like a steel forest around them, facades wrapped in emerald vines, while weeds burst through cracks in the broken concrete. This is the terminus of Tunnel 5. Lin Qinghuan straightened and swept her gaze across the ruins. The enormous station was infested with insect eggs, and 6 or 7 transcendent beasts squatted along the road they'd taken in. Worse, at least 100 Lord-class monsters lurked inside the real reason Tunnel 5 was worth so many points. Lin Qinghuan knew every path here, but she hadn't expected so many tunnel mouths to converge on the same city. A single transcendence, only 20 points. Bagging 20 lords is a far better deal. We're in luck, she said, glancing at the street. The other teams are probably keeping those transcendents busy, and their rackets drawing the rest of the creatures away. Let's head for the center, she ordered, waving them forward. That's where the eggs are piled up, along with the lords that haul in flesh and feed them. The three slipped into the station's core. As expected, jade-green eggs covered every pillar and wall. Between the shells, heaps of corpses had melted into black sludge. Has this city fallen completely? Fong Ran clenched his fists, the stench of blood filling his nose. If the beast tide ever hits you city, and we can't hold, we're looking at the same fate. Xiaodian, wipe them out. Leave nothing alive, Lin Qinghuan commanded. Got it. Xiaodian sprang down the steps, razor wings cleaving the air. You, too, she signaled to Fong Ran. Half an hour later, the station had turned into a charnel house. Eggs burned, lord-class beasts lay strewn everywhere, and the air reeked of char and sweet metallic blood. 210 points. Lin Qinghuan checked her wristband, excitement flashing in her eyes. Enough for a grade resources. They'd also seized the supplies originally meant for Tunnel 5's entrance. Just then, a shriek rose from the city center, so piercing it seemed to split the sky. Time to go, Fong Ran. Lin Qinghuan decided instantly. Fong Ran had the slime change its disguise, and the three withdrew at speed. Moments later they met up with Shen Yun and raced back to the tunnel entrance. No sooner had they left than 2 more teams of Beast Tamers arrived. Their beasts were battered and bleeding, every step labored. Once we're inside, every team for itself, all right? One tamer proposed. You hit the fewest transcendents on the way here, and you still want to split the spoils. Ji Tianlei frowned. The station's lords were their shot at a higher score. Tianlei, Bai Ning murmured, stopping him. She turned to the others. To be fair, we split everything 50-50. Deal? Deal. The other team didn't want to push their luck. Everyone who had made it this far was already covered in wounds. Locking in their points was all that mattered. Inside the training camp, as Bai Ning's team stepped onto the field, their ashen faces immediately sparked whispers. They had run into trouble in Cave 5, scoring under 200 points in the combat round, and were about to tumble from the A bracket to B. Every squad that entered Cave 5 had the same rotten luck. The station's stronghold's Lord-grade beasts had vanished for no reason, and all the kill points evaporated. The chatter grew louder. The team from Cave 7 actually bagged a full 200 points. How did they pull that off? Lin Qinghuan's score just jumped by 200, and her teammates Fong Ran and Shen Yun rode the wave with her. With those 200 points as a cushion, as long as they finish each of the next 5 training events in the top 30, they can lock in entire resources. While everyone was talking, the squad from Cave 1 returned. Their leader was a man in a cowboy outfit, curly hair, and heavy stubble. Beside him stood a Korean man in protective gear and a sweet-looking girl with twin ponytails. Damn it, failed again. The cowboy muttered. The broodmother rioted earlier than ever this year. It's a top-tier late transcendent beast. We never stood a chance. The girl sighed. At least we broke 1,000 points, so we can still soak in the free medicinal bath every month. The Korean man murmured in relief. As long as there's a bath, I'm good. All 3 foreign beast tamers had battle-scarred pets, yet they still drew envious looks. 1,000 points guaranteed a top 10 finish, steer perks, and unlimited monthly baths. While the whispers spread, Lin Qinghuan filled her teammates in. The one swearing is David, an exchange student from America, already late transcendent. The other 2 are only mid-transcendent, but they still rank in the top 3. The leader is still Ma Dongxue from Longhua, Fong Ran added. Even late transcendent tamers get hurt. Their opponents are late transcendent beasts too. Lin Qinghuan sighed. The broodmother at the heart of the wasted domain is unbelievably tenacious. No one has breached the domain in 10 years. If it ever falls, the resources inside would set a monarch-class tamer up for life. She had heard that these 3 had challenged the domain repeatedly, only to fail at the final step every time. Then she turned to Fong Ran. Clear the 5 special trials over the next few days, and your score will reach grade. Finish in the top 50, and the grade resources are yours. With the extra 200 combat points, it shouldn't be hard. A moment later, all the beast tamers were summoned to the plaza. Instructor Su Jin stepped onto the platform and swept his gaze across the crowd. All 5 special training events will be completed today. First up is physical endurance. Hold out under doubled gravity until you drop. His eyes paused on Fong Ran. The newcomer had just reported in and already scored 200 combat points, far above expectations. Then he looked at Ji Tianlei, ranked 27th, disciple of Gao Jujian, whereas Fong Ran had been recommended by Yu Baojun. Su Jin grumbled inwardly. Those 2 old men just have to make me the witness. Moments later, Su Jin summoned his beast. A prism-like cube of living crystal hovered high above the arena. Its facets caught the light with an icy gleam, and the power seething around it announced the arrival of a king of gravity. Fong Ran looked up, a tightness spreading through his chest. In the next heartbeat, a mountain-heavy pull slammed down. Every companion beast's spine bowed under the weight, legs locking as muscles quivered in resistance. Even Fong Ran felt his bones caught in an iron vice, his breathing instantly labored. The unseen force pressed harder and harder, trying to drive every knee into the ground. Only Xiao Tian remained upright, golden wings utterly still, as though the world itself had granted her passage. After several dozen seconds, the first trainers gave way. The moment they fell, their burden vanished, and one figure after another collapsed until the field grew sparse. Not badges made it into the top 50, Su Jin murmured, noting that Xiao Tian still stood at the eye of the gravity storm. For an angelic beast, especially one that had only just reached the extraordinary tier, endurance was supposed to be a weakness. Cracking the top 50 on her first day at camp would already be a triumph. Remembering that both she and Fong Ran practiced the same mental forging method, Su Jin's lips curved in interest. Yet Xiao Tian's holy power was burning fast. Deeper in the pressure zone, mid-extraordinary trainers stood like boulders. 10 minutes passed before a giant clan cadet withdrew, and only when she faced nothing but mid-tier opponents did Xiao Tian finally yield, knees dipping as she stepped out of the circle. Incredible stamina, her holy power outstrips every angel of her rank, Su Jin thought, eyes alight. After a short break, the second drill defensive began. Light blades tore through the air as the prism beast slashed. Scales shaped like a serpent's armor rippled over Xiao Tian's skin, blunting each blow. She was pushed back again and again, but she always regained her footing until only mid-extraordinary challengers remained. She finished 13th, her defenses already brushing the mid-tier threshold, leaving Su Jin quietly astonished. The third event tested mental strength. Fong Ran's psyche rose like a tide, forming a bulwark that carried Xiao Tian into the top 20. 20th place alone proved his extraordinary will. Next came the attack trial. Xiao Tian gripped her spear, holy flames curling along the shaft, and drove the tip into the prism beast's light shield. The cubical creature recoiled, pain apparent evidence that the strike could wound a mid-extraordinary foe. Su Jin ran the numbers. Among early extraordinary cadets, her raw offense sat comfortably in the top 5. He had always thought the angel race lacked firepower, but this result shattered that belief. She must have drilled that thrust for years easily at mastery level, he guessed. The fifth drill, agility, followed immediately. The prism beast spat sweeping beams of light, and fire flashed across Xiao Tian's back feathers. Her speed exploded. She skimmed the ground, rolled, sidestepped, each time slipping past the beams by a hair. She still placed inside the top 30. With that, day 1 of testing drew to a close. Rankings posted. First, Ma Dongxue. Second, David. Third, Xiao Kunshi. 23rd, Fong Ran. 25th, Lin Xinghuan. When the list appeared, every gaze snapped to Fong Ran. A newcomer breaking into the top 30 became the instant center of attention. You're unbelievable, you know that? Lin Xinghuan blinked her clear eyes. Standing beside Xiao Tian, she hadn't sensed a gap, but the numbers revealed the angel's solo combat power now dwarfed her own. Fong Ran. Did you Baojun really stumble on a gold mine? Someone gasped nearby. Su Jin scrolled through his terminal, half convinced he had tallied the scores wrong. I've got my family's resources to back me up, but I have to break into the top 30 within a month. Xin Yun stared at Fong Ran's score on the giant screen. It was as if someone had injected her with pure adrenaline. Her fighting spirit flared instantly. Her previous rank hadn't been bad, but she owed that to Senior Lin's protection. Now someone had surpassed her with ease, and frustration tightened in her chest. 23rd place, impressive. Bai Ning muttered under her breath. Shed scoured every corner for missions and scraped together an grade resource just to reach her current spot. Yet Fong Ran seemed to collect points without even trying. Don't forge that only got that 200-point run because Lin Xinghuan helped him, Ji Tianlei said, running a hand over his buzzcut hair. Without her, he wouldn't have cracked the top 30. Bai Ning noticed the unwilling glint in Ji Tianlei's eyes each time Fong Ran's name came up. One of the Imperial Capital's top 10 prodigies, and the hero who saved Wine City. Who didn't want to outshine him? But clearing the entire Sector 7 for 200 points, did they really challenge that extraordinary class beast horde? The thought only deepened her doubts. Because their team had slipped in the rankings, Bai Ning's squad had its resources cut for the week. She grumbled to herself the gap had to be tens of millions, maybe even a billion credits. Ji Tianlei turned, patted the leg of their giant team. A man built like a small mountain and flashed a grin. Relax. Next round, victory's ours. Just then, the training round screen lit up again. Fong Ran, Ji Tianlei, Zhao Saiyun, report to me. Everyone else, carry on with your training. Su Jin's voice boomed through the speakers. She scanned the room, then signaled to the three of them. Minutes later, they followed her down a corridor into a glass-walled office. The air smelled faintly of stimulants, and neatly stacked files lined the desk. Fong Ran sized up Ji Tianlei. Buzz cut, solid muscles, an expression hard enough to chip stone-like head just walked out of a detention block. Zhao Xiyun, in silver-rimmed glasses, looked gentle and enigmatic by comparison. The three eyed one another, but no one spoke first. Eventually, Zhao Xiyun adjusted his glasses and smiled at Fong Ran. So Wind City's hero, I heard you took down an extraordinary class beast while you were only at Lord rank? It wasn't that heroic, Fong Ran said, shaking his head. The thing was already half dead. I just finished it off. Technically, it was only half an extraordinary wild have lasted much longer anyway. Zhao Xiyun chuckled and let it go. Ji Tianlei, though, gaped. Seriously? A lord rank breaching an extraordinary's defenses, that's insane. Even injured, those hides are like armor. Saving a city had always been his dream, and hearing that someone his own age had done it left him reeling. He remembered how terrified had been of extraordinary beasts back when he was a lord. A wave of awe washed over him. Su Jin smacked a folder onto the desk, cutting through the chatter. Enough. You're here to discuss special training. She opened the dossier. Her calm voice carried undeniable weight. Reaching silver rank before 20 qualifies you for the Beastmasters Guild Elite program. She ticked off the perks. First, exclusive development resources. Second, an A+ evolution method. Third, great skill. Fourth, personal combat training for you as Beastmasters. Every word landed like a hammer. There's one condition. Su Jin tapped the tabletop, her gaze sweeping over them. When the remnant domain opens again, the three of you must single-handedly hunt the Zerg princess. She slid the papers toward them. Succeed, and the guild will match those resources for your second contracted beast. Matching resources doubling the investment. It would be enough to raise their second companion beasts to the transcendent tier. To win the world championship, having 2 transcendent beasts was only the bare minimum. After weighing his goals, Fong Ran stood quietly in the center of the hall. Summon your beasts. The guild specialists are waiting inside to draft training plans tailored to each of them. Su Jin's tone was calm, yet it carried an unmistakable sense of urgency. A low hum followed as 3 contract sigils flared on the floor. Ji Tianli's giant was so large it had to step outside to wait. Zhao Xiyun released a nephite dragon whose sleek wings and graceful frame drew every eye. Fong Ran's angel hovered silently, wings folded, its holy radiance faintly pulsing. The trainer's instruments flashed while they ran full scans on the 3 beasts, then politely asked the students to step out. As they waited, Zhao Xiyun struck up a conversation with Ji Tianlei. Ji Tianlei, how did you manage to earn enough silver tier honor points? Ji Tianli's face clouded, his lips pressed into a thin line, unwilling to elaborate. The silence grew awkward until Zhao Xiyun chuckled and said, I scraped mine together the same way Fong Ran did be, taking down a Yushin society stronghold. Inside the adjoining room, a trainer hurried over to Su Jin. Senior Su, we need a decision. Speak. Su Jin's eyes sharpened. The angel's evolution requirements blow past the original budget. If we aim for mid-transcendent within a year, the highest standard, the cost will be at least 10 times higher. Equipment malfunction? Su Jin frowned. Impossible. It's the newest model. The saintly power in her body far exceeds that of other celestials at the same level. High-grade evolution fruit will barely work. We need pure celestial dew plus a 30,000,000 credit Holy Spirit bath. Su Jin steadied himself on the table. Give me the final number. 2 billion credits. 2 billion? Where am I supposed to steal 2 billion? He blurted. I haven't made that much this entire year. Thinking fast, he pulled out his communicator. He'll ask you Datu. He never runs short on cash. Once connected, Su Jin laid out the situation, skipping the smaller expenses. So the guild's resources are maxed out, Professor Yu. As his mentor, could you cover the rest? He coaxed. After a brief pause, Yu Baojun answered firmly, take it all from my account. The more we invest in Fong Ran, the greater his potential. Deal. That's why you're the best, Yu Datu. Su Jin laughed and hung up before you could object. He turned to the staff. Charge everything to Yu Baojun. If it still comes up short, put it on his tab. Make sure Fong Ran knows these resources were secured by Su Jin and had better appreciate them. The trainers responded in unison. With funding secured, they could finally work without restraint. Night fell. Soft light bathed Fong Ran's room as an entire cart of grade A resources was wheeled in beast meat and beast milk with energy densities 5 times higher than his previous grade menu. The air itself seemed thick with primal energy. Master Fong, these cultivation supplies were arranged for you by Senior Su Jin. The attendant bowed slightly and presented a tall crystal glass, inside which shimmered a single drop of clear liquid. Pure dew was reserved for the higher gods alone. A single drop purged every impurity from one's divine energy, leaving it flawlessly clear. Head bowed. The maid announced, they'll prepare a sacred spirit bath for you shortly, another favor granted only to the highborn. The generosity of these supplies even made Fong Ran raise an eyebrow. Every 3 days, both the bath and the dew arrived without fail. Xiao Tian lifted her cup, letting the dew slide down her throat. A cold, pristine force burst open inside her, hastening the condensation of her divine power. As she consciously circulated it, The pace climbed even faster. Later, she entered the bathhouse. Unlike the earlier bull dragon bath, today's sacred spirit bath was milky as mist, dotted with pale gold motes that drifted across the surface as though the entire pool of divinity were boiling. The bull dragon bath tempered the body. The sacred spirit bath directly raised divine energy density. The moment she lowered herself into the water, Xiao Tian felt every bone and sinew soak through, as if she were melting into raw power. By dawn, her dantian quivered, and a second drop of pure holy water took shape. The interface flashed, 7th rank, 82% roughly a 5% jump. The drop was sheer essence. She hadn't even tried to refine it, yet divine energy spilled forth on its own. Her eyes gleamed. Somewhere within the god's domain there had to be a relic that generated divine energy autonomously, and the sacred spirit bath was the best proof. One day, they'll return to the god's realm, she murmured. Perhaps her family waited there, perhaps her lost memories as well. But with her current strength, she could never guarantee Fong Ran's safety. She might even drag him into peril. The next day, Fong Ran secured a new grade evolution technique, the Spirit Breaker method, and drew a fresh grade divine ability. The skill book dissolved into a phantom and slipped into Xiao Tian's divine ring, making the surrounding flames blaze hotter. Fong Ran began practicing the Spirit Breaker method that very day. 7 days later, he prepaid proficiency points for Judgment Spear and Serpent Scales. Prompt: Judgment Spear, proficient. Serpent Scales, proficient. The reshaped Judgment Spear bore crisper lines and a keener tip, though its weight and energy drain had climbed as well. How much stronger is it? Fong Ran asked. Strong enough to punch through a bug general's shell without corrosion, Xiao Tian replied with confidence. Fong Ran glanced at the slime beside him. The translucent blob held a book between two tentacles apparently borrowed from Xiao Tian. I finished the 2 new skills too. The slime quivered. Half doubtful, Fong Ran opened its stat panel. The debt for Thunder Dragon Control and Toxic Mist Dissemination was indeed gone. So you didn't slack off? He raised an eyebrow. Me? Slack? Never. I even ate every meal myself. The slime protested, tentacles flailing. If you're done training, why so nervous? Fong Ran stepped closer, and the slime hurriedly stuffed the book into its body. Moments later, Fong Ran prepaid the skills for it. Thunder Dragon Control Mastery. Unleash Thunder Dragon Claws and Thunder Dragon Roar. Toxic Mist Dissemination Mastery. Spread wide area paralyzing and corrosive miasma. Fresh abilities surged into the slime's mind. Throughout this period, Fong Ran had it absorb lightning energy every single day. Similar resources mixed with food had given its body the power to command lightning. Even without a single electric-type material, the slime could now preload lightning skills, exactly what Fong Ran wanted. The moment the combat drill ended, he dumped every reward head earned into the slime and confidently stroked its still sticky surface. These should be enough to speed up your rise, he said, his fingertips sparking against the translucent skin. Can I really reach the extraordinary tier? The slime trembled. No one of its kind had ever climbed that high. Have I ever lied to you? Fong Ran grinned. The normal path won't work, but I've got a cheat code. The slime steeled itself. Once I'm extraordinary, it'll make Master happy too. It still remembered the odd look of satisfaction on his face when the elf girl bit his shoulder that day. Meanwhile, in the ruins, Zhao Xiyun stared at the phone in his palm. On the screen, a graceful figure straddled a young man, the pose unmistakably intimate. So, have you met him? The figure asked. I have. Zhao Xiyun nudged his glasses with a middle finger, cold light flashing across the lenses. He's stronger than I expected. If he grows to his full potential, I might not beat him. That's not praise, just a fact, he added. A prodigy is still only a prodigy, not yet a powerhouse, she replied, her soft voice laced with frost. You're a dual extraordinary beast master, and you command a mid-extraordinary beast from the divine, taming society. That's 3 extraordinary forces. Befriend him and pull him into the society at once. And if negotiations fail, knock him out and bring him in. They'll train him myself and make him a divine tamer. She paused. Is he carrying a god egg? Before she finished, the screen went black. Zhao Xiyun sighed and adjusted his glasses again. Recruiting him matters, but the god egg matters more. Brother Zhao, special training's starting, let's go. Someone shouted from outside. He pocketed the phone, smiled faintly, and walked away. At the base gate, Su Jin had been waiting for a while, his expression grave. Beside him, Yu Baojin's face was flushed crimson. Old you, save it for later, I'm busy, Su Jin said. Fine. When they're gone, we'll talk, Yu Baojin muttered, forcing down his anger. Su Jin gestured toward the tunnel. Fong Ran, the 3 of you follow Route 5. The princess location is synced to your wristbands. Su Jin, you're sending them to hunt the princess now? Are you insane? Yu Baojin exploded. I don't make the rules. The Beastmaster Guild does, Su Jin replied flatly. But Fong Ran has only one extraordinary beast, and those 2 each have 2. Su Jin chuckled and leaned in. Come on, big head you, stop pretending. You know better than anyone how strong Fong Ran's bonded beast really is. Yu Baojun choked on his words. Had hoped to squeeze some benefits out of the situation, but Su Jin was still too sharp. Even with just one extraordinary beast, he might still have the best shot, Yu Baojun muttered to himself. Su Jin shook his head and watched Fong Ran and the others disappear into the tunnel. Right, assignments are done, I've still got things to. Su Jin, the money on my card vanished recently. The guild says you authorized it. Care to explain? Su Jin turned to leave, but Yu Baojun clamped a hand on his shoulder. How would I know? Maybe the Beastmaster Association just needs money right now. Su Jin brushed the question aside. Across from him, Yu Baojun's brow tightened. Decades of accumulation had made him a king-rank Beastmaster, extraordinarily wealthy. The funds he kept in the association were only a sliver of it. The word frontline seemed to strike a nerve, and Su Jin quickly followed up. Something's happened out there. What is it? The beasts in the Blackstone Mountain range have started to move, Yu Baojun answered in a low voice. It's not their first beast tide. The association has diverted a large force of beastmasters, with only one directive: hold the line. The Blackstone Mountains span sea and land, their slopes ablaze year-round. They supply precious fire-type resources and stand as the Dragon Kingdom's shield against oceanic monsters. Who's the king-rank beastmaster in command this time? Su Jin asked. Long Ling. Su Jin's eyelids twitched. Long Ling's mind had been badly damaged, leaving her far from her prime. The association's entire mental strength training regimen had been created for her. This order came from the very top, Yu Baojun added quietly. Wong signed off on it. Isn't that just using her up and throwing her away? Su Jin muttered. Watch your words, Yu Baojun warned, though the crease in his forehead deepened. Even the awakened are our comrades. After a pause, he admitted, still, it's a brutal choice. Not everyone supports it. Shifting the topic, Su Jin said, Old Yu, part of your money was actually spent on Fong Ran. So that's where it went, Yu Baojun replied, nodding. Seems the front line only siphoned off a portion. He spoke lightly, but calculations were already turning in his mind. Su Jin, meanwhile, felt the pressure mount. By the time Fong Ran fully matured, changing the tide might be impossible. Su Jin still remembered that staggering, best-in-class mental power. Outside the remnant domain, hot night wind carried the scent of molten rock past several cave mouths. Fong Ran, call for help the moment you're in danger, Lin Qinghuan urged, clutching her communicator. And don't be the first to charge the princess. She once fought 6 extraordinary beasts at once crippled 3 before they finally took her down. She listed each cave's layout and every monster's weakness. Fong Ran's head throbbed. He pictured a monk chanting sutras and couldn't help but laugh. Got it, senior. You can stop now. He strode toward Cave 2. Behind him, Lin Qinghuan's anxious voice followed. Use the bracelet. Don't try to tank if place is deadly. She hadn't expected Su Jin to send Fong Ran straight into Cave 2. Watching his figure fade, Lin Qinghuan pressed a hand to her chest, shocked by a surge of nameless worry. From Yuqing until now, she had never wanted to see him fall. Elsewhere, Zhao Xiyun slipped into another entrance, her outline swallowed by darkness, while Ji Tianlei kept his eyes on Fong Ran, a keen light flickering. Fong Ran, he murmured, let's see how good you really are. I want to know if the rumors are true. Who would have thought Bai Ning valued him so highly, even trying several times to recruit him onto the Bai clan's warship? It was pitch black. Inside the lightless corridor, a single violet pupil slowly opened. Through it, Fong Ran surveyed his surroundings. No one could say how long he had walked in that darkness before a thin ray of light suddenly appeared ahead an abandoned sports arena. Roar! Several insectoid beasts vaulted from the stands, shrieking as they chased the trapped humans. Although Fong Ran knew it was only an illusion, he still signaled his partner, Xiao Tian, to strike. Whoosh! A volley of light spears tore through the air, instantly impaling the creatures. The shadows shattered and vanished. We need to locate the princess. Ji Tianlei and Zhao Xiyun have probably gone ahead. Fong Ran glanced at his wristband. The blue dot at the center was himself. The flashing red dot in the adjacent stadium marked the princess. He and Xiao Tian burst out of the arena and sprinted down the empty passageway. Boom! A deafening crash made the windows rattle. Through the glass, he saw a steel-framed giant rise from the center of the open air field. The princess was there. With the slime fused to him, Fong Ran leapt onto the stands and closed in within seconds. It was a slaughterhouse. Flesh and viscera carpeted the ground. Corpses piled like hills, and countless beasts stood guard. At the very center, a 3-meter monster crouched over a hunk of meat, gnawing greedily. 6 blade-like legs flashed cold light. Insect wings fluttered behind it, and its warped human face twisted in savagery. A blade-wing princess. Level: Early Transcendent. Skills: Profile: one of the Queen's 3 princesses, bearer of the Heart of Strength. While the 3 hearts endure, the Queen cannot die. 3 hearts. Fong Ran's mind reeled. No wonder the Insect Queen can't be killed. The secret lies with her 3 princesses. If the Bladewing Princess carried the Heart of Strength, the other 2 must hold the remaining hearts. No one outside had ever seen them. Clearly, the Queen kept them hidden, using them as avatars to gorge on flesh and channel strength to the main body. With the interface's help, Fong Ran uncovered the domain's truth. Wherever flesh was abundant and beasts gathered, a princess would be lurking. Bang! The giant stomped down. The blade-wing princess roared and sprang aside, her blade slicing a deep gash in the giant's foot. Armor up, Ji Tianlei barked. In a flash, metal plates sheathed the giant from head to toe. The technique drained him fast. This fight had to end quickly. A chained familiar materialized at his side. Clank, the chains unraveled, winding around the princess' 6 razor legs. The giant's fist crashed toward the bound target. Just then, roar! A crimson barrage howled through the air, slamming into the giant's chest and knocking it backward. Zhao Xiyun. Ji Tianlei turned. Knife drawn, dripping with blood, had its frigid eyes locked on the blade-wing princess. Pushing his glasses up the bridge of his nose, Zhao Xiyun ignored the anger surging at Ji Tianlei's misfire. Insomnia again? Just a bad shot, Zhao Xiyun replied calmly. Crack! The Blade Empress tore herself free. The chains wrapped around her torso stretched to their limit. Thick links warped, iron shavings flew, and a teeth-rattling screech echoed through the air. What power! Ji Tianlei's heart tightened as he felt the crushing weight on his beast's shoulder. No time to think. Fong Ran, together now. The giant companion beast charged with a roar. Its massive arm swung down, 10 times stronger than an ordinary tamer's pet, the blow slicing the air like a war drum aimed at the small predator barely reaching its knee. A direct hit would turn the creature into pulp. Across the field, the Nefertaranis gathered its blood-borne energy, crimson runes lighting its chest as a blood-red arrow took shape. Xiao Tian, use the storm bow, Fong Ran shouted. With no true long-range finisher, Xiao Tian could only string together practiced wind skills and hope they worked. Whoosh! 3 attacks erupted in unison. The steel fist landed first, detonating a deep metallic boom. Blood and storm arrows followed, but an invisible barrier flicked them aside inches from the Blade Empress, their shrill trajectories dropping lifelessly to the ground. Grinding metal rang out as the giant pressed harder, yet its crushing punch was stopped by a single slim iron leg lifted by the Blade Empress. How can the gap be this wide? Ji Tianlei blanched. His prized strength-type beast was utterly overpowered by another early-tier transcendent. Bang! The giant staggered back. The Blade Empress withdrew her leg, slashed, and a silver blade sliced through thick armor like tofu, carving bloody lines down both thighs. The giant crashed to one knee while she spun into a lethal whirl aimed at its neck. Help me! Cold sweat dripped off Ji Tianlei's chin. His heart pounded in his throat. Had never imagined being crushed this thoroughly by a peer-class beast. Training camp control room. Yu Baojun and Su Jin watched the holographic feed. Think they can handle the Blade Empress? Yu Baojun frowned. She's there to humble them. Within early transcendence, she's the ceiling. Su Jin tapped the screen. Their bracelets are custom. I can pull them out anytime, so safety isn't an issue. Yu Baojun nodded. Hai Zhigun student is one thing. We can't let Fong Ran get hurt. They also need to see how tough real predators are, or they'll fold on a real battlefield. They'll be facing pureblood royals. Purebloods dwarf ordinary beasts, and the Blade Empress is top tier. Su Jin added. When that city fell, she solo-hunted countless transcendent tamers. She's still Longwo's #1 threat. The feed shifted. The giant was cornered. Su Jin's frown deepened. Worse than I thought. Ji Tianlei's beast is about to be executed. Their teamwork is a mess. He raised a hand to trigger a recall, but Yu Baojun stopped him. Wait. A golden blur streaked in, planting itself between the Blade Empress and her prey. Golden ponytail whipping, the girl braced her spear, sparks flying where shaft met blade. So heavy. Xiao Tian's arms went numb, the spear groaning, but she gritted her teeth and held on. For the first time, caution flashed in her eyes. Within the early transcendent tier, this was the first beast to make her feel threatened. Remember, the ordinary early-tier transcendent beasts that terrify everyone else are nothing but paper tigers in her presence. The Blade Princess gave her opponent no time to think. She leapt forward, both legs flashing like icy blades and hacking at Xiao Tian in a storm of steel. Ji Tianlei's heart clenched. If Fong Ran's familiar dodged, even slightly, his giant pet's neck would be severed on the spot. Clang! Clang! A shrill clash of metal exploded in midair. Xiao Tian swept her spear in wide arcs, a curtain of afterimages that stopped every strike. With each collision, the weapon magnified the power inside her. Speed and strength rose together. The spear was siphoning energy straight from the Blade Princess. In a blink, afterimages crisscrossed the space between them. Blades that could slice through a giant's armor were intercepted with pinpoint accuracy. The disparity made Ji Tianlei swallow hard. Was this really a fight between early-stage transcendents? After several heartbeats without a kill, the Blade Princess broke off and landed. Her eerie, almost human eyes locked onto the angel overhead, baffled. She let out a low roar, and the insectoid swarm closed in like a tide. Perched on the giant's shoulder, Xiao Tian dropped to one knee, her spear arm trembling before it steadied again. Her skill level was too low, otherwise she could have matched, maybe even overpowered, the princess. Fong Ran, my man. Ji Tianlius' eyes shone. Who would have thought Fong Ran's angel could stand toe-to-toe with that monster? He knew the Blade Princess' terrifying power, yet Xiao Tian not only held her ground, but also saved his familiar. That favor softened his hostility in an instant. Let's fight together. None of us can finish her alone, Zhao Xiyun whispered to Fong Ran. Wear her down first, then look for a chance to grab the divine egg. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room. Incredible. His familiar is trading blows with the Blade Princess. I'm tempted to steal your apprentice, Su Jin said, eyes gleaming. He knew better than anyone. In all these years, fewer than 3 candidates had ever slain the Blade Princess in their first test, and most had needed teamwork. Fong Ran was doing it with a single pet. I've taught Fong Ran to call me half a teacher at least, Su Jin added leisurely. Then I must be the headmaster, Yu Baojun teased. And that makes me the second master? Su Jin shot back. Second master is fine, free perks either way, Yu Baojun shrugged. Don't forget his high school teacher, his coach, his college advisor. You're way down the list. Su Jin's smile froze. He was about to retort when he glanced at the feed and blurted, look. The Blade Princess was about to erupt. The two of them stared at the feed. The Blade Princess' obsidian carapace writhed, then turned a deep blood red. Scarlet seeped along the edges of her 6 slender spider legs, steam rising as if the metal had just left the forge. The heart of strength is powering her up, Fong Ran warned. She's channeling the Zerg Empress authority. Her bloodline alone couldn't make her this unstoppable at the transcendent tier. Before he finished speaking, the princess vanished. Boom. The ground where Shed stood caved in, cracks spreading like a web, and she materialized right in front of Xiao Tian. Steel hissed. Xiao Tian twisted aside to dodge the first slash, but the second strike lined up with his head. Clang. His spear bent into a bow. His arms dipped, shoulders popping, yet he held, refusing to let the shaft snap. The princess' left leg snapped back around, sweeping at his waist. The lethal angle made Fong Ran's heart skip a beat. Serpent scales. Xiao Tian's pupils flashed pale gold. Lustrous scales surfaced, shielding his flank. Cloth tore away, but the blade's impact bled off against the scales. Her power had spiked, yet his brute strength rose with it. He came away with only a minor wound. Together Fong Ran can't block her alone, Zhao Xiyun shouted, releasing his second transcendent beast. A blood-red drake took to the sky, the Wolf King now traced with crimson runes. Binding chains wrapped the princess' limbs, while a storm of blood arrows screamed in. In seconds, 5 transcendent beasts were tangled in a brutal melee. With the heart of strength, the Blade Princess was practically the Empress avatar. Both offense and defense were monstrous. She's at least mid-transcendent. I can't take a hit, Zhao Xian calculated, eyeing the wristbands on Fong Ran and Tianlei. If he smashed those monitors, no one outside would know what happened. Seizing a lull, he shouted, back up. The blood drake's about to fire in a class skill. A dense volley of blood spikes roared forth, accidentally veering toward the pair. Master. A slime spread over Fong Ran, absorbing part of the blast, but his wristbands still shattered, and Ji Tianlius went with it. Are you out of your mind? Ji Tianlei roared. Zhao Xiyun hurried to cover. No infighting, take down the Blade Princess first. Fury burning, Ji Tianlei had no choice but to press the attack. After more than 10 minutes of brutal combat, the Blade Princess' stamina failed. Xiao Tian seized an opening and drove his spear through her heart. The crimson core burst, and a system prompt flashed. Gene points 162. Burnt blood mist hung in the air. Xiao Tian finally let out a long breath. Ji Tianlei recalled his beasts and muttered, I'm not fighting you for the credit, you carried this one. He had fully accepted Fong Ran's strength. Without Xiao Tian holding the line, his beasts would have been finished long ago. Zhao Xian's familiar had been hiding in the rear, firing sneak attacks that almost hit them more than once, and Ji Tianlei was livid. He strode forward to confront the boy, but Zhao Xiyun had already disappeared without a trace. Where did that kid go? Doesn't he realize how dangerous this place is? Ji Tianlei muttered through clenched teeth. After a moment, he shook his head. Forget it. The Blade Princess is dead anyway. I'm heading back. His beasts were a mess. The giant in particular had a caved-in breastplate and could barely stay on its feet. It needed rest right away. Fong Ran hurried over to Xiao Tian, knelt, and examined her closely. You all right? Fine. Just a scratch, she said, though the bruises on her forearm told another story. Without another word, Fong Ran produced a pale blue vial still wrapped in a chill mist. Drink this. It'll speed your recovery. Xiao Tian hesitated, then downed it in one gulp. Warmth spread through her body, loosening cramped muscles. When we get back, I'm upping my training. Don't bother me, she declared, wiping the residue from her lips. Fong Ran nodded, offering quiet reassurance. The Zerd princess only won because she borrowed the Empress power for a moment. Under normal circumstances, she's no match for you. Xiao Tian's taut expression eased slightly, yet she repeated, more training. Fong Ran thought to himself, how much more? Does she plan to cram 25 hours into a day? Slime had been holding back for a while. Suddenly it popped up in indignation. Once I hit transcendent rank, it'll tank the damage for you. Xiao Tian glanced at it coolly. Haven't you maxed your skills? Why are you still clinging to Fong Ran? Only then did Slime realize it had shot itself in the foot. It twisted in frustration. When you're about to take a hit, it'll open a hole in myself so they can smash me instead. I can handle it. Fine. Xiao Tian's single word was as sharp as a blade, leaving Slime on the verge of spitting blood, its good intentions treated like garbage. Fong Ran, we've got a problem. Ji Tianlia's urgent shout cut in. Fong Ran turned to see him sprinting over, pale and out of breath. The gate's gone. The way back is gone. The three of them dashed to the gymnasium where they'd first arrived. The passage in the center of the floor still yawned open, but the moment they stepped in, it felt like walking through a mirage. A heartbeat later, they were bounced back onto the empty court outside. The portals vanished. We're stuck here. Ji Tianlei clutched his head, brows knotted so tightly they could break, chewing on his nails. The passage in this remnant domain was a spatial gateway. Without it, there was no returning to the real world. Now it was sealed. If we don't get out within 48 hours, what happens after that? Fong Ran asked, voice low. Terror flickered in Ji Tianlia's eyes. His voice shook. I don't know. Slime muttered under its breath. Then what are you scared of? Ji Tianlei didn't hear. He kept staring at Fong Ran. I only know a late transcendent team overstayed once. They were trapped here forever. Fong Ran pulled a phone from his beast space. The screen lit up. They'd been inside for 7 hours. 41 hours left. He closed the phone and looked up at the leaden sky. His tone was steady. Don't panic. This isn't the only way out of the remnant domain. With those other routes, they could still make it home. Outside the quarantine zone, Yu Baojun and Su Jin stood side by side at the railing, holographic screens on their wrists relaying a real-time battle deep inside the passageway. On the feed, Xiaotian clashed at close quarters with the bladed princess in her berserk form. Edge met claw in blinding sparks, and the air screamed as it was torn apart. Trading blows Heeden with a rampaging bladed princess, Su Jin murmured in amazement. This isn't like any Tianxin I've ever seen. His eyes never left the screen, and Xiao Ocean's abilities never heard of them. Which evolutionary branch is that? Or is the beast itself unique? Yu Baojun stayed silent, arms folded, calmly observing the fight. Minutes later, the hollow suddenly flickered, then went black. Both men knew the wristcam footage was delayed, so they didn't react immediately. Yu Baojun tapped the screen. Nothing happened. The spatial inscription's been disrupted. Su Jin frowned. It's happened before, but the wristbands always trigger an alarm. Today, nothing. Should we send a team in to pull them out? Yu Baojun asked. That would break protocol. Su Jin shook his head. Each passage has a hard cap on numbers, and Monarch-class tamers can't enter anyway. Yu Baojun let it drop. Relax. The bladed princess won't last much longer. Soho, do you think carried the fight? Su Jin lifted an eyebrow. Playing coy, are we? Old you. Did you steer Fong Ran onto a taboo path? A monarch's instincts gave him a pretty good guess. He chose it on his own. I only found out afterward, Yu Baojun sighed. You understand the risk, Su Jin said grimly. History's seen monarch-level taboo beasts. Once they broke through, they lost control, killed their tamers, and wiped out tens of thousands of civilians. After that disaster, the League locked down every taboo route. If he fails the monarch breakthrough, the danger's off the charts. Su Jin's voice dropped. The stronger Xiaotian becomes, the more uneasy I feel. All his materials are high-grade taboo stock. If anything goes wrong, he's a walking nuke. Yu Baojun's reply was steady. That's on me. If Fong Ran goes down, he'll take the fall. I've heard there's a way off the taboo path. He'll look for it. If I can't find it, he stays at the transcendent tier. Resolute words, but his fists tightened inside his sleeve. Success rates were below 1%. Su Jin exhaled slowly. Good. If the League confirms he's on a taboo path, his resources vanish. He'll keep quiet, but a deep probe will expose those purchases of forbidden materials. Lucky you've covered for him. Everyone thinks you paved the way, so he's free to outshine his peers. When he comes out, let me know. Yu Baojun waved and turned away. Time crawled in the dim corridor. 2 hours passed. Su Jin's brow furrowed. 5 hours passed. The screen stayed dark. Still inside. What are they doing, building a house in there? He forced a laugh, worry gnawing at him. A moment later, he reached the passage entrance. The protective wall's energy runes pulsed fitfully, and the once pitch-black opening had grown faintly visible. A savage beast kept roaring inside, as though it were trying to drive him away. This space it's splitting open. Su Jin's eyes widened, and his heart lurched. In the blink of an eye, a massive transparent cube appeared beside him, its facets shimmering with light. Prism, open this space. The prism quivered with a low hum. What? Forcing it open is dangerous? Su Jin glared at it. Don't slack off on me. I know you can do it. If you can't open it, forget about dinner tonight. The prism shook violently, yet its response was unchanged. To open the space safely would take at least 3 days, because it was a monarch-grade beast-taming domain and highly unstable. Reason returned, and Su Jin wiped the cold sweat from his brow. A prism could not lie. It's over. Fong Ran. A chill crept over him. If Yu Baojun learned that a trainee had gotten into trouble right under his nose, he would never let it slide. And if the Dragon Republic lost a Beastmaster with limitless potential, the blame would still fall on Su Jin. Give me 2 days. We have to open it no matter what. He gritted his teeth and called the Beastmaster Association's emergency line. More than 40 hours later, the other trainees straggled back to the training camp. Only then did Zhao Xian stumble out of the fissure. He was covered with wounds, blood masking his face, and his breathing rasped like a bellows. What happened in there? Where's Fong Ran? Su Jin rushed over, adding, and Ji Tianlei? I don't know, Zhao Xian panted. The Blade Empress suddenly went berserk and we all got hurt. When a crack opened at the entrance, I made a run for it. The lie was seamless. At that moment the prism also pried open a thin slit at the cave mouth, a detail that eased much of Su Jin's suspicion. He still didn't fully trust Zhao Xiyun, but buying time was enough. All Zhao Xiyun needed was for the fragment to open again. Once he retrieved the divine egg, he would never have to stay here. The thought even gave him a faint thrill. Hold on, just one more week, he told himself, forcing down the surge of emotion. Inside the fragment, Fong Ran and Ji Tianlei left the gymnasium and stepped into a shattered city. Crumbling walls and broken structures had been randomly fused by some unknown force, forming a mosaic that was both blurred and razor-sharp. The moment they drew near, jagged edges sliced their skin. Almost every road around them was blocked. This is the fragment's hazy memory zone, Ji Tianlei gasped. Only the areas connected to those 7 portals are intact. So Gate 7 and Gate 5 link up purely by luck, Fong Ran thought. No wonder no one had noticed. Without proof, no one could show that the 2 entrances led to the same fragment. Besides, most fragments were shards of beast-taming domains to begin with, and several could even overlap in the same place. 3 hours left. Ji Tianlei was completely spent, his late extraordinary physique barely holding on. Their companion beasts were worse off, so drained that even an ordinary extraordinary class predator would be hard to face. Let's head for a portal. Maybe the people outside will come up with something, Xiao Tian suggested, frowning. I check it. There's nothing, Ji Tianlei said, shaking his head. His gaze settled on Fong Ran, and he asked in a low, urgent voice, Brother Fong, do you have any ideas? Yes, Fong Ran replied, his face solemn. What is it? Ji Tianlei's eyes lit up, and he pressed for an answer. Then he ground out, get me out of here, and I'll introduce my girlfriend to you. He was well aware he had more than one girlfriend on the side. A young and talented beastmaster like him never lacked admirers. At those words, Xiao Tian flared her wings and fixed Ji Tianlei with a wary stare. No thanks. Our master has no time to waste on anyone else. Fair enough. Ji Tianlei shrugged awkwardly, his gaze drifting to her delicate profile. With such a beautiful beast, it's no wonder he isn't interested in ordinary women. Yet he also knew an extraordinary class angel was far too proud to bother getting close to humans. Suddenly the slime shrieked. The cracks are spreading. All around them, buildings splintered like shattered glass, web-like fractures crawling toward the pair. The sky grew ever darker, their safe space shrinking inch by inch. No, I haven't finished my CEO romance yet. He don't want to die? The slime's cry echoed through the empty arena. Fong Ran only grew calmer. This is the beast space made manifest. Those 7 portals must be the owner's deepest memories. Relax, the fissures can't swallow the whole space. Ji Tianlei thought it over and nodded, but his eyes still darted to his own beast. Shaman's links lay shattered on the floor. Repairing him would take special alloys they didn't have. Can we really last 5 days in here? He asked hoarsely. A heartbeat later, the arena doors crashed down and a flood of monsters poured in. Damn it, why are there so many? Ji Tianlei cursed. His spiritual power was almost gone. His earlier battle with the Blade Princess had drained every reserve. Sensing the crisis, Fong Ran closed his eyes and entered his mindscape. Divine Egg, are you there? Help us deal with these beasts, and it'll restore your mental power. After a few silent breaths, the Divine Egg answered, very well. It is coming. At once, every monster on the field slowed to a crawl, as though an unseen hand had pressed pause. Then a strange figure stepped into the arena. It was humanoid. Its pupils were pitch black yet seeped white light, its waxy skin corpse pale, its fanged mouth and swirling black mist giving it an eerie presence. Evil Will Princess. Rank, late extraordinary. Skills. Profile, Princess of the Evil Heart, tasked with raising cities. One of the 3 hearts. When she appears before those who survive the first beast wave, she leaves no one alive. Even from a few dozen meters away, Fong Ran felt a crushing weight on his chest. Nearby, Ji Tianlei's knees knocked together, blood draining from his face. Late extraordinary. There's a second princess. He hadn't known there were 3 princesses in this ruined domain. No one who had ever seen the second had lived to tell of it. Little wonder no one had broken the domain's endless cycle. The Evil Will Princess appears only after the 48-hour safe period, meaning the true nightmare starts once the beast tide ends. Armed with the evil heart, she can annihilate every extraordinary class being. The three hearts elevate an extraordinary to power rivaling a forbidden existence terror on an unthinkable scale. Fong Ran was secretly astonished at the might of the three hearts. But that was only because Xiao Tian had not yet mastered the technique. Once perfected, he would be every bit their equal. Divine Egg, restrain her, Fong Ran ordered. Outside the remnant domain, the 48-hour safety window had closed, yet the exit remained eerily silent. Fong Ran and his team still hadn't appeared. On hearing the news, Yu Baojun rushed over, his footsteps almost cracking the floor. Have you found a solution? He asked, voice low and steady. There was no point assigning blame now. Su Jin looked up, his expression grave. I've pushed the prism to full power, but we still need at least a few days. Yu Baojun's brow tightened. It had been his idea to send Fong Ran here, and now he would have to face the boy's family. He clung to a shred of hope. Is there any chance he can make it out? None. Su Jin shook his head, the word landing like a hammer. The time limit exists for a reason. Years ago, 3 latest-stage prodigies stayed past 48 hours, and all of them died. 3 latest-stage beast masters meant at least 6 extraordinary-level beasts. Fong Ran, brilliant as he was only early stage with a single angel on his side. Even a forbidden evolution couldn't compare to a full squad of 6. Yu Baojun drew a deep breath, forcing down his anxiety. He'll inform his family. You know whatever it takes to open the domain. Su Jin nodded. He looked calm, but a storm churned inside him. The accident sent shockwaves through the training camp. Normally the trainees gathered to trade tips. Now they discussed only one thing. Once you're trapped in there, you're basically done, right? Fong Ran was pretty good looking. What a waste. The domain sealed. Expecting him back within a week impossible. They exchanged troubled glances. Even latest-stage teams couldn't survive more than 2 days of high-intensity combat, and the longer you stayed, the more beasts appeared while your stamina dwindled. Fong Ran. No way. Lin Qinghuan jumped up, her voice trembling. She couldn't accept it. Why had this near-zero probability accident happened to him? A spontaneous shutdown is almost impossible. Someone must have sabotaged the exit. She snapped. Not far away, Xinyan asked softly, Xiaoling, do you think he can still get out? The little green sprite hovered in midair and shook its head. I don't know. Sensing its master's gloom, it offered a gentle chirp. But if you want to go farther, leave romance behind. Everyone understood that no one had ever forced open an extraordinary grade remnant domain in the past decade. Meanwhile, in a hidden room, Zhao Xiyun recounted everything that had happened inside. The figure on the other end of the communicator erupted in rage. I told you to bring him back. If the divine egg stays there, and the Beastmasters Association finds there were safer ways. Zhao Xiyun pushed up his glasses, voice calm. Relax. They haven't noticed me yet. Once I secure the egg, they'll return to the Yushin Guild. The line went quiet for a moment before a cold laugh answered. Fine. Bring the egg back, and he'll let you try bonding with it. Joy flashed in Zhao Xian's eyes as he thanked the speaker again and again. Yet inside he made another decision who would forge the bond on the spot and make the outcome a fait accompli. At that moment in the shattered domain, Xiao Tian felt as if a mountain were crushing his chest, yet he still threw himself beside Fong Ran, planting his body between them and the advancing Princess of Malice. Go first, Fong Ran murmured. Go where? Xiao Tian began, but Fong Ran shoved him aside and strode straight toward the Princess of Malice. An instant later, a soundless ripple of psychic force exploded outward. The Princess of Malice convulsed as though invisible chains were choking her. With every step Fong Ran took, her spasms weakened until her gaze went empty and she stood motionless, a vacant puppet. Ji Tianlei stared in shock. Fong Ran had merely walked over, and the late transcendent beast that could level a city simply froze. Since when could good looks tame a monster? Break open this domain. Something I need lies here. The ethereal voice in Fong Ran's mind belonged to the divine egg. Can you make her follow my commands? Fong Ran asked silently. The divine egg could not act itself, but it could manipulate other living things. Yes, she is only a lingering thought, the divine egg replied. A vast mental power converged, seizing full control of the remnant spawned by the beast space. Stand straight, Fong Ran ordered. Bang. The Princess of Malice snapped her legs together and obeyed without hesitation. Holy crap, Fong Ran, how did you do that? She's late transcendent. Ji Tianlei blurted. Finding a creature's mind like that was insane. Maybe she just likes me, Fong Ran said with a faint smile. Ji Tianlei's face stiffened. Like hell. The Princess of Malice had been drooling over him moments ago. Why was she suddenly obedient? Fong Ran had to be hiding something huge, some priceless artifact. Anything that could control a late transcendent beast must come from a monarch-class corpse, a rare psychic one at that. Ji Tianlei's heart pounded. Whatever Fong Ran had paid to save him was surely immense. Once they got out, he would repay the favor, have his girlfriend help Fong Ran hunt beasts, and the next time a shattered domain opened, Zhao Xiyun was dead meat. Fong Ran was about to speak when Ji Tianlei's angry roar crashed over him, and the two could only wait inside the ruined domain. Soon after, Fong Ran entered the beast space. Frigid chains lashed him, draining his psyche until his body felt ready to crack apart. Spirit Forge method, tenfold output. He clenched his teeth and drew on the beast space's core. A torrent of mental power surged back, making his flesh ever denser. Break, rebuild, break again. Within that brutal cycle he felt his will's toughness soar. He had yet to reach monarch level, yet his numbers were skyrocketing, racing toward an even beyond the critical point of 100. A week later. You never stop training, do you? Tianlei wiped sweat from his brow. Even inside the beast space, Fong Ran's beasts refused to rest, making Tianlei itch to join them. But his own pets were too badly injured for such intensity. He had stood on the very front line, yet the angel came away without a scratch. Fong Ran, I've got to hand it to you. No wonder the capital calls you a genius beast tamer. Tianlei rubbed the new scab on his arm, awestruck. Fong Ran said nothing. He simply opened Xiao Tian's skill panel. Spear of Judgment, mastered. Serpent Scales, mastered. In just a week, both of Xiao Tian's innate skills had advanced. The once dull iron spear was now snow white, its tip lengthened and etched with fine patterns, gleaming like a dagger of cold light. It's open again. Tianli's eyes flashed. The gate of the broken realm reappeared in the middle of the gymnasium. Hide first, Fong Ran whispered. They clambered onto the top row of the stands and, through broken panes, looked down on the swirling phantom vortex. Moments later, several figures stepped into the realm. The 7-day cycle was almost spent. The Blade Princess had already revived, while the Malice Princess remained bound by the power of the divine egg. Its influence now warped the entire domain, driving the order of gods to reclaim it at any cost. Zhao Xiyun. Tianli's eyes burned. Sure enough, their enemy barged in first. Zhao Xiyun reached the center of the floor, but found no corpses. Eaten. No, Tianli's beast is a giant, he muttered, when a voice rang behind him. Surprised, Zhao Xiyun? Tianlei dropped from the stands, wearing a smug grin. Zhao Xiyun froze, then brightened. As long as the divine egg is here, the rest of you don't matter. Clap, clap, clap. He applauded, and a hulking humanoid bull clad in scales appeared, radiating mid-extraordinary power. Lucky to be alive, but Zhao Xiyun pushed up his glasses with a middle finger, yet saw no fear in their eyes. Next instant a shape both pitch black and bone white flickered in, seized his middle finger crack. Black Bull. Zhao Xiyun screamed, summoning the beast the order had lent him. Whoosh. The pale specter breathed a swirl of black mist. The bull demon melted into a pool of viscous sludge. You. Zhao Xiyun turned ashen. Tianlei stepped forward and smashed a fist the size of a sandbag into his face, swelling it like a pig's head. Fong Ran searched him, finding only an old phone. So the divine egg really is on you. Zhao Xiyun laughed madly. Fong Ran, come with me. With the egg, why stay here? Enough yapping. Tianlei punched again, knocking out his teeth. He cared nothing for Fong Ran's secrets. He only knew he and the Order of Gods were now sworn enemies. Through broken teeth, Zhao Xiyun mumbled, the Order is the Beast Tamer Association's dark side. Where do you think those perfect evolution paths come from? The words sent a jolt through Fong Ran, but he would never trust an enemy. Xiaonian, interrogate him. Get everything he knows, Fong Ran ordered. Master, I'm no good at torture, let Xiao Tian do it. The nearby slime waved its gelatinous arms. He serves the Order of Gods. In that case, I'm on it. Motivated at once, the slime bounced forward. Have you finished questioning him? Fong Ran asked. Yes, sir. The prisoner's face was ashen, yet his eyes still burned with fanaticism. Once I harness the power of the divine society and claim the sacred egg, it'll reach king class with ease. Fong Ran ignored him and turned to Zhao Xiyun. Both of Zhao's arms were mangled, flesh hanging in tatters, bone exposed and nearly rotten. Only the faintest breath kept him alive. Fong Ran, without the divine society, beast evolution will stall. We're out of time. If we don't grow stronger, those monsters will return. Zhao's pupils widened, his voice a harsh rasp. That's not your problem anymore. Tianlei strolled over, a cold smile on his lips. If it weren't for Fong Ran, you'd already have gotten the two of us killed. Worried about a second wave? Join the Beast Guild first, then start worrying. Tianlei glanced up. What's next? You stay here and watch him, Fong Ran said quietly. Wait for me. Understood. Tianlei didn't hesitate. With orders given, Fong Ran stepped alone into the dark chamber where the Blade Princess hid. Pale moonlight filtered through the shattered dome. At his signal, the Malice Princess bowed. The fight exploded without warning. Within seconds, Fong Ran crushed her heart of strength, scarlet energy spraying out. A flash of silver Xiao Tian sliced through her chest, skewering the heart of evil. Both cores detonated at once, and a shrill roar echoed from deep within the ruined realm. The Blade Princess is crippled, and that Zerg Empress can't be much better off, Fong Ran muttered. 2 hearts gone. She's nearly finished, even if the third is still hidden. Before he could finish, the ground convulsed, cracks spiderwebbing outward. Every beastmaster in the domain looked up in shock. What's happening? The whole place is shaking. Move. Get out. The exit's closing. Too late. All passages are sealed. We're trapped. Suddenly, a colossal figure appeared in the sky, a man in plain black clothes, cropped hair, face set like stone. Beside him, a twin-winged raptor dragon roared, its wings whipping up a gale. Flickers of broken memories danced in the air around them. They'll take the raptor dragon and hunt that king-class beast. You stay here, the man boomed. Qing Shi, Iron Ape, Flood Dragon, remember, not one fiend enters the city. If we fall with its people. The entire beast realm trembled. Everyone realized they were witnessing the remnants of a long-lost beastmaster's memory. The scene shifted. A tidal wave of Zerg beasts surged toward the walls. Sirens wailed. Civilians fled in panic. Qing Shi, Iron Ape, and Flood Dragon held the gate, fighting to the last drop of blood. Yet the Zerg Empress, shielded by her 3 hearts, refused to die. Exhausted, Iron Ape and Flood Dragon fell, but even then they nearly slew her at the city walls. When the carnage ended, Qing Shi's phantom rose above the ruins. Jade-green scales glimmered as its massive body coiled through the night sky. A cold light gleamed in its vertical pupils as it gazed down on the stunned onlookers. Is it looking at me? Fong Ran swallowed hard. The vision's pressure left every beastmaster frozen. It's no illusion, it's real. Someone cried. I can feel its life force. Above the barrier, Qing Shi let out a long hiss. Its presence overwhelming. One of the city's 3 guardians still lived, the lone survivor that had slain the Zerg Empress by itself. I get it now. The beast space fractured into a remnant domain, trapping it here with no way out. For a savage beast, a dozen years is the blink of an eye, yet inside this shard it felt like endless captivity. Suspended in midair, an azure serpent coiled upon itself. Dark gold slit pupils swept over the crowd. The pressure crashed down like a mountain, though its aura was still only at the extraordinary tier. You've broken the looping remnant, she said. Her tone was as clear and gentle as a friendly older sister's, yet it brooked no refusal. Whoever contributed the most gets every resource left here. Everyone else has 1 minute to leave on your own. After that, they'll send you out. The crowd instantly grew restless. A monarch-grade legacy was hidden in this place, claim it. And you could leap straight to the top. The teams that had helped corner the Insect Empress were especially feverish. Every gaze burned with greed. Come on, our contribution's at least as big as those foreigners, right? A Longwood tamer shouted, raising a blood-stained warblade. If we hadn't blocked the prince's killing blow, who here would still be alive? Nearby, tamers from other nations were just as eager. Only the top-ranked pair, Ma Dongxue and David, wore uneasy expressions. Ma Dongxue's face was bare of makeup, her black hair tied loosely behind her head. Her calm detachment made it impossible to underestimate her. David kept the brim of his cowboy hat low, eyes flickering beneath it. Dongxue, something feels off, he muttered. The Emperor's power dropped hard at the last second. And that's a bad thing? Someone sneered. People from the pretty nation always overthink. A twin-tailed girl from Sakura Nation sniffed. Who could have contributed more than we did? It's my cowboy instinct, David said, still hiding his eyes. A tamer from Bang Nation twitched at the corner of his mouth. Rumor had it David had been a pretty nation actor. After a director replaced him, he quit films to become a tamer. Ironically, that same director was later found at home with 7 bullets in his back, officially ruled as suicide. Seconds ticked away. As the minute expired, the serpent's pupils flashed. Whoosh. A gentle white light swept across the assembly. Spots bloomed on every skin, even those of the swaggering strike teams. Shock froze their faces, while Ma Dongxue and David merely arched their brows in silence. An instant later, the entire crowd was forcibly ejected. No one remained inside. Silence fell. The looping fragment shattered like broken glass, dissolving into pure white. Only a wooden cabin and a quiet garden remained, their floral scent mingling with spiritual energy. The giant serpent folded the fin-like membranes along its body and settled lightly before Fong Ran, its scales glinting in the pale light. I acknowledge you, the serpent said, the brief words weighing more than mountains. A data panel unfolded before Fong Ran's eyes. Azure Serpent. Rank, late extraordinary. Skills. Description, an azure serpent that grew up in an ordinary land. Late extraordinary was it the 4th or 5th beast of that monarch tamer? Fong Ran murmured. The serpent tilted its head, vertical pupils unfathomable. Inside that cabin, it hissed, you'll find the resources I gathered in the beast space. You said what? Fong Chihua froze at the visitor's words. He shuddered, his face draining of color as he collapsed onto the sofa. The guests hurried forward. One of them lowered his voice. Mr. Fong, Beast Tamer, you asked me to inform you. Fong Ran is in grave danger, but there's still a sliver of hope. How much? Fong Chihua looked up, the cigarette between his fingers shaking uncontrollably. The men exchanged glances, their expressions heavy. Less than 10%. And that's a conservative figure. In truth, his odds are nearly 0. Fong Chihua closed his eyes and exhaled. I understand. Don't tell his aunt. You can go. When they hesitated, he shot them a bloodshot glare. Didn't you hear me? Leave. After a moment, he added in a hoarse whisper, go on. I know what this means. They slipped out without another word. The door clicked shut, leaving only swirling smoke and his ragged breathing. Even monarch-level beast tamers are helpless, he muttered. Monarchs were almost godlike. If they couldn't save Fong Ran, the alchemy didn't dare think about it. He had always known the beast tamer's path was dangerous, but he never expected the threat to come so soon. At the same time, in the training camp, every exit slammed shut. A flash of light erupted, and all the beast tamers were forced onto the outer plaza. Su Jin reacted first. The remnant domain has collapsed. There was no time to ponder why. He scanned the crowd in panic. More than 100 trainees had returned, yet Fong Ran was missing. If the domain had truly shattered, any survivor should have been ejected at once. The realization chilled him. Lin Xinghuan also searched frantically, but the familiar figure was nowhere in sight. She thought of the boy who always called her senior, the prodigy who had fought beside her, and her eyes stung. Raise your head, Xinghuan. The beast still needs slaying. Yet the pain of losing a comrade had never cut so deep. Just then a shrill cry ripped through the crowd. Fong Ran, you thief. Lin Xinghuan turned and saw a frail, yet familiar silhouette. Ji Tianlei. Zhao Xiyun. She gasped. Zhao Xiyun was soaked in blood, barely clinging to life. Ji Tianlei's face was contorted with rage, as if something priceless had been stolen from him. Ji Tianlei was livid. If Fong Ran had remained inside, he must have seized the entire legacy of that monarch-level beast tamer. Even a single fragment would make them rich beyond belief, let alone the full inheritance. Only now did everyone remember. Ji Tianlei had been presumed dead. Yet here he stood, alive. Ji Tianlei, how are you still alive? Su Jin was the first to reach him, brows knit and eyes glimmering with hope. Senior Su. Ji Tianlei scrambled to his feet, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. Fong Ran and I ended up trapped in that cursed domain because of this punks with the Yushin Society. Ji Tianlei roared, punctuating his words with 2 vicious kicks to the unconscious Zhao Xiyun, each sharp thud echoing through the silent hall. Yushin Society? Impossible. Su Jin rejected the claim at once, his brows knitting tight. We vetted Zhao Xiyun long ago. He joined the Beastmasters Guild quite a while back, unless he started working with the Yushin Society in secret afterward. Even as he spoke, Su Jin was already sorting through every possible scenario. A sudden thought struck him. He strode forward, uncharacteristic excitement flashing across his face. Where's Fong Ran? Is he still alive? If it hadn't been for him, I'd never have made it out, Ji Tianlei answered, the dangers of the wasteland still fresh in his eyes. The man's got 9 lives and the guts to match. Without him, there'd be a few more widows in the world. He gave a self-deprecating laugh. Not far away, Lin Xinghuan remained frozen for several seconds before snapping back to reality. Su Jin's expression grew heavy. As long as he's alive, that's what matters. He'll notify the Ji family at once. Inwardly, he couldn't help but marvel Fong Ran had never failed him. To drag Ji Tianlei out alive had clearly forced him to escape while staying behind himself. My father knows what happened. How did he react? Ji Tianlei pressed. He said, if he wasn't strong enough and died, so be it. I still have another son. Su Jin repeated without hesitation. Ji Tianlei's face went an instant shade of iron, the sting even dulling the pain of missing out on the king-grade inheritance. Su Jin's gaze shifted back to Zhao Xiyun on the floor. First we keep him alive, then we interrogate him. He turned to the others. He'll report everything that happened in the wasteland. Your contributions will be rewarded with special training. What about Fong Ran? Senior Su, aren't we waiting for him to come out? Ji Tianlei asked, puzzled. Fong Ran, what do you mean? Su Jin was momentarily confused. He's inside the beast space, probably scooping up a king-grade inheritance as we speak. Ji Tianlei's words froze everyone in place. Su Jin and Lin Xinghuan exchanged a stunned glance. Ma Dongxue, David, and the others stopped in their tracks, disbelief written across their faces. Inside the beast space. So many treasures. A jackpot for Mino, for Master. The slime cheered, waving a forest of translucent tendrils. Anything within reach was glued to its body, then pulled into its pliant form. Skill books piled high in corners, stacks of scrayed materials littered the floor, and even several forbidden components Xiao Tian needed lay among the spoils. The sheer quantity left Fong Ran in a way, so this was a king-class Beastmaster's hoard. His gaze drifted to the back of the room, where a dust-caked wooden chest rested quietly. What's that? He wondered aloud. The slime shot over, exhaled a gust that blasted the thick dust into white clouds, and flipped the lid. Inside sat 3 marbles the size of ping-pong balls. One as dark as a bottomless abyss, one blood red, and one so pure it seemed to glow. Arranged in a triangle, they pulsed with an eerie energy. The 3 hearts of a Zerg Empress? Fong Ran began, but the slime had already whisked them up with 3 tendrils. An instant later, a line of pale gold text scrolled before Fong Ran's eyes. Pre-approved Ascension Material unlocked Crimson Abyss Heart. Front me some Ascension Material. The Crimson Heart. Hand it over. Fong Ran held out his palm. The slime puckered its mouth and, with obvious reluctance, dropped 3 ping-pong-sized orbs into his hand, each roiling with dark crimson currents. Can these really serve as ascension material? He lifted the three hearts to the light. Fine lines ran across their surfaces. They looked less like Zerg organs and more like some high-grade relic. A theory formed in his mind. The Zerg Empress had probably planned to use these three hearts to break through to King Class, which was why Shed attacked the city. Unfortunately, the King Class Beastmaster had been away, leaving only three transcendent beasts to defend the place, and they'd fallen just half a step short. Fong Ran allowed himself a faint smile. If the Empress had left the hearts here, she was most likely already dead. Still, if this beast space had been left behind after the Beastmaster's death, did it mean had taken a transcendent predator with him? That didn't add up. Puzzled, he pushed open the door and stepped into the courtyard. A green serpent lay coiled on the flagstones, vertical pupils fixed on him with a glacial stare. You saved me. Take these resources as payment, the serpent rumbled. What about the others? Fong Ran asked. As long as the three hearts remain, no one can kill the Zerg Empress. Over the past decade, countless people have failed just as they did. The snake's answer was blunt. Without Fong Ran, they would never have broken this fragmented domain. Fong Ran shrugged. Since I shattered the domain, everything inside it should be mine, right? The serpent went rigid, tongue flicking. After a long silence it rasped. What are you after? I saved you. Now you owe me once, Fong Ran said, straight to the point. Latestage transcendent power was too valuable to ignore. Even as a backup plan, it was worth pursuing. Besides, without a Beastmaster, surviving in the city would be anything but easy for the serpent. His words found their mark, and the serpent sank into thought. Moments later it muttered, fine, I'll think about it. Without a Beastmaster the government would trust it almost not at all, yet returning to the wild meant facing old enemies. As the former companion of a king-class Beastmaster, it knew better than anyone how deadly the world could be. Good. Stay at my place for now, Fong Ran suggested with an easy smile. He looked relaxed, but alarms were blaring in the serpent's mind. Oh, by the way, do you remember how your Beastmaster died? Fong Ran deliberately touched the sorest nerve. The serpent flicked its tongue, eyes full of disdain. No idea. I grabbed the hearts, and when I came to I was inside the beast space. As for the Beastmaster, he and the other two beasts stayed here after letting my brothers die. I couldn't care less whether he lived or not. I see he might not be dead, Fong Ran mused. A king class doesn't fall that easily. If he'd been away from the city, he wouldn't lose to a mere transcendent beast on his return. Maybe this fragmented domain had another master entirely. Impossible. The serpent hissed, scales bristling. He went into a kingdom crawling with even deadlier beasts. If anything happened to him, it would have been out there. He's already a king-class beastmaster. What could actually threaten him? Fong Ran asked. Less than 10% of the blue planet is fit for human life. In the untouched deserts, the cavernous depths below, and the vast oceans, countless powerful creatures lie in wait. Humanity is already stretched to its limit just holding on to what territory remains, let alone invading those forbidden zones. The beasts there have never shown the slightest goodwill toward people. Fong Ran understood this perfectly. He also knew this world differed from the blue planet in his memories in small, but decisive ways. Take U City, an insignificant dot on a map, yet it somehow held more than 1 million residents. No wonder he sometimes caught himself wondering whether the planet might actually be flat. What are you talking about? Planets are obviously round, the green serpent said, frowning while its tail tapped the ground, as though doubting Fong Ran's intelligence. As long as the satellites don't fly too low or provoke one of those forbidden beings, they're perfectly safe. After years of surviving alongside humans in the city, it understood its streets as well as any native. Fong Ran sighed to himself. The world outside was simply too dangerous. He looked at the green serpent and motioned with his hand. Stay here in my warm little place for now. When there's a chance, I'll help you track down your beast tamer. I'll leave the instant you need me to repay this favor, the serpent replied flatly. We'll see, Fong Ran said with a faint smile. Meanwhile, a warm yellow light filled the Fong apartment. In the living room, Sang Shualan stared at the clock on the wall, her voice tight with anxiety. Why hasn't Ran sent any word for so long? Fong Chihua held a cigarette between his fingers and answered in a low tone. I told you his special training project is highly classified. At least 1 week, maybe more. You said exactly the same thing a week ago. Sang Shualan was on the verge of tears. In recent days, staff from the Beast Tamer Association had come by repeatedly, and all her husband ever said was classified. A whiff of dread clung to her. Her eyes reddened at the danger her son might be facing. This is all your fault. I warned you not to let him become a beast tamer. You drained our savings to send him off, and look where it's gotten us. Facing her accusations, Fong Chihua looked haggard, yet his voice stayed firm. If we'd stopped him, he would have hated us for life. He's a born beast tamer, no one can bury that talent. A flicker of pride crossed his eyes. Charging the front lines, fighting savage beasts, reclaiming territory for humankind that had been his dream in youth, and now it burned in his son. Knock, knock. Someone rapped on the door. Several members of the Beast Tamer Association, dressed in their distinctive uniforms, filed in and sat at the dining table, expressions grave. Any news? Fong Chihua asked, his voice hoarse, sensing something unusual. The leader nodded. Mr. Fong, your son's performance has stunned us. The association has decided to upgrade the resource package for his second contracted beast. Grade materials will be supplied without limit, and his monthly allocation of 10 million credits is being doubled. The couple froze. Fong Chihua didn't even notice the cigarette burning his fingertips until the pain made him flick it away. Increased support? So it really was all classified. Sang Xuelan turned toward him in a daze. It must stay classified. We can't release the details, the member replied solemnly. Sang Xuelan finally looked at her husband. Then why didn't you say so earlier? I did, you just wouldn't listen, Fong Chihua retorted, frowning. Seeing the tension ebb, the association members quietly exhaled in relief. They knew Fong Chihua already understood the whole story, and now that matters were settled, there was no need to let anyone else endure another moment of fear. Fong Ran stepped out of the shattered domain and slipped into the brightly lit crowd. The air still reeked of blood and scorched earth. Su Jin, who had been waiting at the exit, rushed over, running his hands over Fong Ran's arms, shoulders, chest, and stomach. His voice trembled. You're all right, Hats, all that matters. You're all right, Hats, all that matters. The repetition laid bare the depth of his earlier fear. Losses in live combat training were one thing, but if the domain sealed itself and no one could escape, it was no better than sending the cadets to their deaths. Was it you who broke the seal? Ma Dongsu's eyes burned with intensity. Early extraordinary tier? You've truly caught me off guard, David muttered in amazement. The top 10 ranked Beast Tamers all turned to Fong Ran. Surviving a full week inside and still claiming a monarch-grade legacy was beyond anyone's expectations. The domain had gone unbroken for more than a decade, yet he had done it single-handedly. Just lucky could never have managed it alone, Fong Ran said with a modest wave. No one bought the humility. If the Azure Serpent had chosen him and surrendered a monarch-grade legacy, his contribution clearly dwarfed that of everyone else. Haha, my Longwa friend, you're far too modest, David said in clumsy Longwa, seizing Fong Ran's hand. I hope we meet again at the World Academy. Whatever our nationalities, we'll face the same enemy in the end. The remark underscored his broad outlook. The fierce beast invasion had bound every nation's fate together. Otherwise, they never would have founded that global academy. Admission and resources there were so demanding that most applicants could only dream. I'm just glad you're back, Lin Qinghuan said, exhaling in relief. Zhao Sign's already at the Beast Tamer Association, they should get answers soon. Fong Ran, what exactly happened in there? Shun Yun blurted, curiosity and worry tangling her words. Fong Ran offered the cover story he had rehearsed, describing the dangers in vivid detail. The tale was full of holes, but Lin Qinghuan and Shun Yun tactfully let them slide. Su Jin returned, face solemn. You killed the Blade Princess. The association will give your second beast the very best resources for its promotion. Your mental strength has reached the extraordinary tier, so you can contract a third pet and for breaking the domain. They'll also supply everything needed to raise that third beast to late extraordinary. The generosity left the two women drawing sharp breaths. Only the heirs of top clans ever received treatment like this. Have you chosen your third beast? The association can find one for use grade at worst, Su Jin said. Could I trade it for something else? Fong Ran asked after a moment's thought. Oh, what do you want instead? Su Jin arched an eyebrow. To turn down an grade beast backed by the association was almost unheard of. Materials. Xiao Tian needs them for training. All right, but only at equal value and no overpricing. Fong Ran's eyes lit up. With the association scouring the entire realm, he could gather the advanced materials within a month. Primordial flame, pure holy water, he rattled off the list. As the names rolled out, Su Jin's frown deepened. These are all forbidden materials. The flame of Genesis and the waters of purity are available only to the Celestials. All right, I'll try my best to gather them. If the cost goes over budget, they'll front the money and you can repay me later, Su Jin said firmly. To Fong Ran, the man's generosity bordered on self-sacrifice. Su Jin understood how urgent the materials were and was willing to dip into his own pocket. And with his network, the moment he spread the word, merchants would come knocking. Thank you, senior. Just call me Instructor Su, Su Jin replied with a faint smile, deliberately closing the distance between them. A simple change of address marked the quiet sprouting of a new bond. Night fell. Soft light filled the villa, and a square table stood in the center of the living room. Fong Ran sat on the left, Xiao Tian across from him, and beside the boy perched a blob of violet slime, shaped like a little girl. In the opposite corner, a jade-green serpent was coiled into a neat circle, its vertical pupils glimmering. Why are you so small? Fong Ran asked. Size shift skill. Staying like this is more convenient, the serpent answered, flicking its tongue, its voice gravelly. Moments later, servants brought dinner. At their level, food was calibrated not just for flavor, but for energy and resonance. In front of Xiao Tian was a mild dish whose surface rippled with faint holy power. The slime received a gelatinous meal that could be absorbed with minimal effort. Both were rank exclusives. The satisfied gurgling of the slime even stirred the serpent's appetite. This is yours, Fong Ran told the servants. But you're not my contracted beast, so I'm paying for it myself. A steaming slab of meat was placed before the serpent. The serpent glanced up at him. If you're thinking of making a contract, forget it. I'd never force you. Fong Ran shook his head. Your beast master is probably still alive. I can help you find him, but on one condition: when I need help, you'll lend a hand. His frank, almost businesslike proposal put the serpent at ease. Sensing no deceit, it finally lowered its head and bit into the meat. Its body, as thick as a water bottle, ballooned for a moment before slowly settling as the food slid down. I'm finished. Time for my medicinal bath, Xiao Tian said, laying down his spoon. What about me? The slime slapped the table. I set up a lightning pool for you. Plus this thundercore battery, Fong Ran answered, producing a metal block etched with crackling runes. The slime's purple face collapsed. Why does Xiao Tian get a bath while I get electrocuted? You'll reach the extraordinary tier within a week. Worth it? Fine. It snatched the battery and swallowed it. Arcs of lightning raced through the gel, and the slime trembled in a mix of excitement and fear. Watching the scene, the serpent drifted back to distant memories. Its former companions had never shared this kind of light-hearted banter. Their relationships were always stiff and formal. Just then, Fong Ran's phone rang. Fong Ran, the National Beast Taming Tournament is about to start, Su Jin said on the other end. You're only 19, perfectly eligible to register, and more importantly, the event is the best place to buy the materials you need. Each university sends Beast Tamers, and contestants can be no stronger than early-stage extraordinary. With the cards Fong Ran held, he would still have a sizable edge on that stage and a real shot at victory. After hanging up, Fong Ran closed his laptop, fingers flying across the keyboard as he pulled up every piece of public information on the National Beastmaster Tournament. The event had been created to single out the strongest beastmasters among humanity and funnel resources to them so they could face the most fearsome feral beasts. Each champion was hailed as a hero, and the first winner had even reached the Emperor class. Fong Ran straightened when he read that. Yet no matter how deep he dug, he could find no trace of that Emperor-level beastmaster's identity. Every scrap of data on the rank was locked behind layers of secrecy. With the beast threat now easing, entry slots had tightened and were limited to beastmasters enrolled at official academies. Under the new rules, the champion would receive priceless evolution materials. Staring at the screen, Fong Ran sighed. There's no time. The tournament was about to start, and the materials little Tian needed came with a ticking clock. He would have to register first and worry about the rest later. Those items couldn't be bought, only one in the arena. He glanced at his personal panel. A steady income of 700 points per week, 1,400 saved, yet the option Shatter the Remnant domain was still grayed out. Looks like I'll have to wait for tomorrow's ranking refresh, he muttered. Thinking it over, he left the study and walked to a private cultivation chamber deep inside the villa. In the center lay a huge pool of blue-violet liquid that crackled with tiny arcs of lightning. A humanoid slime reclined in the bath, countless tendrils stretching lazily, while its single purple eye swept the room with a chilling gaze. Master, it cried, lighting up the moment it saw him. Coming in for a soak? It'll pass, Fong Ran said, waving one hand. I'm not built to handle that current. Fair enough. The slime's tendrils drooped in disappointment. By the way, the 3 hearts we picked up last time, those glass spheres. Where are they? Fong Ran asked. The slime thought for a second, then its chest rippled open. 3 fist-sized crystals oozed out and arced toward Fong Ran. He caught them, a fine electric shock running through him. His sturdy body kept it to a mild tremor in his palms. Advance purchase. Spent 1,000 gene points. Obtained the deep crimson heart. Hey, I didn't authorize that deduction, Fong Ran growled. The 3 crystals spun together in his hands, melting into a single heart-shaped orb of dark red that throbbed with a grim, dangerous aura. So this is the deep crimson, here-end evolution material? He murmured. Deep crimson heart, LV.1. Converts dark energy, amplifies strength and evolution stage. Usable as a metamorphosis catalyst. Let's see if it works. Fong Ran held out the heart. Right away, the slime surged to the pool's edge, one tendril curling around the heart and embedding it in the hollow of its chest. Energy flared. Dark red veins spread like a spiderweb from the heart, slowly taking root throughout the slime's body. Boom. A deep, powerful heartbeat echoed. The slime jerked, astonishment in its voice. I can feel pain. A creature that had never possessed senses was now alive to them thanks to its new heart. But a second later, the deep crimson heart began to devour its energy, and agony stabbed through every drop of its viscous body. This was pain, yet instead of agony, it radiated excitement. Its body might be nothing but slime, but every human feature was present. Now that the pool water had soaked its translucent form, the membrane clung to a skin-like surface, leaving Fong Ran feeling the awkward urge to avert his eyes. His brief curiosity faded, and he sensed his energy being siphoned away. Half an hour later, the food stored inside the slime was gone. A single dark red drop bled from the crimson heart and melted into the gelatinous mass. Whoosh! The slime lashed out with its tendrils, power flooded its body, and its evolutionary rank jumped. Master, may I keep the crimson heart? It asked, raising its tiny eye dots, afraid Fong Ran might pass the treasure to Xiao Tian. It didn't know an angel could never use it anyway. Be good, and it's yours, Fong Ran replied, seizing the moment. You're the best, master. The slime bounced out of the water, smacked onto his back, and sent droplets flying. Current traveled with the splash. A surge of electricity crackled over him, and his long black hair smoked at the ends. I'm fine. I can take it. A crooked smile touched Fong Ran's lips. The bond with his beasts had left his physique far above human norms. In a week, it'll evolve you, so eat up. With the crimson heart, you'll grow quicker. He did the math on his fingers. The next day, his points climbed to 700, his original 700 plus 3,000 for breaking the remnant domain, vaulting him to first place in the training camp. 3,000 points first, 3 different forbidden materials, then the primordial flame and pure holy water. He worked the console, traded for the 3 upgrade items, and spent the rest on ferocious beast flesh, all for the slime to convert into dark power. Time flew. A week passed in a blink. Fueled by rich nutrients and the crimson heart, the slime reached late lord tier. Name, Princess of the Void Sea. Rank, late lord. Skills, Thunder Dragon Mastery proficient. Toxic Mist Dispersal proficient. Forbidden Symbiosis transcendent. Black Tide Manifestation proficient. Mimicry transcendent. Devour transcendent. Void Incantation transcendent. Void Spike transcendent. Evolution paths, Queen of the Void Sea, Daughter of Crimson, Thunder Dragon Slime. Description, commands Void Sea creatures of lower rank and can sense life within a set range. 3 paths glowed before Fong Ran. Since we're taking the forbidden road, we'll choose the hardest. The Daughter of Crimson was clearly superior, so he chose without hesitation. Cue the materials for Daughter of Crimson. Owned, Crimson Heart. Pre-purchased, Bloody Sovereign, Thunderstone, Dragon Scale, Ground Vines. The 3 items appeared, landed, and the slime swept them into its body. Extraordinary grade, it thought, trembling with delight. For slimes, extraordinary beasts were the stuff of legend. Now it stood on that threshold. Joy faded to calm, and it slipped into hibernation to prepare for evolution. Your beast is about to evolve? Asked the green serpent beside him, slit pupils glowing as it looked at Fong Ran. Their time together had changed its view of this beastmaster. Yes, Fong Ran nodded. Your own evolution path has flaws, too. Follow my lead, and you'll grow stronger. At Fong Ran's words, the Qing, she only flicked its tongue. Its emerald, vertical pupils rested on him in patient silence, as if curious to see just how far he could evolve his second beast. He soothed it with a light pat, then walked to the bed and collapsed onto the mattress. His body relaxed, but his mind dived straight into the beast space. Perfect mental forge, advanced proficiency. The instant he spoke, a prompt lit up in his head. Spend 2,000 gene points to raise perfect mental forge's proficiency? 2,000. That was a steep price. He glanced at his panel, exactly 2,000 points left. Mental strength was everything to a beastmaster. The more beasts you could contract, the stronger their feedback and, in turn, your combat power. The hierarchy among beastmasters proved the point. At the transcendent tier, someone with 2 transcendent beasts stood leagues above a peer with only 1. Possessing 3 meant you could dominate almost any transcendent battlefield. Many who never reached the king tier chose this multi-beast path. Any renowned transcendent beastmaster had at least 2 transcendent partners. If I raise my mental stat high enough, maybe I can handle 4, even 5 beasts while still at the transcendent tier. With that thought, he made up his mind. Years of gaming had taught him that population equals power. Advance. The system deducted the points at once. 2,000 spent, 633 remaining. Advancing perfect mental forge proficiency. New skill acquired. Basic mental reinforcement, proficient. A flawless, seamless circulation method for strengthening mental energy branded itself into his mind, as if he had practiced it countless times. Compared to it, the old mental forge felt riddled with gaps and crude beyond belief. I need to temper my mind with my beast spirit. He immediately tried to touch Xiao Tian's consciousness through the beast space. Agony like awls tore through his limbs. Within seconds, sweat drenched him. After 3 minutes, he was forced to break off, shaken. Tapping a ferocious beast's psyche was like a firefly diving into lava. Yet the results were astounding. A 5-minute session equaled an hour of previous training. Encouraged, he gritted his teeth and went in again. Half an hour later, his mental radiance was nearly spent. He felt hollowed out. Still, his panel showed his mental stat had jumped by 0.5. The speed thrilled him. Without the beast space's buffering, he would have collapsed long ago and never managed this new technique. No one knew how much time passed before he finally withdrew from the beast space. The moment he opened his eyes, he could feel every current of air in the room. His perception had sharpened dramatically. Days later, In a special evolution chamber bathed in dim red light, a dark crimson life form slowly opened its eyes. Filaments of hardened mucus draped its body, giving it the shape of a little girl. A dark red heart pulsed rhythmically in her chest. She looked around blankly and whispered, "Master isn't here?" Beneath a curtain of hair, eyes as deep as an abyss swept the corridor. Once she confirmed it was empty, a barbed strand of crimson hair flicked up and brushed the metal lock. With a crisp click, the door eased open. Power surged through her body, making her fingertips tremble. Excitement bubbled in her chest. Moments later, inside the dorm, Fong Ran was buried in dreams when a faint rustling tugged him awake. Groggily, he saw the blanket rise, the weight stealing his breath. A soft, squishy slime sprawled across his chest, its translucent body probing back and forth. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead before he could react. A data panel flashed across his retina. Crimson Shade. Level: Early Extraordinary. Skills: Ghost Thunder Proficient, Shadow Spread Proficient, Ethereal Spike Proficient, Crimson Burst Novice, Abyssal Eye Novice, Shadow Spread Proficient, Forbidden Symbiosis Breakthrough, Black Tide Manifestation Proficient, Mimicry Breakthrough, Devour Breakthrough. Description: The legendary being known as the Crimson Shade is said to have been born in a distant dark red abyss. Her race has only one member, her. Good, you've evolved. Go rest. Fong Ran rubbed his temples. Had been tempering his mind for days, training to exhaustion, and he just wanted more sleep. Master, are you tired? The slime asked, watery eyes shining. Obviously. Can't you see? Then let me make you feel better. It wriggled under the blanket, stopping a breath from his final line of defense. Fong Ran's heart lurched as he grabbed it by the back of the neck. Stop. Master, when that sprite bit you, you looked so happy. The moment he heard that, Fong Ran knew exactly what it planned, despair lining his forehead. That was specialized training. You're untrained. You'll only mess it up. Really? The slime paused, jealousy written all over its face. Then has Xiao Tian trained? Fong Ran shook his head. No way was he letting Xiao Tian do that. Yet the slime's stare chilled him. He turned and sure enough, Xiao Tian was watching calmly, eyes devoid of emotion. He was doomed. That was the only thought left. Xiao Tian wasn't gullible like the slime. If she told his aunt, his spotless reputation would be toast. Xiao Tian, this isn't what you think. Sleep, she said coolly, turning her back, wings refusing to share even a corner of the blanket. Early next morning at the Beastmaster Association training camp, several military trucks halted at the gate, rookies filing out. Where's Fong Ran? Classmates arrive, and he can't be bothered to greet them? The 27th Prince, Tai Jiuxin, scanned the grounds. His breakthrough to late extraordinary had been delayed 6 months, thanks to Fong Ran's guilt by association tactic. Bai Lingshuang swept her gaze over the camp. He's probably in special training. I hear the opponents here are brutal. Every Beastmaster she saw radiated daunting presence. Tai Jiuxin nodded. Makes sense. Even if he ran things in the imperial capital, cracking the top few dozen here is tough. Anyway, we want stay long nationals are coming up. He strode to the bulletin board to gauge the local elite. From a distance, he spotted a familiar name sitting at the very top of the rankings. Huh, someone in this boot camp has the exact same name? Tai Jiuxin muttered. A gigantic holoscreen on the building's facade showed the updated leaderboard. First, Fong Ran, 3,700 points. Those glowing characters burned into Tai Jiuxin's retinas like molten lava. Next to them, the midday sun seemed almost gentle. Who? Bai Lingshuang tipped back her pale neck. The instant her gaze hit the top name, her pupils contracted and her breath caught. Fong Ran had arrived only days before them. How had he vaulted straight to first place? What worried them even more was the second place entry, Silver Rank member Ma Dongxue. Born to an ordinary family, she had mowed down her peers with overwhelming psychic power and a fearsome contracted beast. Since becoming a Beastmaster, she had almost never lost and was considered a sure bet to enter a world-class academy. If even she was second, what on earth had Fong Ran done? Impossible, I must be seeing things, Bai Lingshuang whispered, shaking her head. Even with freakish talent, there's no way he reached late extraordinary that fast. Senior Su Jin. In the crowd, Tai Jiuxin spotted Su Jin and hurried over. Though Tai and Bai came from ruling class families, any lack of talent could cost them their Beastmaster status and all family resources. The pressure made them desperate to prove themselves. Su Jin nodded. You're from the Imperial Capital Academy, right? Go find Fong Ran. Let him show you around. You're about the same age, so you'll click and the pressure will do you good. He gazed into the distance. More geniuses every year maybe. Just maybe. We can take the fight back someday. Watching the two depart, Su Jin smiled in satisfaction, then turned his eyes toward the camp's main gate. The shattered frontier made the place anything but safe now. Here, following Su Jin's directions, they reached the villa district and stopped before a detached house. The front door was ajar, so they slipped inside. Not bad digs, Tai Jiuxin noted, scanning the decor. For people who had to earn every resource through performance, a place like this felt downright luxurious. Boom. Thud. Explosions rattled the side training room. Is Fong Ran sparring with someone? Tai Jiuxin stepped toward the noise. Seems so, Bai Lingshuang murmured. Beside her, the aunt's three-tailed ice fox now sporting six let its extraordinary aura leak out. I can smell it. The fox snorted, still stung by the memory of being thrashed by Fong Ran. The training room door was closed but unlocked. They pushed it open. Click. A custom arena filled their view. Hovering above it, a silver halo glimmered as an angelic contracted beast brandished a spear, wings beating the air. Opposite it coiled a snake as thick as a man's arm, scales a deep jade green. Clang. The snake's tail smashed the spear aside, metal ringing off the walls. Flicking its tongue, the snake spoke in a hoarse yet clear voice. Impressive, your assault is fierce, but you rely too much on brute force. Face an opponent with even greater strength and you'll lose. It couldn't figure out who had taught this angel. The angel spread her wings of light and slammed into the steel walls of the range again and again, testing her strength with sheer brute force. Got it, hit me again. Xiaotian shook her wings, her voice edged with irritation. She's in a foul mood, violence meters maxed out, the slime muttered, its gelatinous body wobbling. It's all your fault, isn't it? Fong Ran complained silently. Since dawn, Xiaotian had been freezing him out, no answers, a face cold as ice, the full silent treatment. Suddenly the slime's tendrils shot upright. Master, someone's coming, looks familiar. Fong Ran turned and met the wide-eyed stares of a man and woman at the entrance. You're here, he greeted, walking over. Even after years apart, seeing old classmates felt comforting. Fong Ran, are all these your beasts? Tai Jiuxin's pointing finger trembled. His lava earth dragon had already sensed the pressure. The angel and the slime were both extraordinary class, and the green serpent coiled in the shade was an unfathomable abyss. According to the rankings, that snake was at least late extraordinary. Your mind can handle 3 extraordinary beasts? Bai Lingshuang could hardly believe it. She considered her own psychic strength decent, yet she had only just reached early extraordinary and dared pick nothing higher than Lord Class for her third beast. Yes, the serpent's identity had to stay hidden, so Fong Ran simply nodded. A heartbeat later, they stared at him like they were looking at an alien. Born different, was he even human? Normally, a beastmaster had to wait until their life-bond beast reached mid or late extraordinary, using the feedback to contract another extraordinary pet. Fong Ran had broken the rule. Xiaoyan was still early extraordinary, yet had already bound a late extraordinary serpent. How else could a savage serpent obey his every word? So young, yet he owned 3 extraordinary beasts. No wonder my sister rates him so highly. Bai Lingshuang studied his profile, holding his gaze without flinching. But this is good news. Tai Jiuxin suddenly switched gears. With 3 extraordinary beasts, we're sure to place well at nationals. The stronger Fong Ran was, the stronger Imperial Capital University became, and Tai Jiuxin would share in the glory. The nationality are entering too? Fong Ran was surprised. Of course. The 3 of us plus 2 more from campus will represent Imperial Capital University in the National Beastmaster Tournament. Tai Jiuxin rattled off. Bai Lingshuang added, this year's brutal. Competitors with 2 extraordinary beasts are everywhere. Some even have 3. They're using the same approach you did, directly contracting extraordinary pets. The rules don't forbid it, so the schools can't intervene. Fortunately, early extraordinary beastmasters can usually manage only early extraordinary beasts. Cases like yours are rare. With Xiaotian, Imperial Capital University should at least crack the top 10. Tai Jiuxin clenched his fist, pumping himself up. Fong Ran called Xiaotian. The angel merely glanced at him, keeping her distance. The silent treatment continued. All right, let me show you around the training camp first, Fong Ran said, turning away. The looped ruin, the camp's most prized feature, had already been destroyed. Everything else was just a bonus. Once Fong Ran had finished introducing the training camp, Bai Lingshuang finally asked, isn't there a looping remnant domain around here? Tai Jiuxin responded, my family says no one has broken through that domain for more than 10 years, and they recorded every detail of the disaster. The 2 of them clearly knew far more about the past than Fong Ran did. That was the beast invasion 30 years ago, Tai Jiuxin recalled. A monarch-rank beastmaster rushed to Haishi Mountain to stop the tide and vanished, and City Z was completely destroyed in the assault. They spoke in hushed tones. This city was wiped out by the insect queen, right? Fong Ran pressed. Is the hive in the Haishi range as well? No, Tai Jiuxin sighed, shaking his head. The swarm's nest is across the ocean, toward Piliangguo. They crossed the sea, and no one knows why. Unless the insect queen was under contract, Fong Ran thought. Ever since he obtained the 3 hearts, he had been suspicious. His ability told him the 3 hearts could form ascension materials. The insect queen had just reached late transcendence when she conveniently found those materials, and with the monarch beastmaster away, she tried to turn an entire city into nourishment. Too many coincidences. The argument plunged Tai Jiuxin and Bai Lingshuang into rare silence. After a moment, Bai Lingshuang whispered, others have doubted it before. But even if someone contracted the insect queen, how could they move an endless swarm? No beastmaster's pocket dimension is that large, and it can't hold living creatures without a mental link. Why not? Fong Ran retorted. Look at the divine egg, it does the impossible. I suspect this domain wasn't left by the Azure Serpent's master at all, but by someone else, most likely the Beast Master, who bound the Insect Queen. Boom. A deafening blast erupted outside the camp. When the echoes faded, Su Jin appeared high in the air, standing on a silver ring. Seeing everyone rush out, he called, "Relax, just a few beasts lost their way." He then looked toward the shattered city in the distance. The camp, built on the edge of the ruins, had once been hidden by the domain, but the barrier was now torn apart. Thunder rumbled across the sky as a colossal creature so large it nearly pierced the clouds roared. Monarch-level pressure poured down, draping every beastmaster and pet in its weight. Inside the camp, some lord-tier beasts dropped and trembled, and several transcendent pets felt an overwhelming urge to flee. The stronger they were, the more clearly they sensed the gulf. Yet beasts with nobler bloodlines barely flinched. Humph. The six-tailed ice fox was only early transcendent, but imperial blood ran through it, and it refused to bow, though its four snow-white legs still quivered. You're scared too? Bai Lingshuang asked in surprise. Seeing the chaos around them, many contracted beasts darted back into their beast spaces, instantly easing their partner's discomfort. Bai Lingshuang scanned the area and soon fixed her gaze on Fong Ran. An angelic halo hovered above him, its soft light forming a curtain of protection. Beside him, the eerie beast cocked its head, studying the distant life form with clear, fearless eyes. The contrast stung Bai Lingshuang. Even an imperator-blooded creature had been forced to retreat, yet Fong Ran's beast didn't flinch. Could she really be the daughter of an imperial fiend? Whatever the truth, any creature that could withstand a monarch's aura had to possess formidable blood. It looks like we've trespassed on its turf and ruffled its feathers. Su Jin's chuckle turned cold. Upset? Then come at me. Who do you think you are? This land was human territory long before the fiends took it. Her withdrawal was only temporary. Roar. A gale whipped up sand and gravel, making the entire training camp hiss. The beast's shadow pressed down, but after locking eyes with Su Jin, it grudgingly shrank back into the ruined city and vanished. You okay? Xiao Tian let out a breath. She noticed Fong Ran's knowing smile, blushed, and quickly turned away, face suddenly stern. Don't be mad. If something's wrong, tell me and I'll handle it, Fong Ran murmured. The commotion overhead hadn't escaped Su Jin's notice. A beast that refuses to flee before a fiend is a true partner, he remarked. When a beast tide hits, stronger commanders appear. If yours cowers at first sight, even the brightest beastmaster can't compare to someone with a fearless companion. He patted Data's shoulder, nodding in approval. Fong Ran's beast is exceptional, standing firm against a monarch's pressure and shielding her tamer. That kind of trust is priceless. His tone softened into a sigh. But this place is getting worse. We can't stay long. If I keep watch any longer, I won't have time to slack off. Only then did the trainees grasp the weight of the standoff. So strong, so that's a monarch-class beastmaster. Senior Su Jin's partner can warp space. Even among monarchs, that's top tier. That fiend probably had no clue how many monarchs are here, so it backed off. Blood pounding. Everyone clenched their fists and looked at their own beasts. Relax, master. I'm destined to reach the emperor tier. The freshly advanced extraordinary level slime thumped its flat chest, brimming with confidence. A few days from now, the capital will send transports to take you out. If you need to cash in your points, move fast, Su Jin announced. Then he stepped up to Fong Ran, lowered his voice, and said, I found the cellar. They're from the Celestial clan. This isn't the place to talk, Su Jin signaled with his eyes. He hurried Fong Ran down the corridor and into an empty office. The door closed, sealing off the outside clamor. Su Jin took the main seat and motioned for Fong Ran to relax. But Fong Ran had already lifted a purple clay teapot and refilled the cups, letting the fragrance rise. Su Jin nodded, adding another mark of approval to Fong Ran's attentiveness. I've put out word that I'm willing to spend a fortune or trade some rare assets for the first flame and pure holy water, Su Jin said, getting straight to the point. A member of the Celestial clan reached out, claiming he has them. What's his price? Fong Ran raised an eyebrow. Money's off the table, Su Jin sighed. He wants your angel's evolution route. He knows who I am. Fong Ran frowned. You've made a name for yourself among the angel kin, Su Jin replied. Once people connected you're familiar to my public request, it wasn't hard to find you. But I assume you won't hand over the route, right? Fong Ran tapped the rim of his cup. It's not about being stingy. That path was tailored for Xiao Tian alone. Her temperament, physique, holy power, current skills change any one detail, and the entire formula shifts. When Xiao Nian obtained 3 hearts, a new branch called Crimson Maiden appeared instantly. On another familiar? The results could be disastrous. I get it, Su Jin nodded. Actually, I've already traced his identity. So you spy too? Am I the only one running around the internet naked? Fong Ran joked, but leaned in. Su Jin lowered his voice. The Celestials live in the West. 12 factions split from the 12 archangels. Their holy selection is coming up, and the power each candidate reaches at the transcendent stage decides everything. Only the winner earns the right to study under an archangel. So the person who approached us is a descendant of the 12 gods? Fong Ran asked sharply. Most likely. He's still only Lord Class. If he gets your evolution path, he'll hide it. Revealing it before the selection would bring trouble. Su Jin paused. The fact he's willing to risk a trade means he truly has the goods. Su Jin didn't know the route only worked for Xiao Tian. He sighed. Those two materials exist solely within the celestial realm. Only descendants of the 12 can get near them. They've always shunned us and rarely trade in bulk. You've seen it yourself, even low-grade angel ascension materials fetch outrageous prices in Longhua. Fong Ran thought for a moment, his voice steady. He'll consider it. Have him contact me privately. Seeing Fong Ran's lingering hesitation, Su Jin didn't push. Reaching this stage is already something. Fong Ran's expression hardened. If we're going to break the resource blockade between our nations, it starts with him. As a descendant of the 12, his status isn't low. Maybe I can use him to secure even more holy power boosters for Xiao Tian. Su Jin watched him and nodded silently. A week later, Xiao Tian condensed her third drop of holy water. The only thing slowing her now was the rate at which she could produce holy power. Lost in thought, Fong Ran glanced at the list of skills. Iron Wall evolution technique perfect. By channeling holy power, it cleanses marrow and hair while thoroughly reinforcing bones and muscles. After years of practice, Xiao Tian had long since mastered this rank technique and could now merge it seamlessly into the Omniform evolution method. Advance the Omniform evolution method's proficiency. Fong Ran ordered. A system prompt appeared. Omniform evolution method, proficient. This tier lets multiple evolution arts be combined and slightly accelerates the conversion of holy power. Xiao Tian activated the art at once. Energy drained from her core and surged into holy force. Inside the shrine at the depth of her mind, a golden chalice stood on a pedestal. 3 pale gold drops merged slowly in the cup, while holy power churned overhead. When the sacred liquid filled the chalice, she would advance, and the process was already much faster than before. She opened her eyes, sharp as blades. The other 3 skills are max too. Time to upgrade them. Advanced Judgment Spear, Primordial Flame, and Serpent Scale. New prompts flashed. Judgment Spear microscopic. Condense a microscopic grade spear 0-100 times. Primordial Flame proficient. Ignite the Primordial Flame 0-10 times. Serpent Scale microscopic. Manifest microscopic grade serpent scales 0-10 times. Whoosh. 1 drop of sacred water stretched into a slender spear, its edge crackling like lightning. The combined strength of all 3 drops was enough to activate her 3 signature skills simultaneously. Xiao Tian gave the spear a test thrust. Its tip sliced the air with a piercing shriek. This strike could now punch straight through a beetle general's armor. In the middle of the training hall stood a humanoid iron post. As she glared at it, its outline blended with Fong Ran's face in her mind. She lunged, but the spear stopped an inch short. With a snort, she dissolved it into light and drew it back into her body. Watching from the side, Fong Ran felt a chill. Just a metal post, yet the back of his neck turned cold. Tired? Let me rub your shoulders. He set his hands on her shoulders and kneaded earnestly. A mortal's touch could hardly restore an extraordinary being, but the gesture counted. Sure enough, Xiao Tian's expression softened a little. How were the elves? Fun. Funno. Not fun at all. Fong Ran corrected himself instantly. What special training did you give her? Show me. Xiao Tian rose and pinned him to the sofa with one hand. The weight on his shoulder kept him from moving. He could only answer. Actually, she used a skill on me. The details don't matter. Xiao Tian crouched, eyes locked on his face. Describe the training word for word. She gripped his hand, knuckles widening, clearly unwilling to let go. Feeling her grip tighten, Fong Ran's mouth twitched. He had no choice but to continue. First she bewitched me with a skill, and then she unzipped my jacket. A soft blush spread across Xiao Tian's cool features. She bit her lip lightly, hesitating. Xiao Tian, you're still too young to understand, but she's already past her prime. Fong Ran lounged on the sofa as he spoke, and a faint flush crept over Xiao Tian's ears. The girl, who had been quietly watching him, seemed to switch on the moment the words fell. Whoosh. 2 snowy wings unfurled from her slender shoulder blades, every vein and feather catching the light with a cool, gentle gleam. They stretched out until they blocked Fong Ran's view entirely. All he could see were her half-bent, slender legs and the glowing halo floating between the wings, spinning slowly and all but brushing his nose. Downy feathers drifted over him, covering almost his whole body. Xiao Tian hated it when Fong Ran shut her out. She felt useless when he dealt with others. Yet if he fed her ice cream, it proved she still mattered. At that thought, she drew her wings in tighter, guarding him more closely. Fong Ran silently thanked his luck that slime wasn't around, or that creature would be spreading rumors and tarnishing his innocence. Xiao Tian's touch was so gentle, he couldn't bring himself to push the halo away. Ding dong. The doorbell chimed, and someone stepped inside. Fong Ran, it's time. Head back to Imperial Capital Academy. The principal will brief you on the National Beast Taming Tournament in person. Tai Jiuxin stood at the door, voice earnest. His sole purpose was to get Fong Ran moving. The training camp was relocating, so the students had to return to the academy for now. All right, let me straighten up first. Fong Ran rose, offered Xiao Tian an apologetic smile, grabbed a vacuum, and cleared the feathers from the sofa. He then filled a plastic bag with the feathers clinging to his clothes and the upholstery. Seeing this, Xiao Tian tucked her wings away and quietly smoothed his jacket. A while later, several dark gray Beast Tamer Association vehicles rolled into the camp. Catch you later, David. Fong Ran lifted a hand toward the blonde youth nearby. See you at the World Academy. David grinned, clearly confident in him. Lin Qinghuan, Bai Ning, and the others filed aboard. Even with roomy interiors, the vans were soon packed with students and their contract beasts. After more than 10 hours on the road, the convoy reached Imperial Capital Academy. The black vehicle stopped at the gate, immediately drawing a crowd. Is that Fong Ran? Our academy's prodigy. Damn, Senior Fong is finally back. Let's see those visiting schools act tough now. Yeah, did they think the Imperial Capital had no one? Excited chatter rippled through the Beast Tamers. Fong Ran had no patience for small talk. Striding through the crowd with Bai Lingshuang and Tai Jiuxin, he headed straight for the principal's office. Inside the spacious room, an elderly man with cropped hair sat behind a massive ebony desk. He looked up, his deep gaze settling on the trio. For an instant, they felt as though a feral beast crouched before them. Very good prospects. The old man's mild praise made several nearby professors gape. In all their years, they'd never heard him commend anyone. For the National Beast Taming Tournament, I plan to have the three of you represent the Imperial Capital. How about it? Before Fong Ran and the others could respond, the professors were already in an uproar. Principal, they're only sophomores, and that's never been the rule. Exactly, Magic Capital schools are sending accelerated trainees. By precedent, we should too. That's right. If the Imperial Capital loses again this year, we'll drop out of the top 5 academies. Inside the conference room, several professors sat ashen-faced, their anxious, resisting glances darting from one to another. The focus of their discussion was the so-called fast-track Beastmaster Chandlers who signed contracts with fully grown beasts instead of raising them from infancy. Unlike nurtured partner creatures, these captured, extraordinary beasts shared no emotional bond with their new masters. Accidents were common, yet their power grew at an astonishing rate. Any monster that had survived hundreds of years in the wild was already several times stronger than the average contracted beast. If that happens, wouldn't it prove our teaching is inadequate? The principal remarked casually, and the professors' faces flushed crimson. Self-reflection stung, but the numbers didn't lie. Imperial Capital Academy hadn't cracked the top 3 in years. He shifted a gentle smile toward the 3 students present. All you have to do is place within the top 10 for Imperial Capital. The other 2 spots must be chosen by us. The professors blurted. The honor of the academy was non-negotiable. They couldn't let the principal mess around. Fine. Please step out. ID like a word with Fong Ran. The principal motioned toward the door. After exchanging confused looks, they complied. Me? Fong Ran pointed at himself, bewildered. When the door shut, the room fell silent. The principal's tone grew solemn. Fong Ran, what do you think of Teacher Longyu? She's amazing, he said at once. Had always respected the woman's unfathomable strength. Excellent. The old man's lips curved slightly. What if I asked you to sign a contract with her beast? You want me to bond with a late king to your beast? Fong Ran nearly leapt from his chair. Principal, aren't you overestimating me? Your mental strength is extraordinary, the principal replied, narrowing his eyes in measured appraisal. Besides, you'd be only on a candidate list. There are hundreds of beastmasters like you. No need to feel pressured. He inclined his head, expression turning stern. Once you make the list, the academy will supply resources to hone your mind. But there's one rule: you are not to contract that blue serpent. At least not until you reach the king level. Only then can you decide on your final partner. Having his secret exposed in a single sentence, Fong Ran felt a chill run through him. Who would ever form a pact with him? A teal serpent slid out from behind Fong Ran, its jade green scales glimmering. Pale gold slit pupils, streaked with emerald, blinked in agitation, clearly displeased by the old man's suggestion. You've got the wrong idea. To me, he's nothing more than a junior. Is that so? The old man asked with a smile. If old Qian were still alive, he'd probably tell you to seek another master. A contract beast without a beastmaster can hardly survive in a city. Most end up sent back to their species or released outright. 1 or 2 free beasts are fine, but too many can gather into a dangerous force. In theory, the best solution is to let them sign a new pact. But when a beastmaster dies while the pet lives on, who dares take that risk? Tamers would rather pay dearly to raise a cub than wonder why an older beast outlived its partner. The serpent flicked its tongue, eyes frozen with disdain. Do I need a dead man to make decisions for me? Clearly it resented its former master. He cost you, the old man began. Enough. The snake cut him off. The old man sighed. Very well, I won't push it. He turned to Fong Ran. Down to business. Long Yes mental strength is exceptional, yet after her training begins, she must contract no more than 2 beasts before reaching king class, or even then she may lack the mental power she needs. Think this through. This offer may not favor you. The final candidate may not be Fong Ran at all, and his mental strength might still fall short. To Fong Ran, it sounded like an empty promise. Fine, I accept, he replied gravely. Long Yu is vital to our nation, and as a member of the Beast Tamer Association, I should help. King-class tamers are rare, and she even stands a chance of reaching Emperor class, very pinnacle of the Dragon Nation. If not for mental limits, no tamer would refuse a shortcut to greatness. Besides, his eyes brightened. I have a way to boost my mental power. Even with a 3rd beast later, he'll have enough at king class. Good. The old man's tone shifted. One more thing, this is a personal request. Please, go on. He nodded, voice softening. This creature belonged to a dear friend. I hope you won't mind keeping it with you for a while. No, the teal serpent interrupted coldly. Stop meddling. Taking her along offers no benefit. It refused to burden Fong Ran, knowing he was already stretched thin feeding 2 pets. The old man studied Fong Ran carefully. A beast that could never be contracted was a burden to any tamer. It's fine. A minor matter, Fong Ran said calmly. Unable to contract it? That was only true for ordinary people. Fong Ran was no longer who he once was. The old man raised an eyebrow, surprised, and even the previously indifferent serpent couldn't help asking, why? Because, the old man murmured, I knew I hadn't misjudged you. He'll make sure you're well compensated, the old man added. He'll supply every resource it needs, and, once a month, give your own partners a training session plus 3 million credits as a custodial fee. He lifted a hand to end the conversation. What seemed like a simple favor was actually a test. Fong Ran didn't bargain. He agreed on the spot, proving his reliability. Without that show of character, the old man would never have handed a late transcendent beast to him. Relax, headmaster. They'll spoil it rotten, fatten it up like it's my own. Fong Ran thumped his chest. Enough with the jokes. The azure serpent held its head high, tail tip flicking, in a good mood. It had been tricked before, so true trust would take time. The headmaster smiled. Good. See me tonight. After Fong Ran and the serpent left, a tall figure emerged from behind the bookshelf. Long Yu, what do you think of him? A solid student, Long Yu said. Lavard light churned in her eyes, an ancient authority flickering behind the gaze. Her huge tail swept the floor, stirring dust. How's Blackstone Mountain? They don't dare move for now. Only for now, the old man murmured. Once your wounds worsen, they'll strike. Tai and Zhou Xin were already gone. Outside the headmaster's building, the serpent asked, why help me at all? Fong Ran spread his hands. None of my beasts can be ridden, and I've always wanted to fly on a dragon. How awesome would that be? I don't fly, and you're not riding me, the serpent muttered. No worries. I've got a method to evolve you into a dragon, Fong Ran whispered. Snakes can't evolve into dragons. That's basic knowledge. Not the 4-legged kind, another type. Suspicion flared. Planning to turn me into some lab specimen? Fong Ran thought. It's like borrowing a luxury car. You're not the owner, so you'll push the limits. Still, he hurried to say, of course not. Right. Master's amazing. The slime bounced over with wet slaps. The serpent glanced at it. He's turned you into something neither human nor slime. And you're happy? Even so, she admitted Fong Ran's beasts were unusually strong and kept their sanity. At their tier, Xiao Tian ranked among the very best. Changing an existing evolution path is hard, isn't it? She murmured. Fong Ran stared at her when a prompt flashed in his vision. Advance credit for materials to optimize previous evolution path. Accept? You're kidding. He blurted. A new voice cut in. Altering a past evolution path is extremely dangerous, 99% fatal. Fong Ran looked up to find a young man standing before him. You must be Fong Ran. Im Wong Long from Longdang Academy. I've heard plenty about Imperial Capital's star student, the newcomer said with a broad grin. Nice to meet you. What can I do for you? Fong Ran asked politely. Longdang ranked among the nation's top schools. He had to show respect. Nothing major, Wong Long said, hands in his pockets, eyes bright. The national tournament is coming, and my instructors sent me here to spar with Imperial Capital's best. What luck, running into you at a time like this, Fong Ran. Wong Long lifted his head, eyes practically sparking as if he had finally found a long-lost rival. Tomorrow's match, he'll be counting on you. His excitement was well-founded. Fong Ran's reputation echoed through every academy. Some schools even used recordings of his battles as teaching material. Sparring with him promised valuable experience, and beating him, however unlikely, could catapult a student to instant fame. Just then, distant conversation drifted toward them on the breeze. Capital Academy isn't much. No wonder they lost the last few tournaments. Among their juniors, hardly anyone's reached the extraordinary tier. I'm afraid Xiong Dahui might crush them by accident. Lin and Bai already graduated, so Capital Academy is all bark and no bite. Too bad we didn't see Fong Ran. Maybe we should head back early. Training at home would be better than sparring here. Relax. At least wait until we face the 2 Imperial heirs tomorrow. Their voices were casual, as if this visit were a day trip with a bit of friendly combat on the side, yet they still kept the volume down. If Fong Ran's hearing weren't so sharp, those words would have gone unheard. That restraint was the greatest courtesy they could offer capital's sovereign academy, or, more precisely, Fong Ran and the emperor's two sons. Figures drew near. Someone gasped, Wang Long. What are you? Wait, that's Fong Ran. The woman's voice shook with excitement. You look exactly like the poster from the Beastmasters Association. My little sister keeps your picture by her bed. She was a young beastmaster, hands twisting her sleeves. Fong Ran hadn't realized his fame had spread so far. He marveled inwardly but kept a modest smile, greeting each newcomer in turn. These students were stars of their own universities, already extraordinary by their third year. In potential and value, they were even more worth knowing than many professionals. 1. Reaching extraordinary status as juniors proved their talent, resources, and drive. 2. Their beasts had been evolving for years, and extensive combat drills made them a match for the 5 great academies. 3. Several were stronger than the recognized prodigies of the special training camp. They had stayed at school either because they had no interest in the Beastmasters Association or because they lacked enough contribution points. Finding the legendary prodigies so approachable, their goodwill toward Fong Ran soared. Master Fong, we've admired Capital Academy for ages. Exactly. We came mainly to meet you. Thank goodness we didn't leave early. Had Fong Ran not overheard their earlier remarks, he might have believed them. Still, he replied with an easy smile, certainly, certainly. After a brief exchange, several Capital Academy students were led over, sporting fresh injuries. Bruises were part of any Beastmaster spar. Wang Long frowned and snapped. Tell your beasts to hold back, will you? This is just practice. Apologize. Absolutely right away. The slightly chubby Beastmaster scratched his head, offered an awkward grin, then stepped before Fong Ran and bowed earnestly. Sorry about that, Master Fong. Fong Ran blinked, taken aback by the scene. Apologize to me. You've got the wrong guy. Only after the challengers disappeared down the road did the freshmen from Imperial Capital Academy swarm around Fong Ran. Seriously, Fong God, those guys are incredible hypocrites. Ugh, the professors set us up. The second you were gone, they shoved us onto the chopping block. Revenge or not is fine, but you have to win tomorrow. If we lose, they'll brag about it for months. Yeah, we have to save face. Go all out. Make their beasts kneel and it'll be glorious. The younger students fumed, looking as though they'd elected Fong Ran as their personal spokesman. At the next day's exhibition match, Fong Ran didn't bother being polite. He steamrolled his opponents before they could lift a finger. After the match, spectators whispered among themselves. They're too aggressive. In the end, we all serve the Dragon Kingdom. Right. Even if Fong God had chosen not to fight, I'd get it's above petty squabbles. Fong Ran's mouth twitched. Trying to bait him with flattery? Pointless. If he's meant to win, hell win. If he's meant to lose, he'd concede only to his own beasts. That night, Fong Ran returned to the family villa. Goody, you're home. Fong Chihua hurried out to greet him. Persuaded by her husband's half-truths, Fong Ran's aunt praised her nephew non-stop until she was ushered away. Once the two men were alone, Fong Qi's face hardened. Fong Ran, you can't keep taking risks like this. Your aunt and I have only one nephew. If something happens to you, how do I explain it to your brother? I know what I'm doing, Fong Ran replied calmly. Don't give me that. Plenty of genius beastmasters were just as confident tried up until a savage creature tore them apart. Seeing his uncle unmoved, Fong Ran finally promised, there won't be a repeat. Only then did Fong Chihua let him go after another half hour of lecturing. In his room, a slime held out a steaming cup of tea so close it almost brushed his cheek. Master, have some water. Fong Ran patted the creature's squishy head. Good job. The fragrant warmth added a touch of home to this foreign world. Inside the slime, its gel swirled with excitement. Serving tea had been the right call. His gaze shifted to the green snake coiled in the corner. He sent a thought. Advanced credit show me the optimized evolution materials for high-grade, Lord class, transcendent pathways. Names flashed before his eyes. Divine iron fish scales, myriad beast bloodline herb, clear mind grass, steadfast root, purging fruit. The quantities dwarfed anything little Tion had needed. Beyond several forbidden or top-tier scrade items, there was an ocean of tonics and herbs to steady its constitution and calm its mind, enough for hundreds, even thousands, of beasts to break into higher tiers. Soak in a myriad beast solution for 3 days. Swallow the core materials complicated, but if it turns into a dragon, I can sweet-talk it into letting me ride. Eyes half-lidded, he pictured the future. The green snake's scales trembled. A sense of impending doom slithered through its mind. A makeshift grandstand had appeared overnight in the combat arena of Daidu Academy. Morning mist still hung in the air as professors and administrators took their seats, chatting eagerly. They had come to witness an unusually high-stakes sparring match. Long time no see. I must say, your students keep getting stronger. Haha. This year our principal at Longdang Academy has given us a hard order. We have to break into the top 10. The Longdang instructors traded pleasantries with their old friends, yet their eyes shone with sharp competitiveness. Years ago, they had been star pupils at ordinary academies. Even those who never became Beast Tamers built their careers around the field. Now their attention was fixed on the disciples about to enter the arena. Someone in the stands pointed to a young man and whispered, "That's Fong Ran? He certainly looks impressive. Of course is my student." I gave him a few tips too. Several Daidu professors hurried to claim credit for Fong Ran. Producing a powerful beast tamer was the quickest way to prove their own expertise and gain a splash of fame. Another professor glanced across the arena. "That must be Wang Long, right? I hear he's your star at Longdang?" The Longdang instructor nodded proudly. Wang Long has raised his partner since childhood. He's been first in his class since day one and now serves as student council president. He's already a dual transcendent beast tamer. Dual transcendent. The Daidu faculty exchanged tense looks. Not even the nation's so-called strongest academy could boast a student with two transcendent beasts. The Longdang instructor smiled thinly. Didn't two princes enroll at Daidu? You'd think each would have at least one transcendent companion. Longdang is first tier, but most of our students come from ordinary families. We hardly enjoy your starting advantages. His seemingly modest words stabbed at the Daidu professor's pride if their privileged students fell behind. What did that say about them? Sensing the shift, the Longdang teacher pressed on. Don't tell me Daidu has no dual transcendent tamers at all. You could let a third year join and pick up an available transcendent beast. One extra companion can change everything. Daidu's roster still wasn't set, yet Longdang kept tightening the screws. While the Daidu professors fretted, the Longdang instructor offered generously. How about limiting everyone to their original beasts? That would keep things fair. Then, voice turning cold, he added, otherwise this match might end far too quickly. His smugness made the Daidu faculty bristle. Forget it. The purpose of a national-level scrimmage is to test complete strength. We'll fight with full teams. That's right, Daidu Academy can afford to lose. The words were scarcely spoken before regret set in. Without a second transcendent beast, how were they supposed to win? Excellent. The Longdang instructor laughed, pleased that they had taken the bait. If they could defeat the team from Imperial Capital Academy, the trip would be worth it. Even the headmaster would have to sit up and take notice. The grand training hall was packed with beastmasters who had rushed over from the Imperial Capital Academy, their excited chatter echoing beneath the vaulted roof. Inside the temporary arena fenced off by an energy shield, the two schools' competitors stood ready. On the left waited Longdang Academy's 5-member squad, 3 men and 2 women. On the right were the Imperial Capital Academy's trio, Fong Ran, Tai Jiuxin, and Bai Lingshuang. The rules were simple, no limit on the number or type of beasts. Each side fielded 3 beastmasters, and the match continued until one team was completely eliminated. Begin. The referee's voice rang out sharp and clear. Bai Lingshuang stepped onto the platform first, the heels of her boots striking the floor with an icy crack. "They'll go," she said. Her opponent was another girl who also commanded a transcendent-grade beast. Bai Lingshuang raised her hand, and a flash of pale blue light revealed the six-tailed ice fox. Its snow-white fur gleamed under the lights, 6 tails unfurling like silk ribbons and hinting at the emperor's bloodline that ran within. An ice field swept outward, wind and snow swallowing the opposing beast. Barely a dozen heartbeats later, the challenger lay frozen solid and defeated. Impressive. I didn't expect its power to skyrocket after evolving from 3 tails to 6, Fong Ran called out with a grin. That imperial blood really shows the higher the level, the wider the gap. Ears pricked, the ice fox struck a proud pose. As long as you understand how scary I am. Maybe, if I'm in a good mood, you'll show your pets some mercy next time. It knew that one day it would face Fong Ran's contract beast and reclaim the dignity due an heir of emperors. That little fox seems to have a bone to pick with you, Tai Jiuxin muttered. Fong Ran just shrugged and laughed it off. The professors from Imperial Capital Academy finally relaxed after the swift victory, while the crowd erupted in cheers. The instructors from Longdang Academy, however, remained calm, even smiled at the stage. As expected of an imperial descendant, transcendent grade, and already crushing her peers. Next round, send in Wang Long. After a quick discussion, Longdang settled on their ace. Apart from Wang Long, the rest were merely average. Even a narrow win wouldn't achieve the impact they wanted against these prodigies from the capital. Got it. Wang Long vaulted onto the arena, the platform trembling under his landing. A shadow solidified beside Hema, 3-meter obsidian titan. Thick muscles fused with strata of stone. Its black shell reflected a cold metallic sheen and radiated oppressive weight. Elemental-type beast. Tough one, Tai Jiuxin whistled. It's like a siege hammer and built like an iron wall. He scanned the ring. He must have a second beast. Why isn't he calling it out? In the center, Wang Long faced Bai Lingshuang across the distance. "He'll use only this," he said, thumping the titan's arm with a clang. "Wouldn't want anyone accusing me of bullying." "Suit yourself," Bai Lingshuang replied coolly. The moment the words left her mouth, a gale howled across the platform, churning ice and snow. She knew she might not win, but she had to weaken this opponent as much as possible. The 6-tailed ice fox let out a crisp cry, releasing a tide of frost. Blue-white ice blossoms climbed the Titan's legs, and within seconds had spread to its waist. It worked. Bai Lingshuang's eyes lit up. Winning this round was no longer realistic, but if she could sap a bit more of her opponent's stamina, that would ease the load on Fong Ran's later fights. The thought had barely formed when a disturbance in the center of the ring drew her gaze. The obsidian giant drove both legs into the ground, and spiderweb cracks shot across the thick layer of ice. A heartbeat later, crack. The ice exploded, and the giant tore itself free of Bai Lingshuang's frozen domain through brute force. How is that possible? We're both early transcendent, yet the gap is this huge? Bai Lingshuang was stunned. From across the arena, Wang Long answered her unspoken question with a wry smile. My obsidian giant has trained at the early transcendent stage for 3 full years. Students only get 5 years before they have to leave the academy. So, are you conceding, or? Never. Before Bai Lingshuang could say a word, the six-tailed ice fox bristled, its broad tail snapping in the air. Give up now, and let that jerk Fong Ran see it? No way. Very well, then I won't hold back. Wang Long shrugged. A friendly match still calls for full effort. Pulling punches only insults your opponent. High she go? A few minutes later, Fong Ran watched from below as Bai Lingshuang approached, cradling a bruised and limping six-tailed ice fox. The fox was nearly the size of a large hound now, so she had to carry it in both arms. That kind of grit, I'm impressed. Tai Jiuxin's fighting spirit blazed. Fong Ran, don't steal the next round. I'm up first. Fine, it's all yours. Fong Ran raised a hand in assent. He might as well let the kid have his moment. If he sent out Xiao Tian, the match would probably end in a heartbeat. Bai Lingshuang murmured a warning. He's strong. Be careful. Fong Ran glanced at the fox in her arms and joked. If your little fox dared to stand its ground, what do we have to fear? The words had barely left his mouth when he froze. The fox was baring its teeth at him, as though he were its mortal enemy. They'll take it to the infirmary. Bai Lingshuang nodded and walked off, gently patting the fox to soothe it. I didn't know you were this tough. In training you whine at a single tap, yet today you hung on till the end. Was it because you didn't want me to lose face? The six-tailed ice fox nodded vigorously, though inwardly it cursed. With that scoundrel Fong Ran staring at me, I'm the one who would have been embarrassed. On the other side of the platform, the fight continued. A thunderous roar shook the arena. The lava earth drake charged the obsidian giant, its massive red-brown body like a moving volcano. The obsidian giant met it head-on, locking its arms around the drake's neck like a wrestler grappling a bull. The two beasts, both known for raw power and defense, clashed, and the booming impact made the entire training ground quiver. The arena was built to withstand transcendent-level battles, yet it still shuddered, sending dust billowing into the air. Earth Drake lava burst. Tai Jiuxin shouted. The drake's belly swelled. It drew in a searing breath, then spewed molten lava onto the solid floor beneath it. Boom. An instant later, the platform erupted, leaving a charred crater. The ground kept trembling, and even the seasoned beastmasters around the ring looked rattled. Fortunately, none of them were ordinary humans. Even if the arena collapsed, their contracted beasts would keep everyone safe, so not a single spectator left. Every pair of eyes stayed glued to the battlefield. Even the few civilians seated among the professors remained unmoving. They wanted to see for themselves which teacher's methods would triumph. Wang Long narrowed his eyes, focusing on the crater his attack had carved out. The lava at the bottom, once crimson, paled under the rising heat, and then, boom, white-hot magma erupted, a column of fire and rubble spearing skyward before cascading like a waterfall over the obsidian giant's coal-black body, shrouding it in thick smoke. The giant grunted, forced to release the magma earth dragon clutched to its chest and twist aside. Though called an obsidian giant, it was no lifeless rock. It had to burn through its own energy to withstand the heat. Whoosh. Freed. The magma earth dragon swung its tail, the molten hammer sweeping toward the giant's face. The obsidian giant raised an arm. Bang. The detonation rang through the arena. Beastmasters closest to the fight clapped their hands over their ears, yet their eardrums still buzzed. What power? That's a transcendent class beast. Damn it, I want one too. Come on, Wang Kai, step up your game. A strike like that, what Lord class beast could take it? The gap is insane. Shouts rippled across the stands. Everyone was awestruck by this early transcendent clash. A monster of this caliber appearing in the wild would put an entire city on alert. Tai Jiuxin's blood surged, then his face went rigid. When the lava cleared, he saw the obsidian giant standing where it had stood before, feet unmoved, arms raised. A massive black shield braced in front of it. The magma earth dragon's full-force blow hadn't shifted it an inch. Wang Long brushed his palms together, his voice calm, yet cutting. Junior, that's enough. Go back and practice. The gentle tone hit Tai Jiuxin like a spike. Wang Long added, don't feel bad. Not everyone can crack a perfect-level obsidian shield. Perfect level? The words sent a wave of commotion through the crowd. A perfect-level obsidian shield. He perfected a skill while still transcendent? That talent is unreal. No wonder he's so confident his mastery is on another tier. Hearing the gasps around him, Wang Long allowed himself a small smile. Since childhood, he had drilled his obsidian giant on that defense day after day, pouring in uncountable effort. Achieving a perfect level obsidian shield while still transcendent was the source of his confidence. Tai Jiuxin muttered to himself, struggling to accept the outcome. His magma earth dragon had been coached by top beast masters, yet its skills only occasionally brushed subtle level and never held there, let alone reached perfect. None of his instructors had ever perfected a skill. The match was decided. Looks like the Imperial clan can't dote on every descendant, someone sighed. Exactly, a Dragon Lantern Academy tutor said with a smile. Some Imperial heirs get fewer resources than Beastmasters from ordinary homes. Survival of the fittest. Professors from Imperial Capital Academy turned ashen. With nothing to say, Wang Long had won using only one beast. He hadn't even summoned a second familiar. If he had, their defeat would have been even worse. By sheer luck, nothing more. The coach from Dragon Lantern Academy pinched the bridge of his nose and sighed. His tone chided their own Beast Tamer, yet his eyes held a warning. Humiliating a descendant of the Imperial family was never wise. The white-haired professor overseeing beast evolution adjusted his round glasses, his voice gentle but steady. It's fine. Let them see the capital help in the later rounds. Besides, we still have Fong Ran. Under the lights, his silver hair gleamed softly. He was the mildest of the tamers, but no one valued potential more. Fong Ran stepped onto a forbidden path, while still an early transcendent. At this stage, he's unrivaled. The comment restored the team's smiles. He's the capital's prodigy, a hero who saved an entire city. I heard he killed a transcendent beast while he was only Lord class. Now that he's transcendent himself, imagine the power. With that resume, he might even challenge a king-class opponent. Several instructors glanced toward the Imperial Academy's camp, outwardly looking for confirmation, inwardly doubting. A Lord class killing a transcendent sounded like fantasy. One muttered, it was half dead already. It would have died without his help. Still, no one could deny Fong Ran's exploits during the Feng City Purge. The chatter faded, every eye turning to the center of the arena. Either way, we'll only know by fighting. Tai Jiuxin braced his shield and waved Fong Ran forward. Your turn, the obsidian shield's too tough for me. As he withdrew, he swore to double his training or risk becoming background scenery again. Understood. Fong Ran nodded, his gaze locking on Wang Long across the sand. Fong Ran, let's go? Wang Long clenched his fists, trembling with excitement. After back-to-back wins over two Imperial heirs, his national ranking had soared. Beating Fong Ran as well, just the thought sent his blood racing. Xiao Tian. Fong Ran snapped his fingers. A soft white light blossomed, a perfect grade skill. It might be low in tier, but with Xiao Tian's talent it could pulverize almost anything. Not long ago Shed wielded the Holy Flame greatsword at breakthrough level. Casting it again now, the move eclipsed the proficient spear Shed shown earlier. Clang. Xiao Tian flashed to Fong Ran's side, snowy wings folding behind her. Fong Ran's mouth twitched, while the crowd's attention was instantly captured by the angel. So that's Fong Ran's bonded beast? I've never seen her fight for real. I remember in first year he used that angel to beat two Imperial heirs at once in one. Wang Long just beat two of them too. Which of these two is stronger? The discussion rippled through the stands. Spectators sat up straighter, afraid to miss a detail. Tai Jiuxin blinked, feeling a twinge. Since when had he become everyone's yardstick for power? Where's the real Xiao Tian? Fong Ran asked, turning to the slime beside him disguised as her. She's training. Master, am I not good enough? The slime pleaded, mimicking Xiao Tian's puppy dog eyes and making Fong Ran shiver. Boom. Before he could answer, Wang Long's obsidian golem sprang forward, armor snapping together as it leapt. A colossal fist, its obsidian shield fronted by a crushing gale, hurtled downward toward Xiao Tian. She swerved aside with uncanny speed, evading the attack. A chill swept through the air as a pitch-black, barbed blade materialized in her palm. The black blade. Shock rippled through the arena. An angel wielding darkness? In the stands, Lei Tianren's eyelids twitched. Fong Ran's beast had never shown this move. An angel powered by holy light shouldn't possess a dark skill. Boom. The black blade hacked at the obsidian giant. The giant crossed its arms, blocking the strike. Corrode. The slime gripped the hilt, and thick liquid seeped from the barbs. The moment it touched the giant's shell, it hissed into billowing black smoke and burned fiercely. Eyes gleaming, the slime cackled. Corrosive serum, how's that for type advantage? I'm the boss now. A rank, shrank, they'll slice them all. The giant recoiled, its rocky form shuddering. In an instant the black shell flaked away, revealing a translucent surface as dark as the night sky. The corrosive fluid slid off and splattered onto the floor. Across the arena, Wang Long's face tightened. Fong Ran, I didn't want to go all out, but you forced my hand. A life-bound beast truly was a different breed, more ferocious than any transcendent novice had faced. Magma form charge. Crimson light erupted. The obsidian giant turned from jet black to blazing red, molten rock churning in its cracks. It lowered its shoulders and barreled forward. Each step punched a steaming crater into the ground, thundering like a runaway locomotive, gravel flying everywhere. Perfect. He'll crush you, Hedon, so my master knows him her equal. The slime swung its right claw, the black blade morphing into a jet-black talon, crackling with dusky, lightning shadow thunder grip. Many beast tamers in the crowd caught their breath. If the slime was knocked from the platform, it would be eliminated. No one was more tense than the professors. If their team got swept, Imperial University's reputation was doomed. Dodge. Use your wings, angels can fly. Someone yelled. Too late. At near sonic speed, the charge left no time to react. It's over. Longdang Academy's students exhaled. Fong Ran was strong, but not the legend they'd heard. Someday he might be unstoppable, yet against Wang Long's obsidian giant, his angel looked far too frail. Then, just as the magma-fused giant closed in, a shard of pitch-black lightning flashed so swift and lethal it stole every breath in the arena. Crack! In a split second, just as the obsidian giant was about to slam into the angel, everything changed. A bolt of ink-black lightning cut through the sky, appearing for only a heartbeat, yet its claw-shaped outline seared itself into every spectator's vision. The arena lights seemed to shatter, the world dimming until that streak of dark thunder was all that remained. A deafening boom followed, leaving eardrums buzzing. When the crowd's focus returned, the obsidian giant stood frozen before the slime. Behind it, tiles designed to withstand extraordinary battles had been blasted into a massive crater, 3 jagged fissures radiating from the giant's feet to trace the image of a lifelike dragon's claws if a second black dragon had descended and pinned the arena beneath one talon. Black dragon claw, the slime declared, chest out and arms folded. It had read enough books to know a flashy announcement looked best. The molten glow coursing over the giant's body snuffed out at once. With a brittle crack, a thin fracture spread downward from its chest. Wang Long's face went pale. He staggered back several steps, disbelief clouding his eyes. Silence swallowed the arena. A few breaths later, voices erupted like a flood. Did you see that? It smashed the whole floor. Repairs are going to cost a fortune and the giant's hurt. No wonder he's called a prodigy from the imperial capital. His bonded beast is terrifying. Lucky for them, the giant never got its obsidian shield up. Fong is incredibly avenged us. The beast masters Wang Long had defeated earlier leapt to their feet, chanting Fong Ran's name until the cheers rolled through the stands. On the platform, the slime planted its fists on its hips, a smug grin on its face while the halo above its head turned slowly. Oomph, do you see how strong I am now, master? A professor jumped up, pumping a fist. If decorum allowed, he would have shouted Fong Ran's praises too. Across the aisle, Tai Jiuxin lowered his crossed arms, shock flickering in his eyes. It even cracked that walking fortress? That lightning would tear straight through my lava earth dragon's defenses, he muttered. Weighing the gap between them, his heart sank, but he quickly rallied himself. My second beast has an even purer bloodline. I still have a chance. Family resources were about to flow his way once he entered the Imperial Academy. He refused to admit defeat. On the stage, Wang Long said quietly, impressive. You win this round, but I can't lose either. He now genuinely respected Fong Ran. Yet the professors had made it clear could not afford to be beaten here. Ice crystal drill beetle. Wang Long shouted. A burst of icy blue light exploded. Boom. A beetle the size of the lava giant materialized, its entire shell forged from glimmering crystal ice. The ice crystal beetle lay flat against the ground like a pangolin, yet a huge, razor-sharp ice horn jutted from its head. The instant it appeared, the atmosphere shifted. 2 transcendent-tier beasts were now on the field, and the air seemed to freeze and boil at once. The obsidian giant, a mountain only moments ago, staggered half a step back. A jagged crack split its pitch-black cuirass, molten rock blood churning inside. The injury was severe, and healing it would be a chore. Nothing but a chore. Wang Long glanced at his giant's wound, still utterly sure of himself. With an elemental beast, you can fix anything if you're willing to pay. The stands erupted. Lei Tianren, laughing a second earlier, went rigid, forgotten one crucial fact. Wang Long was a genuine dual transcendent beastmaster. Unfair. Rule loophole. Complaints flew in every direction. Lei Tianren stayed silent. The National Beastmaster Tournament allowed competitors to field every beast they owned. This in-house match followed the same rules. There was no violation. A spectator pointed that out, and the more rational crowd members calmed down, though the frustration lingered. A dream dangled, then crushed, hurts worse than a clean defeat. Inside the arena, Wang Long's eyes blazed. Fong Ran, want to keep going? Out of respect, I won't hold back. With that, the obsidian giant raised its shield, dark red magma sliding across the surface, while the ice crystal drill beetle crouched lower, its frosted horn gleaming. One on the left, one on the right, they closed in. Across the field, Longdang Academy's professors murmured among themselves. A real talent shine at nationals. From Yuqing, nowhere near Wang Long's resources, yet look at him now. They meant Fong Ran no harm. They admired him more with every passing second. But the principal's order was ironclad. Longdang had to win. Their goal was the top 5 academies. The victor here would almost certainly finish top 10 at nationals. Failure was not an option. On paper, Fong Ran's only move was surrender. Earlier, if the obsidian giant hadn't missed its shield block, he wouldn't even have breached its defenses. Yet in the center of the arena, a tiny slime stepped in front of its master. Blood-purple eyes like bottomless pits flared. Two eerie beams spread outward. It swung its arms, and twin jet-black dagger spikes formed in its palms. Inky liquid dripping from their edges, arrogance radiated from every inch of it. Longdang's reserve squad stared, open-mouthed. That beast is ridiculously cocky. Go. Wang Long barked. The two colossals thundered toward the slime. Wait. Fong Ran raised a hand. Wang Long's eyes narrowed, voice icy. Conceding? He assumed any prodigy would back down before certain defeat. Instead, Fong Ran smiled. I'm afraid you'll lose too quickly. How about the rest of Longdang's team jump in all at once? How about this, you all come at me together? The voice was quiet, yet it hammered into every beast master's ears like a nail, reverberating through their chests. Around the arena, the contestants from Imperial Capital Academy fell into an uneasy silence. In the stands, the professors were conflicted expressions, none willing to speak first. On Dragon Lantern Academy's side, several instructors who had previously favored Fong Ran instantly darkened. To say something like that foolish. One professor muttered, his voice trembling. If he could really win, it would be confidence. But in a match he's bound to lose, it's sheer arrogance. The Imperial Capital professors were rattled at first, but quickly collected themselves. This boy's always been low-key and respectful. For him to act like this today, he must have been hiding a sharp blade all along. They exchanged glances, then turned back to the stage. At the far end, Wang Long stood rigid, shock etched on his face. It took him a moment to process the challenge. All of us. Afraid to lose? Brother Long, is this kid insane? His teammates chimed in one after another. He wants to fight all of us at once with that transcendent level angel? Does he really think a Lord-class pet can solo a transcendent beast? He's talented, sure, but he's not taking us seriously at all. Wang Long raised a hand to silence them. Eyes hardening, he signaled his two massive beasts forward. Enough talk. Fong Ran, show me everything you've got. Don't disappoint me. Boom. With a guttural roar, the obsidian giant hefted its black shield and sprang skyward. Its massive frame smashed the floor, leaving a deep crater, and even punched a hole in the ceiling. Bathed in fierce sunlight, the giant turned into a burning meteor and plunged toward Fong Ran's slime. Obsidian meteor slam. Wang Long barked. The perfect grade obsidian shield crashed down in a blaze of heat. Bang. The slime couldn't dodge and was engulfed in flames. A column of fire shot up. The shockwave sent Imperial Capital's professors to their feet, while the Dragon Lantern instructors held their breath. Killing an opponent's beast outright would be a major incident. When the smoke cleared, only a pool of viscous fluid remained. The angel was gone. Dead. Did it die? Wait, it's moving, look. The scattered slime fragments wriggled together, quickly reforming a humanoid shape that once again stood in the charred center of the arena. In the front row, Lei Tianren shot to his feet. That angel was actually his second beast in disguise. What? A slime? He just contracted it, and it's already transcendent? So Fong Ran's a dual transcendent beast master, and he forced Wang Long to reveal his core beast with only his second one. Then where's Fong Ran's real angel? That's his bond beast. The beast masters from Imperial Capital Academy burst into excitement, eyes blazing. Realization hit, and elation surged through them. Every word from the spectators landed squarely in Wang Long's ears, and those of the Long Lantern Academy team. Dual transcendent. Fong Ran is a dual transcendent beast tamer too. So he's been fighting us with only his second beast the whole time? The raucous cries slammed into Wang Long like a volley of arrows, and his heart plummeted. He barked, Fong Ran, show your full power. Fong Ran's face stayed impassive. If that's what you want, I'll oblige. Holy light rippled from his palm, and a figure nearly identical to the previous angel took shape. This one, however, radiated an even purer aura and wielded an unadorned spear. A sonic boom cracked through the arena. The spear turned into a streak of ash-white lightning and shot straight at the obsidian giant. Roar. The giant reflexively raised its shield. Bang. A dull crash resounded. The perfect grade obsidian shield was pierced clean through, the spear driving into the giant's chest and stopping a hair's breadth from its core. One gentle push would have detonated it on the spot. Wang Long's face drained of color, his throat bone dry. Impossible in his eyes, a perfect grade shield was absolute defense, yet it had been shredded like paper. Xiao Tian, Fong Ran said calmly, this is only a spar. Next time they won't be so lucky. Even before his words faded, Xiao Tian obliged, drawing the spear back. The instant the blade left, the obsidian giant shuddered head to toe, terror crawling across every inch of stone. One-shot kill. Holy crap, Fong God. He pierced an obsidian shield. That angel must be divine. Fong God is unbeatable. I'm hanging your photo above my bed. Back off. I'm the #1 fan. I sleep with a custom body pillow. Can you guys not be so gross? Up in the stands, Lei Tianren's memories flared amid the uproar. They had once vowed to grow strong together, yet Fong Ran now seemed to have burst through every limit and left them all behind. He realized Fong Ran had never been arrogant, had simply been stating facts. Tai Jiuxin sobered as well. Had this not been a friendly match, the obsidian giant would already be rubble. The gap was crushing. Hands clasped behind his back, Fong Ran smiled faintly. Well, how about all of you come at once and save us the trouble? That swagger seared itself into everyone's minds. The Long Lantern students glared, yet none dared attack. Some even felt that, even if they all charged together, they still wouldn't make a ripple. Buzz. The ice crystal worm spun into a blur and lunged at Xiao Tian. She swayed aside in a single graceful leap, dodging cleanly. The worm instantly twisted at an impossible angle and shot skyward, trying to open a new front. Xiao Tian snorted. Humph. Gleaming serpent scales spread across the sole of her right foot, and she stomped down with explosive force. A deafening crash rang out. A burst of sparks flared beneath Xiao Tian's feet as she summoned every serpentine scale to her soles, using the makeshift armor to absorb the blow. To the spectators it looked as if she had stopped a crushing attack with nothing but flesh and bone. For a moment the arena fell silent. Her offense was already frightening, yet her defense was just as monstrous. Was she even human? Of course not. She only looked the part. Staring at the figure disguised in human form, someone muttered, "Should I go contract an angel too?" Meanwhile the ice crystal WYRM, its power to leap spent, tumbled from midair, slammed into the ground several times, and finally carved out a massive crater, burying itself until only the tip of its horn showed. Xiao Tian landed lightly on that horn, unscathed and perfectly steady. On the far side of the platform, Wang Long stood frozen, turmoil churning in his chest. His opponent was younger, yet wielded two extraordinary tier combatants, and had dismantled his own pets without breaking a sweat. Even in peak condition, he knew he had no chance. "Return. I concede," he called. His two beasts turned to streaks of light and vanished into his beast space. If he stayed in the fight, he would spend a fortune healing the obsidian golem, and the crystal WYRM would be crippled. They were all extraordinary tier, yet the gulf between them was vast. The professors from Longding Academy were dumbfounded. Wang Long was supposed to be their flagship beastmaster. Who's next? Fong Ran asked the remaining four challengers. All together, or one at a time? The four exchanged looks. Losing as a group would be humiliating, but going solo was almost certain doom. They were trapped in doubt. "They'll go first," the slightly chubby beastmaster growled, hopping onto the stage. A few minutes later his beast lay on the ground, cracked from head to tail. The third, fourth, and fifth challengers followed, each suffering the same brutal end. In scarcely 10 minutes Fong Ran had faced 5 extraordinary tier beastmasters and shattered 6 extraordinary beasts. "Xiao Tian, you're hitting too hard. This is only a friendly match," Fong Ran reminded her. "Sparring is meant for real combat practice," Xiao Tian replied calmly. "If I were truly going all out, they'd already be dead." Fine, fine. Fong Ran shrugged, then called to the Longding faculty in the distance. Sorry, that was her holding back. The words made the Longding professors' faces burn. She had held back, and still their beasts were ruined. Were their creatures really that fragile? The Imperial Academy's professors burst into applause. Excellent. That's the kind of genius our academy breeds. He basically fought 3-on-5 and still won in style. 2 extraordinary pets? Impressive, but too bad they met Fong Ran. Before more boasting could follow, the Longding professors rose in unison. Ahem, the principal needs us elsewhere. We'll be leaving now. Yes, we're off. Staying any longer would only invite more ridicule. Once they left, the Imperial professors looked at Fong Ran as if he were a priceless gem that could make their academy shine even brighter. As soon as the match ended, students swarmed in, surrounding Fong Ran so densely that not a drop of water could pass. "Master Fong, you're incredible. Can I get an autograph?" "An autograph? Let's take a photo together. Add me on social media. I owe you dinner sometime." Fong Ran answered every request, though he didn't dare ask any of the girls for their contact information. Fong Ran. At that moment a group of professors stepped forward. To everyone's surprise, the professors of the Imperial Capital Academy, usually as fierce as the Tenyama Kings now, looked like kindly old neighbors. Each professor wore a benevolent smile and spoke to Fong Ran in gentle tones. "Fong Ran, keep it up. We're all rooting for you. If you ever have questions, just call us." One of them even rattled off his phone number on the spot, afraid of being left behind, and the others hurried to make sure Fong Ran saved theirs as well. To the onlookers it felt like they were seeing ghosts. These professors had spent years amassing status and connections. Some were on friendly terms with Monarch-class Beast Tamers, yet they were scrambling to curry favor with Fong Ran. "Well, headmaster, didn't I pick the right person?" One professor called proudly toward the back of the crowd. The headmaster of the Imperial Capital Academy walked over, having witnessed everything. His voice was low but cautionary. "Fong Ran, remember, this was only a friendly bout. In the main event many opponents will stop at nothing, even striking the Beast Tamer himself. I understand. Fong Ran replied with a nod, already prepared. If you want a secure place in the top 10, you'll have to do more than this, the headmaster continued. The other 5 academies are no pushovers. Fong Ran silently noted his goals, sharpen Xiao Tian's skills, and push both contracted beasts past the mastery threshold. The headmaster suddenly added, Xiao Tian's weapon lacks a proper technique. I'm authorizing you to visit the skill vault and pick one rank skill. The crowd looked on with envy, yet no one thought it unfair. Everyone felt Fong Ran had earned it. Brother Fong, Lei Tianren waved. You're here. I spotted you in the stands. Let's train together when we have time, Fong Ran said with a smile. Warmth spread through Lei Tianren's chest. Many Beast Tamers cut ties with old classmates once they grew strong, yet Fong Ran still treated him as a friend. Absolutely. He'll catch up to you. He'll be waiting. Night fell. Fong Ran's desk was heaped with evolution materials of every color, each giving off a faint glow. Didn't your pet just evolve? The green snake coiled on the corner of the desk, its vertical pupils narrowing. These are for you to correct your evolution path, Fong Ran said evenly. The serpent's heart tightened. Was he already planning to replace it? That was fast. Do you realize how dangerous it is to adjust an evolution route? The odds of survival are slim. I know, Fong Ran replied calmly. The snake frowned. Then why? You live here, so you listen to me. Didn't the headmaster say the same? Fong Ran invoked the headmaster's authority. He wouldn't reveal his own abilities unless he fully trusted the snake. If anything goes wrong, we stop immediately. He smiled, but his tone brooked no argument. The green snake flicked its tongue, distrust clouding its eyes. Who decides when to stop? What if it called for a halt, and Fong Ran pressed even harder? Don't you want to be stronger? Fong Ran's voice was low, almost seductive. He could see that Azure Serpent was wavering. If she weren't, she would have refused him outright. Every evolution path I've taken has been glass, he added. I've poured countless resources into each one. The doubt on her face was unmistakable. Her current path was nearly perfect, leaving almost no room for further refinement. Changing it now could cripple her. Even in the best case, she would lose a chunk of her power. The path of a blob like me never gets scorched. Slime mumbled through a mouthful of meat. If she's not interested, forget it, little Tian said casually. Azure Serpent flicked her tongue and fell silent. She had seen Fong Ran fight, and had been stunned by little Tian's strength. Among tamers of their rank, only the prodigies at the World Academy could match them. Don't you want to be stronger? Fong Ran repeated, his calm voice carrying a quiet pressure. Her mind flashed back to the beast invasion years ago, her older siblings swallowed by a tide of monsters, 2 fellow tamers dying in the Zerg swarm. If she had been stronger then, everything might have been different. Fine, I'll do it. Her slit pupils locked onto Fong Ran, her tone resolute. If anything goes wrong, you can stop at any time, Fong Ran said, nodding. The medicinal bath is ready. Soak for 3 days, then we'll begin the actual evolution. She glanced toward the bath, then back at him. Come on, they'll show you in, Fong Ran offered, extending an arm. Little Tian had unconsciously snapped his chopsticks in half. No need. I can walk myself, Azure Serpent replied, her voice steadier than her years. Steam filled the bathing chamber. Rare herbs floated in a huge wooden vat. She slid into the hot water, the fragrance seeping through her scales as long-forgotten calm settled over her. After a long while she surfaced, her expression composed. Fong Ran was waiting with a set of pre-mixed potions. Drink it. She eyed them warily, then tilted her head back and swallowed. A heartbeat later, pain exploded inside her. Hiss. She curled instinctively, tail coiling tight as agony rippled through every muscle and her scales peeled away, one by one. Within minutes, the floor was carpeted with turquoise scales. When her mind cleared, she realized she was wrapped tightly around Fong Ran's arm. Hiss. Azure Serpent sprang away, landing on the floor, her naked body beaded with water. What are you doing? She demanded coldly. You're the one who climbed up, Fong Ran shrugged. You looked like you were dying, so I touched you once and you latched on. Good thing you didn't squeeze, or my arm would be broken. Being a tamer is the only reason it's still intact. Ignoring his explanation, she stared at the scattered scales. Where are my scales? The bath lasts 3 days, Fong Ran said patiently. Shedding, molting, marrow cleansing only, then does the real transformation begin. She flicked her now bare tail, feeling hollow and weak. I'm even weaker than before. It glared at Fong Ran. The uneasiness churned inside it again was Fong Ran deliberately weakening it, planning to boil it into snake soup for his beasts when the time was right. It was only a contract creature with no one to rely on. Even if it vanished without a trace in this human city, no one would care. Perfectly normal, trust me. I'm a professional, Fong Ran explained, feigning composure. In truth, he had no idea what he was doing and was simply following the manual step by step. The next day, Fong Ran went to the Imperial Academy and returned before noon with a brand new grade A skill, 7-star thrust. Xiao Tian tried it once and fell in love with it, throwing herself into practice at once. When combined with the spear's irresistible force, 7-star thrust gave her a visibly higher combat power. So my grip and attack pattern were flawed all along. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Tian flicked her spear and lunged forward. The thrust cracked the air with a sharp boom, making the training room walls quiver. Thanks to the proper strike angle, the blow hit harder while costing her far less stamina. She turned to share her excitement with Fong Ran, only to realize he had already left. It was the second day of convalescence, and the medicinal bath's main purpose was shedding. Fong Ran adjusted the water temperature and mixed in the potion. After soaking, the green snake tilted its head back and swallowed the remaining dose. It had braced itself, yet the rending pain of molting was several times worse than having its scales torn off. Hiss! The agony nearly forced a scream out of it. After a long while, amid the haze of pain, it sensed a trace of warmth and the torment gradually eased. When it opened its eyes, it found itself coiled around Fong Ran's waist, its new scales being smoothed gently by his hand. My strength has dropped again, it said, loosening its coil, resignation thick in its voice. By now its power was lower than that of an average mid-tier transcendent pet. There was no way back. Stay a little farther from me next time. It might hurt less, Fong Ran offered in consolation. It won't. Not in the slightest, the green snake insisted, flicking its tongue. All right. He nodded, then turned and left the treatment room. In another training room, Xiao Tian and the slime were engrossed in practice. Condense. Microscopic level spear 89,100. Burn. Primordial flame 310. Deploy. Microscopic level serpent scale 710. At this pace, their skills would reach the perfect tier before the national tournament. Fong Ran made a mental note as his gaze shifted to the slime, which was fully focused on absorbing the surrounding dark energy. Advance the proficiency of Crimson Eruption Novice and Abyssal Eye Novice. He whispered. As soon as he spoke, two prompts appeared. You have gained proficiency in Crimson Eruption. Unleash Crimson Power in short bursts, greatly raising the skill ceiling. You have gained proficiency in Abyssal Eye. A brief gaze inflicts psychic damage and drags the target back to their most painful memories. Master? The slime opened its deep, dark eyes, joy brimming over. Once Xiao Tian and I synchronize these skills, we'll be much stronger. Good. Fong Ran offered a faint smile. Late at night, Fong Ran drifted into deep sleep, but halfway through he noticed that Xiao Tian was no longer beside the bed. The blanket had bulged into an arc, and a divine ring hovered over it, glowing softly. The next moment, the ring tilted slightly and began to glide through the air. Master? The slime suddenly poked its head out from the side. Master, will you give me special training every day from now on? Every day? Fong Ran felt a twinge in his lower back and frowned even deeper. Xiao Tian, I actually have other training methods. Isn't this way fun for you too, Master? The girl's pale gold eyes were serious as she gazed at him. This won't work. Let me run the sessions, don't decide on your own. Fong Ran sighed. He knew Xiao Tian was too gentle and reserved. The intensity would never be enough. For results, he sometimes had to compromise, such as pinning her against a wall, while he controlled the force to keep every move precise and sharp. All right, I'll follow your lead. But with me around, you don't need anyone else. With that, Xiao Tian drifted into a deep sleep, her slender hand still gripping his arm. Watching her peaceful face, Fong Ran gave a wry smile. She understood everything yet pretended not to. All she cared about was her place in his heart. At dawn, Fong Ran got dressed and headed alone to the Imperial Academy. Something was different today. His throng of fervent fans had grown. The moment he stepped through the gate, he was nearly mobbed, and a slime had to lift him over the wall so he could slip onto campus. Moments later, he arrived at the principal's office. Several people were already inside. Principal Tai Jiuxin, Bai Ling Shuang, and two other extraordinary rank Beast Tamers. You're here? Tai Jiuxin looked up. Brother Fong, I knew you'd show, Zhang Er said with a small smile. Standing beside him was another tamer Fong Ran didn't recognize. The man extended his hand. Fong Ran, I've heard a lot about you. Hello, senior. No, just call me Zhang Li, the man replied, waving his hands after hearing Fong Ran's achievements. He hardly dared accept the title of senior. Only then did Fong Ran notice how much Zhang Er and Zhang Li looked alike. Your brothers? Yeah, this is my big brother. He just finished a level mission and barely made it back, Zhang Er explained. Level? Fong Ran's heart skipped a beat. He knew how dangerous those missions were. His own success had been pure luck. My brother used to be in the special training camp, too. Zhang Er began. Zhang Er, I told you not to run your mouth, Zhang Li cut in softly. Special training camp? To reach extraordinary rank before 20 and return to school, such talent and depth, Fong Ran thought with admiration. Tai Jiuxin rose and surveyed the room. I called you here for two things, registration and the location of this year's National Beast Taming Tournament. Fill out the forms. The female secretary handed out 5 forms. Besides name and address, they had to list every contracted beast, its rank, and where and how each contract was made. They wrote quickly and finished soon after. Tai Jiuxin skimmed the pages, 10 lines at a glance. He paused over Fong Ran's explanation of how he had obtained his beasts and murmured, that couldn't have been easy. Gathering the forms, he continued. This year the tournament is split into 5 regional brackets. Only the top 3 teams in each region will qualify for the final round here in the capital. The winner will receive a pure-blood Emperor-class hatchling. Several contestants who had been holding their breath in the conference room suddenly gasped, their chests heaving. A pure-blood Emperor hatchling, a creature that would reach King class almost as soon as it came of age. Whoever bonded with it would be locking in a future King-level combat force. On top of that, the organizers were offering a full set of evolution materials, every resource needed to reach late transcendent, and a guaranteed slot in the next World Championship. Everyone knew those were just the visible prizes. The hidden benefits would be far greater. The principal's announcement was still echoing when the breathing in the room grew heavy. My expectations are modest, he said, sweeping his gaze across the eager faces. Finish in the top 10 and keep the quota for the 5 academies. You may go. Fong Ran, stay. Fong Ran again. A few students exchanged puzzled, curious glances before filing out. When the wooden doors closed, the Imperial Academy principal relaxed his steady gaze, a meaningful smile replacing his earlier solemnity. Fong Ran, I've already spoken with her. If you can break into the top 3, she'll offer to bond with you of her own accord. Top 3? Fong Ran's fists tightened and his brow furrowed. Isn't that asking a bit much? Relax, the principal said, his voice low and certain. You're on the priority list now. Every resource to boost your mental power will be delivered to you tonight. He paused before adding, and I get to choose one of the venues for the National Beast Taming Championship. In a few days, you'll be heading to Yuqing. Yuqing? Fong Ran's heart skipped a beat. Being able to move a national tournament to a single city spoke volumes about the principal's influence. Naturally. Now go and get ready. Fong Ran had barely stepped outside when a cold, authoritative voice rang out behind him. When did I ever say I'd initiate a contract with him? And you only asked him for a top 10 finish. The principal chuckled, utterly unruffled. Young people need a little pressure, don't they? Besides, for him, a top 10 result would be far too easy. Not far away, a silver and blue dragonkin girl flicked her long tail, her draconic eyes gleaming with battle lust. Top 10 is enough for him. Shouty on. When that girl truly comes into her own, I want a match with her. Her tail lashed faster, her thirst for combat practically rippling through the air. For dragonkin, only the strong can hone the strong. Night fell. Upon returning home, Fong Ran didn't rest. He prepared an herbal bath at once, arranging spiritual ingredients until the air filled with the scorching aroma of herbs and spirit crystals. Beside the tub, a green serpent lay coiled, its golden slitted eyes full of doubt. Will this really work? At this rate, I won't even be able to handle a transcendent opponent. 3 days of torment had nearly made it regret its decision. Fong Ran was outstanding, yes, but history was full of prodigies. Who could guarantee he would always prevail? Fong Ran dropped the last herb into the brew, his voice hoarse yet unwavering. We've come this far, you can't back out now, can you? The green snake slid along the rim of the wooden tub and slipped into the medicinal bath. She swallowed the special potion Fong Ran had prepared. The medicine surged inside and out, setting her skin and organs ablaze with needle-sharp pain. Within minutes, foul black impurities oozed from between her scales, her mouth and nostrils, and even the tip of her tail, drifting to the surface. Moments later, her body felt impossibly light, as though every meridian had been blasted open at once. That lightness was followed by a sudden emptiness, her strength draining away like a riverbed left dry. Why are you still here? The snake's voice was weak, her tongue flicking listlessly. As your beastmaster, I'm responsible to the end. Fong Ran folded his arms against the wall. I've told you I won't sign a contract with you. She turned her head. I stubborn. I know. Fong Ran nodded and sat beside the tub. Her persistence left the snake helpless, yet secretly impressed. No beastmaster she had met had ever cared this much. A fresh wave of stabbing pain pulled her back to the ordeal. Time crawled by. After 3 hours, the once clear water had thickened into a dark green soup. Suddenly, 2 hands reached in and lifted her out. Fong Ran laid her on a dry plank and muttered. They weren't exaggerating when they called this a brush with death. She had no strength to resist, only stared at him in silence. Fong Ran retrieved a divine iron fish scale, a sprig of tin beast bloodline herb, and some clarity grass from his beast space, then held them to her snout. She opened wide and swallowed everything. In less than half a minute, a torrent of energy exploded inside her, refilling the body that had just been hollowed out. The pain, however, multiplied several-fold. Hiss! She convulsed, smashing the tail end of the tub into splinters. The snake rolled and coiled across the floor as if dragged by invisible chains. Within a few breaths, bluish-green buds pushed through her hide. New scales. Fong Ran's pupils contracted. Thousands of fresh scales burst through her skin at once, as if countless beasts were gnawing at her flesh. Muscles spasmed, white steam curled from the gaps, and her body heat soared. Bang! The last plank of the tub hit the floor, startling those outside. Xiao Ran, what happened in there? His aunt asked, tapping lightly on the door. It's fine, "In putting Xiao Tian through special training," Fong Ran answered, lowering his voice. "Don't push too hard. Get some sleep, you still have to take Xiao Tian back to Yuqing." Her footsteps faded down the hall. Silence returned. New armor now covered the snake. The overlapping scales gleamed with a cool metallic luster, and even her pupils glowed faint turquoise. "So beautiful," Fong Ran breathed. He brushed the still warm scales cold and hard beneath his fingertips. "Have you touched me enough yet?" She inched back, wary and exhausted. Rumors she had heard from the slime flickered through her mind. This human was calling her beautiful while running his hands all over her. Fong Ran blinked. "I invested a lot in you, I have to check the results, don't I?" Fong Ran cleared his throat. "I don't need you," he began. But before she could reply, a tearing hunger gripped her, as though every cell were being scorched and screaming for energy. Fong Ran glanced at her. "Time to eat. Let's go." The table was already piled high, a platter of sliced, transcendent-grade beast meat, still steaming and glistening with fat. She flicked her tongue and swept the pieces, worth tens of thousands, into her mouth in seconds. Thankfully, the imperial capital's headmaster paid for these luxuries. Even selling a few more hovercars wouldn't have covered the cost. After the meal, satisfaction shone in Qingxi's eyes. "I'm going to sleep," she mumbled, and slipped into the small room Fong Ran had prepared. A dim lamp barely lit the room. Coiling herself, she lazily wrapped around a sheet of alloy steel and tightened. Crack! The heavy metal was squeezed into a thin rod. Much easier than before. "My strength really has grown," she whispered, studying her gleaming scales harder than ever. "My rank dropped, but my combat power rose. I owe him one. He'll repay it later." She remembered Fong Ran's plan to contract a monarch-class beast and decided another pet would only strain his mind. In the brightly lit living room, Fong Ran sat cross-legged before a fist-sized spirit stone and a pitch-black dragon scale. The spirit stone, worth millions, could mend the damage in his spiritual sea. The scale radiated a brutal pressure that would help him adapt to that force. The instant his fingertip touched the scale, a searing pain burned him, yet he murmured, "I can handle this." "Advanced basic spiritual fortification proficiency," he ordered silently. A translucent panel appeared. "Basic spiritual fortification, mastery obtained. Perform master-level basic spiritual fortification 10 times. I've got a few days, enough to rise another tier and test my strength again," he told himself. Chains wrapped around him suddenly rattled, as if alive, and devoured the power he had just gathered. He looked up. The divine egg's surface was etched with even more intricate runes. "Drained again?" he muttered, unbothered. Each cycle of breaking and rebuilding left his power denser, sending his strength soaring. "If you're in danger, it'll help," an ethereal voice drifted from the egg, tinged with dependence. That reliance suited Fong Ran well. "Tomorrow we head back to Yuqing and get ready," he said, rising and clenching his fist. At dawn, a jet-black luxury car waited outside the villa. The door opened, and Shunyan stepped out in a pale dress, 2 men in black behind her. "Fong Ran," she called softly. "Shunyan, what brings you here?" he asked, surprised. "My grandfather wants me to bring you back to Yuqing. He has something to discuss," she said, a flush tinting her cheeks. "All right. They'll grab my things and tell by Ling Shuang and the others." Fong Ran nodded, then headed inside. Standing in the foyer, he gazed at the distant sky. It had been a long time since he'd seen Yuqing. Memories surfaced. Teacher Su Yu's kindness. The principal's booming shouts. The corner of his mouth twitched. Forget the principal. At least he'll visit Teacher Su Yu, he thought. After bidding his aunt and uncle farewell, Fong Ran opened the door and slid into the back seat. The leather creaked softly, carrying a faint hint of perfume, and the lavish interior shimmered under the streetlights, but none of it surprised him anymore. "Aren't your uncle and aunt coming back with us?" Shin Yun sat beside him, barely a hand's width away, turning her head in curiosity. "They still have work to finish. I'm only going to Yuqing for a few days of competition, so there's no reason for them to tag along," Fong Ran replied calmly, though his respect for their decision was clear. Shin Yun murmured an and stole a sideways glance at him. In just a few months, had grown taller and more self-assured. Who wouldn't be drawn to a boy like that? "Boss, where are we headed?" A squishy blue slime suddenly squeezed up from between the seats, pressing against the window to stare at the neon-lit streets. "Back to Yuqing," Fong Ran answered casually. "Does that mean we'll pass through Wind City?" The slime's eyes sparkled. Its birthplace was there, and it wanted to visit. "You want to go back?" Fong Ran raised an eyebrow. "Oh." The slime nodded hard. Now elevated to the extraordinary rank, it was sure it could protect its clan, and after reading hot-blooded novels like 3000 Dragon King's Return, it was raring to try. "Fine. We've got time. Aonati stop won't hurt." In less than 3 hours, the car rolled into Wind City. As soon as the local staff learned Fong Ran was on board, they leapt into action. A sharply dressed protocol officer was already waiting at the entrance of the municipal hotel. To Fong Ran's bemusement, once the new mayor confirmed that his second familiar came from Wind City Inn was merely a slime, he immediately signed an order limiting the hunting of slime colonies. Slimes were widespread and posed little threat, and winning over a future extraordinary beastmaster was an opportunity too good to miss. Mr. Mayor, isn't this a bit excessive? He's still just a student, an aide whispered. You don't understand the weight he carries in the eyes of Wind City's citizens, the mayor replied, eyes gleaming. If he wins the National Beastmaster Championship, it'll be a windfall for us. Even if he doesn't, we'll have forged a bond with a beastmaster of limitless potential. We can't lose. Taking advantage of the stop, Xiaoyan slipped back to its colony. The moment its extraordinary aura appeared, every slime froze. In their minds, a being of that tier was usually a natural disaster, yet now it was their guardian. Cheers erupted in waves. When they learned the Wind City government would no longer hunt slimes, the entire colony went wild with joy and pushed Xiaoyan to become their slime chief. Bro, you better take the job. I don't know a thing about management, and I need to get back to my master, Xiaoyan protested, thrusting the title toward the elder who'd once escorted it. The elder paused, then laughed. All right. The queen has also found a beastmaster who treats us well. But before you leave, I've got one request. He waved a tentacle, and several slimes of different colors and perfectly round bodies bounced over. These are the strongest in the clan. If you produce offspring with them, we can raise even stronger young. Your genes are vital, and reproduction is one of the slime queen's duties. What do you mean? Xiaoyan stared, completely lost. The elders patiently explained, even pulling out comparison charts of humans and other species to walk it through the details, point by point. Only after a long while did it finally understand. Its body jerked, tentacles waving in panic. No, forget it, I'd better go back to my master. With that, Xiaoyan spun and fled as if a hunter were on her heels. The slimes watched their queenly kin disappear, disappointment clear in their gelatinous faces. They had hoped to keep that formidable bloodline among them. But a transcendent could erase their whole colony with a casual gesture. How could they dare force her to stay? Remember, never step into human territory, the new chieftain warned. If we leave each other alone, we can survive. Understood. The gathered slimes stretched their bodies in answer. The best training room in Wind City was simple, but still housed a mental power scanner. Inside, Fong Ran sat cross-legged, spiritual energy pulsing with every breath. Run advanced basic mental enhancement, 10 cycles. Spin stored proficiency break, through to subtle level. Basic mental enhancement, subtle level obtained. The system-like prompts flashed through his mind. He opened his eyes, stood up, and pressed his forehead to the sensor plate. A moment later, icy blue numbers appeared. Mental power, 52. 52. I've hit the monarch threshold, he whispered, barely containing his delight. Now he could bond with 2 more beasts. But to contract Long Yu he needed at least 100 points, exactly why no one had ever succeeded. Without pausing, he ran the subtle technique 2 more cycles. The display refreshed. Mental power, 52.9. The higher you climb, the steeper it gets, Fong Ran muttered, rubbing his temples. When your mind is saturated, even a tenth of a point costs several times the effort. Fortunately, the divine egg would draw on him at random, reforging his mind each time. That was his trump card. Night fell. Exhausted, Fong Ran collapsed on the narrow dorm bed, ready to sleep for a week. A soft, cool touch brushed his skin, and he opened his eyes. The slime queen was pressed against his side, slender tentacles coiled around his arm. How are your people? He asked softly. They are well, the slime vibrated. Fong Ran assumed it was just residual emotion from her visit home, and let it go. After the day's mental training, drowsiness washed over him. Good, he murmured and drifted off. Early the next morning their vehicle rolled into U City. The moment he stepped off the bus, Fong Ran froze. The square was packed, and at the front stood Jiang Rui, principal of Fungo Academy. You're here. Fong Ran, seeing you brings back memories of the days I taught you. Jiang Rui beamed, gripping Fong Ran's hand, while dozens of students watched in awe. Anyone unaware might think he had personally trained the boy. Headmaster Jiang, long time no see, Fong Ran replied politely, choosing not to expose the exaggeration. Jiang Rui stepped aside, revealing more than 30 teenagers lined up behind him. These are the academy's top students. When you have time, please give them some guidance. Senior Fong. Hello, Senior Fong Ran. The students greeted him in unison, as thrilled as fans meeting their idol. Fong Ran wondered how Jiang Rui had managed such devotion. Most of them were only a year or 2 younger than he was. Come, let's get back to the academy. Everyone's eager to see you. Back to Fungo Academy? Fong Ran raised an eyebrow. I don't have time right now. In preparing for the National Beast Tamer tournament, he had planned to slip onto campus quietly and avoid any fuss. Jiang Rui was at a loss. You're not coming? I've already bragged about you, I can't back out now. The only reason U City's big shots had agreed to visit Fungo Academy was Fong Ran's reputation as a genius beast tamer. The group included senior officials of the Beast Tamer Association and leaders from the business world. People Jiang Rui could never gather on his own. They all wanted to meet the man destined for king class, and Jiang Rui couldn't let Fong Ran be absent. Well, Jiang Rui stalled, unable to find another argument. Fong Ran was now an extraordinary ranked tamer and a friend of old Shun. No one in U City could strong-arm him. Fong Ran suddenly asked, by the way, Principal Jiang, is teacher Suyu still at Finga? She ice absolutely. I invited her myself. Jiang Rui's eyes lit up as though he had found a lifeline. Teacher Su will be there too? Xinyan said excitedly. As a recent graduate, she had been hoping to see her mentor again. Fine, let's go, Fong Ran sighed. A few minutes later, their car headed for Fungo Academy. Inside the Beast Tamer Association building, Suyu, dressed in black workwear, was reviewing the day's paperwork. Even as a contract employee, she still hoped for promotion. The phone rang abruptly. Principal Jiang? What's the occasion? Suyu answered with a smile. I treat you like my own sister. Can I call to see if you're busy? Jiang Rui's tone was unusually warm, and she sensed something was up. Keeping his voice low, he continued, Fungo Academy is holding a faculty and student conference. We've invited people from business and other fields. I'd like you to give a talk on coaching strategies. The pay will satisfy you. How about it? Anxiety edged his words, as if this lifeline might snap. Have you taken the wrong pills? Suyu asked, suspicious. She had heard the school had invited top-tier guests. Why would they want an ordinary beast tamer like her to speak? Jiang Rui had to level with her. Actually, Fong Ran is back in U City, and he asked for you. The moment she heard Fong Ran's name, Suyu nodded. All right, he'll be right there. The call had barely ended when a colleague hurried over. Suyu, a suspected Lord-class beast, has appeared in the Eastern District. Can you check it out? Where's Chun Rui's team? Isn't that their sector? They're all out. You're the only one available. Suyu let out a long sigh. After a brief hesitation, she turned toward the Eastern District. Her unit specialized in rogue Lord-class beasts. Danger was routine. Inside Funga Academy's arena, students were already lined up in neat rows. On the platform, the president of the Beast Tamer Association sat at the center, flanked by university principals and senior officers of the Beast Tamer Corps. Virtually every power figure in U City had assembled. Why isn't Teacher Suyu here yet? Someone whispered. A second later, the crowd erupted. Look, Senior Fong is on stage. He's gorgeous. Do you think our senior has a girlfriend? Forget it. He's only a little older than us, but he's already a transcendent-level beastmaster. I heard God Fong once held off a horde of beasts all by himself and is hailed as a prodigy in the imperial capital. Right, and I'm studying at the same Winsong Academy as Fong Shen. My future's bound to be bright too. Excited, youthful voices rose and fell like waves, echoing through the vast stadium. Fong Ran stood at the center of a temporary platform, the breeze lifting the hem of his coat. With a single glance, he hushed the crowd. Hello, everyone. I've been invited back to talk about beast training. The straightforward opening made every ear beneath the stage perk up. No one wanted to miss the secrets behind this golden boy's success. Fong Ran paused, then smiled faintly. It's actually simple. Treat your beasts with sincerity, and they'll repay you. The moment the words left his mouth, he sighed inwardly. Great, that's pure empty talk. I'm terrible at speeches. Yet when Fong Ran uttered that common bit of wisdom, many listeners fell into deep thought. Treat beasts sincerely? Did that mean showing them some special feeling, like Fong Ran does? A few beastmasters exchanged glances and then gazed affectionately at their own partners. Seeing the growing absurdity, Jiang Rui cleared his throat and hurried onto the stage. Classmates, just take Fong Ran's advice as a reference, that's all. The ensuing QA lasted 2 full hours before the session finally ended. As Fong Ran stepped down, the president of the Beastmaster Association approached with several colleagues. Genius in the making. I knew you'd shine back when we met in U City. Who'd have thought U City would produce a top scholar? You'll represent the Imperial Capital Academy in the tournament, and you've been here less than a year, right? A chorus of praise erupted. Fong Ran returned each compliment politely, chatting for a moment. Where are you staying tonight? Need me to arrange something? A smiling businessman offered. No sooner had he spoken than everyone rushed forward, eager to book hotels, provide villas, or reserve private rooms. Unwilling to refuse such enthusiasm, Fong Ran randomly accepted one invitation. That secured him a place to stay and let the others rest easy. Had he declined, they'd likely have lost sleep over it. By the way, Fong Ran, the position I reserved for you in the association is still open, the U City president added. Fong Ran's already joined the association? Someone blurted out. Normally, students couldn't enter until their junior year. He's a silver rank member now, the president said. Eyes widened. To earn a silver badge at his age was staggering. A few people silently regretted not chatting him up more. During a lull, Fong Ran glanced around and finally asked, Where's Teacher Suyu? I came mainly to see her. He scanned the venue again, but failed to spot the familiar figure. Only a handful of the old coaches were present. Suyu? You mean that girl from the Beastmasters Guild? The Guildmaster asked. Suyu was barely in her early 20s, and in the Guildmaster's eyes she was still a kid. Hearing Fong Ran mention her name, everyone silently took note. He'll check for you. The Guildmaster picked up the landline and dialed. After a few rings the call connected, and he went straight to the point. Where's Suyu? The operator on the other end scrambled, clearly stunned to get a call from the Guildmaster himself. The East District? Isn't someone else assigned to that sector? What's so important? The Guildmaster's face hardened. What could be more important than the safety of Yuqing's citizens? Find her now. His voice dropped a degree. If I don't get a satisfactory explanation, those supervisors can pack their things and leave tomorrow. The operator hesitated. Those supervisors had only gone out drinking and getting foot massages. How could there be a satisfactory explanation? Over the past half year, they had dumped several missions on Suyu, leaving her injured more than once. All he could do was whisper his assent. The guildmaster hung up and turned to Fong Ran, his tone much calmer. She's in the East District dealing with a rampaging beast. Fong Ran looked at the old man who carried Yuqing's safety on his shoulders and felt another surge of respect. Because of people like this, Yuqing had become one of the safest cities around. I'm free right now. They'll finish it for her. After bidding everyone farewell, Fong Ran stepped onto a high-rise roof. Xiaonian, he murmured. With a wet squelch, a layer of slime armor swallowed his body. Fong Ran leapt, skimming over rooftops as he raced toward the East District. 10 minutes later, he reached the foothills outside the city. Roar! A deafening howl ripped through the trees. Suyu, riding an azure moon wolf, was chasing a feral beast into the forest. No sooner had she entered the deep woods than two lord-class monsters sprang at her from both sides. Two of them, she thought grimly, feeling the wolf beneath her grow uneasy. In the blink of an eye, two razor-sharp tendrils sliced through the air from behind her. Thud! Thud! Both lord-class beasts collapsed, their hearts pierced. Heart-pounding, Suyu whirled around and saw a familiar face. At once her nerves unclenched. Fong Ran, you nearly scared me to death. Fong Ran waved with a smile. Good to see you, Teacher Su. I've told you, just call me Suyu. She shook her head, delighted by his sudden appearance. Her gaze lingered on the rippling slime armor covering him. Is this your second contracted beast? Already transcendent level? Yeah. Xiaonian, say hello to Suyu. The slime slipped to the ground, reshaping into a little girl made of clear jelly. With a mix of caution and curiosity, she reached out and shook Suyu's hand. Incredible, she really looks like a child, Suyu said in awe. Xiaonian's figure was almost human, save for the transparent viscous body that dripped and reformed like a perpetual wax sculpture. Let's head back and report first. We can catch up later, Fong Ran suggested. Moments later, they returned to the guild. Suyu, who's this? Someone asked, getting to their feet. My student, Fong Ran. So this is Fong Ran. Several people sized him up with renewed interest. Is this the Yuqing security department? Morning lights gleamed in the corridor, and a crisp voice shattered the quiet just after the patrol shift changed. Yes, ma'am. The on-duty guard sprang up. Yuqing security staff hold formal posts only. There are no grades once you reach Iron Grade. You're considered senior within the Beastmasters Association. Suyu, following behind him, added the explanation calmly. Footsteps approached, and a young man pushed the door open. Under the glare, his straight-backed silhouette cast a sharp shadow. Gentlemen, by order of the Imperial Capital Beastmasters Association, I'm here to manage the Yuqing branch. Hey, race my ID. Fong Ran displayed a silver badge. The instant the metal glinted, the atmosphere shifted. Everyone had heard of the association's new executive second only to the chairman, yet still just silver grade, but nobody had pictured him as the youth now before them. And Master Fong, nudged forward by his colleagues, the security chief wiped sweat from his brow. What are your instructions? Fong Ran stepped aside, eyes settling on Suyu. The East District Supervisor deserted his post, you know that, don't you? From now on, Suyu will oversee all of Yuqing's security. Any objections? The words fell like muted thunder. The chief bobbed his head. No, sir, but we'll still need the chairman's approval. Unnecessary, Fong Ran replied. I just confirmed Ithier in the final authority. Suyu stood there, momentarily dazed. Her former student could now decide the city's defenses with a single sentence. She frowned, half scolding. Fong Ran, you don't have to do this for me. I became a beast master so I wouldn't have to hide behind anyone. Teacher Su, I'm doing this not only for you, but for Yuqing. His voice dropped. If you're not on watch, who's left? The association sent me here, so we'll rely on people I trust. Images of ruined streets and hopeless children after the cataclysm tightened his chest. Suyu's fingers closed around a silent resolve. His last words felt like a hearth's warmth in the night. She finally gave a solemn nod. All right, I'll do my best. Night fell. Warm light filled Suyu's home. They sat at the dining table while patrol beasts occasionally skimmed past the window. Fong Ran, do you know who we're up against in the National Beastmasters tournament? She asked. Honestly, I haven't checked, he admitted. I did. Suyu projected the data. All 5 major academies, including the Military Beast Academy and the Sacred Beast Academy, are coming to Yuqing. Several teams have dual transcendent-level beastmasters, and there are plenty of them. Top-tier schools aren't far behind, either. Nearly 500 contestants from more than 100 academies. The numbers made Fong Ran raise an eyebrow. Thank you. It was nothing. Suyu set the terminal aside. The matches will be broadcast nationwide, and the format changes every year. A city this close to the wild suggests they'll open with a points qualifier. Each 5-member squad accumulates points, and the highest totals advance. Fong Ran nodded, a taut string humming in his chest. He had to boost little Tion's skill levels and secure a top ranking. The contest was judged by 5-person teams, and no single fighter could carry them into the top 3. Xiao Tian, how's the training going? Fong Ran asked. A graceful silhouette materialized in the center of the living room. As icy blue sparks danced around her, lines of holographic text floated into view. Acquired Spear of Judgment Insight Level. Mastery Spear Conjuration 100100. Acquired First Flame Adept. Ignite the First Flame 910. Acquired Serpent Scale Insight Level. Mastery Serpent Scale 1010. How is it coming along? Fong Ran had already seen the prompts, but with Suyu present, he couldn't ask openly. Of my natal skills, 2 meet the requirement. Only the flame is still short, Xiao Tian answered softly. Xiao Tian, you're like a different person, Suyu exclaimed. The girl's angelic outline was the same, yet her aura was now cold and composed, utterly transformed. It's just a change in evolution path, Xiao Tian said with a faint smile. Aside from Fong Ran, it was probably her first time showing kindness to anyone. Suyu nodded. With 2 extraordinary tier skills, you're no weaker than any beast tamer. Yang Xian, Tanzei, Jiang Yathir all waiting to see you compete. Knowing they're watching might actually make me nervous, Fong Ran joked as he rose. It's late. Why not stay here tonight? Suyu offered. Thanks, but that wouldn't be proper. They've already arranged a place for me. Fong Ran declined politely. Spending the night at his female teacher's house right after helping her would only fuel gossip. Suyu kept her smile, though a trace of disappointment surfaced. After leaving Suyu's home, Fong Ran went straight to the Imperial class suite the academy had prepared. The oversized bed sank beneath him, and he let out a long breath. Before long, a few provocatively dressed women were delivered to his door, but he dismissed them in a couple of sentences. A chill then spread from his collar as a jade-green snake shrank to palm length and slid out from his clothes. What is it? The snake flicked its tongue, vertical pupils fixed on Fong Ran. I'm giving you an upgradetto, a lord-tier evolution path, Fong Ran grinned. Delighted yet still stern, the snake asked, can you pull it off? Of course. I spoke to the headmaster, he'll cover all the costs. Fong Ran thumped his chest and reached for the snake's scales. Whap! Its tail lashed out, and Fong Ran jerked his hand back. Will we still need medicinal baths? The snake asked. Absolutely, and for longer. The old lord-tier materials are ingrained and hard to purge. The snake lowered its head, savoring its recent surge in power, then looked up. Fine, but this time we do it my way. If it works, can I ride you? Fong Ran's eyes lit up. If anything goes wrong, they'll fix it again. Ride. I can't fly, the snake replied flatly. But what if you could? If you actually pull that off, I'm game for anything. The snake sighed inwardly. Fong Ran's mind was always racing ahead. It wasn't a winged serpent. How could it fly? All the resources are ready. Well, need 5 days, Fong Ran said, pulling rare materials from his beast taming space Arctic stag antlers, deep sea wyvern eyes, and more, lining them up on the table. So fast. The snake marveled at the academy headmaster's efficiency. Fong Ran knew that he had simply drawn on the resources in advance, and that the headmaster would make up the difference later. He walked Qing Shi through the entire procedure, handed her the potion, and reminded her, 3 doses a day for 5 days. The real evolution would take place on the final day. Qing Shi tilted back her head and drank. Her eyes dimmed, and a wave of drowsiness hit her. Within moments, she collapsed onto the large bed. A few minutes later, Slime slid silently to the mattress, hauled her up, and carried her to the quiet room next door. With her extraordinary physique, even a wild knife attack wouldn't leave so much as a scratch. Having settled that, Fong Ran raised his hand, summoned 2 more pets, and began preloading their skills. Preloaded Ghost Lightning Control skilled, Shadow Diffusion skilled, Ethereal Spike skilled, Crimson Burst skilled, Eye of the Abyss skilled. Received Ghost Lightning Control Mastery, Shadow Diffusion Mastery, Ethereal Spikes Mastery, Crimson Burst Mastery, Eye of the Abyss Mastery. Usage counts. Thunder Dragon Horn Mastery 010, Shadow Diffusion Mastery 010, Ethereal Spikes Mastery 0100, Crimson Burst Mastery 010, Eye of the Abyss Mastery 010. A torrent of knowledge surged from Fong Ran's fingertips into Slime's mind like a flash flood, leaving it stunned. At length, dark light flickered in its palm, and it murmured, I'm stronger now. The power came not from evolution but from unshakable confidence in its combat technique. Xiao Tian, Fong Ran called. When he returned, Xiao Tian had finished practicing Primal Flame. He front-loaded her skills as well. Preloaded Spear of Judgment fine, Primal Flame skilled, Serpent Scales fine. Received Spear of Judgment perfect, Primal Flame mastery, Serpent Scales perfect. Usage counts. Form Spear perfect 0100, Ignite Primal Flame 010, Activate Serpent Scales perfect 010. Kuosha Radiant Spear formed in Xiao Tian's slender hand, its golden light muted and etched with sacred runes. At the same time, iridescent scales spread from her neck across her body, sending her defenses soaring. Fong Ran was sure no early-stage extraordinary could withstand that strike. Xiao Tian gazed at the spear for a moment, then let it dissolve into light. Fong Ran reached out experimentally. The scales parted like a startled swarm of insects, revealing soft skin beneath. Everywhere his palm passed, the scales melted away, as though an eraser were wiping a metallic surface. Master, the scales won't block you. Xiao Tian flashed a playful smile. Flustered by her teasing, Fong Ran cleared his throat twice and said, "Get some sleep." A few days later, the beast taming tournament was about to begin. Near dusk, Fong Ran accompanied Shen Yun on another visit to the Shun estate. In the garden, white-haired elder Shen sat calmly beside a stone table. The moment he saw Fong Ran, a genial curve lifted his brows. "Fong Ran, you've given me no shortage of surprises lately." Old Shen gestured. "Sit." He motioned for the two of them to take their places at the slate table, one on the left, one on the right. Looking at the pair before him, he nodded in satisfaction and came straight to the point. "Fong Ran, what do you think of Xiaoyan?" "Grandfather." Shen Yun lowered her head, a blush climbing to her ears. Fong Ran answered honestly. "She's excellent. Miss Shun is the pearl of Yuqing. To reach the transcendent rank as a beast tamer at her age is truly rare." A ripple of joy rose in Shun Yun's heart at that praise. Old Shen raised his brows and grinned. "Of course, my granddaughter may not quite match you, but she's still an uncommon talent. Plenty of families have come with proposals, but I turned every one of them away. I refuse to force her into anything. If she's willing, I don't care if the man is just a commoner. The problem is, most of them only want my influence. You're the only one who risked your life to save her and help her." Fong Ran could already see where this was heading. "Old Shun, no need to beat around the bush. Just say it." Pleased with his directness, Old Shun obliged. "Good. I was the same in my youth. Xiaoyan, step outside for a moment. I'd like to speak to Fong Ran alone." Shen Yun's heart pounded as she rose and left the courtyard. Watching his granddaughter's retreating figure, the old man turned back to Fong Ran, smiling. "Xiaoyan thinks very highly of you. Whenever your name is mentioned, her whole attitude changes. She's asked me more than once to lend you a hand." "Am grateful to her as well," Fong Ran replied with a nod. Old Shen laughed heartily. "You've helped her plenty, too. If anything, she still owes you. In a few days I'm heading to the frontline city to fight the beasts, and I'd like to leave Shen Yun in your care. Keep her safe." The frontline city? Fong Ran's heart skipped a beat. No wonder he wanted to send Shen Yun away. It bordered the beast capital and formed humanity's first line of defense. Is it because of the Blackstone Mountains? You're aware of that? Old Shen arched an eyebrow. "I've heard the rumors." The old man's eyes gleamed with confidence. "It's nothing major. I'm going to kill a beast. I won't be gone long." Fong Ran rose and cupped his fists. "Then allow me to wish you a swift and victorious return." He thought inwardly, a beast that needs Old Shun himself must be at least king class. Old Shun, impressed by his insight, suddenly asked, "Fong Ran, would you be willing to marry only her? If you agree, the entire Shin family business in Yuqing will be yours to manage." The Shun holdings were worth billions, and without Old Shun's restraint the figure would be even higher. Coupled with Shun Yun's beauty and talent, she was a perfect heiress. Most men would have agreed on the spot, even if it meant being a Livian son-in-law. But Fong Ran shook his head. He wasn't putting on airs. For the sake of his beast-taming career and his kidney, she had to refuse. "I'm sorry, Old Shen. It's not that I dislike her." The old man's face cooled, yet he exhaled in relief. "Then let's drop it. From now on, treat her as a younger sister. Just protect her for me while I'm away." Fong Ran left the courtyard with a helpless sigh. Only then did Elder Shen allow himself a faint smile. Moments later, Shen Yun stormed up to him, her face brimming with anger. She kept her voice low, but it was ablaze. "Grandpa, what did you say to Fong Ran? Why did he leave all of a sudden?" "Nothing," Elder Shin replied with a casual wave. "He just said he'd like to spend more time around you first." That same day, a flood of beast tamers poured into Yuqing, packing every hotel, apartment, and guest house. The streets were crammed with young people lugging pet equipment cases, reception desks lined with queues that stretched out the door. As soon as Tai Jiuxin's group arrived, they messaged Fong Ran. "Hey, local big shot, find us a few rooms. Leave it to me." Confident in their friendship, they took his help for granted. Yet when Fong Ran led them into a rundown alley and stopped in front of a row of peeling, self-built houses, Tai Jiuxin's brows immediately knitted together. "Seriously? You expect me to stay here?" Bai Lingshuang tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, cool as ever. "Be thankful you've got a roof at all. Why fuss?" Zhang Er and his quiet older brother voiced no complaints, merely stood in the courtyard with their luggage and surveyed the place. Zhang Er chuckled. "We're here to compete, not to vacation." "Haha, fair enough." Tai Jiuxin sighed and shrugged. "Fine, I'll grab a room." He swaggered inside, heading straight for the second-floor room with the best light. "Stop." Fong Ran blocked him. "That one's mine. You're on the sofa in the living room." He jerked his chin toward it. Tai Jiuxin jabbed a finger at his own nose, stunned. "You're kidding, right? Zhang Er, you and your brother take the fold-out beds in the living room. Bai Lingshuang, you get my uncle and aunt's room." Fong Ran's tone left no room for negotiation. Zhang Er nearly choked. Any one of them was worth hundreds of millions and hailed as a prodigy back home. Yet on the eve of the National Beast Tamer tournament, they were being stuffed into an old house and assigned couches and cots. Catching their expressions, Fong Ran arched an eyebrow and sneered. Too shabby for you? I grew up here and still had no problem wiping the floor with you. 2 seconds of silence followed. They wanted to retort, but Fong Ran's absurd win record shoved every word back down their throats. Maybe a few days in this dump will give us some kind of dragon-field enlightenment, Tai Jushin muttered, rubbing his chin in self-consolation. Night fell, and the dim living room lamp cast a yellow glow. Bai Lingshuang spread a map on the coffee table, her voice ice-cool. Tomorrow we're up against the Sacred Beast Academy and the Battle Beast Academy. Keep your eyes on Jiangsu from Battle Beasts Dangerous. Battle Beasts specialized in studying how to counter other beast tamers. Every scrap of intel shouted caution. Tai Jioshin added, Sacred Beast has 2 dual extraordinary tamers, and one of them commands a mid-extraordinary pet. Let's not slam straight into them. Our goal is simply to clear prelims, Zhang Er said evenly, a hint of steel beneath the calm. Top 3 gets us to the finals. Meanwhile, the tournament had taken over the national internet. Forums, short video apps, and live streams were drowning in predictions. How strong is Fong Ran really? Which academy will come out on top? Every cloud chaser in the country is piling on. The hype blew past Fong Ran's wildest expectations. Some people had already taken leave from work just to watch an extraordinary level show Downsky High battles, explosions of psionic energy, a sensory feast for everyday viewers. At stake were world-class slots and a rumored beast cub with imperial blood. For that cub, every academy would pull out all the stops. Securing a mid-extraordinary pet was hardly out of the question. Talking about it is pointless. There's still no news about the tournament. With that line, Bai Lingshuang flicked her long hair, pushed the door open, and disappeared into her room. The living room fell silent. Zhang Er collapsed onto the couch with a loud thud and was asleep in seconds, while Tai Jioshin crossed his arms and leaned against a cold wall, eyes closed as he rested. What was Fong Ran thinking back then? Tai Jioshin wondered behind closed lids. If he could grasp Fong Ran's state of mind, perhaps his own spirit would rise to a higher plane. For a transcendent class beast tamer, drifting into sleep or snapping awake took only moments, so the length of the break didn't bother him. Across the hall, the other room looked almost exactly as Fong Ran had left it. The floor shone. The furnishings were all new, and someone had even suggested redoing the walls, yet the mural of the 6-winged angel still hung untouched. Fong Ran glanced around, tapping the tabletop with a crisp, metallic rhythm. Quit staring. The match is tomorrow. Time for one more special session, he said. A gentle tug on his coat stopped him. Xiao Tian looked up. Didn't you say you'd train me yourself? Under the light, her skin seemed translucent, a soft halo hovering above her head. Her face was calm as still water, yet tension flickered beneath the surface. Fong Ran estimated that if she could merge fully with the slime, she might handle a mid-tier transcendent opponent, but there were more basic steps to cover first. First, let's check your mouth, he said. He led her to the wall where the 6-winged angel poster sat directly under the ceiling lamp. Sit against the wall. Xiao Tian obeyed, perching at the edge of the bed, one leg bent, the other to the side, spine flat to the wall, chin tilted up into the light. Wings out. With a quiet whoosh, her snow-white wings unfurled, the feathers bracing the corners like a dental chair. Her heartbeat quickened. Her fingers twisted the hem of her shirt. Open Yupa wider. Fong Ran wasn't a doctor, but had watched enough exams. Producing an oversized swab made for pet beasts, he inspected everything from tongue coating to teeth with meticulous care. At dawn, on the outskirts of Yuqing, the Beast Tamer Corps encampment bustled. The vast drill ground was packed, yet eerily silent. Over 90% of those present were transcendent-level tamers. Weaker academies couldn't even gather 5 such contestants, and watched in envy. Inside the live stream, the commentator's voice boomed. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 3rd regional bracket of the National Beast Taming Tournament. Jiangsu of the Military Beast Academy is on site, and so is Fong Ran, the young sensation everyone's talking about. A helicopter circled overhead, its camera panning across the waiting competitors. The feed hit every major platform at once. The largest stream surged past 100 million viewers, the chat cascading like a waterfall. Hasn't it started yet? I skipped work to watch. Skip work? I quit my job every year for this tournament. Big deal. I shut my whole company down. All right, hotshots send an Imperator gift if you're so loaded. Start already. Our dorm's waiting for Fong Ran's the most gifted of the new generation. The mention of Fong Ran set off a tidal wave of excitement. His name alone was enough to electrify the entire venue. The previous sparring matches at the Imperial Capital Academy were held behind closed doors, so everything the public knew about Fong Ran's strength came from reports and rumors. They had never seen him in action. Although he carried the title of champion from the 2nd Beast Summoning Tournament, that was a small event and meant little to most people. This open competition, where every beast could be summoned and the rules were perfectly fair, finally had their full attention. The outcome would be plain for all to see: win and you win, lose and you lose. Talent didn't matter here. Only victory did. Quite a crowd, huh? Tai Jiuxin looked around at the packed stands and the noisy chatter. As representatives of the Imperial Capital Academy, he and his teammates were naturally in the spotlight. The three top academies, Imperial Capital, War Beast, and Holy Beast, were all gathered here, and most teams wanted nothing more than to dodge these powerhouses. Still, a few confident opponents from first-tier schools held their heads high, ready to take them on. One of those rivals was Jiang Su, the top student at War Beast Academy. Zhang Er leaned in and whispered, "I heard the Inspectorate has already recruited him as a core member for special training." Though the Inspectorate and the Beastmasters Guild belonged to the same system, they had long acted independently. Fong Ran followed Zhang Er's gaze. Near a pile of rubble stood a powerfully built man with a massive broadsword strapped across his back. Locks of black hair fell over sharp, blade-like eyes that occasionally flicked up to size up every potential opponent. Almost everyone at War Beast Academy is a guy, and they're all well over 6 feet tall, Tai Jiuxin muttered. Standing in the crowd, they looked like a line of iron towers. Their beasts are weapon type, Zhang Er added. They enhanced the Beastmaster's body, so the handlers are stronger than normal. Bai Lingshuang frowned slightly. They trained specifically to counter Beastmasters. Would better be careful. She was especially wary of Jiang Su, who stood a full 2 meters tall. The same ability little Nian has, Fong Ran murmured, a spark of interest in his eyes. Across the arena, the Beastmasters from Holy Beast Academy looked far more conventional. Their uniforms of gold and white were crisp and unified, their bearing utterly different from the War Beast contingent. The air grew tense. Spectators whispered while competitors eyed each other. Then, boom, something heavy slammed into the ground nearby. Who would summon their beast at a time like this? The crowd whirled around, breaths catching in unison. In the clearing crouched a creature, nearly 10 stories tall, close to 30 meters, resembling a sapphire-armored lion king. Thick, fish-like scales covered its body, gills fluttered along its neck, and rows of razor fangs glinted coldly in the sun as it looked down on the onlookers. The pressure it exuded sent birds screeching from the canopy and drove ants bursting from the soil in frantic retreat. That's the sea-scaled beast. Someone stammered. Legend says it can whip up a tsunami big enough to erase a city. The sea-scaled beast? I thought only Senior Gao Jiuqiang from Longhua had one. Yeah, he guards the coastline. He's a gold-tier member of the Beastmaster Guild. Envy and awe rippled through the crowd. So cool. When will my beast ever reach monarch rank? It's huge. My pet looks like an ant next to it. They craned their necks, unwilling to blink even when they started to ache. In the live stream, the chat lagged a few seconds before erupting. 666. What kind of monster is that? Dude, it's bigger than the inflatable castles at a kid's park. I want one so badly, but there's no way he'll ever be a Beastmaster. Don't quit, bro. New national policy, everyone's got a shot. That's monarch class. Keep dreaming, only the elite touch that tier. The beast's brief appearance nearly crashed the platform. The promise of an Emperor-class cub as the final prize had drawn in countless viewers eager for a glimpse, and even students who hadn't graduated yet felt their Beastmaster dreams reignite. Exactly the outcome the Beastmaster Guild wanted. Powerful Beastmasters are vital, but the resources and entry bar are sky-high. Beastmasters, Gao Jiuqiang, and he'll be hosting the 3rd division of this tournament. His voice rang clearly in every ear. He hadn't planned such a dramatic entrance, but running late left him no choice but to ride the sea-scaled beast. Across Longwo's 5 regions, each division was starting almost simultaneously. Gao Jiuqiang patted the giant's cheek and murmured, "Return, sea beast." The colossal form dissolved into blue light, and he landed lightly on the ground. His gaze swept the contestants, pausing briefly on Fong Ran before he continued. The rules are simple. I've released 5 extraordinary class avatars of the sea beast, and more than 100 ordinary ones in the city beyond this mountain range. Each carries an ocean fragment. The ones in the extraordinary beasts are even more valuable. The more fragments you collect, the higher your ranking. You'll also earn points for hunting wild, extraordinary predators. The match lasts 3 days. Other than not being allowed to return to the city, there are no restrictions. Clearing threats around the city while testing search and field combat skills, 2 birds with 1 stone. Everyone present understood exactly what that meant. That meant they not only had to track down the ocean shards, but also stay alert for Beast Tamers from rival academies. Begin. Gao Zhigun barked. Almost as one, the competitors broke the seals on their beast spaces. Multicolored contract lights flashed as they darted toward the lush forest beyond U City. Their immediate goal was to cross the sea of trees and locate the sea beast avatar in the city on the far side. Fong Ran, hop on. Tai Jiuxin raised his hand as a magma earth dragon burst from the ground, molten lava seeping between its scales. The blistering heat forced nearby contestants to recoil. The dragon roared. It lumbered forward, kicking up waves of dust. Trees shattered in its wake, the crack of splintering wood mingling with the pop of flames. Meanwhile, skirmishes were already erupting along other lanes as teams reached the forest edge. Are the Martial Beast Academy people insane? They're attacking already? Several tamers protested, only to be blindsided by the Academy's fighters. The teleport sigils flared, and they were eliminated on the spot. "We'll take you out first, so you can't scoop up shards and hide them," the martial beast student sneered. They specialized in fighting tamers. Why hunt shards when you could steal them from the opposition? Within mere heartbeats, a large number of Academy teams had been forcibly teleported out of the arena. In the stands, principals and students who had been brimming with confidence went pale, their eyes filling with dread and despair. "Ignore them, find the shards first," Zhongli hissed. "Earth Dragon, faster," Tai Jiuxin ordered. The magma dragon snapped its tail, sparks flying as its speed surged. On the far side of the forest, several students from the Sacred Beast Academy exchanged glances, their eyes settling on Fong Ran. "Should we take out Fong Ran from Imperial Capital Academy first? Save your strength. We still have to deal with Jiangsu later." "True. Let him gather the shards for us, then we'll strike." After the brief exchange, they looked away. The only person they truly cared about was Fong Ran. In the Imperial Capital, a dim screening room held gold-rank members of the Beast Tamer Guild on one side and inspectors from the Supervisory Bureau on the other, all watching 5 live feeds projected on the wall. The guild was led by a stern-faced, broad-shouldered, middle-aged man, while the bureau was headed by a black-clad woman barely 160 tall, her gaze razor-sharp. 5 trials started at the same time, 3,000 tamers in all, and in just 10 minutes more than 700 are out over 50 academies? Someone whispered in amazement. "Zone 3 is losing people the fastest. Martial Beast Academy is there." "Zone 3? Fong Ran is there as well?" the middle-aged man asked. "Yes, Fong Ran is in Zone 3. Yu Baojun stood to answer, casting a respectful look at the guild's acting vice-chairman, a dual sovereign-class tamer, all but unmatched. "Fong Ran, the kid your guild keeps touting?" The woman in black arched an eyebrow. "You rate him that highly?" A bureau member chimed in. "I heard he shattered the guild's broken domain and lasted to the end of last year's looping domain." "Is that true?" "It's true. The one who cracked the insect race looping domain was Fong Ran," Yu Baojun replied. Unable to hide his pride, he had trained the boy himself. "If he can show his skills in front of both of you, it will do him a world of good." "Really?" The man from the Beast Tamer Association looked up. The other tamers turned toward him, mild surprise on their faces. Nearly all of them had visited the place Yu Baojun mentioned. Its unique environment allowed only the most gifted to make a name for themselves, and such prodigies were extremely rare. "His talent is impressive, but this year's National Beast Tamer Tournament is packed with heavy hitters," one tamer muttered. "Fong Ran is still young, and he's completely countered by Jiangsu from the Military Beast Academy. It'll be hard for him to shine." Another added, "I've checked Division 3 has the top student of an elite academy who's already contracted a mid-extraordinary to your pet." "Mid-extraordinary?" Someone nearby drew a sharp breath. "In this division, that's a straight-up dimensionality reduction strike. Such a high-level contract depends on more than talent alone." The group quickly listed the conditions. 1. The tamer's mental strength must be exceptionally strong. 2. When breaking the link with one's lifebound beast, the psychic damage has to remain controllable, otherwise the backlash would cripple the tamer. If not for these strict requirements, the association would gladly let average tamers contract higher-tier pets, someone said. Most of them serve in frontline cities anyway, so if a beast goes rogue it can be subdued quickly. The middle-aged man nodded. "Good work. Find talents like Fong Ran early and focus our resources on them. We might see another monarch-class tamer one day." Clearly, he was pleased with Fong Ran's potential. A short distance away, a black-clad woman from the inspectorate watched Fong Ran's image on a surveillance monitor and murmured, "Fong Ran. Huh, perfect. They'll use him to test Jiangzu's strength and decide whether the inspectorate should step up our support." Moments later, the crowd shifted their attention to the other divisions. They had an extra goal for this tournament: to select one contestant from across the country and send that person to a world-class academy for advanced study. Outside Yuqing. Roar. The magma earth dragon swung its crimson claws, batting several savage beasts into the ruins. Dust rose in its wake, panicked creatures scattered, and the unlucky ones were crushed. On the spoten extraordinary level beast was nearly invincible on the city's outskirts. "We're here. I can see the shadow of the abandoned city," Fong Ran said, gazing at the broken walls in the gray mist. "How long have we been on the road?" 5 hours, his companion replied. "Plenty of people have gone in ahead of us to hunt." As soon as they stepped inside, Fong Ran summoned Xiaotian. Moss blanketed the pavement, and the view ahead was sealed off by fallen trees and rampant undergrowth. Zhang Er scanned the area and muttered, "You can't see the end of this place. It's like a maze worse than a jungle. Too many hiding spots." "Xiaotian." Fong Ran looked at the girl-shaped beast. "Can you spot any sea beast clones?" "We'll take a look." With a soft whoosh, snowy wings unfolded from her shoulders. In a few breaths, she was high above the ruins. From that height, colored auras drifted like mist among the shattered buildings. She furrowed her delicate brows. "There are more hostile beasts than I expected." Suddenly her eyes lit up. Far off, a blue glow pulsed like a beacon, its aura utterly different from everything else. "That's probably a sea beast clone." She locked onto the target, hovering for a moment to report back. Below, Tai Jiuxin crouched, sniffing the droppings of a ground beast. Putting their textbook theories into practice, they were tracking their prey. For a qualified extraordinary beast master, reading the traces of a ferocious creature is a core skill. Most of the time, it's how they make their living. The figure circling high above was Fong Ran's contracted beast Xiaotian of the angelic race. Bai Lingshuang looked up for a moment and murmured, "Angel or not, she's closer to a draconian." Xiaotian's form was almost unnaturally perfect, fine-boned, graceful, her features indistinguishable from a human's, yet sharpened by a cold edge. If she chose to walk the streets in mortal guise, no one would dare strike up a conversation. The pressure radiating from a transcendent being was impossible to ignore. After a long while, the snow-white wings folded and she dived out of the clouds. The downdraft that followed kicked up a ring of dust when she touched down. Well, any sign of it? Fong Ran moved forward at once. Found it. 20 li to the Easton Extraordinary Class, Sea Beast, Xiao Tian reported curtly. Good work. No sooner had Fong Ran spoken than her wings trembled with pleasure, though she quickly suppressed the reaction and kept her expression detached. Damn, you already have the target? Tai Jiuxin stared, recalling how he had just spent half the morning sniffing dung in the bushes. If Xiao Tian can do that, you might have mentioned it earlier. Isn't that common knowledge? Bai Lingshuang arched an eyebrow as if examining an idiot. Special individuals of the celestial race possess exceptional ocular powers. Even ordinary angels rely mainly on their eyes, and this is Fong Ran's beast. Exactly, Xiao Tian's vision must be top tier, Zhang Er chimed in, not daring to meet those eyes for long. Tai Jiuxin looked up and met the blazing gold pupils Heaton. The cool mask and her elevated gaze made him feel like a lower life form. He wondered how Fong Ran dealt with her in daily life, and last night's rumbling noises inside the house resurfaced unbidden. His mind stitched together an image. Fong Ran on his knees, Xiao Tian's foot on his head. Lady Angel, help me tomorrow. Anything you ask. Pet human, you dare order me? Then came a string of strange sounds. Tai Jiuxin was sure Fong Ran had paid a steep price. A supercar isn't something you drive for free. You still have to afford the maintenance and the fuel. He sighed softly. Having an overpowered beast wasn't all sunshine. He thought of his own father. Rumor had it the old man's beast was so lazy the entire clan had to prepare gourmet food before it would lift a finger and felt sudden sympathy for Fong Ran. Guided by Xiao Tian, the group headed east. In the distance, a sea beast shaped from clear water essence surfaced. Its outline matched Gao Zhuqiang's beast almost exactly, though it was distinctly smaller, yet its aura still hovered at the extraordinary tier. A monarch-level avatar still starts at early extraordinary. The gap in realms is ridiculous, they thought, each secretly shaken. Everyone together. My lava earth dragon will take the brunt. Fong Ran, you handle the damage, Tai Jiuxin decided instantly. They had seen Xiao Tian shatter a perfect-grade obsidian shield during the tournament. No one here was better suited to lay down firepower. Sensing the threat, the sea beast let out a low roar. Several waterspouts materialized, dragging razor-cold air as they thundered toward the five of them. Xiao Tian, go, Fong Ran ordered softly. In the same breath, her figure flashed forward and vanished from sight. Xiao Tian closed her right hand around empty air. A droplet of holy liquid slipped between her fingers, stretched, and solidified, turning into a pale gold spear whose tip glimmered with sacred light. Several waterspouts charged at them, wind slashing their faces, the roar of surf shaking their ears. With a crisp snap, Xiao Tian flung the spear. It shrieked through the air. A single flash of gold shattered the twisters into 3 towering geysers. Everyone saw a phantom angel streak after the weapon and drive straight into the brow of the sea beast's avatar. Boom. The entire creature looked as if a colossal hammer had struck it, exploding on the spot into a rain of spray. Ash-gray droplets rattled down, spattering their clothes with mottled stains. That's it. Tai Jiuxin's eyes nearly popped. His lava earth dragon hadn't even raised a claw. Zhongli had heard tales of Fong Ran's exploits, yet the scene still made his scalp prickle. An early-stage transcendent felled in one move. Far too, he almost blurted monstrous, caught sight of Fong Ran, and swallowed the word. Xiao Tian's power has climbed again. Bai Lingshuang gripped her longbow, shock filling her bright eyes. She had thought she had caught up to Fong Ran, but watching Xiao Tian erase a transcendent in an instant showed the gulf was still enormous. The day Fong Ran shattered the obsidian shield at the Imperial Academy had warned her, yet seeing it firsthand was a whole new avalanche. So strong? The six-tailed ice fox's tails trembled. Maybe it should just let him be. Fong Ran had never really mistreated it. Swish. Xiao Tian lifted a hand and caught a falling scale. The palm's eye shard was translucent blue and faintly luminous. The aura she had sensed earlier poured from this scale, letting her lock on to the beast's weak point in an instant. Such precision also owed to her skill having reached perfection. Wherever her spear pointed, nothing endured. The creature hadn't even shifted the scale a hair before being torn apart. Moments later, Xiao Tian returned to Fong Ran. Spray still hung in the air, but holy power kept it from touching the hem of her skirt. So this is the scale of the sea? Fong Ran took the shard, pale blue light dancing across his palm. One scale can create a transcendent level creature? Zhang Er leaned in, eyes sparkling. That means we just scored a transcendent grade scale ourselves. Several pairs of eyes turned to Fong Ran as though he were something otherworldly. Tai Jiuxin, however, only felt pity. The stronger Xiao Tian grew, the higher the price Fong Ran would have to pay. Brother, dinner's on me when we get back. He clapped Fong Ran on the shoulder. Fong Ran raised an eyebrow, but before he could answer, Xiao Tian murmured, let's head to the next spot, Fong Ran. With so many people around, she couldn't bring herself to say master. Her tone became another piece of ironclad proof in Tai Jiuxin's mind. All right, Fong Ran nodded. Tai Jiuxin urged the lava earth dragon into a headlong sprint. Besides the transcendent avatar, we should bring back a scale from an ordinary sea beast as well, Bai Lingshuang reminded them. Transcendent pieces are rare, but the lesser avatars are everywhere. While they dashed ahead, Tai Jiuxin suddenly spoke. Notice anything? The closer we get to the city center, the more beasts we run into. Through the bond, he could feel his mounts growing impatient. Weak predators in the shadows were eyeing it hungrily. Well, the whole city was overrun by beasts to begin with, Zhang Er replied offhandedly. Is that so? Tai Jiuxin sounded genuinely surprised. Yet that was almost too much. Every floor was crowded with watchful eyes. Were these savage beasts breeding like ants, hatching tens of thousands in a single clutch? Their ranks might be low, but their sheer numbers made one's scalp prickle. Meanwhile, in the capital's competition hall, figures on the giant screen kept updating. Zone 1 already has more than 3 points, someone whispered. That kid's from the military district. His combat experience leaves ordinary beastmasters in the dust, and his tracking skills are outrageous. Several instructors nodded. Other zones were packed with talent too, especially Zone 3. Jiangsu had actually dared to face a transcendent-level sea beast avatar alone. The feed cut to the arena. Jiangsu gripped a great sword in both hands. Muscles knotted. The picture of raw fury as he hacked at the avatar. A few beastmasters from the military beast academy stood farther back in formation, never lifting a finger as if they were deliberately giving him an unknown stage. Minutes later, with a wet burst, the sea beast avatar shattered into mist and gore. The black-clad woman from the inspection bureau let a faint smile tug at her lips, but her tone stayed frosty. Utterly reckless. This was only an avatar. If he tries that on the real body, he'll be in trouble. The crowd, still stunned, rushed to defend Jiangsu. Senior Kuei, him soloing a low transcendent beast, proves how gifted and confident he is. That confidence is what geniuses need. Exactly. A normal beastmaster needs 3 pets to barely handle a peer-level beast. Even in class route requires 2. Jiangsu crushed it with a single weapon beast. His talent is unreal. Remember, Gao Zhujian's sea beast avatar has class power at early transcendent, a gold rank guild member added calmly. Wild beasts evolve through life and death struggles, so they're stronger than city-raised pets fattened on resources. Any that reach transcendent have exceptional bloodlines. He gestured at the data feed. Throw a grade pet into the wild, and it won't survive to adulthood. With city resources, even in a grade can push to transcendent. Kuei Nanlu sighed. Since you all insist and his show was impressive, I'll let it go. By the way, where's Fong Ran from the guild? He's a silver member. Why hasn't he taken a CB scale yet? Before she finished, the screen flashed again. The capital team had jumped to 3rd place. They got it. A gold rank member exclaimed. They entered late. Locking onto an avatar this fast is impressive. Replay it, said the middle-aged guild officer, voice steady, eyes fixed on the screen as if nothing could rattle him. The replay rolled. The squad charged straight for the sea beast avatar, led by Fong Ran's angel. Vision lock targeting pretty accurate, a sideline beastmaster noted. Going for a group assault? Someone guessed. The next instant proved them wrong. Before anyone else moved, Fong Ran's angel transformed into a streak of gold. She unfurled white wings, leveled a gleaming spear, and in a single heartbeat was right in front of the sea beast. So fast. Every pair of eyes snapped to that lone figure. In their field of vision, a blinding streak of lightning flashed, and in the blink of an eye it punched through the sea beast avatar's chest, detonating with a sharp bang. An early-stage transcendent beast, shattered by a single spear strike. Kuei Namless expression froze on the spot. She stared at the petite silhouette on the screen, mind racing through 1,000 thoughts in the space of a heartbeat. The gold rank members of the Beastmasters Association erupted. Now that's the kind of genius we're proud of. Yu Baojun, where did you find a student like this? Everyone began analyzing the strike. To lock onto the beast's core instantly had to be tied to the angel race's famed ocular power. But Lao Gao's beast scales were supposed to mask vital points, and they'd been pierced with ease. Her eyes had to be top tier, even among angels. Fong Ran's angel is only early transcendent, right? Didn't the divine keep once capture her years ago? Voices buzzed with disbelief. What they'd expected to be a hard-fought battle had ended almost casually. On the giant display, Imperial Capital Academy's score was still skyrocketing, leaping to 5th place in a heartbeat, trailing only War Beast, Sacred Beast, and a few first-tier schools. They'd been among the last to enter the hunting grounds, which meant they'd erased the gap in record time, all thanks to Fong Ran's angel. Good. Raise Fong Ran's benefits. Has he contracted a third beast yet? The vice chairman asked. The hall fell silent. A collective gasp swept the crowd. If the association stepped in to help someone bond a third beast, that person normally carried Imperial blood. If such an opportunity landed on any of them, it would all but guarantee their children a head start for life. Yu Baojun replied, not yet, but Fong Ran has joined the Mental Force Enhancement Program. Understanding dawned. So that's it, what a pity, a middle-aged man sighed. Choosing the Mental Force project meant postponing a third contract. The gulf between Transcendent and Monarch classes was huge, and high-end combat power was in short supply. If Fong Ran could help Long Yu restore her mental strength, it would be a massive boon for both the nation and the association. Suddenly someone exclaimed, wait, Fong Ran and Jiang Su are about to clash. All eyes swung back to the big screen. In the mosaic of camera feeds, Imperial Capital Academy and War Beast Academy were converging on the same zone, both targeting an early-stage Transcendent Sea Beast avatar. A heating collision was only a matter of time. Hunting only Transcendent, sooner or later they had to meet. Excitement rippled through the crowd. At the same moment, the nationwide livestream captured it all. Millions poured into the channel, stunned by Fong Ran's single strike. Holy Krapenshot kill. Other schools need 3 tamers just to stay alive. Imperial Capital really is different, no wonder they're one of the big 5. Wrong. The terrifying one isn't the school, it's Fong Ran's angel. So beautiful, so strong. If I could bond a pet like that, my life would be complete. Keep dreaming. Do you know how much an early Transcendent beast costs? The audience might not grasp the exact power levels, but the contrast between Zone 3 and the other zones left their shock plain to see. The Beast Tamers from the other academies appeared on screen with 2 or 3 extraordinary companions each, whispering about the reach of detection spells, the crossroads of tracking routes, and how to chip away at the Sea Beast clone's defenses with flanks and feints. Their layered tactics unfolded, and they finally took the win through flawless coordination, drawing loud cheers from the crowd. The camera then cut to Fong Ran, who rushed in and fired a single shot. The stunning visual impact shattered every bit of build-up, and that single strike lifted Fong Ran back onto the pedestal of legend. The livestream chat exploded, bullet comments pouring down like a waterfall. One-shot kill. What else is there to say? Over and over. A handful of deep-pocketed viewers splurged on gift showers. The gifts never reached Fong Ran, but he had no idea, so he felt no loss. At Imperial Capital Academy, Fong Ran's juniors were frozen in front of the big screen. Their vague image of an upperclassman rapidly merging with the legendary hero Jiang Rui had praised to the skies. See that? That's my student. He used to ask me questions all the time. Jiang Rui thumped his chest, pride almost leaking from every pore. Years of careful coaching finally paid off. Fungo Academy is fated to become Yuqing's strongest school. He grew even more animated. After today, people will flock here just for him. That's the power of a true name. Pretenders walk under a school's banner. Real champions make the school famous with theirs. As the principal, he'll rise with him and be known far and wide. The thought curled Jiang Rui's lips into a deeply satisfied smile. At the edge of Yuqing, Suyu watched the stream from an abandoned street. Moonlight brushed her composed profile when she looked up. Fong Ran is way beyond me now, she murmured, then closed the feed and summoned that Sanyue wolf. Sanyue, let's go. More beasts are showing up east of the city. Fong Ran had left Yuqing's safety in her hands, and she had no time to sit around watching the tourney. The replay would have to wait until after patrol. Back in the Shattered District, Fong Ran already held 5 large sea beast shards and a fistful of smaller fragment spoils from the lesser beast's head cut down along the way. Xiao Tian, are you tired? Want a break? After 5 consecutive extraordinary kills, Xiao Tian's breathing was a bit ragged. Her soaring skill levels gave her destructive power, but her sacred energy lagged behind. She answered briefly, eyes still aflame with fighting spirit. The stronger her attacks, the hungrier they were for sacred power, and no one knew that better than she did. How about heading back to the beast space? You recover stamina and sacred energy faster there. Yeah, let her rest and give us a chance to fight. We haven't even seen what an extraordinary sea beast can do. The companions grumbled. They'd been stuck clearing small fry the whole way. Whenever an extraordinary beast appeared, Xiao Tian flashed forward, her spear pierced straight through, and the beast exploded on the spot. They never saw a single move, let alone had time to swing, and the effortless wins felt downright unreal. We're almost there. Xiao Tian shook her head gently, eyes locked ahead. Let me finish one more, then he'll rest. The sense of dependability made everyone a little envious of Fong Ran. Compared with his angelic partner, their own beasts were constant headaches, throwing tantrums like totem deities on a pedestal. Earthen Dragon, pay attention and stop trying to crawl off for a nap. Tai Jiuxin gave the lava earthen dragon's stony armor a light kick. The creature snorted a blast of scalding steam from its nostrils, clearly unimpressed by the reprimand. Meanwhile, Bai Lingshuang's six-tailed ice fox kept staring at Xiao Tian on Fong Ran's shoulder, deep thoughts swirling in its icy blue eyes. So that's Xiao Tian's secret? Responsibility? More live combat? It must be. I'm descended from emperors. There's no way I should lose to an angel. He'll fight in the next round. The fox vowed, its six feather-like tails snapping upward. The group rounded a corner, and the corridor opened up to reveal a colossal avatar of a sea beast. Someone's up ahead, Zhang Er whispered. Several transcendent rank monsters were brawling with the avatar, and the uniforms of the nearby beastmasters marked them as students from an elite academy. Talk about struggling. Looks as if the sea beast is about to turn the tables, Tai Jiuxin whistled. Zhang Er's lip twitched. Did you think everyone is Fong Ran? That avatar is a genuine early transcendent. Fong Ran can one-shot it only because his beast is nearly mid-transcendent and its skill mastery is insane. Even he couldn't end this with a blink. Fong Ran's gaze sharpened as he noticed more figures closing in. A team of 5 burly men headed straight for the sea beast. The leader, Jiang Su of the Weapon Beast Academy, carried on his back a broadsword woven from flesh and steel. Put your beasts away before they get hurt, Jiang Su ordered, voice cold as iron. Sensing danger, the transcendent beastmasters broke off their attack. Jiang Su, you're here to steal our kill? Think Jiangxing Academy is easy prey? One of them shouted. Expressionless, Jiang Su drew his blade. Veins like demonic capillaries pulsed along the metal, and a huge eyeball sat in the guard, crimson threads seeping from it into his arm. Jiangxing Academy? Never heard of it. I'm not here to scavenge. I'm here to end your misery early. Even if you finish off the avatar, it'll wipe you out the next second. I'm saving you effort. How about a thank you? His voice dripped with arrogance, backed by utter confidence. Weapon Beast Academy was one of the 5 great schools, famous for countering beastmasters, and the broadsword in Jiang Zu's hand looked more like a symbiotic demon than a weapon. The beastmasters flushed in humiliation, but had no comeback. A heartbeat later, Jiang Su shot forward like an artillery shell, great sword in hand. That sword, what kind of beast is it? Fong Ran muttered, stunned. Weapon type, probably some kind of parasite, Tai Jiuxin explained. Zhang Er added. Their beasts fuse almost completely with the host. Some drain lifespan or erode sanity. Those guys are lunatics that confuse them with normal people. Hearing that, Fong Ran began to wonder if he and Jiang Su had some hidden score to settle. They are the only academy that raises humanoid monsters outright instead of pairing them with beastmasters, even though the Beastmaster Association has slapped countless restrictions on them. Inside War Beast Academy, several covert divisions, elemental studies, fluid biology, demonology, and psionic control are busy researching how to let these humanoid beasts replace beastmasters altogether. One teammate kept babbling technical terms, but Fong Ran heard none of it. All he remembered was that the students opposite them hovered somewhere between human and beast, and were every bit as dangerous. Utterly boring, Xiao Tian commented coolly. Humph, plenty of winged beasts are just as dull. A lazy voice drifted from Fong Ran's body. Slime had been clinging to him since the match began, ready to shield its master at any time. Look, they've started fighting. Fong Ran suddenly shouted. Every gaze snapped back to the arena, the escalating trash talk dying on the spot, and he finally exhaled in relief. Boom. A thunderous crash echoed across the field. Flesh rippled over Jiang Zu's body as he shoulder-checked a summoned beast, hurling it through the air, then turned into a blood-red blur and flashed to the Beastmaster's side. Flash. A great sword of living tissue swept sideways, and the Beastmaster's wrist ring shattered instantly. Across the arena, another Beastmaster hastily summoned a pet as tall as a building, hoping to seize the initiative. Yet faced with Jiang Zu's extreme agility, that massive body became a burden. Too slow. Jiang Zu's pupils shrank, veins bulging beneath his skin, while the bloody sword in his hand vibrated with excitement. In a single blur, he dodged the claw strike, slid beneath the giant's hips, and appeared right before the Beastmaster. Whip! The blade flashed like lightning, slicing through a second wrist ring. The Beastmaster froze in horror. His pet was untouched, yet he himself had been eliminated on the spot. War Beast Academy's most frightening trait is this ability to cut down the master before the beast can even react. Jiang Zu's small frame and speed were pushed to their limits. Within minutes, several Beastmasters fell without managing a single counterattack. Incredible. Jiang Zu's synchronization with his pet is off the charts, someone at ringside exclaimed. He's War Beast Academy's ace. Even mid-transcendent Beastmasters can't stop him. If we manage his personal combat power properly, he'll save us a lot of headaches, the observers from the Imperial capital said, clearly pleased. Jiang Su is also one of the few who can endure the Demon Clan's mental backlash, proof of his formidable willpower. Seeing this, Kuei Nanlu finally regained some pride. The tension in her face eased. I've already recommended him to the Inspectorate Bureau. One day he'll be the sword hanging over the Yushin Society's head. Single-handedly, Jiangsu had just eliminated an entire academy's worth of beastmasters, 2 or 3 of whom had already stepped into the transcendent tier, leaving every spectator speechless. Even more impressive, he is a dual transcendent beastmaster. Winning with only one pet puts his record on par with Fong Ran's angel. Sensing the inevitable clash between Jiangsu and Fong Ran, the crowd held its breath, afraid to blink and miss the opening of their showdown. Jiangsu, the Imperial Capital team, is here. Someone shouted. Jiangsu was about to lunge at a distant marine beast clone when a teammate called out a warning. Only then did he stop and notice the lava earth drake already clawing its way up the office building beside him. Imperial Academy, is it? At last Jiangsu gave them a proper look. Arrogant as he was, he could hardly treat members of the 5 great academies as if they were air. Tai Jiuxin, and you must be Bai Lingshuang? He called both names without hesitation. Tai Jiuxin kept his hands in his pockets, the breeze lifting his stray hair, and deigned no reply. An imperial prince never worried about being recognized. Jiang Zu's attention shifted to the unfamiliar man beside Xiao Tian, and his expression tightened. He had never met the reputed Fong Ran, but the appearance of that angelic beast made the identification certain. Fong Ran. So you're Fong Ran. Jiang Zu's breath quickened as he ignored everyone else. Your silence is admission. Do you dare fight me? Rolling his shoulders, he moved in, every step deliberate. 2 meters tall and densely muscled, he looked as if he carried the strength of 9 dragons. At the same time, several tamers from the Military Beast Academy spoke up. How many sea beast scales did you collect? For them, clashing Hedon with top peers was both a test and the perfect chance to seize scales. A fight was unavoidable. Bai Lingshuang gave a quiet warning. Fong Ran, be careful. 2 of their people are already missing. Following her gaze, Fong Ran saw that the Military Beast Academy was indeed short 2 members. Xiao Tian immediately stepped in front of him, though her breathing was uneven. Let Xiao Tian rest first. Well, hold them, Zhongli said in a low voice. Should we summon the second beast? Zhang Er whispered. Zhongli shook his head. Not yet. Forcing a contract is risky. We keep that card hidden unless we're desperate. Fong Ran reached out, ready to return Xiao Tian to the beast space. Xiao Tian, restore your holy power first. She gently shook her head, her tone allowing no refusal. We'll do it right here. As she spoke, white wings unfurled behind her. She sat cross-legged on a slab of stone, circulating her evolution art. Images of spirit serpents, angels, and holy light rippled across her body, sacred radiance pouring forth without end. Every eye was drawn to the sight. Bathed in holy power, Xiao Tian looked like a deity from a mural, lids half lowered, an intangible pressure forbidding any act of disrespect. What evolution art is that? I've never seen anything like it, Tai Jiuxin thought, stunned. He had grown up around nothing but grade techniques, had even watched others wield grade arts, yet he had never witnessed such a scene. Xiao Tian's command of the art is already amazing. Could it be mastery level? Bai Lingshuang's heart skipped a beat. Even she was startled. Most reach mastery only in the late transcendent stage, yet Xiao Tian's efficiency was clearly near that realm. No wonder Fong Ran's beasts evolved so fast, Zhang Er murmured, lifting an eyebrow. And at that moment, the vice president of the Beastmaster Association was watching the match and instinctively stepped closer, trying to see more clearly. What kind of evolution technique is that? He stared at Xiao Tian on the field, then turned and shouted, You Baojun, did you teach him this? Following his gaze, everyone saw a higher-order energy swirling inside Xiao Tian like a wheel of light, sending a chill down their spines. The vice president clicked his tongue. That angelic circulation alone shows this evolution art is high tier. Did he really figure it out himself? He murmured, remembering that many modern techniques had been created by sovereign beasts and that new approaches were entirely possible. The crowd split into one group, kept their eyes on Xiao Tian, while the other glared at Yu Baojun, determined to pry out the truth. Yu Baojun spread his hands, sounding helpless yet still shocked. I don't know. He developed every one of his evolution methods on his own. As if recalling something, he added, by the way, Fong Ran scored a perfect 100 on basic evolution theory during the entrance exams. The atmosphere shifted instantly, and every gaze on Fong Ran changed. Inspector Kuei Nanlu from the Supervision Bureau was especially fervent, as though she had unearthed a priceless treasure. Still, what she truly coveted was not Fong Ran himself, but his beast Xiao Tian. The fight was far from over. Fong Ran glanced at the surrounding high-rises and barked an order. Clear the area. Fighting inside the city is a handicap for us. Magma Earth Dragon, flatten everything around us. Tai Jiuxin froze for half a second and then obeyed, treating Fong Ran's words as gospel. Roar. The Magma Earth Dragon shook its armored scales in delight. It had wanted to do this for ages. Boom. Torrents of molten rock erupted, and the unstable buildings ignited and collapsed in rapid succession. From the wreckage, flocks of avian beasts screeched skyward, while the slower ones were turned to charcoal. A ring of flames spread outward, and within seconds a broad, level plain replaced the city blocks. Not a bad trick. Students from the Beast Soldier Academy who had planned a rooftop ambush were forced to leap down and confront the Imperial Capital Team Hedon. Fong Ran's beast looks drained knows our chance. One rider astride a small wolf-type beast swung a massive warhammer, while another summoned a wraith-like creature wielding a towering scythe. Both beasts targeted the enemy Beastmasters directly, clearly aiming for a swift finish. Whoosh! The two students and their companions streaked around to the Imperial team's flank like a whirlwind, trying to close the distance at once. Six-tailed ice fox, domain. By Ling Shuang's eyes sharpened. The six tails snapped outward, unleashing a blast of frigid wind and razor-edged ice shards that froze a thick sheet across the ground in an instant. Trouble. That frost will slow us down. The Beast Soldier students scowled. Seizing their hesitation, Zhang Er and Zhang Li revealed their trump card set jet black abyssal turtle and a snow-white violet dust ice ape slammed onto the field. The magma earth dragon kept up the pressure, spitting fire at the perimeter and forcing Jiang Su to ease off. For the moment, the Imperial team seemed to have stabilized the battlefield. But in the very next heartbeat, SHHHK, space rippled, and Jiang Su squeezed out of the void, appearing beside Fong Ran as if he had teleported. Swish! Cold steel flashed as his greatsword swept toward Fong Ran's throat. Viewers in the livestream were stunned. What just happened? That was a spatial warp. Jiang Zu's pet is space-type. It's over. A space-type Beastmaster has closed the gap. Fong Ran is in serious trouble. Yu Baojun, who had been glued to the match from the start, felt his heart leap into his throat. She curled her lips into a faint smile. Even the brightest Beastmaster has a nemesis. At that moment, no one imagined that Jiang Zu's second contracted beast would be a spatial-type creature. The feed cut to the spectator box. The vice-chairman of the Beastmasters Guild frowned. Fong Ran was now fighting not only for the Imperial capital, but for the guild itself. As their youngest silver rank member, he had soaked up years of resources. If he were eliminated today by the Military Beast Academy or the Inspectorate, the guild's prestige would be shattered. He's let the enemy close in. Fong Ran is finished. A gold rank member spoke coolly, yet the words sent a ripple through every heart. All eyes fixed on the live feed. A cold gleam flashed. A massive blade slashed for Fong Ran's throat. In the split second before impact, a steel-hard spear swept across his flank. Clang! Metal exploded in a deafening crash. Xiao Tian wrapped her arms around Fong Ran, fingers locked on the spear shaft, barely holding the blade at bay. In that instant, every ounce of her strength erupted. Boom! The shockwave blossomed at point-blank range. Spectators felt their eardrums swell, their heads spin. Sheltered inside a thin aura, Fong Ran heard only a muffled thud. Oh, you reacted that fast? Jiang Su was startled. This strike had never failed him, yet Fong Ran's lifebound beast had caught the killing intent in a heartbeat. But at this range, how long can you last? Blood surged through Jiang Zu's veins. His body swelled, and the giant blade in his hands became a storm of steel. Save the chatter. Xiao Tian's low snort cut him off. Her spear spun, the long shaft weaving an impenetrable wall of metal. Between clashes, she hauled Fong Ran behind her. You're not escaping. Jiang Su lunged sideways, trying to slip past and claim Fong Ran's life. The angelic figure shadowed him step for step, her speed astonishing. Such power. If I keep trading blows till reinforcements arrive, I'm doomed, he thought grimly. The fusion with his beast was short-lived. Once the backlash struck, he would have no chance. Prism teleport. He barked. Air trembled, space rippling like water. Xiao Tian's pupils tightened as she darted forward, then saw Jiang Su smile. The demonic sword flared violet. He whirled and drove a full-force slash at her. She had been the target all along. Bang! The greatsword crashed down. Xiao Tian crossed her forearms as a shield. Sinister serpent scales surfaced, stopping the blade cold. Steel rang on scale, without leaving so much as a scratch. Impossible, Jiang Su whispered, eyes wide. Even a mid-tier extraordinary should bear at least a nick from his strongest blow. Xiao Tian's brows knit, her body trembling. To block that strike, she had overdrawn her holy power, summoning the serpent scales. The last of her strength was nearly spent. Even Jiang Zu's demonic sword was in bad shape. After taking several jabs from Xiao Tian's spear, the weapon itself seemed ready to quit. The blade trembled so violently that Jiang Zu's palms went numb, as if the sword had discovered the terror of being split apart. With victory almost within reach, he decided to overdraw the sword's power. His bonded beast was on the verge of collapse as he barked, "Go!" In a blur, he blinked right in front of Fong Ran. This time the angelic guardian reacted half a beat too late, and Jiang Su exulted had it in the bag. Swish! The massive sword came down, only to be stopped by a layer of pitch-black scales. Beastbone armor? Jiang Su stared in disbelief. A crack split the armor, and dozens of lightning-wreathed tendrils shot out. Blue arcs snapped across his body, froze, pupils contracting, while the hardened tendrils wrapped the demonic blade in an unbreakable grip. Living armor? No other parasitic beast. He yanked at the sword, but it refused to budge. The truth hit him. Fong Ran was a dual-class extraordinarius who had laid a trap. Killing intent erupted behind him. A spearhead had already pierced several centimeters into his flesh, another half an inch, and it would be fatal. I concede. Jiang Su surrendered at once, and the demonic sword fell silent. Cold sweat rolled down his forehead. In a real fight, he would have been beheaded. Never thought I'd lose even in close quarters, he muttered. He swiftly handed Fong Ran 6 large sea beast scales. The small ones aren't with me. These came from hunts or were taken off other beastmasters. Fong Ran accepted them. At that moment, Imperial Capital Academy's standings jumped to second place, overtaking Sacred Beast Academy and trailing only the top-ranked elite school. A distant roar echoed. Someone from Fire Dragon Academy had just bonded with a mid-tier extraordinary beast, solidifying their first-place position. Under the rules, the top 3 in each zone advance directly, while the rest fight through the loser's bracket. Some contenders deliberately hide their strength to take that route, but bonding a mid-tier extraordinary requires rare conditions. Few can manage it, and those who can rarely risk their future. Most prefer safer, younger beasts. You win this round, Jiang Su said, crushing his wristband. The red light blinked out. He'll be stronger in the finals. His spirits remained oddly high. Perhaps simplicity had its perks. Next time, don't push yourself so hard, Xiao Tian sighed. I'm fine. Xiao Nian's extraordinary 'tis not that fragile, Fong Ran replied, patting him on the shoulder. Master is right, the slime answered, its voice stretching like taffy. Let's move. That mid-tier extraordinary is heading this way, Bai Lingshuang warned. Got it, Fong Ran nodded. With Xiao Tian's current stamina, a heating clash would likely end in defeat unless the slime fused and Xiao Nian's power rose high enough to match. Outside Yuqing, a wolf's howl tore through the silence deep in the mountains. Startled birds burst from the canopy. Beasts scattered through the trees. Then the forest fell quiet again. A pool of still warm green blood seeped into the fallen leaves. Suyu crouched beside the corpse, a faint crease between her brows. Green blood, yet it doesn't look like any beast around Yuqing. The creature before her was the size of a cheetah, its limbs lean and powerful, yet its body was plated with heavy rock-like armor. Flames flickered at the end of its tail and between its fangs, sending out waves of heat. I've never seen anything like it, she thought, on full alert. The lands near Yuqing had long been surveyed and catalogued. Only 3 transcendent beasts lived there. No one knew their exact level, only that they had lurked for years and commanded many lord-class monsters. Since Shen Tianshan's return, those 3 had kept a low profile. Now, with a strange transcendent beast appearing, she had to discover the reason. How is Fong Ran's match going? Thinking of her partner, Suyu recalled their conversation. Because Fong Ran trusted her, the safety of Yuqing rested on her shoulders. At the thought, a smile touched her lips, and she quickly hid it, embarrassed. Sanyue, let's go deeper. She swung onto the Sanyue wolf and gripped its back with her knees. The wolf raised its head in a long howl, crushed the leaves under its claws, and sprinted toward the heart of the forest. The farther they ventured, the more unfamiliar beasts they encountered, and Suyu's suspicions grew firmer. Suddenly the scenery around her changed. Verdant trees became charred husks, grassland turned to blackened earth, and the air reeked of heat and sulfur. A ruin? Did these beasts come from a ruin? Startled, she realized she had already crossed the boundary. Since I'm here, I might as well find out what's going on. The Sanyue wolf lowered its body and carried her deeper inside. Not long after Suyu disappeared into the ruin, the underbrush rustled and 2 figures arrived. One was draped in a black cloak. The other was a beast man covered in dark scales, his face impossible to read. It works well, the scaly beast man muttered. Naturally. The fusion will hold for at least a few hours, the cloaked man replied with a faint smile. What do you want? The beast man asked coldly. Nothing special. I'm happy to help besides some blackstone or... The cloaked man chuckled. The beast man said no more, but his nostrils suddenly flared and his gaze turned icy. Someone's gone in. Are you playing me? Stopping others isn't in my job description. Then I'll handle her myself. With that, the beast man vanished, streaking toward the depths of the ruin. The cloaked man turned back to the 3 transcendent beasts crouching on the ground. Though they were latest-stage transcendent, they bowed to a mere mid-stage monster. Even beasts have connections, he mocked himself. Compared with the endless power games in the human world, trading with monsters was faster money. Blackstone ore was worth a fortune to humans, yet to these creatures, it was worthless rubble. Since that was the case, he was happy to pick it up, smelt armor, and bless his fellow men. The thought brought a satisfied smile to his face. Night fell. Fong Ran and the others had holed up in a rundown apartment building to catch their breath. Night settled in, and the only light came from a dim flashlight that barely pushed back the shadows. Everyone was so worn out they could hardly keep their eyes open, yet Xiao Tian was still in the corner, spear flashing through the same drill over and over. Give me a break, does she never quit? Tai Jiuxin muttered, bloodshot eyes tracking her relentless movements. The day's battle had drained them dry. It had taken the entire squad to bring down 1 or 2 extraordinary sea beast avatars, while Fong Ran had dropped 7 or 8 on his own. Now his partner was still going full tilt enough to make anyone's nerves snap. I almost get why you'd play errand boy for a beastmaster, Tai Jushin growled. With a partner like that, who wouldn't? Across the room, the six-tailed ice fox flicked its tails. Sweat slid down snowy fur as it pushed on, determined to prove it wasn't soft. Train hard, or don't train at all. Fong Ran glanced at his watch. Xiao Tian, call it. 3 days left, we have to stay top 3, and someone could catch us anytime. Zhang Er added, pace yourself. Recovery's the priority now. Exactly. This is when you sleep, Tai Jushin chimed in, secretly relieved. If his lava earth dragon trained at night, the tremors would draw every rival team for miles. Right now he felt like a helpless spectator. Standing guard, Xiao Tian answered, never breaking rhythm. After her mistakes earlier, she was punishing herself with extra reps. I'm tired, Bai Lingshuang mumbled, rubbing her eyes. Come here, master. The six-tailed ice fox spread its tails into a soft mattress on the floor. When Bai Lingshuang sank into them with a contented sigh, the fox shot Fong Ran a smug look. Let's get everyone settled, temps are dropping, Fong Ran said. He had his slime split off a chunk of its body. In seconds the gel reshaped itself into a springy bed, complete with pillows and blankets. He dove in first. The plush surface felt better than his own mattress at home, and for the massive slime, this bit of mass was nothing. The others stared, green with envy. It can do that? Tai Jushin swallowed. Fong Ranu, brother Fong, think your partner could spare another piece? Even Bai Lingshuang pricked up her ears, and the ice fox gaped. Xiaoyan, any chance? Not happening, the slime replied coolly. Silence fell. Everyone knew forcing a reluctant partner only bred trouble. Fong Ran yawned. Am wiped. Great, then Xiao Tian can have the bed, Tai Jushin thought, picturing Fong Ran giving up his spot. The next moment shattered that fantasy. The famously fastidious angel lay right down beside Fong Ran without a second's hesitation. Has the sky fallen? Tai Jackson's mind buzzed. Angels were known for their reserve, yet she was sharing a bed with him? The room was still risky, so Xiao Tian kept a few centimeters of space, but under the blanket she quietly laced her fingers through Fong Ran's, her warm palm pressed to his. Beastmasters could go days without sleep, yet that tiny gesture said more than words about their trust and bond. In the eyes of every contestant from the imperial capital, Fong Ran's reputation climbed even higher. After dark the city becomes far more dangerous than during the day. How are the competing Beast Tamers planning to make it through the night? On television, the host stared at the surveillance feeds, giving a play-by-play of the tournament. A plate of sunflower seeds, a dish of raisins, and a few slices of fruit sat untouched on the studio desk. At home, Fang Qihua sat on the couch, palms sweating, eyes fixed on the constantly changing scenes from every zone. The camera first swept across the other sectors. Most tamers were taking turns on watch. Zone 5 had a Lord-rank beast patrolling, while the extraordinary rank beasts rested in place. Zone 2 had withdrawn to a skyscraper roof, set up camp, and kept an eye out for night-prowling owl beasts. When the host finally said Zone 3, Fang Qihua jerked upright, and the dozing Sang Shualon woke at once. Where's Fong Ran? Could he and Xiao Tian get ambushed? She whispered. Don't tempt fate, knock on wood. Fang Qihua waved his hands. Before he finished, the host's rapid commentary halted, then rose an octave. Everyone's watching the Imperial Capital Academy. Wait, did they bring a bed? On screen, a spotless white single bed stood in the jungle camp. The host's eyes went wide. How did they sneak in something that clean? Quick, change the shot. Murmurs from the control room leaked through the headset, and the feed flipped to birdsong deep in the forest. Two late viewers had already seen the bed and the two figures beside it. The comment stream blew up. Did I just see that? Looks like Fong Ran and his beast no way there. Quit it. They're standing apart. Dirty mind, dirty eyes, don't slander Fongshin. They're a few steps apart, but angels are total neat freaks. How did Fongshin pull it off? That's his genius. Even pure angels trust him. If Fong Ran were there, he'd probably wipe away a tear. At least no one was cracking the old let the beast do the work, or work on the beast joke. His aunt and uncle relaxed in front of the screen. Good thing that slime finally proved useful, Fong Qihua muttered. He'd thought the gooey blob was just his nephew's special soap. Still, isn't Ran a bit too close to Xiao Tian? Sang Shualon frowned. If that's what he wants, let him. Society may not allow human-on-human marriages yet, but I'm not uptight. He'll respect his choice. Fong Qihua nodded gravely. He knew his nephew's bid to become a Livian son-in-law was tough enough. Without Xiao Tian's support, he'd have been knocked out long ago. Meanwhile, countless viewers in the capital were glued to the broadcast. Some tamers don't seem to get along with their beasts. Yeah, they send them out at night to hunt, but some flat out refuse. The tamers have to rely on the contract. I hear that usually happens when the contract's signed after the beast finishes growing. Raise them from childhood, rarely an issue. Consensus formed quickly. Beasts raised from infancy aren't just more obedient, they bond more deeply. That doesn't mean high-level beasts obey at will. The stronger they are, the more often the contract must be reinforced, because powerful creatures instinctively reject orders from the weak. What about angels? Supposedly they're the hardest to tame. Remember the incident years back? Someone from the inspectorate was the first to bring it up. Naturally, angels have killed their masters before. They're outsiders, but no different from humans. Why would they willingly stay beneath us? Someone chimed in. He then brought up the Celestials' blockade of Longwo trade routes cut, resources frozen, clearly pointing the finger at Fong Ran. Among all the tamers who had bonded with angels, only Fong Ran was truly renowned, and the inspectorate had the power to audit every tamer pet pair. Fong Ran's humanoid angel was already formidable and would only grow stronger. Once it slipped into human society, it would be almost impossible to track. Would such a creature really stay obedient? Experience said probably not. It was the perfect chance to put pressure on the Tamer Association as well. Was Fong Ran's companion raised from childhood? The vice president of the association asked bluntly. When he signed the contract, she had only just been captured by the Divine Council and was still at the ordinary rank, Yu Baojun added at once. Hearing this, the vice president finally relaxed a little. In Tamer circles, raised from childhood refers first to rank, age second. Having both is ideal, but a high enough rank is still acceptable. Even so, he repeated that the Celestials were openly hostile to Longhua. The remark made Yu Baojun's heart leap into his throat. If the vice president deemed Fong Ran unstable, his promotions and resources would vanish. Yet you knew little about Fong Ran and the angel, so all he could do was pray let nothing go wrong. As long as they looked as close as any normal master and pet, everything would be fine. The feed suddenly switched to Fong Ran's monitoring sector. On screen, the pair were sleeping in the same bed. The seasoned agents fell silent in unison. Baojun, your student has rather unique tastes, huh? Someone whispered. You forced a smile. Maybe they're just close. Lots of siblings still share a bed after they grow up. He knew he was talking nonsense. The inspectors exchanged looks. They'd seen angels who were extremely attached to their tamers, but sharing a bed, this was a first. The vice president pondered for a moment, then said calmly, all the better. We can steer more resources his way in the future. As he finished, he glanced at another large screen. First zone finished. The teams advancing are Modu Academy, Zhongnan Academy, and Longting Academy. The next day, Zone 2. With Xiao Tian scouting, the 5 from Daidu Academy raced through a ruined coastal city, hunting the sea beast fragments. Their score shot to second place, leaving the third far behind. Dibin from Huolong Academy has nearly wiped out half the contestants. They've collected far more shards than we have, Tai Jiuxin said, frowning. A mid-transcendent pet was a dimensional blow to those still in early transcendence, so the other schools had to dodge Dibin's squad while searching for beasts. Relax, they're clearing the road for us, a teammate said breezily. Once all the fragments are gone, the match will end early, 3 days at most. The following night, atop a skyscraper, the wind howled. Xiao Tian stood by the guardrail, staring at the horizon. In the pitch-black sky, a crimson flash suddenly blossomed, bright as fresh blood. Here we go again. Beneath the silent pale moon, Suyu ran her fingers through the Sanyue wolf's neck fur and stepped onto a vast crimson plain. The soil underfoot was dark red and viscous, carrying a faint metallic stench. Ahead, a pack of lord-class beasts, clad in heavy stone armor, drifted like dormant colossi, exactly the creatures she had seen outside Yuqing. Fear clenched her heart. She looked back. Yuqing's skyline was still faintly visible. Yet when she faced forward again, the scenery had twisted beyond recognition, as though she had crossed the seam between two worlds. She had sprinted for dozens of li, still with no end in sight. This was no longer Yuqing. Danger. She had to return and report everything to the Beast Tamers Guild, to tell Fong Ran. Her pulse hammered. Whoever could forge such a boundary would surely know an intruder had entered. Move, Sanyue, she whispered. The wolf exploded forward, a silver streak across the scarlet earth, only for a blinding beam to slash through the air a heartbeat later. Bang! Light met light. The air shattered. Suyu and the Sanyue wolf were hurled apart like kites with cut strings. Blood burst from her lips as she tumbled across the ground. Even a beast tamer's body cracked under the force. Bones snapped, each breath a flare of agony. Sanyue, she forced her head around. 3 horrific gashes split the wolf's belly, blood gushing, its body nearly severed. Seeing the partner who had grown up beside her so gravely wounded, Suyu felt her heart tear open. Where did this ant come from? A deep voice growled. A figure in obsidian scales sauntered to the wolf. Suyu's pupils tightened, a humanoid form, skin sheathed in black scales, curved horns, vertical crimson eyes, and vast wings. A dragonkin. An extraordinary rank. Texts claimed it took 10 tamers of the same tier to bring one down. The Sanyue wolf whimpered. The dragonkin tore off a strip of its flesh, chewed, frowned, and spat it out. Disgusting. Blood dripped from his fangs. His savage gaze fell on Suyu. A lesser race dares enslave a dragonkin? A chill seeped through the air. Then his lips curved, as if struck by amusement. Instead of striking, he unfurled his wings and vanished into the scarlet expanse. The sky that once mirrored Yuqing's outline was now drowned in blood-red gloom, erasing the last glimmer of hope. Suyu struggled, but her body refused to move. Roar! From the dragonkin's wake, New beasts charged forward. That Sun Yue wolf snarled, forced its mangled form upright, drove the monsters back, then staggered over to lift Su Yu onto its back, leaving a trail of crimson. It meant to save her one last time. Put me down, Su Yu rasped, mustering the final scraps of her strength. The road back to Yuqing has probably vanished, and no one knows where it lies. Everything that Sun Yue wolf does is in vain. Yet it still charges through the jungle as it once carried the young Su Yu, paying no mind to the hopelessness ahead. Inside the third sector. What did you see? Fong Ran asked in a whisper. Xiao Tian squinted toward the distance. Red light. It shows up at least 10 times a night. That meant feral beasts were appearing inside the city. Fong Ran strapped on his light armor and dashed toward the glow with Xiao Tian. As the light blinked out, they locked on their Targeta wolf demon, covered in crimson fur. That thing isn't from Yuqing. Could there be a remnant domain outside the walls? Fong Ran muttered. Xiao Tian struck first, his spear piercing the beast instantly. Just a high-tier creature, he said coolly as he withdrew the weapon. Can you pinpoint where the light appears? Maybe we can get inside, Fong Ran pressed. It's too fast. We can't make it in time, Xiao Tian replied. Fong Ran wouldn't let it go. Since their arrival, monster numbers had surged. If one could slip through, 10 or 100 could follow. Yuqing faced real danger. The divine egg can teleport. Maybe it can do it, he mused, entering the beast realm, but soon frowned no response. Master, I can take you there, the slime declared, bouncing forward. Fong Ran looked skeptical. The slime, still miffed about being used as a bed the previous night, grew more indignant. Watch this. It hit the ground, black energy surging from its surface. A dark mist flooded the area, and the slime darted through it like a specter. Incredible, Fong Ran said with exaggerated amazement. Humph. Naturally, the slime sniffed, its tail trembling with pride. When Fong Ran patted its head, its cheeks flushed. Have Xiao Tian locate the rift, and he'll get you there. Deal, Fong Ran said, gripping its sticky little paw. Hours later, on patrol, Xiao Tian's eyes lit up. The red light's stronger distance, 1,700 meters. Before he finished speaking, Fong Ran felt himself sink into his own shadow as the slime hurled him toward the target at breakneck speed. In a heartbeat they arrived. A spatial rift flickered ahead, a wolf beast poking its snout through, looking around in confusion. Tendrils shot from the slime, skewering the creature and tossing it aside. The rift contracted violently, on the verge of collapse. Go. The slime seized the moment, dragged Fong Ran through the gap, and the two of them vanished from Sector 3. Where are we? Fong Ran looked around. Jagged crimson flagstones spread beneath his feet, stretching into a blood-red wasteland. Above him, ash-gray clouds churned across a dim sky. A broken realm? He dismissed the notion at once. The metallic tang in the air and the distant, half-muffled roars proved the beasts were all too real. Xiao Tian took in the scene as well. They were standing at the seam between two worlds. Spatial fissures flickered in and out of sight, leaving the air hanging in shreds. Whenever a monster wandered past, it would be drawn into the turbulence and randomly hurled toward a nearby city. Fong Ran's best guess, and for now the only one that made sense. Do we keep going? Xiao Tian asked in a low voice. The match was timed, they couldn't linger. Let's head back first. We'll investigate after the competition ends. Fong Ran turned to leave. He hadn't taken a single step when a mark carved into a chunk of rubble caught his eye. The coded field sign used by the Beast Tamers Guild. Next to it, the identifier Su Yu was clearly etched. Su Yu? Fong Ran's heart skipped a beat. The mark meant Su Yu had entered this space as well. Xiao Tian, change of plans. Follow the markers, we're going in. He frowned. Su Yu had been scouting the local beasts. Had she been dragged in here too? Understood. Xiao Tian copied the information from the stone and hurried after him. Farther in, shattered rocks bristled like knife blades. On a relatively flat boulder, Su Yu lay on her back, blood oozing from her temple. Her contracted beast, the howling moon wolf, crouched beside her, eyes fixed on the distance, pausing now and then to lick her cheek. Its evolved power let it briefly regenerate under moonlight, but once the skill ended, the backlash struck. Deep, ragged wounds already split its chest and belly. Su Yu. Su Yu. In a haze, she thought she heard someone calling. Memories surged. Dad spent a fortune to buy you this wolf cub. Her brother had placed the tiny Sun Yue wolf in her arms, and she had giggled as the pup's tongue tickled her whole hand. Su Yu, why do you want to be a beast tamer? Her father's voice had asked. Because beast tamers are amazing. I want to be just as great as you. She had answered, proud and innocent. Her father had taken the pup back, suddenly solemn. I became a beast tamer so our family could live well. What about you? Then, they'll do it so everyone can live well. The little girl had only wanted to prove she was stronger than her father, never grasping the weight of her promise. Her father had laughed heartily. Good, worthy of being my daughter. From now on, that Sun Yue wolf is yours. Treat it well. Years had flashed by. She had achieved her dream, only to learn her father had fallen on the beast front. She had given up a place at a top academy and stayed in U City instead. Song. You? Su Yu's eyes snapped open. Moonlight poured down. The once tiny cub was now several times her size, silver white, fur gleaming coldly beneath the murky sky. Bone-deep gashes scored its body, yet it still held its ground beside her. The wolf let out a low, wavering howl, thick with emotion. Thanks to the Tsanyue wolf's saliva, Su Yu's bleeding had stopped, but shattered bones were not something that would heal quickly. How long was I out? She braced against a boulder and forced herself upright only to have the air freeze in her lungs. Far in the distance, an endless tide of beasts was kicking up a wall of dust, racing straight toward her, and high above them a winged dragonkin hovered, flapping lazily while watching the scene with cruel amusement. How far did you carry me? Suyu ran a trembling hand over the wolf's quivering back. It was already covered in wounds, panting hard, moonlight light flickering between its matted fur. The beast was at its limit, and when the moonlight possession ended, the odds of survival were slim. Her chest tightened. She clenched a handful of its mane and whispered, "Go. Just go, Sanyue, head back to you city." The Sanyue wolf lifted its head, staring first at the dragonkin, then back the way it had come. After a heartbeat of hesitation, it whirled and shot off in a streak of moonlight. Suyu's arms fell limp, a hollow ache settling in her heart. Watching from above, the dragonkin sneered. So this is a beastmaster? In the face of death, a beast shows its true nature. Worth every second of this little game. Wind tore across the ground as the Tsanyue wolf bolted like a loosed arrow. Moonlight streamed behind it, scattering rock chips and shredding grass. Minutes later, is that the Tsanyue wolf? Fong Ran stood at the edge of a hill, recognizing the radiant glow at once. It's badly hurt. Xiao Tian, where's Suyu? Come on, let's find out. The wolf skidded to a halt in front of them, growling urgently and pointing a paw back the way it had come. Fong Ran nodded. Lead the way. Oh woo. Its howl split the sky as it spun around and sprinted off. Fong Ran and Xiao Tian close behind. Moments later they reached the stony slope. The beast tide roared past, and Suyu was kneeling on one knee atop a jutting boulder. The dragonkin landed several yards away, lips curling. Called in friends to die with you? Suyu froze, then winced in regret. Coming back now would only get Fong Ran and the wolf killed. If anyone deserved to fulfill their childhood promise, it was Fong Ran, a true beastmaster. But against a dragonkin and a tide of monsters, what could he possibly do? Xiao Tian, get her out of there. Xiao Tian nodded, kicking off the ground. In a flash he was beside Su Yu, tipped a vial of spirit elixir past her lips, then lifted her into his arms. Warmth flooded her body. She could almost feel the gashes knitting shut. Seconds later Xiao Tian set her down beside Fong Ran. The moonlight around the Tsanyue wolf dimmed, and at last its strength gave out. Blood spurted from the cracks in its hide as it collapsed in the dirt. Fong Ran, its wounds are too severe. We have to get it to a specialized beast hospital. Suyu cradled its neck, voice shaking. She knew even the best clinic might not save it, but first they had to survive. Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian pressed a palm to the wolf's chest. A pale gold halo rose from within him, humming as it spread outward. An instant later, a pillar of light speared into the sky, and with the quiver of that halo a blaze of holy radiance tore through the clouds. Divine Oracle Redemption. As the halo quivered, a beam of light brighter than anything before tore through the black clouds and fell straight onto the Tsanyue wolf's battered body. The wolf let out a low, mournful cry. Every damaged cell raced to heal under the flood of holy power, yet massive blood loss still clamped down on its life, like an invisible fist. Xiaotian couldn't conjure blood out of thin air, and the radiance couldn't close those gaping wounds. Is there no way to save it? Su Yu's chest tightened, her gaze glued to the wolf's spreading bloodstains. It could have escaped on its own, but its injuries worsened when it shielded her. She bit her lip. I can't ask Fong Ran for miracles. Sanyue wolf is hurt too badly, and Xiaotian isn't a healing angel. Even if a real one arrived, unless they were latestage extraordinary, they'd be powerless. Xiaotian pulled back her hand and spoke quickly. It's losing too much blood. We have to get it to Yuqing's beast hospital right now. Suyu had expected that, yet her heart still sank. Fong Ran lifted his head, eyes scanning the distant wilderness. A towering draconian strode forward, every step cracking the earth. So you're Fong Ran. The creature bared its fangs, razor-sharp and gleaming in the light. Fong Ran blinked. When did I get so famous that even lizard folk know me? He arched a brow. Did that man give you my name? You know him? The draconian answered offhandedly. That bit of confirmation made Fong Ran's eyes brighten. So the target really is male. The search range just got cut in half. Realizing head slipped, the draconian didn't care. That ally was temporary at best. Being teased annoyed him, but it didn't matter. Fong Ran would soon be nothing but food. Boom. Air burst apart as the draconian lunged, sonic booms shaking the land and sky. The sheer speed and force made Su Yu's pupils contract. Fong Ran, he's mid-tier extraordinary. You can't beat him, just stall and retreat. He'll handle it. Xiaotian tightened her grip on the spear. Wings snapped open, and she shot into the air, the weapon tracing a vicious arc lit by holy light as it stabbed straight for the dragon man's throat. Oomph. Let me show you the gulf between us. He tried to seize the shaft, but the impact sent numbness up his arm. His face hardened. He had to twist his wrist and bleed off the force just to parry. Latest stage extraordinary? The thought jarred him. Yet her aura was clearly early stage. That much he could sense. He slaughtered peers like poultry, and stronger beasts bowed to his dragon bloodline. Now an angel one rank below could meet him heathen. So what? You're only a bug that's harder to squash. With a roar, his claws swept towards Iotian's abdomen to glance off a layer of impossibly tough scales. Humiliation flared. Veins bulged on his forehead. Surrounded by savage beasts, he was being stalled by a lesser angel. In a flash he went all out. Wings, tail, and claws wove a steel net. Clang, clang, clang. Metal rang and sparks flew. Xiaotian twisted and darted, using her spear as both blade and shield. Each time he struck, she siphoned off the power behind the blow, turning the impact into fresh, holy energy to fuel her own attacks. Draconians really are as strong as Teacher Longyu, she muttered to herself. A tingling shot through Xiaotian's arm. Facing an opponent a full tier above her made killing the Draconian feel almost impossible. She thought grimly that if he realized she meant to take his life, he would explode in blind rage. Ash-gray smoke billowed from the Draconian's maw as heat and blinding light gathered in his throat. The next instant boom, a half-fan of flame burst forth like a bomb. Xiaotian twisted aside on beating wings and flung her spear in the same motion, but the blaze still grazed her, erasing half a wing in an instant. Fall, the Draconian sneered, claws slicing down. A pale gold spear blossomed in Xiaotian's palm as her wings regenerated behind her. Both weapon and wings were woven from holy power. As long as that power held, she could remake them at will. Clang. The spear met the Draconian's crushing swipe heathen. The metallic reverberation left her foe visibly irked, a growl rattling between his fangs. Watching from a distance, Su Yu's eyes widened. She knew better than anyone how terrifying a Draconian was. Yet Xiaotian was matching him blow for blow. That's at least Sklasmabe Emperor blood tier, she muttered. Usually it takes 10 handlers of equal rank to pin one down. So why can't he finish Fong Ran even with the level advantage? Xiaoyan, help her, Fong Ran ordered. He could see Xiaotian's holy power dwindling. An early transcendent could only clash with a mid-transcendent for so long. On it, the slime, Xiaoyan, shed its usual playfulness. It couldn't bear the thought of Xiaotian hurt her its master grieving. Moving out, its pliant body streaked across the ground like black lightning. Darkness spread in its wake, engulfing the beasts at the front line. Inside the field, slime replicas surfaced and exploded, releasing spores that seeped into fur and skin. Seconds later bang beasts burst into bloody mist. Only Lord-class creatures had bodies tough enough to resist. A wraith spawn? From the void sea? No, something else, the Draconian muttered, for the first time looking wary. Black fluid climbed Xiaotian's snow-white legs and wrapped her entire body. A dusky red heart slipped between her lips. Her brow furrowed, but her aura soared. Moments later, jet black armor fused seamlessly with her skin, replacing angelic grace with raw battle lust. Dark violet pupils appeared, letting her read every soul and movement nearby. She leveled her spear. Phantom thrust. 20 afterimages coiled around the shaft, turning it into a grotesque spear of flesh and lightning-laced purple fluid. The crackling arcs made the Draconian's eye twitch. A fusion trick? You think that's enough? He howled. All of you will die here today. His eerie roar echoed, and in moments the once empty horizon swarmed with nearly a dozen transcendent creatures and an army of lord-class beasts. The sight before her left Suyu rooted to the spot, despair written across her face. How could they possibly fight this battle? The gulf in strength was a yawning chasm, and to make matters worse, they were on the enemy's home turf. I only meant to toy with you, the dragonkin rasped, but I've changed my mind. I'll make it quick. Scalding steam hissed from the gaps between his scales as a 2-meter blade solidified in his hand, the dragonkin's edge. To him, Fong Ran was a looming threat. If this human prodigy made it back to the city, how could the Black Stone Mountains ever stand against mankind? The simplest solution was to snuff out the genius in its cradle and spare his father any future trouble. Whoosh! The long blade howled through the air, slashing at Xiaotian. She lifted an arm to block, finding it far easier than before. With the momentum, she knocked the weapon aside and countered bang. A flesh-forged spear slammed into dragon scales. A surge of lightning coursed through the tip, and the remaining wounds were rapidly corroded by venom. Dragon soul forging and crimson burst detonated at once. The crimson heart in Xiaotian's chest hammered like a drum. Savage power flooded her limbs, driving her combat strength to mid-extraordinary. In the next heartbeat, 2 figures shot skyward, their collisions booming like thunder. Each clash birthed a white-hot fireball, the shockwaves ringing like hammers on a giant bell and sending rocks cascading down the mountainside. Incredible, is that Fong Ran's contracted beast his trump card? Suyu stared upward, a mix of shock and relief in her eyes. Beside her, The Sanyue wolf lay unconscious from its wounds. Suyu knelt and pressed a hand to its belly. Feeling its faint heartbeat, she was seized by panic. Roar! The earth shook as a tide of beasts surged forward. Even with the slime's expanding domain, it couldn't halt a stampede of extraordinary rank, 3 of them already laid a stitch. Give it up, the dragonkin sneered. You're not getting out of here. Haven't you noticed? We left Yuqing long ago. This is beyond the Blackstone Mountains. Fong Ran's pupils narrowed. The distance between the Blackstone Mountains and Yuqing stretched for tens of thousands of li. Even reaching the nearest war city, then circling back to a frontier city, felt impossible. The thought weighed on him. How many months would crossing that span take, assuming they even survived? Right now, they had no retreat at all. Suddenly, a spark lit his mind. Tens of thousands of li. This place is just like the ruined sector near the training camp. That city had also been destroyed by a sudden Zerg invasion, and the hive lay far beyond the sea. The 2 sites had to be connected, but there was no time to investigate. Divine egg, this land is soaked in flesh and blood. Want a taste? There's dragonkin over there too, Fong Ran called inwardly. Help me break out, and he'll release you right now. The long silent divine egg answered, clearly intrigued by dragonkin blood. Deal. An instant later, his beast taming space churned. Fong Ran thrust out a hand, and with a violent ripple a colossal egg large as a hill crashed onto the ground. The moment it appeared, every scale on the dragonkin stood on end. He felt a mortal threatlet stitch extraordinary power. His eyes bulged. Without the slightest hesitation, he turned and fled at full speed. Yet Xiao Tian's restraint left him unable to move an inch. You're not getting away. Xiao Tian's voice scraped across his eardrums like shards of ice. Being pinned down by a creature whose bloodline was clearly inferior already had the dragonkin fuming. That triumphant declaration stabbed his nerves like a steel needle and instantly ignited his rage. Still, he knew the real danger wasn't here. You hold it off for me, he roared. The latest extraordinary beasts nearby ignored the order. Instead, they went berserk, tearing into one another, and several even wheeled around to attack their own master. Are you insane? He had no time to dodge. A crazed beast's claw swatted him aside. Pain burst in his chest, and a metallic taste filled his mouth. The pendant his father had given him quivered violently at his throat, as though fending off some invisible pressure. The god egg, though also late extraordinary, radiated an irresistible bloodline suppression. The moment a dark green tendril slid out of its shell and brushed his skin, his scales sizzled like they'd been doused with acid. One arm dissolved into gore and was sucked straight into the pulsing vein. Share some of that dragon blood, the slime shouted, flicking out a glass vial that filled scarlet in an instant. Agony and fear shattered his reason. Dragging what remained of his body, the dragonkin bolted. The special scale on his chest flared, and his speed multiplied. Humiliation spread through him like venom once he recovered. Fong Ran, Xiao Tian, and that angel would not leave alive. After he vanished, the god egg's tendrils rampaged across the ground. Thousands of savage beasts and 20 berserk extraordinary titans fell like cut grain. Their blood was swallowed, their flesh converted to nourishment. Minutes later, silence reigned, broken only by mountains of bleached bone. That god egg had been the Divine Society's trump card against humanity, yet Fong Ran had seized it by chance. This thing's too dangerous, but at least it's in our hands, Fong Ran muttered, relaxing for a heartbeat before tensing again. The dragonkin's strength was almost impossible to contain with just 2 contracted beasts, and Xiao Tian was only early extraordinary. He had to grow stronger king class at the very least. His gaze drifted to the distant piles of bone, and a new plan took shape. Imperial capital, conference room. Fong Ran's been missing for hours. Where'd that kid run off to? Are we still in this tournament or not? Our rankings in free fall. You, the beast tamer you scouted, slipped out for a foot massage halfway through? Must learn that trick from you. Voices overlapped in a chaotic chorus. Yu Baojin's mouth twitched. He was just as clueless. After Fong Ran left, they'd collided with Fire Dragon Academy on the outskirts and lost half their CB scales. The man himself had vanished for 5 or 6 hours. Tai Jiuxin let out a long sigh. Without Fong Ran's umbrella, they'd expected the fights to stay easy, only to find molten rock raining instead of water. If not for his own scent tracking skill that netted a few sea beast clones, they'd have slipped out of the top 20 by now. Their kills came slowly, and long hunts made it easy to clash with other teams, triggering brutal brawls. Coupled with their old feud with War Beast Academy, a handful of ambushes had left them clinging to 5th place. One thought echoed in Tai Jiuxin's mind. Fong God, get back here, Ru can't do this without you. Where on earth has that kid Fong Ran disappeared to? Zhang Er muttered in exasperation. Don't tell me a handler from Fire Dragon Academy caught him and knocked him out of the match. Tai Jiuxin fumed, practically hopping with anger. Serves him right for wandering off with 0 discipline. The high hopes had pinned on Fong Ran had curdled into bitter frustration. Without Fong Ran, he would have to hunt Wenxiang's points all by himself, and the pressure simply wasn't in the same league. If he's gone, quit worrying about him. Getting through the National Beast Taming Tournament rests on the 4 of us now. Bai Lingshuang cut through the panic, then swept her gaze over the team. How many CB scales do we still have? 5 large scales, and a bit over 70 small ones. Zhang Li answered at once. Most of the haul had been snatched by other schools. In the closing stage of the competition, that total was a drop in the bucket. Only the top 3 advance. Zhang Er's eyes went wide. Had expected to suffer the humiliation of finishing second to Fire Dragon Academy. Now an even worse fate loomed. The Imperial Capital Academy might plunge straight into the loser's bracket. Zhang Er could live with personal failure, long been neighbors with mother success. As the joke went, but the 5 of them carried the academy's reputation. As one of the nation's 5 great schools, anything short of the top 10 would explode into a PR disaster, especially after the principal's hard target. Eliminated and nailed to the wall of shame. Fantastic. Zhang Er felt his scalp tingle. Tai Jiuxin understood all too well. The tournament drew massive attention every year. If they lost, they'd be roasted alive online. And with so little time left, a comeback looked impossible. Don't give up. There's one chance left. Bai Lingshuang fought to sound upbeat. Remember the special rule: besides sea beast avatars, any ferocious creature counts for points. She knew the odds were lousy. Those beasts were worth little, excelled at hiding, and hunting them drained stamina while attracting predators. Are we really about to become the worst team in Imperial Capital history? Zhang Er groaned. Even worse, his perennial runner-up label was about to go viral. The internet loved digging up losers. Hours later, the match ended. Every contestant's wristband buzzed, and the system recalled them to Yuqing's entrance. On the giant leaderboard, Imperial Capital Academy froze at 7th place. In the livestream chat, Imperial Capital supporters broke down in tears. They started perfectly and still got overtaken. I thought we had it when I saw Fong Ran's early moves. I even planned to wear a God Fong mask to troll Pu Lane out. Look, God became a criminal. Who knocked Fong Ran out? Why is there no replay? Where's the director? The scrolling comments burned with indignation. On the other side of the screen, the Academy's principal watched blankly. Dropping into the loser's bracket meant a brutal melee next. Fong Ran had better not blow it again. The Academy had already lost face. One more disappointment wouldn't make much difference. People were used to them falling short. That kid sure knows how to embarrass us, Long Yu remarked, raising an eyebrow. She had never watched a match before, and only came this time because of Fong Ran. And this was the outcome she got? Outside the arena, Yu Baojin's mood was just as bleak. The vice president's stormy face hung overhead like dark clouds, and Kuei Namless' increasingly smug smile beside him only poured fuel on the fiery web. Baojun was braced for a tongue lashing. Meanwhile, results from the other divisions were announced one after another. First Division, Modu Academy, Jiangnan Academy, and Longting Academy advanced. Second Division, Longdang Academy, Lingyu Academy, and the list paused, then moved on to the Third Division. Fire Dragon Academy is practically locked in for first place, taking the top spot, while wedged between 3 of the 5 great academies. A silver rank member started to report, but was cut off. The Fire Dragon boys still hadn't shown their trump card. Imperial Capital Academy's been holding back, but if they lose even in the loser's bracket, they won't keep their seat among the 5. A gold rank guild member muttered with a frown. Begin tallying the points, someone urged, and the atmosphere drew taut in an instant. Cut back to the arena. Each team of Beast Tamers queued up to hand in their spoils. Gleaming CB scales and still bloody heartbones were stacked on the stone table, while the livestream audience waited in suspense. Fire Dragon Academy. More than 20 large CB scales plus the heartbones of 2 extraordinary level beasts. Sacred Beast Academy. 17 large scales and a heap of small ones, right on Fire Dragon's heels. War Beast Academy. 1 member eliminated in the first round, leaving only 15 scales. Everyone waited anxiously until Imperial Capital Academy finally stepped forward. They laid down just 7 large scales. Where's Fong Ran? The tamer in charge of the count scanned the team. No one answered. They just looked at each other. Hadn't Fong Ran been knocked out? Scene shift. At the edge of the wasteland, the slime rolled the shattered bones of a fierce beast into its body. When it finished, Fong Ran recalled it and hurried back to Suyu. In front of them, the giant divine egg stretched out tendrils and tore open a warped portal. Dark red energy churned inside the rift, like a flame in a gale ready to gutter out at any second. Fong Ran, they'll never tell anyone what happened here, Suyu whispered. She had already guessed the thing was the legendary divine egg, yet chose to trust his judgment. It's all right, Teacher Suyu. I believe you, Fong Ran said firmly. The word teacher struck Suyu's heart. She had helped him so much that emotion welled up. She couldn't stop herself from pulling Fong Ran into a hug. He gently stroked her back in comfort, and her cheeks flushed before she quickly stepped away. I'm only a few years older than you. Don't call me teacher. All right, Sister Suyu, Fong Ran replied with a smile. The portal shrank suddenly. The divine egg slipped into the rift, then reappeared inside Fong Ran's beast space. Its voice was softer than ever. I've devoured plenty of flesh and blood. He'll need time to digest. Let's head back, Fong Ran said, pulling out his Beast Tamers Guild badge. He'll have Xiao Nian take Song Yu to Yuqing Central Pet Hospital. Use this badge and get the best doctor. Suyu accepted the badge with both hands and gave a firm nod. We're still a long way from the arena. Fong Ran glanced toward Yuqing, a flicker of anxiety passing through him. Elsewhere, Xiao Nian was sprinting through the streets with the Tsanyue wolf and Suyu, hooves and footsteps echoing in the empty alleys. Xiao Tian, get me back there, Fong Ran urged quietly. Fine, he'll grab you. Xiao Tian stepped forward and seized Fong Ran's belt. A muffled pop sounded, and a pair of snow-white wings burst from his back, each feather glinting silver in the sunlight, dazzling and awe-inspiring. This feels a bit awkward. How about carrying me on your back instead? Fong Ran asked, embarrassed, pointing at his collar. He had no wish to be hauled into the arena like a chick by the scruff of its neck. I'm tired, this is faster. Xiao Tian's face showed fatigue as he lifted Fong Ran and shot skyward. His wings beat hard, invisible columns of wind boosting them into the air. Fortunately, the arena wasn't far. Within minutes they were skimming above it. Wind howled past, and the platform and stands spread out below. Look, isn't that Fong Ran's companion Beast? And he's holding someone, isn't that Fongshan? A low murmur rippled through the crowd. Beast Masters from Fire Dragon Academy, the other great academies, and Imperial Capital Academy all looked up, tracking that flash of white wings. Tai Jiuxin stared at the familiar figure overhead. An inexplicable relief easing his chest, his shattered worldview seemed to knit itself back together. Yet reality remained unforgiving. The Imperial Capital team exchanged glances. Zhang Er frowned. His return won't help. We're headed for the loser's bracket. Let's regroup and plan, Zhang Li added. Next time we can't let Fong Ran do as he pleases. Exactly. A team needs discipline. You have to name a clear leader, the brothers muttered. Bai Lingshuang nodded silently. No one meant to single out Fong Ran, but their defeat ultimately came from his unilateral decisions, even if he had earned them the lion's share of points. Whoosh, the air erupted as Xiao Tian folded his wings and landed before them, the feathers vanishing at once. He released Fong Ran, who touched down steadily. Ahem, I'm back, Fong Ran coughed, unable to hide his embarrassment. The scorekeeper had been waiting. He checked his pocket watch, his tone stern. Player from the Imperial Capital, we've waited a long time. One more minute and you'd have been disqualified. How many sea beast scales and savage beast remains did you bring? Every gaze converged on him. Beast Masters from Fire Dragon and the other academies pricked up their ears. Jiang Su frowned. After disappearing so long, Fong Ran couldn't have come back empty-handed. I have no sea beast scales, but I did bring some savage beast remains that should count, Fong Ran replied, raising his hand. Savage beast remains are worth only 1/5 the points of sea beast scales, the judge reminded him kindly. Unless you killed 5 for every one, your score won't be enough. I see. In that case I should just barely make it. Fong Ran exhaled, then snapped his fingers. Snap. Space rippled open, a rift tearing across the sky like a curtain. A heartbeat later, bones cascaded down with a thunderous crash, fangs, shields, broken horns, and clawed blades clattering together, deafening the onlookers. It took 5 minutes for the fissure to seal and the rain of fragments to cease. Before everyone's eyes, a white mound 4 or 5 stories tall rose outside the arena, its shadow engulfing half the registration zone. These are the savage beasts you killed during the match. The judge's eyes bulged, his lips trembling. You've got to be kidding me. Even if you were the Emperor Beastmaster's own son, if you expect me to bend the rules, at least make it look plausible. With all these beast skeletons, perfectly stripped of flesh, anyone would think you just walked out of a specimen shop. The student on guard felt his eyes widen and blurted. But with this many bodies, did you wipe out every beast in the city? He wasn't alone. Everyone had the same question. Fong Ran offered no explanation. Start counting. I've got things to do, he said, then turned and hurried off. He left the ruin at a sprint, heading straight for the beast hospital to check on the Tsanyue wolf and file a report on the anomalies he'd seen along the way. Once he was gone, curiosity swallowed the crowd. A student picked up a shard of bone gleaming cold and white, ran a quick scan, and shouted, fresh kill less than 30 minutes old. Even more unsettling, many of the scattered bones belonged to extraordinary grade beasts. Students from the number 3 academy felt their hearts sink. If these counted toward the score, they were headed straight for the loser's bracket. Someone ventured, maybe Fong Ran slipped away during the signal blackout and hunted somewhere else. But the surrounding plain was endless and empty. Covering that ground, let alone dragging back this many high-level trophies, was impossible in so little time. The livestream chat exploded. Holy crap, Fong God power leveled on his own? Can't blame him. His teammates are garbage. Without Fong God, the whole team falls apart. Just hand him the trophy and call it a day. 30 minutes later the scores came in. Imperial Capital Academy had rocketed to first place in Sector 3. The news set the stream ablaze with another wave of spam. Tai Jiuxin, Bai Lingshuang, and the others finally saw the numbers, their jaws hitting the floor. Shock, excitement, and regret surged together. Tade actually doubted Fong Ran. Zhang Er pumped his fist. First place. My first time ever. Bai Lingshuang smiled but still wondered. Where had Fong Ran gone during that silent half hour? In the viewing room of Imperial Capital Academy's inspectorate, the atmosphere was just as turbulent. Kuei Nan's expression was mixed. Send someone to ask the kid where he disappeared to. Being proven wrong stung, but the truth mattered more. Yu Baojun, arms shaking, lowered his voice. Vice Chairman, with numbers like these, Fong Ran qualifies for better resources. I'd like to request black gold armor for him. Kuei Nan pondered, then waved a hand. Find out where he went first, then we'll decide. Understood. Yu Baojun breathed. No outright refusal meant the request was as good as approved. Yu City. Fong ran cross town and reached the Central Beast Hospital in barely 10 minutes. The vast complex of towering, brightly lit buildings looked like a supersized human hospital, dedicated solely to injured companion beasts. At reception he asked, I'm here for Suyu. Which room is she in? The receptionist, secretly watching a match replay, looked up in surprise. Your Suyu is in the medium beast recovery ward, room 13. Inside ward 13, the Tsangua wolf sprawled across a custom bed big enough for 2 full-grown predators. Patches of its thick silver-gray fur had been shaved into neat squares, and a maze of monitors, for lines, and ECG cables clung to its body, the drip of fluid and the beep of the heart monitor echoing off the walls. Medical staff hurried past with equipment carts while the attending physician urged them in a low, urgent voice, move faster, someone get Dr. Dai. His grave expression came not only because the wounded beast belonged to Silver-tier Beastmaster Suyu, but also because Suyu had once saved his son during a disaster, though she herself no longer remembered it. The blood bank is open. Silver-tier emergency units delivered. Vitals basically stable. A nurse handed him the chart, her tone brisk and precise. This hospital served only companion beasts, its clientele exclusively beastmasters. The pressure was immense, but its resources far surpassed those of ordinary medical centers. Suyu. A bald doctor pushed through the door, and the familiar voice made her look up. Dr. Dai? The surrounding staff instinctively stepped back, respect written on every face. Dr. Dai, a Lord-rank beastmaster, was a graduate of Lingyu Academy, one of the 5 grand academies renowned for training healing-type companion beasts, and viewed across the field as the last line of defense. Dragon Ant Dr. Dai snapped his fingers. A black blur no larger than a fingertip darted forward, burrowed into the Tsangua wolf's flesh, and surfaced an instant later. Dr. Dai's gaze stayed steady, yet a faint crease appeared between his brows. Severe blood loss with extensive internal trauma. Can you save it? Will the Tsangua wolf recover? Suyu's voice was hoarse. Absolutely. Dr. Dai answered without hesitation, then tilted his head. But there's deeper damage inside. When did that happen? About 2 hours ago, Suyu recalled. 2 hours? Dr. Dai blurted. Impossible. With injuries that bad, even immediate transport would leave it hanging by a thread, never mind traveling here on its own. Only then did Suyu remember Fong Ran had asked Xiao Tian to attempt a healing. She had assumed the little sprite could only slow the bleeding, yet it had hauled the wolf back from the brink of death. Her heart pounded. A few minutes later, Fong Ran strode into the ward. How is it? Stable now? Thanks to you? Suyu whispered. Fong Ran said nothing, walking straight to the doctors. They'll cover all costs. Just make sure that Tsangua wolf returns to peak condition. The medical team exchanged glances. Suyu was in her prime, destined at least for extraordinary rank. If her bonded beast were crippled, her future would be too. Dr. Dai made a quick calculation. Full recovery will take at least a month. Top-grade spirit fruit. Bone-forging medicated baths total cost 5.53 million. The duty manager added, as a silver-tier member, you're fully covered. We only need your name for the record. A spark lit in Fong Ran's eyes. So silver-tier came with perks like this. He vaguely recalled the clerk mentioning subsidies when he signed up, but had never looked into it. All right. He signed with a flourish. The staff finally relaxed, smiling as they escorted the 2 guests from the ward. In the corridor, soft white lights stretched their shadows across the floor. Looking at Fong Ran's slightly weary profile, Suyu felt a wave of quiet reassurance. Almost without thinking, she reached out and slipped her fingers into his hand. What is it? Fong Ran paused. Suyu's cheeks flushed. It was my fault. I ran off without reporting and almost got you killed. You are certainly at fault, Fong Ran said, his voice steady and his gaze sharp. Suyu froze, and the light in her eyes gradually dimmed. However, investigating that spatial anomaly and saving you along the way was my own decision, not yours. Fong Ran's tone grew heavier. Your mistake is treating both your life and your Tsangua wolf's life irresponsibly. As your superior, I have to remind you. Your life is a blade that belongs to the Beastmasters Association. Don't squander it. Senior Fong, I understand. Suyu lowered her head, yet a warmth rose in her chest. Fong Ran chuckled. Just call me Fong Ran when it's not official business. Senior makes me feel ancient. He thought back to the last time Suyu had scolded him. Lecturing her now felt oddly satisfying. Suyu's ears burned, and her fingers nervously twisted the hem of her coat. Teacher Suyu, I heard you were ill, so I came to see you. A clear voice echoed from the end of the corridor as Shun Yun approached with light steps. Fong Ran immediately let go of Su Yu's hand, though the brief gesture did not escape Shen Yun's notice. Fong Ran, congratulations on the match. Shen Yun smiled, curiosity flickering in her eyes. The competition just ended, and you still have time to visit your teacher? Miss Shun. Fong Ran nodded, noticeably cooler than usual. Old Master Shun had warned him to stay away from Shen Yun, and he had no desire to be dragged off by 5 men in black once the old man returned. Miss Shun? Shen Yun's knuckles whitened around her clenched fist. Winning must feel glorious, huh? The whole of you city is chanting your name right now, isn't it? It wasn't my victory alone, Fong Ran said solemnly. All 5 of us from the academy earned that result together. He silently swallowed the street saying, tie up 4 dogs and Fong Ran can still carry them to victory. Even the strongest needs teammates who are human. Shen Yun let it drop and turned to Su Yu. Teacher Su Yu, how is your Tsanyua wolf doing? Thanks to Fong Ran. ITLL make a full recovery within a month, Su Yu answered softly, her gaze flicking between the two of them, an inexplicable sense of loss rising in her heart. Shen Yun suddenly faced Fong Ran again. Dinner tonight? I've booked the best hotel in U City. A shiver ran down Fong Ran's spine as he recalled old Master Shin's threat. Sign the contract for 100 million and get out of the Shun household. Could we skip it? Shen Yun's brows knitted. It's a banquet for all the Academy Beastmasters, not just you. You're really not coming? Then of course I'm coming. Fong Ran changed his tune at once. To him, it was a prime networking opportunity. No matter how dazzling a genius is, without connections it's hard to gain a foothold. Idiot. Turned down a private invitation, but the moment there's a crowd he's all enthusiasm. Shen Yun bit her lip in frustration, yet could only keep a forced smile on her face. Evening. On the outskirts of U City, a brightly lit villa was strung with colored lanterns and banners, lively as could be. The finest Beast Tamers from every city had gathered, and the courtyard rang with spirited clinks of glasses and half-regretful chatter. Man, what a shame I was this close to cracking the regional top 10. A young tamer smacked his forehead in frustration. Top 10? That's already solid. Someone beside him laughed bitterly. Our academy demanded we make the finals. Yeah, and we got thrown in with the big 3 schools, another shrugged. They never should have randomized the brackets, split them up, and be done with it. At that, they all thought of the Imperial Academy's terrifying strength. They're ridiculous. I rewatched the match. Fong Ran single-handedly knocked out Jiang Su, and the guy thanked him afterward. Same here. I doubted his ranking at first, but after that fight, number 1 is right where he belongs. The mood stayed light. They were still students, with little reason for scheming tonight. Besides the school delegations, local principals, business magnates, the U City Beast Tamer Association president, and other notables streamed in. At the center of attention stood Tai Jiuxin and Bai Lingshuang, heirs to imperial families. Bai kept a cool face, clearly unimpressed by the flattery, while Tai basked in it. He knew only one monster, Fong Ran, could make him rein it in. Fong Ran's here. Tai nodded toward the entrance. The crowd followed his gaze and saw Fong Ran walking in beside 2 striking women, each with a distinct air. Fong Ran had barely stopped when Tai grinned. Fong Ran, who's this? He gestured to the elegant black-haired woman. He already knew Shen Yun, standing on the other side, tonight's host and granddaughter of a sovereign-ranked tamer. This is my mentor, Professor Su Yu from Fungo Academy, Fong Ran said. Professor Su. A pleasure, Tai said, suddenly polite. Tai Jiuxin, Fong Ran's classmate. Bai Lingshuang, likewise, Bai added, voice cool but courteous. The sudden deference left Su Yu a little flustered. She knew exactly how much weight these airs carried. Mentor is too strong a word, she said quickly. I only taught him for a bit. Fong Ran chuckled. Professor Su gave me the foundation of evolutionary techniques. Without her, I'd be nowhere near my current level. Eyes lit up all around. Everyone knew little Tion's evolution skill ranked extremely high, and mastery of the basics was its bedrock. How much for a lesson, Professor Su? Tai blurted out. I shot him a frosty look. Whatever he offers, he'll pay double. Get lost. Whatever she bids, he'll triple it, Tai laughed, holding up 3 fingers. I thought for a beat, then said dryly, 10 billion, then. Tai deflated instantly, and the onlookers struggled not to laugh. Su Yu recognized the joke and feigned annoyance. Fong Ran, I only dabble in the basics. He'll need your help just to reach mastery. Fong Ran scratched his head, embarrassed. Hiring her for real. Airs like these could summon masters by the dozen. The banter was just to warm up the party. When the main courtyard lights flared on, the banquet officially began. Come on, let's sit over there, Tai said, leading them toward a sofa cluster deeper in the garden. They had barely moved when several tamers hurried over. Brother Tai, about what we discussed earlier. They looked awkward. Once Fong Ran arrived, they'd become background extras. Oh, that? He'll get back to you later, Tai said breezily. Afterward, Fong Ran and his companions left the scene. The beast tamers barred outside watched them go, bitterness etched on their faces. If only we had Fong Ran's skills, one sighed. Exactly, even makes imperial heirs speak to him with respect, another replied. All they could do was stare after his disappearing figure in envy. Inside, the banquet buzzed with energy. Fong Ran was surrounded by well-wishers, greetings spilling over one another. Di Bin of Fire Dragon Academy and Jiang Su of War Beast Academy clinked glasses with him most, their faces flushed but their spirits soaring as they slapped his shoulder and laughed. Just before the party broke up, their expressions turned sharp. See you in the finals. We won't be pulling punches, they said together, then drained their cups in a single gulp. Other tamers never managed to join that inner circle. They could only edge close enough for a quick selfie with Fong Ran, post it online, and bask in the stream of likes that followed. A transcendent class tamer can usually down 1,000 drinks without blinking. Yet tonight's wine was different. A secret vintage Xinyun had brought from her family's ancestral house. Fong Ran's tolerance was poor to start with. After only a few sips his head spun and his feet felt like cotton. Fong Ran. Suyu tapped his shoulder, but he didn't respond. I'll take him back, Xinyun offered. It's late, he'll handle it, Suyu said, slipping his arm over her shoulders. His arm hung across her chest, and the sight made Xinyun uneasy. Your beast is hurt too. Let me send a couple of servants and let him stay at my place, Xinyun suggested. If he spends the night at your house, people will talk, Suyu replied with a gentle smile. A hand glowing faint blue settled on Suyu's shoulder. Let go, I'll take him, Xiaotian said, her calm voice leaving no room for argument. As a transcendent creature and Fong Ran's contracted partner, her word was final. Fine, get him out of here. This wine is knocking everyone out, Suyu said, releasing him. Xiaotian caught Fong Ran easily, lifting him with a grace that belied his weight. Minutes later, she laid him on the soft bed in his room. Half conscious, Fong Ran sought warmth, pulled her close, and buried his face against her chest. Xiaotian froze. Before she could break free, he threw a leg over her, held tight against him. Her heart pounded and her ears burned. In his dream, Fong Ran sprawled on a snowy cloud, so comfortable he nearly hummed. Wishing he could sink deeper, he grabbed a tuft of cloud, kneaded it twice, and the cloud quivered in response. Meanwhile, lights still burned in the conference room of the Beast Tamer Association's headquarters. The vice chairman set down the dossier in his hands. When Fong Ran reaches Yuqing, you'll meet him in person, he said calmly. You'll go yourself? Yu Baojun blurted, stunned. Few newcomers ever warranted the vice chairman's personal attention. Even you, a gold rank member, only saw him for major affairs. Of course, your student is impressive. If I decided to poach him, you wouldn't mind, would you? The vice chairman asked with a smile. Not at all. Yu Baojun nearly leapt to his feet, thrilled by the honor. Waving a hand as if joking, the vice chairman added, it's merely a thought. I have no wish to take new pupils unless I meet a tamer who truly satisfies me. Huh. Fong Ran snapped awake. Had he really gotten drunk? The thought seemed impossible, yet he felt better than ever, alert, energized, and clear-headed. He pushed himself up, only to press his hand against something soft. So soft, he thought instinctively. A faint moan escaped. Only then did Fong Ran notice the person lying beneath him. He glanced down at Xiao Tian's sleeping face. Their noses were almost touching. Anyone who walked in might think he was taking advantage of her, and the rosy tint on her cheeks proved she was already awake. Still faking it, huh? He teased. Perfect chance to try what I never dare. As expected, her slender body trembled. Xiao Tian, I know you're awake. Drop the act. Humph. Exposed, she sat up reluctantly. Give your master a good morning kiss. Fong Ran leaned closer with a mischievous grin. Maybe a slap would cool her off? Instead, soft lips brushed his own. Startled, he turned and caught her shy, reluctant expression. Happy now? Her radiant face inches away. Fong Ran slipped an arm around her. Before she could react, he sealed her lips. MPH. Xiao Tian tried to resist, then instinctively gave in. Don't struggle. Morning drills, he breathed. After a few seconds, she stopped fighting. Fong Ran coaxed her lips apart, the room filling with shy, breathy sounds. Nearly 10 minutes later, he finally released the petite figure. Her heart pounded fiercely. She met his eyes, breath coming in soft gasps, gaze slightly hazy. Call me master, he prompted. Mas Fong Ran, that's enough. She pushed him away. Standing up, her graceful form flushed pink from neck to ears. Don't you love training? Morning till night sounds perfect. You. She turned aside, too flustered to argue. If you're not interested, well, stop. I'll do whatever you want, she muttered. Fong Ran felt thoroughly satisfied. Master, I want training too. A slime popped up beside him, hands on hips. You always practice with Xiao Tian in secret. No wonder I can't beat her. Training won't help you, and Xiao Tian didn't get strong because of me. The slime glowered, clearly unconvinced. Fong Ran had tricked it too many times. I don't care. I want training. Have you finished practicing your skills? Asking for drills already? Fong Ran challenged. The slime froze, voice shrinking. Well, Xiao Tian hasn't finished either. Before he could finish, the slime leaped onto him, legs locked around his waist. A tongue larger than its face swept across his cheek. Doesn't taste great. Trying to eat me? Fong Ran pried it off. A translucent data panel appeared. Lightning Dragon Horn Mastery, 710 uses. Shadow Scatter Mastery, 210 uses. Void Spike Mastery, 3,100 uses. Crimson Burst Mastery 310 uses. Abyssal Eye Mastery 310 uses. Progress wasn't bad, but it could be faster. After all, master-level skills burn through far more stamina. Fong Ran steadied his breathing and opened the pet panel. Where's Xiaotian? Wisdom Goddess. Tier 7, 89. Goal: Early Transcendent. Skills: 1. Spear of Judgment Perfect. 2. Primordial Flame Mastered. 3. Serpent Scales Perfect. 4. Universal Evolution Art Proficient. 5. Tears of Holy Healing Perfect. 6. Saintly Chains, Forged Blade Breakthrough. 7. Body of War Breakthrough. 8. Sacred Power Tempering Proficient. Notes: a legendary god of war whose potential grows the longer she stays on the battlefield. Progress: Forge a Perfect Grade Spear, 32-100. Ignite the Master Grade Primordial Flame, 310. Activate Perfect Grade Serpent Scales, 610. She's only one infusion of sacred power away from early Transcendent, Fong Ran muttered. Ding. His phone vibrated with an unread message. Sujin. Fong Ran, I finished the test run. We can video chat. Sujin. Fong Ran remembered the letterhead ignored during the tournament, the six-winged angel who wanted to buy his evolution path and, conveniently, his best source for materials. She was born to the angelic elite status beyond question. He accepted her friend request at once. Deep inside the angelic sanctuary, mist curled above a spirit spring. A six-winged angel sat at the water's edge, short golden hair pressed to a snow-white forehead, silver eyes tight with impatience. All your sisters have started their evolutions. How much longer will you wait? The angelic lady beside her demanded. Relax. I've got this, the girl replied, calm but unmistakably proud. The route I found for you is already top tier. You could even make the saints list. Leave me. They'll handle it. The lesser angel attendants traded looks with the lady, sighed, and filed out. In angel territory, only high-blooded clans live among spirit springs and holy relics. Ordinary angels stay in human-style cities. Anyone housed here is almost always descended from the 12 holy angels. Shaking water from her wings, the girl brooded. Ignoring me for days, trying to put me in my place? With the saint selection coming, I need a stronger evolution path or my brothers and sisters will push me aside, and our house could fall to a lesser rank. Beep. Her comm panel lit up. Incoming. Hello. She opened the video feed. A human youth filled the screen. Chin lifted, silver eyes bright, 3 pairs of wings flaring behind her. She asked, You're Fong Ran? I am. Fong Ran nodded, thinking, no wonder angels have such a reputation. Xiaotian gets tarred with the same brush. This arrogance can't be faked. How much? She forced her pride down. For now, she needed him. Nothing, Fong Ran said with a small smile. Nothing? Then what do you want? Her brows rose. I need a broker, Fong Ran said bluntly. I want you to secure every material Xiaotian needs for her evolution from within the angelic realm. That was always part of the deal, the angel said. She had planned from the start to help Fong Ran secure the primordial flame and the pure holy water. Once he won the sacred selection, only the champion could approach the pure spring. Fong Ran raised a hand, his tone calm, yet commanding. Where's the evolution plan I asked for? I need resources that will boost angelic holy power. The demand silenced the angel. Unhurriedly, Fong Ran added, my evolution route is far stronger than you imagine. At the very least, it can push you past class. You've seen Xiaotian's combat record. You know I'm not exaggerating. There's just one condition: we set up a long-term trade. She closed her silver eyes and considered. She had indeed watched Xiaotian's battle footage and knew Fong Ran spoke the truth. Fine. Aside from the missing pages of the Holy Codex, I can probably get most of the materials an angel needs to evolve. But my resources are limited. You'll have to pay for them yourself, she said, biting her lip in compromise. Stand up, move away from the camera, and let me see your whole body, Fong Ran instructed calmly. That wasn't part of the agreement. Her brows twitched, a flicker of anger in her eyes. Humans, it seemed, really did covet their bodies. If I can't see your physique, how can I design your evolution path? Fong Ran arched a brow. If you don't trust me, the deal's off. After a moment's silence, the angel clenched her teeth, stepped back, and unfurled her wings, presenting herself fully on screen. Is that enough? A little to the left. Like this? Fold your wings. A vein pulsed at her temple, humiliation washing over her, yet she obeyed. No human had ever ordered her around like this, but she understood evolution paths were taboo secrets on both sides, and Fong Ran was taking a risk too. Turn around. When she finished, Fong Ran opened an information panel and frowned slightly. Not attractive, nowhere near Xiaotian's figure. Oracle Angel. Level: Late Lord. Skills: Evolution Routes: Oracular Seraph, Grand Oracle Angel, Angel of Holy Word. Description: 3 routes appeared before his eyes. Fong Ran weighed them. Oracular Seraph was the strongest, Grand Oracle Angel second, Angel of Holy Word third. She would never gather the top-tier materials anytime soon. Offering the third route would still give her an edge without exceeding her means. Even the third path outclassed most class evolutions. Listen carefully. He'll list half of the required materials first. As Fong Ran spoke, the angel's silver eyes brightened and her feathers quivered. She was clearly excited. When he stopped abruptly, disappointment and anxiety flickered in her gaze. You'll get the rest after you bring me the sacred flame and the holy water, plus 3 holy crystals. 3 holy crystals? That wasn't in the original terms. Her expression changed. Holy crystals were priceless, even she rarely used them. As for the flame and water, she wouldn't reach them until she advanced to the transcendent rank. I can swear an oracle oath, she conceded. She bowed her head, pressed her palms together, and recited a holy incantation, soft light gathering at her lips. Xiao Tian watched silently. When the chant ended, he nodded lightly. No problem. Only then did Fong Ran finally relax. All right, you pay for the holy crystal. Once it's here, it'll give you the rest of the information. He dropped the line and hung up before the other side could reply. As the screen went dark, Xiao Tian stood nearby, thoughtful. So you have to see the whole body to chart an evolution path? She glanced down at herself and remembered how carefully Fong Ran had examined every inch of her skin. Was that why her path turned out stronger? The thought made her ears flush. She shook her head, stopped overthinking, and headed back to the beast space for training. Early the next morning, a courier knocked on Fong Ran's door. As soon as he signed for the package, he found a note pinned under the lid. Send me the lower half now. In such a rush? Fong Ran chuckled, pulled out his phone, and sent over the resource list for the remaining half of the evolution plan. Across town, the angelic girl stared at the message in shock. The list was absurdly long. It had taken her all day yesterday just to gather the first half. Money wasn't the issue, her clan had plenty, but still. She drew a deep breath. This better work. Don't trick me. The memory of that human ordering her around flashed through her mind, stirring bitter humiliation. To raise the funds, she had even given up the pure holy crystal her mother had saved for her breakthrough. She clenched her fists. For the future endure. Humans call it swallowing humiliation to bide one's time. Meanwhile, Fong Ran opened the package inside. Under the lid lay a ping-pong ball-sized pure holy crystal, its pale gold light swirling gently. So this is a holy crystal, he murmured, feeling a faint tingle of holy power in his fingertips. Xiao Tian hurried over. The dense divine energy made her swallow. There's enough here for me to form another drop of holy liquid. She scooped up the 3 crystals, felt the power seep into her palms, and slipped back into the beast space. Sitting cross-legged, she began to absorb and refine the energy. Holy power streamed in. 8990. Half an hour later, the first crystal's glow faded, its energy drained. Xiao Tian's reserve rose to 95. One more, and it'll hit tier 8. Clearing her mind, she pushed her inner laws to the limit. Time stretched in the gathering light. Suddenly, a drop of pristine holy liquid fell into the grail, the meter leaping to 100. Boom. A torrent of strength erupted through her power, speed, physique all spiking. Instead of wings, 3 drops of sacred water formed behind her and slipped into the cup, flooding it with translucent gold. Almost there, just one step to mid-transcendent. Xiao Tian opened her eyes, fingertips trembling with the surge of power. In that instant, she sensed a formidable aura appear beside Fong Ran. At the same moment, a hand clamped down on his shoulder. Swish, the spear sliced through the air, its icy tip driving straight for the stranger's brow. Clang. The blow landed with a thunderous crack, sparks scattering in all directions. Xiao Tian had thrown every ounce of strength into that thrust, yet the man's flesh remained unscathed. Nice reflexes, the man in black said, his eyes glinting like blades as the shockwave dispersed around him. Fong Ran, stand down. This is the acting vice-chairman of the Beast Tamers Guild. Yu Baojun burst into the room, panting. Only Fong Ran and Xiao Tian were inside. The other 4 teammates had already left for the training hall. The man in black raised a calming hand, though his gaze rested on the fangs Xiao Tian was bearing. It's all right. I just gotta see how Fong Ran's beast reacts. You two are close the moment danger appears. She's flashing her teeth for you. The teasing made Xiao Tian's eye twitch. She wasn't a dog, so why should she be baring her teeth? Fong Ran scratched the bridge of his nose. Vice Chairman, your body is absurdly tough. I hit you with a full power transcendent strike and still couldn't pierce it? In his experience, unless a tamer had a beast shielding him, even an emperor would pay a price for taking that blow. Heaton. Fong Ran, mind your manners. Yu Baojun scolded. This is by Gaojin Chairman Bai. He was already at king rank when I first entered the field. Bai Gaojin waved the concern away, his smile mild. I did drop in without warning. The fault is mine. Fong Ran caught the surname at once. Bai. Could it be? Bai Gaojin answered the unspoken question. You're wondering if I'm from that Bai family? Yes, but only as a student of that emperor. I'm not his bloodline. A disciple of an emperor rank beast tamer. Fong Ran's heart skipped. Bai Gaojin might look young, yet he was probably over a century old. The lifespan of dual king tamers dwarfed that of ordinary people. Chairman Bai, what brings you here? Fong Ran asked. Yu Baojin's voice turned stern. Your sudden disappearance, for one. Tell us exactly what happened. Fong Ran hesitated for a moment. ID planned to report in the imperial capital, but Elder Shun is away from Yuqing, and no one here can handle this. Both men leaned forward, interest piqued. Something even a king can't handle? By Gaotian pressed. Fong Ran nodded. Xiao Tian and I discovered a spatial rift in the arena. We stepped through and found ourselves in an unfamiliar realm with blood-red earth. I thought it was a remnant domain until we stumbled upon Teacher Suyu. She was being chased by a mid-transcendent draconid. I had Xiao Tian tie it up. We barely drove it off and brought Teacher Su back. Her beast was badly hurt and is still in the hospital. Silence settled over the room. A mid-transcendent draconid and Xiao Tian managed to hold it off and drive it back? Yu Baojun muttered in disbelief. Everyone knew draconids were second only to black dragons in raw combat power. Bai Gaozen's gaze turned grave. Blackstone Mountains, that's the draconid's nest. Short of black dragons, they are indeed the strongest race. He looked at Xiao Tian, a flash of awe in his eyes. So this is how strong you are. He lifted his hand, and the silvery gray armor covering his body shimmered faintly. That thrust you just landed wiped out half the energy in my armor. The strike was at least mid-transcendent level, Chairman Bai said. The alloy suit he wore could withstand blows and shockwaves from a Monarch-class opponent. Noticing that Yu Baojun and President Bai had already pieced everything together, Fong Ran seized the moment. Senior Yu, do you remember that ruined sector in the training camp? The city was actually destroyed by a swarm of Zerg that showed up out of nowhere. The word stabbed straight into Yu Baojun's heart. His pupils shrank sharply. If two seemingly unrelated events were connected, the outcome would be completely different. He muttered, "You were in the Blackstone Mountains, thousands of miles from the capital. Could someone really transport beasts from there directly here?" Even he felt a chill the moment the idea left his lips. If it were true, the Blackstone beasts would never need to break through the front line. They could bypass it entirely and strike the Imperial City. President Bai, this intel is critical. Yu Baojun began, but Bai raised a hand to stop him. Step outside. I want a word with Fong Ran alone. Wiping cold sweat from his brow, Yu Baojun hurried out. President Bai's gaze settled on Fong Ran, and he smiled. Do you know what kind of armor I'm wearing? Bone mail? Fong Ran guessed. He had seen armor forged from the bones of vicious beasts. It could stop a blow from an equal, but the residual shock was still hard to absorb. Bai slipped off his coat, revealing a sleek, low-sheen cuirass. Alloy plate. Far stronger than bone mail. It can take 10 hits from an opponent of the same level and absorbs most of the resulting shock. He paused, then added, not all alloys are equal. Black steel from the Blackstone Mountains is the toughest and most flexible. With it, casualties among our elite drop to the bare minimum. Low-grade bone mail may be mass-produced, but it's barely better than nothing. Only then did Fong Ran realize why everyone had been stunned when Xin Yun appeared in metal armor that day. It wasn't the dazzling white legs that impressed the crowd. It was his own ignorance of how rare alloy gear truly was. Bai continued, our constant clashes with the Blackstone Mountains are rooted in the fight over mineral resources. And there's something even more valuable there, but I'll leave that for another time. He patted Fong Ran's shoulder with a grin. You took first place in your region. Go to the Beastmaster Guild and pick out a standard transcendent grade alloy suit. Just give them my name. Fong Ran swallowed hard. Defeating a dragonkin unknown was already legendary. Besting one above his rank was unheard of. President Bai's vow to take him as a disciple clearly wasn't idle talk. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, President Bai, about the spatial rift. We're not sitting around waiting to die, Bai replied evenly. Su Jin's familiar is space type. Someone's handling it. Your job is to keep training your beasts. He paused, his gaze deepening. The Blackstone Mountains are beyond your reach for now. Focus on strengthening your mental power and helping Long Yu restore Hearst Hat's the best assistance you can offer. I understand, Fong Ran said. With his current strength, shaking the Blackstone Mountains was almost impossible, so he changed the subject. By the way, how is Senior Long Yu? President Bai's face darkened. Her injuries are severe. Without special resources, she won't last long. That's serious? Fong Ran hadn't expected such candor. All the items that can quickly restore mental power are in the no man's land ruled by fierce beasts, Bai explained. Those creatures won't hand them over. And with the threat from the Blackstone Mountains looming, Long Yu has no time to heal. Knock, knock. The sudden rapping broke the silence. Yu Baojun walked in, his expression grim, and stopped beside President Bai, casting a glance at Fong Ran. Speak, Bai said. We're all friends here. The Blackstone Mountains are attacking again, Yu reported rapidly. Their leader is a king-class dragonkin. What's the current situation? Bai asked at once. Our Beast Tamers have taken heavy losses. Long Yes headed to the front. She should clear the middle stretch and reach Fortress City within 2 days. Fong Ran's heart tightened. That's my beast partner. The contract wasn't finalized, but he and the dragon girl were already linked in mind and spirit. Pack your things, we're leaving right away, Bai ordered, then added to Fong Ran. Your supplies are ready. Once you're back in the Imperial capital, pick them up at the Beast Tamer Association. With that, the two men hurried out. As their footsteps faded, the room fell silent again. Fong Ran resumed his basic mental enhancement technique. Time flew, and a day passed in the blink of an eye. Micro-level basic mental enhancement, 10 out of 10 cycles. Advancing proficiency. A prompt appeared on his interface. Basic mental enhancement perfect. With the new skill in hand, he entered the beast space. Borrowing Xiao Tian's mental power, he boosted his own cultivation speed dramatically. My mental power is about to hit 60. With spirit stones coming in, it'll reach 70 within a month. The contract with the association guaranteed a steady supply of spirit stones, making his training twice as efficient. After a long session, he stood up. Xiao Tian brushed his forehead, and holy power evaporated the sweat. Fong Ran teased. What? Can't take your eyes off me. I can adjust the intensity and help you strengthen your mind, she replied earnestly. Help me? Isn't that basically dual cultivation? He raised an eyebrow, then refocused. Oh right. I took some dragon blood from that dragonkin. It should enhance your dragon soul forging. He pulled a vial of crimson blood from the beast's space and met her gaze. Dragon soul forging proficiency increased. Burst and strength amplification unlocked. Partial immunity to rank suppression gained. Advancing proficiency dragon soul forging, adept. Maintain adept level for 5 minutes, 0 of 10 cycles. Done? Xiao Tian rolled her eyes. Do you have to stare at me the whole time? Keep practicing. There's enough dragon blood here for you to reach perfect. Her progress exceeded Fong Ran's expectations. She cleared the dead in just 1 hour. That fast. Don't move. It'll boost you 1 more rank. Just as Fong Ran was about to act, Xiao Tian hesitated, a blush climbing her neck. Master, does seeing more clearly make the upgrade stronger? That's what you did for the angel, right? That was a special requirement of her evolution path. It's useless for skill proficiency, Fong Ran answered, tucking away the holy crystal with deliberate care. Relieved, Xiao Tian let out a breath, though a hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes. 3 quiet hours slipped by. A system alert detonated in Fong Ran's mind. The skill Dragon Soul Forging had finally advanced to perfect. Dragon Soul Forging, perfect, refines a dragon's soul, massively amplifies physical strength, and nullifies most oppressive auras. Scalding dragon blood surged through Xiaoshan's veins. Her pupils darkened to a deep crimson, and the muscles beneath her skin coiled like buried steel cables. In that moment, her physique was nearly indistinguishable from a natural draconian's. Whoosh! She twisted and punched. The air ripped open, a thunderous crack following the blow. Had that fist landed on the wooden wall, Fong Ran's cottage would have gained a new hole. My strength's up again, Xiao Tian said, lowering her fist, her palm tingling with heat. I can handle a standard mid-tier transcendent on my own now. Standing nearby, Fong Ran logged the data and muttered, the remaining tasks will take another 2 weeks at this rate. With more holy crystals, would be faster, but that angel still hasn't replied. Meanwhile, in the distant angelic realm, inside a stone chamber wrapped in shifting light patterns, a silver-haired girl was encircled by rare materials. Will these resources really work? Her mother asked, brows knit. If the selection fails, you'll lose your candidacy for godhood. Your body might even collapse. Where did this evolution path come from? Don't get swindled. The girl waved her away, irritation showing. It'll be fine. Please leave. The door closed. She swallowed the materials one by one. Conflicting energies clashed inside her. Bones groaned on the brink of snapping. The holy sigils that once shone clear now burned like brands, crumbling and tugging her body toward ruin. My original evolution path is shattering. Terror flickered in her pale silver eyes as she clenched her teeth. Fong Ran, humans really can't be. Before the curse left her lips, new sigils burst to life. 1, 2 older, grander runes wove a net, locking down the raging holy power. Ancient god marks. Joy swallowed her fear. Legends said these marks could channel far stronger logos, and they were awakening inside her. She forced calm, sitting cross-legged to steady the torrent. Hours later, the evolution finished. When her eyes opened, delight danced in them. The boost to her holy power was impressive, but the real shock was her new ceiling. Her potential now sat at a level the angelic clans would fight over. Fong Ran actually trusted me with a path this rare. He must truly want the trade opened through me, she thought, heartbeat still racing. Whatever happens, my next goal is the selection. I have to secure what he needs. After the competition, Fong Ran was invited back to Winsong Academy. In the auditorium, he gave a brief victory speech, politely turned down several eager underclass women who wanted photos, and then regrouped with Tai Jiuxin, Zhang Li, Zhang Er, and Bai Lingshuang in the war room. Among the academies that cleared the prelims like we did, there are 7 mid-transcendent Beast Tamers. The rest are early stage, Zhang Er reported while scrolling through the files. Across the 5 regions, 15 teams advanced. Add the wildcard spots, and we've got 20 squads, 100 Tamers in a single elimination team battle. Who's worth special attention? Tai Jushin asked. As long as we avoid Fire Dragon Academy and the other 4 powerhouses, a top 10 finish is easy, Zhang Er said. But she raised 2 fingers. Watched 2 people, the Chief Tamer of Magic City Academy and the Chief of Sacred Beast Academy. I watched the recording. She barely lifted a finger, so they're definitely hiding a mid-transcendent. Sacred Beast Academy, that's where Ding Han is, Fong Ran mused. Magic City's chief wasn't Yuan Chichuan only an alternate before? Whoever beat him for the top spot must be strong. Strange he didn't show up. The top 10 are locked, Tai Juxin grinned. Zhang Er shook her head. New objective, top 3. With Zhang Li and Fong Ran anchoring the roster, 2 wins were almost guaranteed provided Fong Ran didn't have to face that mid-transcendent heathen. Format for the finals? Fong Ran confirmed. Single elimination team match, Zhang Er replied. Same as our scrims against Imperial Capital, and Wang Long lose once and you're out. The rules tweak slightly every year, but the framework's identical. Bai Ling Shuang, silent until now, spoke up. Then I can use my Tianji horse racing tactic. Everyone looked lost. Fong Ran explained, Zhang Li and I are the strong horses. Zhang Er is the average horse. What about me? Bai Ling Shuang pointed to herself hopefully. The weak horse. Bai Ling Shuang's reserved expression cracked at once. Tai Jiuxin snickered, and Fong Ran added, don't laugh, you don't even have a horse. Tai Jiuxin blinked, completely baffled. Fong Ran waved it off. The weak horses are the ones with no horse burn the opponent's strong horses' slots. Once their aces are forced out, Zhang Li and I clean up. Hearing the plan, Zhang Er finally relaxed. Blackstone Mountains. Boom. A thunderous crash rocked the peaks as a massive draconic figure was flung through the air and smashed against jagged rocks at the foot of a colossal fortress. The citadel was built into the obsidian mountainside, its black gold walls gleaming with a cold, unbreakable sheen. Several dragonfolk darted from the gate, faces tense. Lord Longzhinshan, what happened? Behind them skulked a few cringing humanoid outsiders. Blood dripped from Long Zenshin's scaled armor, splattering crimson sparks across the ebony ground. Such grievous injuries. The 2 men were stunned. Nearly half of Long Zenshin's body had been torn away, his charred flesh exposed to the air. Even the Dragonkin's prodigious healing could not overcome the combined agony of blood loss and the corrosive bloodbath in so short a time. Take me to my father. He snarled, crimson eyes blazing. What enraged him was not the near-fatal wound, but the disgrace of being defeated across ranks by 2 low-level transcendents. 2 Dragonkin warriors obeyed, hauling his mangled frame through the brooding Blackstone Mountains. Dark clouds pressed over every fortress city they passed, and Dragonkin were scarce. Other races filled the streets instead. Dragon blood had always been difficult to propagate, so their numbers remained few. That's Longzhinshan. How did he end up like that? Who could hurt him? A monarch-class beastmaster? Have the humans reached the gates? Could the Empress herself have come? Shouts of alarm trailed them, panic spreading through Blackstone City. Moments later they arrived at the palace atop the peak. Stop. 2 guards crossed their halberds. Let me through. I must see my father, Longzhinshan barked. The Dragon King is in the sacred grounds, breeding warriors. He is not in the palace, 1 guard answered, head bowed. Longzhinshan turned without a word and led his escorts into a hidden passage. The deeper they went, the hotter and more humid it became, mingled with guttural roars and unabashed sounds of coupling. They reached a vast blackstone chamber, outside which knelt a row of alien women. In this brutal city, bearing dragon blood was a swift path to a new fate. Father! Long Zenshin's shout echoed. The tremors ceased at once. The doors swung open and a 3-meter giant stepped out. Massive wings beat behind him, broken twin horns etched with cracks on his brow, and his very presence exuded crushing pressure. I am forging an army for the dragon god. Why are you here? The Dragon King asked coldly, showing no concern for his son's shattered form. Such offspring he had sired more times than he cared to count. I request a legion to test that man's strength for you, Longzhinshan said, bowing low. Take the demon forces, the king replied casually, turning back inside. No, I need a Dragonkin legion at late transcendent level. The Dragon King halted and narrowed his golden eyes. How were you wounded? I was besieged by latest-stage transcendents, Longzhinshan forced out, grinding his molars until they cracked. The strongest in that city is merely transcendent. It will suffice for me to assess that man's power for you. He dared not confess he had fallen to 2 early-stage transcendents. Doing so would doom both his request and his standing. The silence that followed felt like an icy blade at his throat. Longzhinshan trembled despite himself. At last the Dragon King sneered. Useless. Very well, you may have them this once. He turned away, his massive frame weighted with weary contempt. Relief crept across Long Zenshin's face. He hurried to the garrison. The colossal gates thundered open, revealing an endless formation of Dragonkin warriors. Steel armor merged with draconic scales to form an iron wall, their roars shaking the earth. At the head stood a latest-stage transcendent commander whose form bordered on that of a pure-blood dragontalons and fangs crafted for conquest. Yuqing, that man must be hiding there. Longzhinshan narrowed his eyes. Phew. A perfect grade Technicano wonder. I feel more and more alert. Fong Ran let out a long breath. Warmth churned through him, and both his blood and spirit were livelier than they had been before last night's drinking. At first he credited the cloud-soft bed for his relaxed state, but on second thought the change clearly came from that odd jar of wine. He swung his legs off the bed, and the moment his eyes reached the windowsill, he caught a pale blue snake shadow slipping soundlessly into the room. Azure Scale Serpent. Level: Late Extraordinary. Skills. Notes: a green snake found in ordinary mountains. Detailed abilities not yet revealed. Where did you run off to? Fong Ran asked. While you were competing, I took a stroll around the area. The serpent flicked its tongue, eager to leave after the brief reply. Fong Ran reached out and grabbed its tail. Why aren't you attacking me anymore? Let go. The serpent's brow creased, and its tail lashed. Snap. Ah. Fong Ran's palm stung. He jerked his arm back, teeth clenched. If you've got something to say, say it. Don't bother me. The serpent lifted its head arrogantly. It's time to change your lore tier evolution path. I've already bought every resource we need. The serpent's body paused. At last it turned, its low voice unable to hide a trace of expectation. Where are they? They'll be here soon. He'll message the Imperial Capital's headmaster right now. Fong Ran pulled out his phone. Outside Yuqing, he had already tested his new body harder scales, a qualitative leap in strength and speed. All of it made him trust Fong Ran a little. Someone must have invested heavily to push him this far. Still, the Azure Scale Serpent was not Fong Ran's contracted beast and could never sign a pact. Remembering that, it snorted to itself sooner or later, hidden ambitions are exposed. Even so, its tail swayed unconsciously. Moments after Fong Ran sent the message, the chat window lit up. Headmaster, are the materials I requested ready? Nice job on the exam. Shoot for top 3. Top 3 isn't enough. I need first place time to restore the Academy's glory. Fong Ran continued to flatter him. A few seconds later, a voice message arrived. These evolution materials are they for shifting the Azure Scale Serpent onto a lore tier path? Yes. Protect its life. If the experiment looks dangerous, stop immediately. Understood. Fong Ran could tell the headmaster wasn't truly concerned about the beast's well-being, just wanted it alive for that missing old Qian. Fong Ran kept that in mind. With everything arranged, he took the Azure Scale Serpent to the training hall, where the director had already cleared a private room. Fong Ran shut the door, fixed his gaze on the serpent, and willed his command. Advance pay the materials for altering its lore tier evolution path. Advancing payment for materials. Payment successful. Materials acquired. 1. Antler of the White Jade Feathered Deer. 2. Fong of the Black Scale Golden Serpent 10. 3. Eye of the Black Scale Golden Serpent 10. As the system chimed, each rare item appeared in his beast space, followed by a complete set of precise evolution steps dropping into his mind. First, eliminate the redundancies from its previous evolution. Fong Ran reached into his beast space and pulled out several stronger medicines. This time ITLL, only take a day. He arranged the bottles in a neat row. The first round wiped out your old foundation like tearing down the ground floor of a house. Everything above collapsed on its own, and you're still standing only because I left a few support pillars. Once the medicinal bath was ready, a sharp, spicy scent filled the room. The green snake flicked its tongue, hesitated, then slid into the liquid. Pain lanced through its body like steel needles. It immediately coiled up, and blood seeped between its scales, staining the water crimson. Fong Ran seized the moment, lifted the snake's head, and poured a full bottle of nutrient serum down its throat. If you want to go further, you need new blood. With a wet gurgle, fresh blood surged inside the snake, flooding its limbs with fierce vitality. An hour later the pain ebbed, and it drooped like a ribbon of green silk. Fong Ran hauled it out, wrapped it in a soft towel, and left it to recover. His attention shifted to his other contract, Beast the Slime. Grind the remaining materials into powder. Open up, he ordered. The slime extended for tentacles and pried its slick maw wide. Easy, your mouth is big, but not that big, Fong Ran warned. Like this? The slime's surface puckered into a frown, yet it still shoved the powder and ingredients inside. The grinding and force-feeding went on for ages. Inside the slime, various bloodlines mingled and boiled. Scales surfaced in patches, gleaming brighter and harder. Stimulated by new genes, its fangs grew another segment. Fong Ran even noticed a faint bulge below what passed for its forehead, as if a pair of horns were trying to break through. The growth was slow, so he settled into wait. Night fell, and a rushed delivery reached Yuqing. The materials are here already? Fong Ran muttered in surprise as he tore open the package. The courier beamed. Express shipment by a transcendent grade beast, over 1,000,000 dragon coins per trip. Speed guaranteed. Payments prepaid, just sign. Not cash on delivery, right? Fong Ran double-checked. Absolutely not. After signing, he poured out the new supplies. Repay the debt. Processing debt, repayment received. Antler of the White Jade Lu Deer, Black Scale Golden Serpent. All debts cleared. The prompt vanished, and Fong Ran finally exhaled in relief. Meanwhile, outside Yuqing. Step back. I need room to reshape heaven and earth. The man in the black robe retreated 2 paces. This isn't what we agreed on, Long Zhinshan warned. ITLL cost extra. The black-robed man gave a subtle nod. In the next instant, boom. A colossal object plummeted from the sky and slammed down beside Long Zhinshan. The oppressive night made details hard to see. He could only make out a vague silhouette. The tremor rattled his soul, his throat bobbing as he whispered. Isis that an egg? Outside Yuching, two beastmasters rode their companion beasts along a country road. The night wind carried a sweet, metallic smell from the grass and trees, making their cloaks flutter. In the stillness, their small talk sounded unusually loud. Tell me, how did a genius like Fong Ran pop up in Yuching? Genius? You have no idea. The other lowered his voice. I've heard some off-the-record tales that'll blow your mind. What tales? The first man leaned in. Fong Ran only got strong because he became a Livian son-in-law. The speaker's eyes gleamed. Seriously? No joke. A friend of a friend told me. He sounded certain. Otherwise, with Fong Ran's background, how could he bond with an angel or get all those evolution materials? His partner hesitated. But I heard the angel was defective. All for show, just a story to make him look like a prodigy from the slums. The man waved dismissively. If Fong Ran weren't an excellent son-in-law, would that angel obey him so readily? Even an imperial heiress was rumored to have had a fling with him. Outwardly, the other man agreed. But as a native of Yuching, he knew Fong Ran's real background all too well. Boom. A thick bolt of lightning shredded the night sky, the air erupting with a deafening crack. Both men yanked their mounts to a stop and stared toward the sound. What was that? Did the sky just tear open? In the distance, a blood-red fissure split the black firmament. Come on, let's check the hills. They urged their beasts over the dikes and quickly reached the low ridge behind the village. The sight that met them made their scalps prickle. Beneath the crimson sky, an endless horde of savage beasts rolled like a black tide, its murderous aura suffocating even from miles away. Boom. The ground pulsed, trees thrashed, and loose stones bounced into the air. Report this. Contact the Beastmaster Association now. They'll evacuate the villagers. Got it, I'm on it. His partner yanked out a special transceiver and frantically dialed. Minutes later, armed guards converged from the garrison, their armored headlights forming a river racing toward the border. Black and gold transports of the Beastmaster Corps roared to life, and the entire city awakened to the thunder of engines. Lights blazed inside the Beastmaster Association headquarters. What's going on? The president of the Yuching branch gathered his officers. The duty officer's face was grim. A massive number of unknown beasts has appeared at the border. Our preliminary estimate puts it on par with a minor beast tide. A minor beast tide. Silence fell. That level was already beyond what Yuching could handle alone. President, should we notify Elder Shun? Someone asked quietly. No, the president replied, keeping his tone steady. There's no need to trouble Elder Shun. They'll handle this. Despite his calm front, icy dread filled him. The monarch rank beastmaster was nowhere near Yuching right now. Without that guardian, the city was hanging by a thread. Only at this moment did he truly grasp how vital a monarch rank beastmaster really is. That kind of power can decide the entire battle. What about the tamers from the other academies? Have they already left your city? The chairman of the Beast Tamer Association asked in a low voice. Yes. Once the tournament ended, most of them departed. Only a handful are still in town. He nodded, his tone resolute. Understood. Summon every extraordinary beast tamer in your city. At that moment, on the city's outskirts, self-propelled rocket launchers lifted their barrels, tongues of flames spitting into the night. A barrage of rockets tore across the sky and slammed into the horde, the deafening blasts raising waves of fire and dust, yet the beast's assault line kept rolling forward. So this is the human army? Pathetic. Long Jinshan stood with his hands behind his back, his voice icy and scornful. Deploying the draconian troops felt like a waste, but he had only one true target. Fong Ran. Roars erupted from the flames and smoke as the beasts charged again, only to be torn apart by the dense shelling. Most were merely high-tier monsters and could not withstand artillery, but once the gap closed, a single breach would doom the defenders. A piercing cry suddenly cut through the clouds above. Dozens of beast tamers dove from the sky on their mounts, plunging straight into the flood of monsters. Blades flashed, claws raked, and one high-tier beast after another was ripped apart and flung aside. The beast core is here. The tamers have arrived. Finally. With them around, this wave is nothing. And we still have Fong Ran. The divine Fong is still in your city. Right. Elder Shun is watching over us. Even a monarch-class beast won't break through. Elder Shun won't even need to act. Fong Ran can end this himself. Morale surged. The soldiers knew little about tamers, so the top-ranked extraordinary tamer, Fong Ran, was seen as their strongest hope after Elder Shun. The Beast Corps? Just a bunch of lower-tier tamers, Long Jinshan scoffed. Boom. Deep inside the horde, the ground trembled under heavy footsteps. Draconian warriors the size of giants strode forward. Their bulky frames were plated in black scales, their long halberds glinting coldly. Crimson eyes burned like hellfire, and their oppressive aura made every defender shudder instinctively. That's a draconian army. A tamer tightened his reins, knuckles whitening. The race was rumored to be unparalleled in strength. 30 no, at least 50 Lord-tier draconians, the lead tamer muttered, heart pounding. At the center of the towering figures stood a smaller draconian covered in fitted black armor, like a razor-sharp blade affixed to the legion. Go, Long Jinshan ordered coldly. Whoosh. A black blur split the air. In a heartbeat, the draconian warriors sliced into the human line. The halberd spunched, shhk, cleaving through dozens of soldiers and their steel fortifications at the waist. Blood mist erupted. Kill. Fury ignited the tamers. They commanded their beasts to surround the intruder in a flash. A midnight lion pounced with a thunderous roar. A skyward griffin dived, talons ready to rend. A one-eyed ghost lurked, striking from the shadows. A cascade of Lord Tier attacks crashed down. Yet when the blows landed, they might as well have been scratching an itch. The draconian warrior remained completely unscathed. Swish. The halberd sliced through the air, cleaving a tamed beast clean at the waist. Scalding blood burst from the wound, bright and scarlet. The beastmaster bound to it let out a strangled scream, but before the sound could fully escape, several streams of searing fire slammed into the dragonkin warrior. Flames engulfed his armor in an instant, heat rolling outward like a wave. Yet when the blaze faded, his scales gleamed spotless, as if the attack had only tickled him. The soldiers with spears in the rear stared in disbelief, arms trembling, yet feet rooted to the ground. Terror weighed on their chests. Dragonkin on the outskirts of Yuqing, and even the beastmasters couldn't hold them back. They exchanged glances, atoms, apples bobbing, while the dark mass of the dragonkin army loomed like a mountain. Someone swallowed audibly in the tense silence. Boom. A pillar of magma descended from the sky, swallowing the dragonkin warrior. The blast hurled sand and stone into the air. When the smoke cleared, the once invincible scales had melted into a glowing red slurry. Roar! A shrill draconic cry shook the wilderness, pinning countless lesser beasts to the ground in terror. Dragonkin, what are those black rock mountain mongrels doing here? Tai Jioshin stood on the broad back of his magma earth dragon, open scorn in his eyes. A mere lord-class runt dares stand against a transcendent class breath? Bow before your ancestors. He had always despised the Black Rock Range. Every word dripped with contempt. Dragonkin were nothing but vassals of true dragons. One breath from his magma earth dragon could reduce this hybrid brute to ash. Hybrid whelp, you court death. Long Zinshan's brow bulged with veins as killing intent surged. On the other side, the beastmasters looked as though a savior had arrived, their fear easing a little. That's Tai Jiuxin's heir of an imperial beastmaster. Really him? The Tai family, masters of armor forging. And that's a magma earth dragon transcendent class. Hearing their excitement, Tai Jioshin felt a rush of satisfaction. Fong Ran had enjoyed the spotlight long enough. Now it was his turn. Imperial blood, is it? Long Jinshan stepped forward instead of back, excitement brightening his face. Perfect. Time to test my brand new arm. Before the words had finished echoing, he barked an order to halt his dragonkin captain and lunged ahead. The magma earth dragon spat a volley of fireballs. Boom boom. Long Jinshan met each one with a single punch, blasting them apart in midair. Fire tore the night sky as he closed the distance to Tai Jioshin. Tai Jioshin flinched. Magma shield. The earth dragon roared, heavy stone armor rolling over its body to shield its master. But Long Jinshan crashed through like a battering ram, one punch hurling the Tinsoften's beast aside. Too weak. Is this all you humans can do? He flexed his fist, sweeping his gaze over the cowering beastmasters. Pathetic, far beneath Fong Ran's league. In his mind, even the worst of them should have reached 70% of Fong Ran's strength. Exactly because of that assumption, he had taken the gamble of borrowing a transcendent dragonkin army from his father. In hindsight, the whole thing was pointless. Yuqing is far from a top-tier beast-taming city. Only a handful of tamers here can even trigger a beast's evolution. A grade B evolution is already rarer than phoenix feathers, while grade C is the norm. Average tamers in Yuqing are a full tier weaker than those in the major metropolises, and even those cities lag far behind the real prodigies. Although Tai Jioshin is hailed as Yuqing's #1 genius, the gap between him and Fong Ran is a chasm. Long Jinshan had been pummeled by Fong Ran earlier, and now Fong Ran had claimed the championship with ease, making every scheme Long Jinshan once plotted feel like a joke. At that moment, alarm sirens erupted across Yuqing's streets and alleys. Crimson lights pulsed against the windows, bathing the roads in a blood-red glow. An emergency broadcast ordered residents to shelter in place. Doors slammed shut, and fear spread through the night. Did you see the video online? A draconian beast broke in. Draconians? Give me a break, how could there be draconians outside Yuqing? I'm serious. They've punched through the first defense line. And Elder Shin isn't in the city. I'm at the outskirts right now. Explosions are nonstop out there, and the Beast Tamer Association told us to stay inside and keep our heads down. The city lights never went out, yet Yuqing felt trapped in a silent nightmare. In the city center, the largest conference room of the Beast Tamer Association blazed with light. A liaison officer rattled off a report. Confirmed. The leader is a late transcendent draconian warrior. Late transcendent. And a draconian at that. The president's face turned ashen. He lowered his voice, but the tension still cracked through. If Elder Shin were here, we could fight. As it stands, how many transcendent tamers do we have left in Yuqing? Only Fong Ran. A few contestants from the qualifiers, and the guardians from the clans and corporations, someone replied. Fong Ran's only early transcendent. You want him to stand against a late transcendent draconian? Impossible. If he dies, Elder Shun will make us pay when he returns. Another official slammed the table, urging evacuation. Pull everyone out while the outer lines still hold. Abandon the city, reclaim it after Elder Shun's back. But evacuation meant forfeiting the entire city. Rebuilding would cost the same. Worse yet, there simply wasn't enough time. The president scanned the room, then gritted his teeth and sent a distress call to the imperial capital. Minutes later, a reply arrived. A Monarch-class tamer will airdrop into Yuching within 10 hours. Ensure the safety of every qualifier. They are future Monarch tier candidates and must not fall. Just then, the conference room doors swung open, and Fong Ran walked in shoulder to shoulder with Su Yu. What's going on? I just came out of the training hall, Fong Ran said, sweeping the room with his eyes. Relief flickered across the faces around him, only to dim again at the thought of a late transcendent draconian. Beasts are invading, the president said, guiding him to the giant screen. The battlefield shook with firelight and draconic shadows. After studying the intel, Fong Ran nodded, a cold edge in his gaze. So it's him. You know that draconian? Someone asked. Yes. Xiao Tian nearly killed him before, but he slipped away, Su Yu said, hatred flashing in her eyes. Xiao Tian crippled a mid-transcendent draconian? The room fell silent, the weight of the statement sinking in. Fong Ran added blandly. He's just a little lizard. Now that Xiao Tian's evolved again, crushing him will be effortless. No, you're not going, the Beastmaster Guild chief said at once. Why not? Fong Ran blinked, lifting an eyebrow as he scanned the room, disbelief edging his voice. If you don't go, who should? This is an order from the guild. You're a Beastmaster. The future of Longwo. How could we let anything happen to you out there? The chairman's tone was severe, yet tinged with elder concern. Several gray-haired veterans around the table nodded. The boy was still a child in their eyes. Fong Ran's expression hardened. Since when do you get to decide whether I go? The words hit like a nail in the air. The chairman stiffened, then glared. Are you disobeying orders on the eve of battle? And if I am? Fong Ran's gaze blazed. I became a Beastmaster to hunt monsters. They're right outside the city, and you want me to run? Su Yu looked startled. The room fell so silent they could hear every anxious breath. A Beastmaster who's never seen battle, what can he become? Teacher Su Yu is only Lord rank, yet she's willing to fight a transcendent beast. I'm already transcendent. Fong Ran drew a deep breath, his voice echoing off the walls. A sword is forged in flame. If I don't go, no one in your city will. Without trials, how will the Dragonians ever grow? He vanished before the echoes died, leaving a gust that ruffled the paperwork. The people left behind traded glances, chewing on his words. He's right, a sword is forged in flame. No retreat, no evacuation. This is our chance to temper ourselves. A few shouted slogans pumped fresh blood into the stifling room. Out in the corridor, Fong Ran curled his lips. Finally talked them around. Xiao Tian, time for a massacre. Beyond the city, scorched earth and shattered trunks formed a ragged battle line. Not battle due for a warm-up. Long Jinshan gripped Tai Jiuxin's helmet in one hand and hammered the other fist into his abdomen. Bang! Tai Jiuxin rocketed away, a black blur that smashed through trees and gouged a trench dozens of meters long. Uffed. Blood sprayed from his mouth. His soft armor cracked like a spiderweb. Damn it, Fong Ran. How did you anger a monster like this? Tai Jiuxin clutched his ribs, cursing silently. His lava earth dragon lay half-buried and unconscious despite throwing everything at the foe. They hadn't scratched Long Zinshan's scaled hide. Still breathing? Tough little ant. Long Zinshan bared his teeth, sauntering closer. Relax, they'll send you to join you cities dead in a moment. If the frontline city fell, beasts could stroll through human settlements unchecked, gather a horde, and erase a city overnight. Today would mark his rise. Watching the monster approach, Tai Jiuxin let himself flop onto his back. Not a bad life, at least I didn't shame the clan. Dying on the front this time, I finally outdid Fong Ran, right? The thought had barely formed when a teasing voice sounded behind him. Going monster hunting without me? Fong Ran. Tai Jiuxin's eyes flew open in disbelief. Far off, Long Jinshan paused, then chuckled and folded his arms. Fong Ran, last time you had that divine egg. Think you can summon it again? Had done his homework. The egg was unstable, its souls clashing inside. Whatever trick Fong Ran used before, he couldn't possibly call on it twice so soon. Why would I bother killing you? Fan Ran pointed at Long Jinshan and spoke in a calm voice. You're already a beaten foe. The word stabbed into Long Zinshan's chest like a hot blade. Raised to dominate his peers and slaughter beasts above his rank, he had never known such contempt, least of all from a lesser race in human eyes. Humiliation and rage exploded inside him. He stamped his foot, and the air detonated. Boom. His figure blurred into an afterimage. In an instant he was on top of Fan Ran, palm slashing down. Fan Ran, watch out. Tai Jiuxin's chest tightened. He knew nothing of their feud, but the killing intent was unmistakable. Clang. A familiar, slender figure stepped between them. Long Xinshan's vertical pupils filled with blood as the girl Xiao Tian grew a layer of serpentine scales from neck to arm, a living suit of armor. A surge of power roared through her. Xiao Tian snapped her spear upward, forcing Long Xinshan's strike back. Shattered stone flew, and metal rang like a storm. Moments later, several bloody holes tore open across his body. With a flash of steel, the spear punched clean through his shoulder. You've reached mid-transcendent? No, impossible. You're still early stage. Long Xinshan's voice shook. Mere doubt about her rank crushed his aura. The self-proclaimed peerless genius felt fear for the first time before an equal. Finish him, Fong Ran ordered, voice ice cold. No, you can't kill me. Long Xinshan roared. His bloodline boiled, his frame doubling in size. He ripped free the skewered arm and bolted toward the Dragon Man lines like a rabid beast. Xiao Tian, Fong Ran shouted. Blood veined Xiao Tian's eyes. She skimmed the ground, slicing the air like a screaming bullet. Thud. Her spear drove straight for his heart. Long Xinshan looked down at the icy tip, then hurled himself forward, wrenching the weapon loose. Blood sprayed as colossal dragon wings burst from his back, and he fled in panic. Behind them, Tai Jiuxin stared, aghast. Fong Ran's angel was hunting a mid-transcendent dragon man. Farther off, the city garrison erupted. That dragon man's scared. It's Fong Ran. He's here. He took him down. Legend. With God Fan around, Yuqing won't fall. Right. Elder Shin's gone, but God Fan's the strongest beastmaster left. He doesn't fear dragon men. Send him after a real dragon. The cheers blew away the earlier dread. A few war correspondents popped up, phones held high, recording like mad. Help me. Dragon General, save me. Long Xinshan shrieked, throat tearing. Behind him, the angel gave chase. No white wings, eyes like thousand-year ice never slowing. Crack. After a long, heavy silence, the Dragon General moved. He stepped to the front of the Dragon Man ranks, black scales covering him head to toe. His helmet, forged of dark gold, hid even his face. With a single stride, an overwhelming pressure rolled across the entire battlefield. Boom. With a single swing of his halberd, the Dragon General smashed it down. The ground caved in as if struck by a 1,000-ton hammer. Shattered rock and billowing dust surged forward, carving a bottomless trench. The fissure looked ready to split heaven and earth apart, forcing Xiao Tian and Long Xinshan to the opposite side. A late transcendent dragonkin Fong Ran stood at the brink, his throat tightening. Spirit Eggy called out to it again and again, but the object that had once given him hope now lay dormant, utterly silent. At the rear of the crowd, the Legion's lower-tier beasts flattened themselves to the earth, scales, feathers, or fur pressed tight against the ground. Their low, trembling breaths reeked of fear. Some of the timid even buried their heads in the loose soil. Primal terror of a top predator robbed them of the will to flee. They've all had professional stress training. Why are our beasts collapsing in front of one transcendent creature? A beastmaster muttered, swallowing hard as sweat soaked his palms. No one answered. The reason was obvious. The gap between them and the Dragon General was crushing. Just then, a fire-winged butterfly dived in on a wave of blistering air and set Shen Yun beside Fong Ran. The moment her feet touched the ground, she hissed, "Go. My grandfather, he's no longer in your city." Fong Ran's brow tightened. Of course he wanted to run, but the Dragon General's halberd had sealed the battlefield. There was no escape. Could the fusion of two early transcendent beasts hold off a late transcendent dragonkin? The answer was written on every face: almost no chance. Dragonkin already topped the combat rankings, and many beastmasters spent half a lifetime bridging the gap from early to late transcendent. Fong Ran, you're not leaving. On the far side of the trench, Long Xinshan straightened, panting. The hole in his chest had closed, leaving him pale and shaky, yet his fighting spirit burned hotter than ever. The Dragon General and I trained together from childhood. In real combat, I never even scratched him. Long Xinshan threw back his head and laughed, reverence edging his voice. A pure-blood dragonkin born for Warmy father's proudest offspring. His only flaw? Maybe he's not that bright, but his battle experience eclipses everyone's. High above, a military drone hovered, its long-range lens streaming every frame to U City's command center. In the cold, bright conference room, a senior official let his glass slip. It shattered on the floor, tea soaking the documents, but he didn't notice. His eyes were locked on the screen. It's him, the dragonkin who massacred countless transcendent beastmasters. His voice was hoarse, the mastermind behind the counter-hunt incident. The room exploded in commotion. Several staff officers turned ashen and scrambled for the files. You know him? Someone gasped. A month ago, the Blackstone Range sent him out to hunt transcendent beastmasters, an intelligence officer said, lips quivering. We dispatched 3 late transcendent masters, 5 transcendent beasts in total. He killed them all. Only one man crawled back alive. His voice scraped the silence. If the frontline cities couldn't stop that monster, then you city. More officers remembered the classified report and stared at the image of the Dragon General, eyes wide with terror. Go. Move now. Get Fong Ran back here right now. I won't have him stuck on the front lines a second longer. The Beastmaster Guild president's eyes bulged with fury, as though he might spring from his chair. It's a suicide mission out there. There's no sense in letting Fong Ran keep gambling with his life. Understood. He'll leave immediately. Suyu rose in a rush, agitation written all over her face. She had barely stepped forward when a hand clamped down on her shoulder. Your companion beast is badly hurt, and there's no time to repair it. We'll have to send someone else. Crack. Inside the training chamber, the sharp report shattered the hush. The green serpent uncoiled, its golden, intricately patterned eyes snapping open, an aura of pressure rolling off it like a mountain. It hissed by instinct, only to discover the tongue it flicked out was now a tiny, forked sliver. Huh. Raising the front half of its body, it glided to a mirror. The reflection showed a creature more imposing than ever. Emerald scales had expanded into perfect hexagons, the waist once as thick as a bowl now the size of a barrel, yet still sleek and streamlined. A small rounded horn brushed against its tail, and gleaming fangs flashed each time its jaws parted, surprisingly impressive. It flicked its tail in appreciation, and an instant later the extraordinary grade strength tester beside it exploded in a rain of metal. So that's the limit of an extraordinary grade machine. The snake lifted its head, fully expecting Fong Ran to foot the bill. Peering inward, it found its skill set several times richer than before. A power like innate cloud and rain churned beneath its scales. The moment it nudged that force, every light fixture in the room flickered madly. It hurriedly reined the energy back. No need to cause Fong Ran extra trouble. The suffering of yesterday felt as if it had evaporated overnight, replaced by the sheer delight of overflowing strength. Time to test this outside. A blur flashed at the doorway. The snake was gone. It moved so fast the security cameras couldn't even capture an afterimage. Outside the training base, it experimented with dashing, coiling, and diving. Every burst of speed blew past its previous limits. Even the late extraordinary Blade Princess with her heart of might, she probably couldn't beat me now. The notion made its tail coil in disbelief, yet a confidence as old as its bloodline surged within. This wasn't training, it was genetics. But the city streets lay deserted, prompting an irritated frown. Fong Ran hadn't shown up either, souring its mood further. Remembering Fong Ran's obsession with riding the snake, it slapped the ground with its tail, leaving fissures in the pavement. He helped me, so we'll spare him for now. As for the riding, well, see. The snake swayed its head, conflicted. Boom. A thunderous blast erupted at the horizon. The snake jerked its gaze skyward, piercing cloud and mist to spot savage beast auras boiling outside the city, and Fong Ran among them. Its eyes narrowed, and it shot away like a comet. So swift was its flight that even if it streaked past someone at arm's length, they'd barely register a blur. Xiaodian, fall back. Fong Ran frowned. Xiaodian obeyed at once, sliding half a step back to shield him. Behind her, a slime crept up her armor and settled on her shoulder. Its fleshy skin bulged, and with a soft pop a grotesque eyeball opened and swiveled. Get down there, and protect Fong Ran. She spoke in a low voice. But Xiaodian shook her head. Holy power surged inside her. She could feel that the creature before them was far beyond the fusion stage. Master, let me get you out of here. Xiaonian dropped from her shoulder. The viscous body landed without a sound and instantly spread out in front of Fong Ran. Ropes of tentacles wrapped around his waist, clearly intent on dragging him away. Leaving, however, was not that simple. Wu Shay dragonborn warrior suddenly leapt forward, his heavy tail smashing the rock beneath him as he charged like a wild beast. Xiaodian swung her spear across and blocked him with a thunderous clang. The impact slammed into her chest. Her armor hummed with a deep metallic note. So strong. She gritted her teeth and forced her holy power to gush through her meridians. Clang, clang. Sparks flew as weapons crashed again and again. The dragon general halted, Jin Jia's pupils contracting. Early stage transcendent? He muttered in surprise. He lunged. Xiao Ocean's spear was flicked aside, and his halberd howled toward her abdomen only to crash against her snakescale cuirass. The shockwave hurled her backward, smashing through several ancient trees. White wings burst from her back. She beat them hard and barely steadied herself. She looked up to see the dragon general pause, annoyed that blood and gore hadn't splattered everywhere. Why? Where are the screams, the entrails? That's my only thrill in life. He rasped. Die? His body swelled, bones cracking. A pair of brown wings tore free, propelling him aloft. Lightning coiled around his halberd, brighter and brighter. The weapon thrust forward. Boom. Thunderbolts exploded in thick bundles. Xiaodian dove aside. The bolt struck where Shed stood, carving a deep crater and spraying stone shards. Fong Ran's heart clenched. Xiaodian, look out. Before the words left his mouth, the dragon general's blood-red eyes fixed on him. Heavenly thunder, 10,000 ton, he said coldly. He hurled the halberd skyward. It pierced the clouds with a shrill crack, and moments later dark masses churned overhead, lightning writhing inside them. Far off, Long Jinshan clenched his fists, eyes locked on Fong Ran. No one can dodge that. Not even father. Rumble. Lightning solidified into countless halberds that rained down. Gold-blue fire swallowed the ground around Fong Ran. Boom. One spear skimmed a lower-tier beast beside him. The blast flung the creature away. Another bolt plummeted toward Shen Yun and Fong Ran. Xiao Tian roared, hurled her own spear, and smashed the lightning dragon apart. At that instant, a deafening hiss split the sky. Every beastmaster looked up as a thick lightning pillar burst through the clouds, tearing them open. On the hilltop stood a gigantic azure serpent, head raised high. Mist curled between its scales. White smoke, crackling like arcs, still drifted from its mouth. Another latest-stage, transcendent monster. A beastmaster whispered, legs buckling as he collapsed. The serpent spared him a glance, then slid forward with a sweep of its massive tail. It's here, Fong Ran breathed, eyes shining. A translucent status panel materialized before him. Azure-scaled flood dragon. Rank, late extraordinary. Skills, unknown. Profile, swallows thunder and lays waste to heaven and earth. It has evolved into a true flood dragon, an unexpected windfall for its opponent. Whoosh. A shrill crack splits the air as a pitch-black halberd hacks down from above. In a flash, an emerald serpent's tail snaps around the shaft, freezing the blade in midair. You're not a beastmaster, we? The dragon general looks up, perplexed. A gigantic green snake coils behind Fong Ran, yet no trace of a soul contract can be felt within its body. Why should that matter? Even at late extraordinary, who can defeat the dragonfolk? Long Jinshan still brims with pride in his bloodline, though the beastmasters who have yet to retreat stare in slack-jawed shock. What is that creature? It looks like a snake, but why does it have horns? It's late extraordinary too. Why is it helping us? Does it have some feud with that monster? The crowd whispers. Shen Yun is equally stunned. The dragon general's raised halberd seems welded to the air, while the green serpent eyes him with leisurely mockery. Am I afraid? Impossible. Bloodshot veins spread across the general's pupils, muscles swell, and blue veins bulge along his arms. He stomps boom, blasting a crater into the earth, yet the halberd hangs motionless. He looks at the snake, and from the depths of his soul rises a familiar, dreadful tremor, a black dragon king. He last felt this pressure during the baptism of his youth. Flick. The serpent whips its tail, flinging the halberd aside. The massive tail crashes down, and the dragon general instinctively guards. Crack. The sharp snap of bone rings out as he is driven into the ground. When the snake lifts its tail, both thick arms hang shattered, scales broken, blood streaming. The serpent's tip coils around the ruined dragon man and tightens. Muffled pops of shattering bone and squeezed blood echo until the body splits in two. It then lowers its head, golden slit pupils leveling with Fong Ran and Shen Yun. Shen Yun's heart pounds. This creature is even more terrifying than the dragon general. What on earth is it? You okay? The serpent asks in a deep, indifferent voice, suppressing the urge to flick its tongue. What does okay even mean? Shen Yun wonders. She watches Fong Ran step forward and stroke its scales. My leg's broken. Can you carry me back? If it's broken, crawl. The snake snaps, then cocks its head. Your prey is getting away. Before the words fade, wings flare open behind Xiao Tian. In the distance, Long Jinshan sprints for his life, his face white as paper. You've got to be kidding. The dragon general was crushed like an ant. Even with 100 lives, he would never have dared imagine such a thing, yet it just happened before his eyes. Spare me. Spare me. Long Jinshan shook his head frantically as the angel closed in. His knees gave way and he crashed into the mud, voice on the verge of tears. Let me live. I can lead you to the black gold mine. No. I'll mine the ore for you myself. The pride the dragonfolk once boasted was gone without a trace. No need. You're not going anywhere. Fong Ran's voice was as cold as the night wind. Pathetic. A furious roar burst from the darkness. If I'd known that was all it took to get black gold, or I'd have beaten you senseless ages ago. A man in a black robe stepped out of the gloom. He stared at Long Jinshan. Heart dripping blood had yet to smuggle out the coveted ore, and his own people were already dying here. Even so, he could only grit his teeth. He was aligned with humanity. Saving a vicious beast was out of the question, especially when Fong Ran was supposed to be an ally. Of course, pay extra, and well talk. See you at World Academy, Brother Fong. With that, he melted back into the night. Thud. A crimson spear pierced Long Jinshan's chest. Scalding flames raced down the shaft, turning flesh and bone to ash. Deal with the draconian soldiers too, Fong Ran ordered, turning his head. Xiaoyan, you go as well. Both extraordinary class contract beasts leapt into action. The slime called Xiaoyan barreled into the enemy line, 20 tendrils lashing out. Every strike cracked bone and sprayed blood. Lord-grade draconians dropped dead one after another. The spattered dragon blood was swallowed in gulpshaft now, half saved for later, all of it nourishment. Across the field, Xiao Tian raised and dropped his spear, bursting crimson hearts in rapid succession. In under 5 minutes, 50 Lord-grade draconians lay dead, their scorched scales curling in the firelight. The grisly sight filled the watching tamers with a rush of exhilaration they had never felt before. Someone shouted first, Fong Ran. A moment later the scattered cries merged into a single roar. Fong Ran! Fong Ran! Fong Ran! Belonging and pride surged through them. This was a beast tamer of Yuqing, a genius born of their land. Dragonfolk? Late extraordinary rank. He could cut them down all the same. When the slaughter paused, Xunyun covered her mouth and stared at Fong Ran in disbelief. Fong Ran, are those your contract beasts? She sensed no psychic bond at all. How could he command a latest-stage extraordinary green serpent? And it looked exactly like the one they had seen in the shattered training ground. Nope, just a mount I adopted, Fong Ran said with a chuckle. A mount? Who are you calling a mount? The green serpent flicked its tongue in irritation and snapped its tail at him, then froze mid-swing. Fong Ran had been ready to dodge. Seeing the tail halt, he blinked in surprise. The serpent hissed twice, sticking its tongue out like a mischievous child. Fine, they'll let you off this time. It knew that if the blow landed, Fong Ran would lose an arm. Its newly amplified strength was still hard to control, and any slip could prove disastrous. With that, the serpent lowered itself and coiled obediently beside him. Just this once. Deal. Fong Ran's eyes lit up, and he vaulted onto the serpent's neck. The barrel-thick body gave him a steady perch, the draconic scales beneath him cold and unyielding. He raised a hand to stroke the newly sprouted dragon horns, cool at the tips, growing hotter the closer he got to their base. Feeling someone clambering about on its back, Qing's snake had an urge to fling the man off, but it suppressed the impulse. Smack! Fong Ran struck the snake's scales with a crisp slap. Up higher. Qing's snake shivered and slowly raised its body. As his view soared, Fong Ran gazed down at the mountains, rivers, and pavilions below. So this was how a beast master saw the world. Surrounded by awestruck onlookers, his chest swelled with satisfaction, and he muttered, amazing. Absolutely amazing. This is what beast riding should feel like. Do it once, and you'll do it twice. Ride a few more times, and you'll be hooked. The crowd buzzed. So cool. What kind of creature is that? It looks like a snake, but it has antlers. Lucky Fonghe can command a late transcendent beast without even signing a contract. It wiped out the dragonfolk. It must be the peak of all serpents. The more powerful the snake sounded, the more the people revered Fong Ran, for only a true hero can break a wild stallion. Vast in their worship, Qing's snake felt increasingly mortified and wished it could burrow underground, so it sped toward the city. Slow down. You're going too fast, let me enjoy this. Keep running, and it'll dock your pay. Fong Ran gave it another slap. That finally made Qing's snake ease up. In midair, Xiao Tian glided over, wings spread, a Dragonman corpse in his grasp. He hovered beside Fong Ran. All the Dragonman warriors are dealt with, including the late transcendent one. Fong Ran raised a hand. A flash of light stored the body in his beast space. Xiao Tian was splattered with blood, the stench thick in the air. Go take a bath. We're heading to the hotel. Quit pulling my horns, I'm not some mindless beast, Xiao Tian grumbled, batting Fong Ran's hand away. Soon, Fong Ran arrived atop Qing's snake at U City's largest hotel, but the moment he dismounted he felt a hollow anticlimax. Figures the chase is always better than the catch. He jumped to the ground. The hotel manager, alarmed by the commotion, rushed out. Seeing Fong Ran and the massive Qing snake, his voice trembled. Master Fong, how's the front line? His eyes fell on blood-soaked Xiao Tian, and he yelped, Vet! Somebody get a vet. No need. It's Dragonman blood, Fong Ran said blandly. Xiao Tian wiped a clean streak across his abdomen to show he was unhurt. Realization hit the manager, and he nearly cried with relief. Then a beast tide is over? Yes, Fong Ran nodded. Please come in. Your suite is ready, everything's on me. Though a mere proprietor with no authority to waive fees, he gladly paid out of pocket. Even as Qing Snake's colossal frame and the blood-spattered entourage left the lobby floor in ruins, the manager didn't care. He whipped out his phone, eager to spread the news to everyone in U City. We did a 2-1. Fong Ran has stopped the beast tide. The hotel manager fired the message into the staff group chat the moment he heard. Within 2 seconds the notification chimes started to cascade, messages pouring in. It was almost midnight, yet more than half the employees were already replying. The rest stayed silent, but stared at their screens all the same. No one in the hotel would be sleeping tonight. It's true. Fong Ran told me himself, has no reason to lie. Exactly. Back in Wind City, he saved an entire population. He was only Lord rank then, and still took down a transcendent beast. Fong Ran is U City's prodigy, our guardian deity. He'll be the next Elder Shun. The moment the excitement began to build, doubts followed right on its heels. Hold on, let's not celebrate yet. Maybe he only pushed them back for now. Those monsters could return. Yeah, you guys don't understand Beast Tamers. I admit Feng Zhen's talent is insane, but he's still early-stage transcendent. Could he really beat a latest-stage dragonkin? The speaker was a young man who fancied himself an expert. His cousin was a beast tamer, so both colleagues and supervisors gave him extra respect. Seeing how confident he was, no one dared to argue. Grinning at his phone, he muttered, a bunch of clueless civilians, what do they know about beast tamers? A diehard Fong Ran fan and self-proclaimed armchair tamer, he was sure he understood the industry inside out. Early stage killing latest stage, and a dragonkin at that? Only web novels pulled that kind of stunt. Just as he was about to continue his lecture, a high-definition battle video popped up. Function really killed that beast. The video's already out. Photos followed dragonkin corpses were strewn across the street, plain as day. The young man's eyes went wide. He squeezed his phone so hard the casing creaked. No freaking way, how is that possible? With solid evidence in hand, everyone in the chat finally relaxed. So Function really is no ordinary man, right? You just can't measure him by normal beast tamer standards. The young man wanted to keep arguing, but after seeing the footage he could only choke out. Function really isn't human. His line was copied and forwarded by coworkers, snowballing across the web. In less than half an hour, every major group chat in U City was spamming the same sentence. Function stopped the beast tide. The dragonkin are wiped out. Beast tamers all over the city unlocked their phones, and the tense atmosphere instantly turned into gossip. Some even dragged the suitcases they'd just stuffed into their trunks back inside, and sat down at their computers to keep refreshing the feed. I heard Function contracted a latest-stage transcendent green serpent-one strike, and the enemy fell. Latest-stage transcendent? That thing was clearly king rank. And it hasn't even signed with Function yet. My friend says the king rank creature has already agreed it's only a matter of time before they seal the deal. So Fang's hen's already a king rank tamer? No wonder it was so easy for him. For a while U City was drowning in rumors. Many people even gathered on the streets, whispering among themselves. Steam billowed in the bathroom as the shower hammered down, rinsing the blood and grime from Zyoshin's body. She laced her fingers behind her loosened golden hair, letting the droplets glide over her shoulders and neck. During battle she refused to waste even a trace of holy power, much less use it to fend off a little dirt. Pale pink water flowed into the drain, revealing snow-white skin and a spotless face. Could you grab me some clothes? Her voice drifted through the mist. Hearing the splash of water and the soft slap of footsteps, Fong Ran pulled an angelic outfit from his beast-taming space and passed it through a small gap in the door. Moments later, a freshly dressed Xiaotian landed lightly, her smile bright. I'm going to wash up too. Fong Ran stepped into the spacious bathroom, the faint fragrance she left behind still lingering in the air. A while later he emerged bare-chested, the lean lines of his physique entirely due to the contract's feedback. Master? Xiao Ocean's eyes lit up. We've got some time to kill, how about a game? Fong Ran shook the console in his hand, then sat with Xiaotian on the sofa and started a match. I want to play. I want to play. Xiaotian bounced with excitement. Well, take turns. Whoever loses gives up the spot, Fong Ran said with a grin. Xiaotian wasn't hooked on games, but she frowned slightly at having her time alone with Fong Ran divided. Master, you only need me, she murmured. I can handle everything myself. There's no need to contract any more beasts. Huh. I wasn't planning to anyway, Fong Ran replied instinctively. And even if I do, I can afford it. Your resources won't be cut. To him, Xiaotian was just worried about his workload. All you have to do is handle a beast's duties. If I sign another one, it's to ease your burden. Right, Xiaotian? Xiaotian shot Xiaotian a glance. Anxious. Can't Master see? Xiao Ocean's mood is already off. Unnecessary. Whatever a beast tamer can do, I condone more. Xiao Ocean's brow knitted. Suddenly she flung the console aside, seized Fong Ran's wrist, and pulled him onto the bed, pinning him down. Startled, he yanked hard, but his wrist felt as if it were clamped in steel. Master, right now you're the sheep, and in the wolf, let's play a role-playing game. You can try to resist, but I won't hold back. She curled her lips into a smile, reached out, and began to peel away his sheepskin. Ribbons of holy power twined around his limbs, fastening him in place. Xiaotian, let's talk this through. We can sweat beaded on Fong Ran's forehead. We'll talk afterward, Xiaotian answered with a gentle smile. Fong Ran. Ching, she slipped back into the Monarch-class hotel suite and found Fong Ran lying on the bed, staring at the ceiling as if life had lost all meaning. Xiaotian was fast asleep, her arms wrapped around his. The icy look she usually wore had melted away. A faint smile rested on her lips, and her petite body was pressed snugly against his chest. Aren't you going to sleep? Ching, she tilted her head, then wandered over to the sofa. After shrinking to a smaller form, she coiled up lightly in one corner of the wide couch. Fong Ran let out a long sigh, eyes still fixed on the ceiling. If Annie finds out, how am I ever going to explain this? He wondered. Different species are supposed to have reproductive barriers, nothing should happen, right? Besides, Xiaotian was so clueless that it took the two of us ages to figure things out in the first place. Back then, Xiaotian had kept a straight face, as though he owed her a fortune. She never said a word, only frowned slightly, those beautiful eyes locked on his. When Fong Ran's expression finally changed, a rare glimmer of joy appeared on her face. Humph, he'll get even sooner or later, he swore to himself. I'm the beast-taming king, after all. At the very least, he'll fix that busted loudspeaker until it works again, otherwise it'll look completely useless. Move. Where are the drones? In the operations center, the atmosphere was the opposite of the front line at Yuchin. Everyone worked as if the world were ending. The bolt of lightning the dragonfolk had unleashed had shredded every drone, cutting off their only eyes on the battle. All they could do now was relay updates to the capital's Beast Tamer Association by phone. The reports already gone up the chain. A watch officer rattled off. That dragonfolk force is no joke. The association is taking it seriously. The monarch-level Beast Tamer has been ordered to pick up the pace. Bang! The door flew open and Suyu rushed into the conference room. Suyu? How is it? Did you bring Fong Ran back? The president of the Yuqing Beast Tamer Association met her halfway, the other executives turning to stare. Fong Ran. He's already returned, Suyu answered calmly. Returned? Thank goodness, that's a relief. The president exhaled. As long as Fong Ran was safe, they hadn't lost everything. Even if the city fell, they couldn't let the rising star die in Yuqing. Evacuate, Suyu. Take your Tsanyue wolf and get out. Vehicles are ready. We'll stay and do what we can. Order the military to protect the civilians and hold off the dragonfolk army. Commands flew in every direction, the room buzzing. Suyu blinked, then spoke in a daze. No need to evacuate. The dragonfolk force has already been dealt with. No one heard her at first. The chaos continued. Moments later, it was as if the air itself had been choked off. Voices fell silent one by one. Suyu, what did you say? The president's eyes widened. I said the dragonfolk force is gone, she repeated, frowning. I just came from the front. I saw it myself. She pulled out her phone and cast the photos she had found online onto the main screen. Bodies of dragonfolk lay strewn everywhere, the scene nothing short of brutal. Everyone in the room froze. Who did this? Where would Yuqing get power like that? Someone blurted out. Is there a late transcendent, or even monarch-level beast tamer, hiding in the city? There had been rumors before small, elite teams of monarch-class tamers carrying out missions under the radar. Thoughts raced, but no one could offer an answer. How long have we been cut off from the net? The president of the Beast Tamer Guild demanded. A few hours, the technician replied, sweat beading on his forehead. Our single-line link is reserved solely for guild communications. We were afraid the beasts might intercept classified data. Dragonfolk. The guild president slammed the desk, his voice rumbling like distant thunder. They never invest in technology. It's infuriating, but maybe this setback will finally teach them how costly that choice can be. He drew a deep breath and waved an order. Pull Yuqing's network records. I want to know exactly what happened. The lights blazed in the hall as everyone focused on the massive curved screen. A torrent of data raced across the bottom. Within seconds, every relevant photo and video from Yuqing had been captured. As the images flicked past, expressions shifted. Grim concentration turned to shock, shock to outright disbelief, and disbelief to exhilaration. Those beasts, they're dead. Fong Ran took them down. Seriously? An early transcendent using a late transcendent beast as a mount? What species is that azure serpent? I've never seen anything like it. Absolutely stunning. He overpowered a dragonfolk warrior with brute strength alone? Someone murmured. A sharpened blade is forged by relentless grinding. Well said. Well said. The chatter swelled. People rose to their feet, and a wave of applause flooded the hall. The guild president, however, stood frozen, pupils contracting. What kind of monster is that? It strangled a dragonfolk warrior with its tail. Pure carnage. Inform the Beast Tamer Guild, someone shouted toward the comms desk. No need to come. The beast tide has already been quelled. Meanwhile, at the imperial capital's Beast Tamer Guild, night had fallen, yet the central tower blazed with light, staffed around the clock. Tension was higher than ever. A king-rank beast tamer, Yu Baojun, stood behind the operators, eyes sharp as blades. What's the situation? Are the supplies we sent ready? Yu asked, voice low and steady. He was prepared for the worst and ready to depart at a moment's notice. Everything is set, sir. But Yuqing is requesting a live call. He'll take it. You stepped to the console and grabbed a headset. Hello? What's the status? And the candidates who went to Yuqing, are they safe? From the guild's central hub, he couldn't mention Fong Ran outright. He had to hint. No matter what, he had to protect his student. The moment he heard the voice on the other end, the chairman of the Yuqing Beast Taming Association grew visibly tense. Senior, the situation is under control. The beast tide was stopped by Fong Ran. What did you say? Yu Baojun's brows shot up. Doubt flashed across his face before he lowered his voice. Tell me exactly what happened. The caller quickly filled in the details. When you learned that Fong Ran had single-handedly halted the tide, shock crossed his normally stoic features. Good. Send me the footage. A notification chimed. He opened the attachment at once. The high-definition video filled his screen. A massive jade-green serpent dominated the frame, its scales glinting coldly in the moonlight. Yu's eyes narrowed. That isn't Fong Ran's contracted beast. Whose is it? In the video, the serpent's icy pupils gleamed, its body coiled like a mountain ridge, and a single flick of its tail sent several draconian warriors flying. Within moments, the dragonfolk were utterly crushed. Yu swallowed hard. A creature at the peak of the transcendent tier. Why is it obeying Fong Ran? He suddenly recalled an ancient text. The strongest of the serpent race could only reach glass bloodlines such as the nine-headed Longshi, while beings of dragon blood especially, the dragon folk had long surpassed glass and stepped into an entirely new realm. Unless that serpent is an emperor reborn, there's no way it could win so easily. The camera zoomed in. A tiny horn jutted from the serpent's head, and its fangs were razor sharp. Yu's heart pounded. A horned fangs, could it be something other than a serpent? An age-old legend exploded in his mind, the ancestral totem spirit of the dragon nation. Driven by a powerful instinct, he dropped everything, strode out of the association, and dialed another number. Headmaster Yun. Yu Baojun. Is the Yuqing incident resolved? Yun Hung, headmaster of the Imperial Capital Academy, sounded as steady as ever. You knew, however, that the fact this disciplined elder was still awake meant Fong Ran's situation mattered far more than he showed. It's handled. The beast tide has dispersed, and Fong Ran is the one who ended it. Silence fell on the line. After 10 long seconds, you wondered if the call had dropped, until a quiet reply came. I've already seen it. Though the night was late, plenty of night owls were following the incident. The footage was climbing the charts on forums and social media. You could already foresee that by morning the entire Dragon Nation would be buzzing. Impressive, Yun Hung said, disbelief creeping into his deep voice. But he actually managed to raise it? Yu's confusion only grew. If even this unflappable headmaster was surprised. Headmaster Yun, I need to confirm something. That green serpent. Keeping a peak-tier beast without a contract requires an official report. His tone was respectful, but curiosity burned beneath it. Don't worry, I vouched for him, Yin replied crisply. I asked him to look after that serpent, though I never expected. He trailed off a rarity. When Fong Ran had requested a change in its evolution path, Yun had provided resources only out of respect for a prodigy. He hadn't held out much hope. Yet the evidence was irrefutable. Fong Ran had succeeded and boosted the serpent's strength tenfold. That serpent had been stuck at the peak of the transcendent tier for years. Its evolution path should have been fixed. Yun sighed, then chuckled softly. I can't see through Fong Ran, but am grateful such a genius belongs to our nation. You nodded in silence. The night wind brushed past, streetlights stretching his shadow far down the road. Everything was only just beginning. The next day at noon, Fong Ran got up and washed, feeling refreshed. The green snake coiled on the nightstand beside him, its icy eyes fixed on him. What's wrong? Fong Ran asked, puzzled. I didn't sleep a wink. The snake hissed, flicking its tongue and tapping the bed frame with its tail. All night the bedboards had creaked, and the soft quilt was now strewn with white feathers, as if the snake had been ignored entirely. Xiao Tian suddenly appeared in the doorway, cutting off his thoughts. Enough. We're heading back to the imperial capital. Her brows were frosted with cold, her gaze locking onto Fong Ran in silent warning. One more word, and you're finished. Fine, let's go, he agreed, grumbling inwardly. Had only wanted to sleep. Who was it that insisted he ride? Still, leaning over those wings and watching her bite her lip in restraint had felt a bit like teasing the girl next door. The three of them took the elevator downstairs. Outside, the hotel entrance was packed with fans waving light boards and shouting. God Fong, the deity from U City, is here. And an angel. She's gorgeous. One look at her, and I feel like a lower life form. Her eyes are so cold I'm about to freeze solid. To ordinary people, a celebrity was dazzling enough, but Xiao Tian seemed like a true divinity, pure, untouchable. The hotel manager hurried up to Fong Ran. Senior Fong, this way please. I've arranged a private car for you. The security detail is you're doing? Fong Ran asked. Yes, sir. Nicely done. The manager nearly rubbed his hands raw with excitement. Being able to speak with a transcendent Beast Tamer, especially one of Fong Ran's rank, would give him bragging rights for a decade. After leaving the hotel, the car headed straight for the Shun residence. Old Master Shun had not yet returned, and Xinyan greeted them at the gate with a bright smile. Fong Ran, where's Taiju Xin? He left yesterday when he heard ID pushed back the beast tide, Fong Ran replied. That fast? How's his injury? He says he's fine, but he looked ready to cry. He has to prepare for the National Beast Taming Championship, doesn't want to be the guy without a horse. Xinyan lowered her voice and leaned in. Are you heading back to the Imperial Academy? We could travel together. Sure, Fong Ran nodded, then added. He's not without a horse, nor is he low tier. Anyone brave enough to face a beast tide isn't low tier anything. Great. Have a meal with us before you leave. The chef is already preparing, Xinyan said excitedly. No need. He just ate, Xiao Tian interjected, expressionless. But you only just came from the hotel, Xinyan said, puzzled. I'm not hungry. Besides, Xiao Tian's eager to get back for training, and time's tight, Fong Ran improvised. Xiao Tian nodded in satisfaction. Xinyan sighed. I see. Xiao Tian is as diligent as ever. That's because my master always puts me through special training, Xiao Tian said calmly. Special training? Just routine drills. He'll teach you sometime. Fong Ran quickly changed the subject. He had a vague feeling Xiao Tian might be a bit devious. Then again, he could be overthinking. Itched always been obedient. Daidu Academy. After bidding farewell to everyone, Fong Ran and Shen Yun walked back to Daidu Academy shoulder to shoulder, pushed open the heavy bronze doors, and stepped into the principal's office. The spacious room was brightly lit, and more than a dozen professors sat around a long table, clearly having waited for some time. Fong Ran, you did an excellent job this time. Principal Yun rose and nodded with a smile. Fong Ran waved modestly. Without my teammates, I never could have taken first place. The boy's humility drew warm smiles from the professors. We really misjudged you earlier, a white-haired professor said heartily. The National Beast Taming Tournament is the perfect crucible for young talent. The internet is blowing up. You're practically a superstar. Exactly. Thanks to Fong Ran, the tournament's popularity is at an all-time high, another professor agreed. The surging public interest was a huge boon for Daidu Academy's reputation, and Fong Ran standing in their eyes soared. Principal Yun gestured for him to sit, his tone suddenly formal. By winning your regional qualifier, you've broken into the top 15 and earned the Academy's special resources. I've also prepared a personal gift for you. He raised a hand as he listed them. Besides a 10 million yuan scholarship, there's a brand new evolution method with a matching dietary plan. And I'm personally giving you 5 saint crystals. Fong Ran nodded quietly, his expression unchanged. Principal Yun arched a brow. Aren't you curious what a saint crystal is? Fong Ran obliged with a puzzled look. What is it? Condensed divine power from the celestials, Principal Yun explained. Formed in a sacred spring, each crystal holds a vast reserve of holy energy. You can't buy them anywhere in Longhua. With these 5, your little Tian should advance straight to mid-extraordinary. Understood. Fong Ran nodded, inwardly surprised that the principal had guessed little Tian's rank so precisely. Principal Yun pressed on. Once you hit mid-extraordinary, how confident are you about the tournament? 100%. The boy's eyes gleamed. His answer was rock solid. The professors jolted arrogant. Yes, but they love that kind of confidence. Principal Yun laughed aloud. Excellent. If you really win it all, you'll qualify for the world's largest beast taming academy. The professors leapt to their feet in excitement. Someone so young entering the World Academy would be a rare honor for Daidu Academy and all of Longhua. Of course, you're only early extraordinary now, Principal Yun went on more calmly. But with the resources from the national tournament, you can definitely make the next World Championship. The World Academy's bar is highlight extraordinary at a minimum. A moment later by Ling Shuang and the others arrived, with only Tai Jiuxin absent, training hard at his family estate. After brief greetings, the school distributed scholarships and resources one by one. When everything was settled, Principal Yun gave a signal. Fong Ran, come with me. They walked down the corridor into a soundproofed private room. Once the door shut, Fong Ran's collar stirred. A green snake slipped out and coiled lazily around the back of a chair. Principal Yun gave it an approving look. You've raised it well. The green snake snorted, grudging but honest. All thanks to him. It had never felt so confident, ready to face even a pure-blooded Emperor. That was before Fong Ran updated its extraordinary evolution path. Principal Yun's gaze softened. Fong Ran, I actually have a proposal. Please, go ahead. You're already at the extraordinary rank and can handle 2 beasts. When the tournament ends, if both of them reach mid-extraordinary, your mental strength will be high enough to bond with the Azure Serpent as well. That would give you a much better shot at a world-class academy, Principal Yun concluded. Fong Ran raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised. But I still need to hit king rank, so I can contract Long Yu and help restore her spirit power. Isn't that the real priority? In the grand scheme. Yes, but you don't have to sacrifice yourself, Yin replied firmly. The serpent's performance already outstrips most dragonkin. The serpent opened her mouth, hesitated. Yin added, but Long Yu isn't an ordinary dragonkin. She is a direct descendant of the Black Dragon King, the serpent murmured. Yin nodded, voice low and steady. Her bloodline eclipses common dragonkin, stronger than many pure-blood dragons. So, Fong Ran, what do you think? Contract the serpent now and you're guaranteed to win the next rounds, and your chances at a World Academy soar. I want pushy. Your talent exceeds my expectations, and your insights into evolution are unique. Fong Ran kept a solemn face, but his mind raced. I want both. If I bind the serpent now, I'll lose the free resources and the chance to keep training my mind. Besides, I can still use her without a contract. Aloud he said, I'll keep strengthening my spirit, of course. The professors seemed to expect that and nodded. In their view, no one would trade a late Kingstage beast that could reach Emperor level for a gamble on an extraordinary. Since you're willing to serve the nation, I'll pay for the best mental enhancement resources myself, Yun promised briskly. A spark of disappointment flickered in the serpent's eyes, then she caught herself. Why am I disappointed? I never planned on signing a contract, and even the principal doesn't know that. Let's go, Xiaoqing. Fong Ran stepped forward and scooped her up. Forced to shrink, she slipped into his robe and hissed, Who's Xiaoqing? Then what should I call you? I have no name. From now on, you're Xiaoqing. Fong Ran chuckled, an absurd thought flashing by. If Teacher Long Yu changed her name to Bai Suzhen, wouldn't that be perfect? He shook his head, killing the notion. On the way home, Electronic billboards looped tournament teasers while people buzzed about the Fong Ran and Xiaoqing team. After a quick greeting to his uncle and aunt, he headed straight for the training room. A bank text arrived 10 million had been deposited. Moments later, a courier delivered a custom metal case. Opening the lid, he saw in a grade evolution manual the Holy Wing method flanked by 2 black boxes. 5 Saint crystals lay quietly in the first, glowing faintly. The second held 5 vials of deep blue spirit potion, the glass frosted with cold. Holy Wing method boosts speed and reflexes, designed for angel types, Fong Ran muttered, raising an eyebrow. Principal Yin really went all out. He brushed a hand over the scroll, certain of one thing. A method like this could never be bought. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.